Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Issei Went on Path of Villainy. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. What? Latia glared at her, causing Iryuka to flinch. I was wondering, should I visit you sometime later? At the Hyudu residence? Latia turned away. Do whatever you want. She walked away and reached Sekiruuyetei, who commented, that was kind of cold. Latia sighed. She still cared for Iryuka a little, understanding her fear, but in her eyes, Iryuka had abandoned her, and she would never forget that. It hurts, even now. I wonder what would have happened had we been engaged to someone like Zephyr? Latia said, her tone hinting at fear. Sekiruuyetei gulped at the prospect. She was happy to be engaged to Issei instead. Over time, living with him eased her fears. She felt a tinge of pain in her heart when she noticed Issei spending time with Nyx, Charlotte, Quinella, or even Mocha Omok and Mocha Yura. She decided to talk to him once the party was over. For once, I am glad that Issei was our engaged partner. He never took advantage of us, and even then he refused to talk to us for a few days, knowing we would be uncomfortable, Sekiruuyetei said with a genuine smile. I agree. I even heard that he gives space to others, but at the same time he cares for them, Latia replied with a smile, appreciating Issei's respectful nature. And I pity Rias. Look at her. She will never get Issei, knowing she screwed her only chance with him, Latia remarked coldly. Sekiruuyetei nodded. She tried to get us to die, and we had a feeling something was wrong with him. She told us we would regret it. And look how the tables have turned. Indeed, well, let's enjoy this party. Sekiruuyetei spoke, as Rias was being consoled by her parents, Venelina and Zeus, who were both upset with Sona and her family for their treatment of Rias. Meanwhile, another conversation was taking place between Mio and Stella. I still don't understand, why would the Red Dragon attend a party like this? Mio said, recalling how the Red Dragon was rarely interested in the supernatural world. He had famously remarked, not my monkeys, not my circus. Mio and Stella disliked being referred to as monkeys, but they had to remain quiet, knowing that to the Red Dragon, they were insignificant. They watched as Issei chatted with Gondal, Quinella, Charlotte, and Miyuki, enjoying themselves as if nothing had happened. I think he is only here as a consort, as the Valkyrie said, Stella noted, and Mio nodded in agreement. He is not normal, sister. We need to be careful of them. Stella acknowledged Mio's words, and they noticed some of the faction leaders wearing expressions of sadness or anger as they observed Issei. Zeus, in particular, was furious, blaming Issei for the deteriorating relationship with the Olympians, but he knew he had to keep his mouth shut to avoid dire consequences. Scene change. Kuo Academy, 10 p.m. The director of Kuo Academy was tied to a chair, struggling to free himself. He looked terrified at a screen displaying a countdown, 2 hours remaining. 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Scene break. Previously, Issei and Gondal prepared for the party, allowing Miyuki to join them after some playful banter. This decision would sow further doubt and disruption at the event. As the party began, the devils anticipated the introduction of new members. The atmosphere turned tense when Issei and Gondal arrived, but no one dared to confront them due to Issei's dangerous reputation. Zeus and Sona were displeased with his presence but remained silent, aware of his capabilities. Odin observed Issei with mild amusement as the introductions continued. One by one, Stella, Mio, Iryuka, Claire, Quinella, Charlie, and finally Miyuki entered the party. When Serzex asked Issei about Miyuki Citri, he allowed her to speak for herself, shocking many and highlighting the troubling actions of Sona and Serafal. Before Serzex could respond, Wilbert Nurs, the council leader, instructed Sona to leave, stating she would have ruined everything. Serzex then apologized to the leaders and continued with the celebration. As Gondal and Issei discussed the factions, they realized tensions were rising. Ravel and Claire debated their next steps, with Ravel believing that defeating Malik would resolve their issues, though they knew it wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, Iryuka attempted to engage Latia, who ignored her, upset over the recent meeting. Iryuka promised to visit, but Latia was indifferent and instead approached Sekiruuyetei, pleased to learn that Issei was a good person. They watched as Surzex began the test. Grand Party, Lucifer Territory, Underworld, 10:30 p.m. Issei and Gondal observed the girls preparing to enter the rooms. "We wait. The 4 girls will prepare us for the real fun," Issei said with a smile. Gondal nodded, watching intently. "So what do you suggest?" she asked. Issei shook his head, replying, "Not now, we are being watched." He glanced at the elders of the Devil Council and Zeus, both of whom were anxious about his next move. To the elders, Issei was unpredictable and cold-blooded due to his ruthless tendencies. He had little regard for their fate, as they were no longer his concern. The elders often looked down on reincarnated devils and those of lower status, with only a few exceptions, such as Valerie, Ingvild, Charlotte, and Quinella, who were related to the 4 Satans. Zeus harbored a deep resentment for Issei, not because of his ruthlessness, but because Issei had caused him to lose Athena and nearly all support from his faction. While he was glad that Artemis had returned, he blamed Issei for his predicament. To Zeus, Issei represented the source of all his troubles, and he longed for revenge. However, he also feared Issei, recalling the trauma Issei had inflicted upon him, leaving him powerless and begging for forgiveness during a hallucination. As the gathering continued, attention turned to Wilbert, who announced, "In a few moments, all the young women present will go inside a room to share their dreams or goals." He smiled proudly at his daughters, despite his wariness of Issei. Gondal leaned in and whispered to Issei about the gauntlets he had created, a plan they had discussed. "Yes, but for now, let us continue the fun," Issei replied with a smile, pulling Gondal closer. She teased him, "Aren't you a possessive dragon?" Issei chuckled, "Well, I can't help it, you're appealing." They shared a kiss, oblivious to their surroundings. Rosweiss watched, feeling a mix of embarrassment and jealousy. She couldn't understand how someone she viewed as cold could show such affection. Just then, Irina Shidu tapped her shoulder, her black wings briefly visible before she hid them. Irina, having lost her former status, felt a deep sadness over abandoning her childhood friend. "I don't think it would work for you to feel jealous," Irina said, noticing Rosweiss' troubled expression. Rosweiss shook her head. "It's not that. Their relationship might be strained because of my grandmother's status." Irina countered, "You only think that because you disapprove, but they don't care about your opinion." Rosweiss insisted, "Their relationship won't last long." Gabriel, an unexpected voice, chimed in. "Judging by their interactions, it seems serious. She has something you don't." "What does she have that I don't?" Rosweiss asked, arms crossed. Gabriel smiled, confidence in herself. Rosweiss was taken aback by Gabriel's words, struggling to respond. Gabriel left with Irina, who questioned her choice of words. "It was necessary. She wants to take her grandmother's place," Gabriel replied calmly. Observed as the girls prepared to enter the rooms. The first to go was Stella, followed by her twin sister Mio, then Iryuka, Claire, Miyuki, and finally Quinella and Charlotte, who exchanged knowing glances with Issei. "These rooms will be easy to infiltrate," Issei thought, smirking at the prospect of what was to come. He looked at Gondal, who awaited his command as the event began, and he smiled, ready for his chance to act. A book appears as Issei enters in his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu stands with a sinister smirk beside Rias. Asia and the other girls are engaged in battle against Malik, using their magic. Auka walks through a puddle looking up. The ORC, Student Council, Valid Team, and Team /Dog are all present, under the watchful glare of a pair of angry eyes. Issei gazes at the book, haunted by memories of his past and visions of factions falling apart. Ingvild crushes a figurine of Dai, tears streaming down her face, anger evident. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal observe their factions with disdain. Ingvild closes her eyes, looking at Dai with determination. Miyuki grits her teeth, recalling her sisters. Issei kneels, tormented by his past, as a family photo with a slash across it appears, symbolizing his separation from them. He exchanges a look with Surzex, both radiating their auras. In the opening end waiting room, Grand Party, Lucifer Territory, Underworld, at 10 p.m., Mio and Stella survey their fellow devils, pondering their dreams for the future, especially the three who are already with Issei. Everyone seems to be thinking about their dreams, Mio reflects. This is hard, I don't have any dreams of my own, and my father will make fun of me, Stella thinks sadly. Iryuka, with determination, states, I just want this to be over so I can visit Latia and mend my friendship. Claire muses, I think the Red Dragon is interested in a HRM, this might be my chance. But her smile fades as she remembers Gondal. Miyuki's singular dream is the fall of the Citri clan. Quinella coldly thinks, we just have to get along with these people before they join us. Charlotte nods in agreement. As they prepare for the upcoming event, some feel nervous, while others wear smug smiles. Minutes pass, and Issei checks his watch, noting the time before the big event. Only an hour left, I can't wait, he murmurs. Gondal, noticing him, asks, so only an hour remains until midnight? Issei nods and suggests, how about we go somewhere private? Both Gondal and Inner Gondal blush slightly at his tone. I'm in, Gondal replies, linking her arm with his as they head upstairs to the roof. Unbeknownst to them, Rosweiss follows, wanting to see how close they are, feeling jealous of her grandmother's connection with Issei. Meanwhile, the three great Satans observe. Surzex smiles at the scene, while Ajuka watches with a serious expression. Falbium, wearing a hat and glasses, dozes off, eventually falling to the floor. Each of you will enter the rooms one by one, Surzex instructs the girls. They enter sequentially, Mio, Stella, Claire, Iryuka, Quinella, Charlotte, and finally Miyuki. The three girls smile, ready to execute their plans, which aim to turn the party into chaos. The rooms are well monitored, Mio notes, sensing multiple presences. True, the droid faction could attack at any moment, hence the precautions, Quinella replies, feigning anger. Charlotte questions, shouldn't Malik have attacked earlier? Stella responds, I think he wants to catch us off guard. Quinella smirks internally, you have a point, it's unlikely he will attack now. Scene change. On the roof, Issei and Gondal sense Rosweiss' presence nearby. With a smile, Issei activates his balance breaker. And now, balance breaker, time control. Time halts for everyone except Issei, Gondal, Quinella, Charlotte, Miyuki, and the other girls. Issei turns to Gondal, saying, it's time to transform. He morphs into Malik, and they head toward the girls' rooms. It's showtime, he grins maniacally, ready to set their plan into motion, aiming to recruit the girls to their side, either as sleeper agents or willing allies. The four girls were Iryuka Glaciolabelas, Claire Phoenix, Mio Narus, and Stella Narus. They looked around, moving as if nothing was wrong, until they sensed an unnerving presence. What the? Claire started, turning to see the others stop in their tracks, eyes widening in shock. Are you girls all right? She asked, mirroring their expression. In front of them stood a man with a bald head, a tight red shirt, and a metal jaw, Malik. Good evening, ladies. Malik greeted, causing the girls to gasp. And Malik? Mio stammered, fear creeping into her voice. Is this some kind of joke? Malik chuckled. Oh no, my dear ladies, tonight is no joke, and it is a pleasure to meet all seven of you. Quinella and Charlotte blushed, recognizing Issei in Malik's guise, while Miyuki looked slightly flustered. And besides, are you not going to scream? Malik taunted. The leaders are outside. All we have to do is shout. Quinella said, pretending to be angry. That's right. We just need to go back and tell them. Mio added, trying to sound brave. Malik internally face-bombed, thinking, how naive can these girls be? He resumed his Malik persona, scoffing, like they will help you in this situation. I should be thankful for the feast they have given me. Malik watched as the girls plotted their escape. And I thank three people for offering me this feast. Claire spoke coldly, don't think you will get away with this. Malik replied mockingly, if your Dai Hayatu did not stand a chance against me, what makes you think you will? You girls go. I will stall him. Charlotte declared, while Quinella felt a pang of jealousy, knowing Charlotte's true intentions. Contact the Red Dragon Emperor, only he can stop us, she insisted. You. Claire growled, accepting the situation. Fine, we will get help as soon as we can. Well then, Beelzebub, let's dance. Malik said mockingly as the girls ran off. He scoffed, returning to Issei. Not bad, not bad, you put on quite a believable show. Issei smiled, pulling Charlotte closer for a kiss. Moments later, they parted and she teased, I believe we should continue this show. Scene change. Outside the castle, Lucifer territory, underworld, 10:30 p.m. The 6 girls made it outside, hearing Charlotte's screams. No. Quinella and Miyuki would have been horrified if they believed Charlotte was in danger. What chance do we even have against him? Quinella said, feigning fear. Claire replied, looking away, we still have communications, but we need to reach a location since we can't teleport. Claire attempted to teleport but failed. The others shared her frustration and Mio said, so in the end, we have to return to that place, pointing to the castle. We have no choice, it's the only way to contact Issei Haidu, Claire stated seriously, earning reluctant nods. Stella added nervously, in the end, all that remains is to return to that ugly place. Claire sighed, so are you with me or not? They all nodded, heading back inside, unaware that Gondal was watching and spoke to Issei. They are coming inside, Lord Issei. I wish to join you as well, she said with a smile, teleporting in. Scene change. Inside the mansion, underworld, 11:20 p.m. Claire and the girls entered the mansion, vigilant to avoid alerting Malik. They checked every corridor, hoping he wasn't nearby. We are safe for now, Claire said. Scanning for anything to contact the leaders or the Red Dragon. Is there anything you girls found? No, nothing. We must keep looking. Hopefully, there is a contact device. Quinella replied, feigning worry. You're kidding, Mio said, and everyone looked at her. Malik will locate us before we even realize what is happening. We don't have a choice, Mio. This is our only plan. Claire said, worry evident in her voice. Reluctantly, Mio agreed. They had no other options. Unbeknownst to them, Issei, Gondal, and Charlotte were observing. Issei wore a glowing blue gauntlet, Innovate Clear, granting him control over the castle, which was a dimension he had created. This will be much easier than I thought. We outnumber them 5-4, Issei said seriously. We all take one each. Gondal and I will take on Claire. She seems to be the strongest among them. As you wish, Gondal replied while Charlotte asked, but I may have to show some injuries. So should I, Issei interrupted. Don't even think about hurting yourself, Charlie. Charlotte blushed, and Issei released her, saying, I can make them see false injuries, but this may include Miyuki and Quinella. I understand, I can take it from here, Charlotte said with an assuring smile, as injuries appeared on her face and legs due to Innovate Clear. Charlotte then left, prompting concern from Quinella and Miyuki, who assumed she must have hurt herself to prove she was attacked. They rushed to her side, but Charlotte spoke softly, Issei stopped me, these are fake. Relieved, Quinella and Miyuki listened as Charlotte feigned anger. I told you to leave and contact the others. Why are you still here? Quinella replied with slight worry, we had no choice. We had to return since we can only contact the Red Dragon from here. Charlotte sighed, glancing around as Claire spoke up. I will find a way to connect to Haidu. Until then, you all stick together and don't move. Claire left, and Miyuki added, I will join too. Both girls departed, leaving Charlotte alone with Quinella, Mio, Iryuka, and Stella. So, what now? Stella asked as the group waited in silence. Charlotte pretended to be asleep due to her injuries, while the others felt a sense of hopelessness. A few minutes later, Charlotte stirred and said, There's something I need to tell you girls. She looked at the others and continued, Malik is not hurt, he is still in the castle. The girls were shocked, except for Quinella, who feigned surprise. Stella asked, You're kidding, right? Charlotte shook her head and replied seriously, No, he is here. Judging by Charlotte's tone, Malik seemed to be nearby. Mio asked, "Where?" Charlotte responded mockingly, "Why don't you look behind you?" The girls turned to see Malik sitting on one of the couches in the castle. "When did you get here?" Mio asked, a hint of fear in her voice, while Iryuka questioned, "How could we not sense you?" "You didn't, and what was I expecting from you?" Malik replied, rising and walking closer to the girls, who instinctively backed away. Suddenly, a purple magic blast struck them from behind. The three girls turned to see their attackers, who were none other than Quinella Asmodeus and Charlotte Beelzebub. Issei, disguised as Malik, then used Innovate Clear to ensure no one could escape his dimension. Mio realized that the three girls had come together, and since the original party was meant for her, her sister, Claire, and Iryuka, this meant one thing: Miyuki was also complicit. "No, wait, that means?" Stella asked her sister in worry. "Sister, what's wrong?" "Miyuki is also one of them," Mio said fearfully. Malik, Quinella, and Charlotte were surprised by her deduction. Malik clapped, saying, "Bravo! You really are something." While Stella and Iryuka were angry, Mio continued to think. All three of them came with Haidu, even Charlotte and Quinella. If all three are traitors, then that means... Mio scrutinized Malik, wondering about his true intentions. "Does Haidu know about you three betraying the factions?" she asked, glaring at Quinella and Charlotte. Charlotte responded mockingly, "Bravo! You really are a fortune-teller. But a failed one." "Tell me the truth, damn it!" Mio exclaimed, furious. "Gee, relax. Don't get your hopes up. No, he doesn't know." Mio wanted to sigh in relief, but a nagging feeling told her something was horribly wrong. This was not Malik's usual strategy. He typically attacked head-on. Mio's thoughts were interrupted when Iryuka shouted, "So you abandoned your own forefathers and attacked your own kind?" Charlotte replied, "I was once a fool who believed the lies of the factions. But don't worry, you will soon betray your own people, and because of Malik, we saw the truth." Iryuka retorted angrily, "Just because of a terrorist, I will never turn my back on my kind. You hear me?" Stella agreed, glaring at the two traitors. Mio was still deep in thought, sensing that the one in front of her was not Malik. "You have no choice, my dear. Your devotion to me will be eternal. Now, ladies, if you may." Charlotte and Quinella nodded and began to use their magic. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Wait." They paused and Mio asked, "Who are you?" "I don't understand. I am Malik, the one who is attacking you right now," Malik responded, confused. Mio shook her head. "No. I have a feeling you are not Malik." She asked seriously, "Who exactly are you?" Issei was taken aback, while Droid commented mentally, "She was deductive, but this level of deduction is new. She could be useful in planning strategies." Charlotte and Quinella exchanged worried glances, realizing they might have been discovered. Stella asked, "Sister, what do you mean?" "The one in front of you is Malik." Mio shook her head and spoke seriously, "He is not." "Tell me, who are you?" Malik shook his head as he replied, "Does it really matter? It won't change the fact that you girls will soon join me." He wore a sinister grin as holy chains began to appear, binding them to the ground. Mio, Stella, and Iryuka were slammed down, gritting their teeth in pain. "And no matter what you do, we will never betray our kind," Mio exclaimed angrily as the three girls struggled against the chains. Alpheka Tyrant was summoned, bringing out a few nails as he said, "You know, I found something interesting about your father." "Mio, Stella." Malik moved closer, and they nervously turned their heads away. "Well, it turns out the two of you began as Gremory." "Don't you dare, Malik!" Stella exclaimed, tears in her eyes. Issei ensured a barrier was in place to prevent Claire from hearing anything. "You don't know what we have gone through?" "I figured as much. You hate the Gremorys, primarily because of Zeoticus Gremory, didn't you? Or more accurately, your father hates the Gremory clan, doesn't he?" "You!" Mio screamed, but then looked away, remembering her father's past as a former Gremory member and the humiliation she and her sister endured. Tears began to flow as Iryuka, Charlotte, and Quinella wondered why she was so affected. "I love a good story," Malik said mockingly. "My information states that Wilbert Nurse was once called Wilbert Gremory, the older brother of Zeoticus Gremory." His tone caused Iriuka, Charlotte, and Quinella to widen their eyes as Mio and Stella started to tear up. But something happened that led to his exile and disownment. He was admonished, humiliated, and even beaten because of what the Lord Gremory and Lady Kaisis Gremory did to him, right? Everyone fell silent, leaving a sniffling Mio and Stella to remember their father's grief. Malik continued, "But I must give him props. He built his own clan from the ground up and even made a name in the Devil Council as their leader." His tone shifted back to mockery. "Despite this, he became no better than those fools in the council. A foolish man became the same as those fools. It almost felt like he never learned. What an idiot." "Don't you dare?" Mio screamed, her hair covering her face. Stella glared furiously at Malik, angered by his words about their father. "Don't you dare speak about my father when you know nothing about him?" Mio cried, her voice full of emotion. "People have hated and looked down upon my father because of them. You don't know the grief he faced, the suffering he endured." Taking a deep breath, she continued, "You are just a cold-blooded murderer, a being of destruction. You know nothing of suffering. And you never will." Malik narrowed his eyes, giving a cold glare that felt predatory. Before she could react, Issei grabbed Mio by her kimono and yelled, "You think you know suffering? You don't know what it feels like to be looked down upon every time, just because you are an average being. I was hated just because I never had a power that would be well known." Malik's outburst caused Mio to nearly pass out from fear, while Stella and Iriuka froze. "Your father sure suffered, but he never learned from that. He was a fool who never changed. He became the same rotten being as the rest of the Devil Council." After a moment, Malik calmed and said, "Even you too were influenced by your father. That is why you will ruin him. With your own hands, all three of you will turn against your family and serve the Droid faction with full loyalty." Malik's sinister smile widened as the girl's eyes widened in shock. Mio then begged, "And oh please, my father and sister are all I have. Please, I beg you." Iriuka joined in the pleading with Stella, but Malik removed 9 holy nails, throwing 3 each at the girls. "Do not resist. You will soon realize that the supernatural factions are your enemies, just like my allies have." Iriuka began to speak, her eyes drooping. "And no, what did we?" Their vision blurred as they fell unconscious, unable to complete their words. The illusion fell away, and Issei took a deep breath, trying to forget his past. He looked down, reflecting on what made him who he was. "Are you okay?" Issei jolted up to see Quinella and Charlotte, both looking worried. He nodded as the girls approached. "Just remembering my past. Wilbert's suffering is nothing compared to mine. Just because she suffered, or her father suffered, they haven't learned. Wilbert has a little of my respect, but he is no better than any of those prideful and arrogant devils." Issei shook his head as Quinella and Charlotte glanced at their 3 targets. "So what should we do with them?" Charlotte asked. Issei replied, "By the time they wake up, I will have already put my memories into their bodies. That was why I used the 3rd nail for that. They will be loyal sleeper agents once this is over. Although I wonder, where is Claire?" "Right here." Miyuki's voice boomed as she and Gondal appeared, with Claire being carried on Gondal's shoulder. She then dropped the unconscious Claire on the ground. "So what is the plan?" Gondal asked Issei. He looked at her and replied, "Let us begin her final act." The girls nodded, and Miyuki, Issei, and Gondal went into hiding, creating holy chains using the Rock of Jerusalem to bind Claire completely. Claire soon woke up, looking around in confusion. "Huh!" she exclaimed, noticing Quinella and Charlotte tending to the now unconscious Mio, Stella, and Iriuka. She was too frightened to notice the chains that left her vulnerable. "I would suggest you not scream, since Malik is nearby." Claire nodded, saying, "I know, Miyuki is one of them." This caused Charlotte and Quinella to feign surprise. "What?" Quinella exclaimed, while Charlotte added, We refuse to believe you. You have no proof. Claire struggled to convince them, but her hands were bound by the chains, which disabled her magical powers without causing her pain. What the dash? Claire exclaimed in shock. Why are my powers not working? She continued to struggle, unaware of the smiles on Charlotte and Quinella's faces. I will explain that. A voice from the shadows drew the attention of the three girls. It was Issei, accompanied by Miyuki and Gondal, all wearing cold expressions. Claire's eyes widened in shock at the sight of Issei. Hayu, listen, they are not your allies. They are your enemies, she pleaded. Enemies? How so? Issei feigned ignorance. Claire looked at him in horror. They are the ones who put me in this prison. Gondal and Miyuki are traitors to the factions. Hayu, please listen. Issei remained unfazed. Claire Phoenix. I am not affiliated with any factions. So how are they my enemies? Claire's eyes widened as she realized the truth. Issei had never been part of any factions. She looked away as he began to laugh. Why are you laughing? Claire asked, confused. Issei replied, Oh Claire, didn't you realize the obvious? I brought the girls, remember? Claire's disbelief grew. That means, you knew about them being part of the Droid faction? Issei nodded, and Claire's anger flared. You BSTRD? How many have the Droid faction killed? I told you once and I'll tell you again, not my monkeys, not my circus. Honestly, I hardly care if your family dies by their hands, after all, they are my enemies. Issei said, his tone cold. Claire's eyes widened in shock. Are they your enemies? Issei shook his head. Is it not obvious? Phoenix. He spoke the name with disdain, glaring at Claire. Though she wasn't directly involved in his suffering, she was still part of the Phoenix family. Claire looked down, regretting that she hadn't been able to help him. And besides, you don't even know who the real enemy is, do you, Claire? Claire looked surprised. Who? Who is our enemy? Issei chuckled, meeting her gaze. You are seeing him right in front of your eyes. Claire's eyes widened in disbelief. No. The thought of Issei being a villain terrified the factions the most. His threats of joining the Droid faction had instilled fear in many, and now that threat was becoming a reality. And the best part is that the factions don't even know that the one they expect help from is one of their enemies, Issei said mockingly. Claire began to tear up, realizing their true savior was now their worst enemy. You really are a monster, she exclaimed, anger mingling with fear. Issei grinned, acknowledging her words. You're right, I am a monster. Well, at least you didn't call me a traitor. Claire felt a shiver as Issei looked directly into her eyes. But then again, you all made this monster. Think about it, Claire. I became a monster not because of what you did, but because of your family's actions. Your family and the rest of the supernatural created me. Remember this, Claire Phoenix. Claire fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words. Think about it, you may be innocent, but both of your siblings are complicit in their actions. And let's not forget what Riser Phoenix did to me. Issei shook his head. You really expect me to forget all of that? I see no worth in saving a pathetic clan like yours, or protecting it like before. So why the hell should I show them mercy? Please. I will do anything. Claire pleaded, knowing that even with her power, she stood no chance against him. Issei only laughed. Oh Claire, don't you remember that you figuratively gave yourself to me? Issei had a mocking smile, as Claire widened her eyes and asked, Why you knew? Claire's tone was horrified as Issei smiled in response. I have eyes and ears everywhere, you should have been more careful in keeping your secret. Claire was in despair. She and the rest of the Phoenix clan were being watched. That meant that Issei, even though not being part of any faction, had tabs on everyone, and knew who he could target. And note up, please spare my family, I beg you. Claire begged Issei as she spoke, please don't do this. Issei shook his head, he put his hand up and Alpheka Tyrant was summoned, he brought out a few nails from it. Claire's instincts were telling her to flee, the weapon he wielded, as he spoke, Don't worry Claire, I won't touch your family. Claire started to smile, as she hoped that her pleas would reach him, only to see him grinning maniacally. You will kill them yourself, with your very two hands. Your actions will bring in the downfall of the Phoenix clan, Claire Phoenix. Issei's evil grin was menacing. It almost felt like a cat was almost about to wipe out a prey, and they were taking their time to make the prey believe that they are safe, only for them to strike at a later time. When their guard is down. And no. P please wi do you want to torment me? I like this. Issei shrugged. His experiences with the factions made him apathetic and cold to those that were involved with making his life a living hell, even those close to his tormentors. I am altering the deal, pray I don't alter it any further. Issei spoke coldly as he started to aim the nails at her neck and chest area, as he continued, soon you will see that I am a good person, and I am not your enemy. 12. No! Claire screamed. The thought of her killing her brothers, sister and her parents, it terrified her. She was away from them for so long and now, she may have to kill them. The memories she had with her family were all being erased and rewritten, and replaced by the ones Issei had designed. Even her own personality was being rewritten. There was only one thing that she thought before closing her eyes, as a tear fell from it. I am so sorry, Claire muttered, as her vision started to blur, and the next thing that happened was that she passed out. Issei had secretly used the third nail to insert memories that belonged to him to all four girls. One after a while, Issei commanded everyone to get up. As they all got up, the four girls he had targeted had woken up. Issei removed the chains off Claire, and she was able to move properly. The light soon returned and a growing disdain for the factions started to grow in the four girls. Issei had managed to completely perfect Alpheka Tyrant. This allowed him to even erase the personality of his victim and replace it with a personality he so wants to do so. However, he planned this for a certain someone that made his life problematic for a very long time. Why were we his enemies? Mio thought she now had a lingering disdain for the factions. She felt like she wanted to wipe them all out, especially the devils. Same went for Stella and Iryuka. Their inner selves now were wondering what Issei would ask them to do. I don't want to be close to these people. Claire thought coldly as she looked at Issei with admiration. She now knew how much he suffered at the hands of the Phoenix family, as she became disgusted by them. Her inner self agreed to her outer self. As she wanted to teach them a lesson, she planned to at the very least convince Issei to spare them, and in return she would diligently serve him and the Droid faction. Now I want you all to go back and head outside, act as if nothing ever happened, all right? The girls nodded as they left out. He then looked at his two girlfriends, as he responded, the final act for this party will soon begin. I will alert Malik to begin his speech. Tonight is the night Kuo Academy will fall. Issei spoke with a sinister grin, earning nods from the girls. They both kiss Issei's cheeks and walk with the rest of the girls, leaving a pouting Gondal who returns back to her normal self. Shall we return back? Issei spoke with a smile, to which the Valkyrie nodded, as they both headed to the roof. Issei reactivates Aeon Baylor and reverts time back to normal. He then starts to play his part. Scene change. Rosweiss was watching them. Unbeknownst to her that time had been stopped and resumed, she looked as Issei started to bite Gondal's nape, as she hummed in pleasure, as she exclaimed to Lord Issei, pleased, that's my sensitive spot. Issei kept sking on it. He saw the grandmother of Rosweiss, no longer having a dignified expression, like she usually did. She had a flustered look, as she was breathing hot air to Issei. Her expression seemed to be breathing. She was exhausted. Her breath was intoxicating even towards Issei. Had it not been for Droid suppressing his dragon instincts, he would have done it with the Valkyrie right then and there. He mentally thanked his best friend for not doing something he would regret. Inner Gondal was also blushing, as she exclaimed to her outer self and Issei to stop this. She was embarrassed by what she was witnessing. Grandmother. Rosweiss muttered in disbelief. She had never seen her like this, especially her expression. To Rosweiss, her grandmother was strict and dignified. This seemed to be a completely different person. Is that all the great Gondal has gotten? Issei spoke in a stuck voice, as Gondal was unable to move, as Issei was ready to make out with her, only for Issei to stop. He narrowed his eyes as Gondal asked, Issei, what is the matter? Gondal was confused as Issei looked at the direction. It only took a moment to sense her. She also narrowed her eyes. Even she was angry, as Issei exclaimed, "Rosweiss, come out?" Issei glared at the scene, and when Rosweiss emerged, she wore a flustered expression. Gondal spoke up, "Ross, why are you against my relationship?" Gondal glared at Rosweiss, who shivered under the intensity. "But grandmother, look at him, this is just wrong." Rosweiss protested and Issei replied, "If you think dating your grandmother is wrong, then you are mistaken. You seem to believe you can be with me despite your relationship with Dai." Rosweiss fell silent, glaring at Issei as he narrowed his eyes. "Here, look, see how happy your grandmother is with me." Issei turned to Gondal and kissed her, glancing back at Rosweiss, whose mouth fell open in surprise. A blush crept onto her face, but her smile seemed genuine. Inner Gondal also felt a blush rise. This was the first time Issei had been so close to her outer self, and it was an act of professionalism and charisma that caught the Valkyrie's attention. She hesitated to express her feelings, knowing she already had a child and a grandchild. "I won't lie, if I had to choose between you, Rosweiss, and your grandmother, I would definitely choose the latter," Issei said, causing Rosweiss to look down sadly as she walked away. "You are so mean." Gondal feigned sadness, while Inner Gondal sighed, recognizing her granddaughter's guilt over past actions. She knew Rosweiss felt she had lost someone who would care for her. Issei's cold words echoed in the air, and Gondal regained her composure. They shared a moment together, kissing to ensure no one suspected anything. Meanwhile, Inner Gondal contemplated joining Issei, feeling disillusioned with Odin and questioning her worth. She realized that moments like these revealed true character, and she needed a catalyst to make her decision. After 30 minutes of stargazing, they descended as the girls emerged from their rooms. The devils observed them carefully, ensuring the devil girls did not reveal anything in front of the faction leaders. "Very well then, one by one, all of you will announce your names and dreams when called," Wilbert announced. "The first to go shall be Iryuka Glaciolabalas." Iryuka stepped forward, looking at the leaders. Though she smiled, internally she felt disgusted by them. "Stop pretending, I know you hate Lord Issei," she said, glancing at Mio and Stella, who appeared serious but shared her sentiments. Claire glared at Ravel, now aware of Issei's suffering and ready to take action if necessary. "I hope you have a dream, heir of Glaciolabalas," Wilbert said neutrally as Iryuka spoke nervously. "I wish to serve my clan and ensure it is recognized everywhere." Her words earned nods from everyone, and the other girls echoed similar sentiments. "I wish to honor my father and lead the Naru's clan," Mio declared with determination, earning a smile from Wilbert. "I will support my sister," Stella added seriously, and Wilbert looked proud. "My goal is to save and protect the Phoenix family and restore it to its former glory," Claire stated. Quinella followed. "My goal is to reclaim my clan's rightful place one day." Surzex and Ajuka narrowed their eyes, aware that they would eventually need to step down from their positions. "I wish to fix the damaged reputation Shalba Beelzebub destroyed due to his longing to rule," Charlotte said with sadness. Issei narrowed his eyes, recalling how he had died by Shalba's hands. "Shalba's actions have left an irreparable stain on the devils. How will you fix them?" Surzex asked. "I have no idea, but I will restore my clan to its full glory. I may be a half-devil, but I will do it, no matter what it takes," Charlotte replied. Surzex nodded, and Issei smiled, recognizing her heart was not evil like Shalba's. "And I wish for equality between men and women," Miyuki stated. However, aside from Charlotte and Quinella, none of the others spoke their true dreams. The elders chuckled, dismissing Miyuki's aspirations as foolish, as Devil Society still clung to outdated beliefs about gender roles. Miyuki clenched her fist in anger. The laughter of the elders reminded her of her sister's past actions toward her, intensifying her frustration. The only one who remained silent was Wilbert, who gazed at her intently and asked, "Pray tell, how will you achieve this, Miyuki Citri? The world as you know it revolves around pure-blood supremacy. Sooner or later, you will be engaged to someone." Aye. Miyuki was left speechless, aware that she wasn't strong enough to protect herself, at least not yet. The elders continued to laugh, while some of the gods, particularly from the Hindu faction, glared at the old men. Issei and Gondal, having overheard everything, were not going to take the insults lightly. Issei glanced at the timer. Only 2 minutes remained until the final act. He had already asked Malik to prepare for his grand speech. As they stepped down, they saw Charlotte and Quinella equally furious at the elders. Issei stood in front of Miyuki, surprising her. "I will help her achieve her dream," he declared. The elders scowled at his presence, spitting towards Miyuki. "You see what you have done, whose attention you have gathered," one elder sneered. Issei interrupted with a cold glare. "I came here on my own accord. I can speak for myself, and I think you know she is under my wing, thanks to the Citri clan. If you question that, I won't hesitate to put you in your place." "Why yes, Lord Issei," the elders replied fearfully, and Miyuki smiled, grateful for his support. Serzex and Ajuka watched him with controlled anger, realizing he did whatever he wanted, unchallenged. Issei looked at the timer. "The countdown will begin soon." Suddenly, the lights went out, and a screen appeared with a countdown. A face emerged, sending many into a panic. It was Malik. "Good evening, supernatural factions." His words caused fear, as he had neutralized them on many occasions. "Quite the party you have here, am I right? Biblical, Nordic, Greek, Hindu, though I can't say the same for Shinto or the Yukai faction." Malik's mocking tone drew glares from the leaders, especially Serzex, Ajuka, and Falbium, who was now awake. They were reminded of Yasaka's disappearance since her capture. Malik continued, "Oh, don't be like that. You brought this on yourselves." Ingvild whispered to Valerie, "So this is the final act Lord Issei had planned." Valerie nodded, wondering why they needed Kuo Academy for this. Malik spoke sadly, "It's nice to see people spending time with their families, but you can't have everything in life. You leaders fail to see what's in front of you and refuse a simple demand." His mocking tone left everyone confused. Shiva was trying to discern his true intentions. "You are good people, or at least some of you are, but as long as you protect your beloved peace, it will only cause more war," Malik stated coldly. Some gritted their teeth as he approached the front desk. "Now you must be wondering why I hate you so much. Why do I hate the faction leaders?" He sat on the desk, closing his eyes. "I don't hate them, I just pity you fools. I realized it was not worth saving people like you." The screen changed, revealing students with hollow expressions, unable to move, while teachers struggled against tape. The sight horrified many, especially as they recognized familiar faces among the lifeless students. "You have manipulated my race, the human race, turning them into selfish, repulsive beings. And you are all responsible for this. Yes, I am looking at you, Rias Gremory, and even Sona Citri had a hand in it." Rias covered her mouth in horror, tears streaming down her face. "They have enslaved us, making us believe we needed them. But in reality, they need us, and I am the only one doing something about this," Malik declared angrily, glaring primarily at the angels and devils. Slowly, he removed a detonator from his pocket, shocking the leaders. Some of the girls cried for their friends and classmates, forced to witness the scene. "I hate doing this, especially to my own kind, but if you want to blame someone, blame Dai Hyudu, like you usually do." Malik shrugged, leaving many with disgusted expressions as they remembered the former pillar of the factions. Malik then started to float in the air, using the unknown dictator that Issei had given him, granting him full control of the systems. As he began to play music, he announced, "But before the big event, let's put on some music." Moments later, he added, "Now wait. Here comes the strings, and then, here comes the metal." At just the right moment, Malik looked at everyone and declared, "And now here comes the big boom." He clicked the detonator, and suddenly, explosions erupted. The corridors of Kuo Academy were engulfed in chaos. Classrooms filled with students who believed Dai Hyudu had been killed were devastated. Some were disintegrated, while others faced horrific fates. The teachers, the only ones who could feel the pain, screamed in terror. Even university students were not spared. Heartbreaking cries echoed through the halls, windows shattered, and everything was engulfed in explosions. The leaders felt a crushing defeat, struggling to comprehend the devastation, except for a few who understood the gravity of the situation. Kuo Academy had fallen, the student council building reduced to rubble. An image of Dai Hayadu's face made the leaders clench their teeth in rage. They fell silent, processing the destruction, but what hurt Surzek's Lucifer the most was the obliteration of the place where the Kuo Treaty had been established. This can't be happening. Surzek screamed, slamming his fist on the table, which thankfully did not break. He watched as Malik spoke his final words, "Now I will stop the song, since my job here is done. Until next time, leaders." Malik bowed mockingly, and the screen went black. Silence enveloped the room. Rias wept while Asia fainted from the horror. My clone has some good taste in music, Issei thought, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the fall of Kuo Academy. Valerie, noticing his smile, understood his intentions. So that's what his intentions were? Ingvild asked Valerie, was it not revenge? Valerie shook her head, explaining, not at all. Kuo Academy is not only his most hated place, but it also acts as a symbol. With that symbol falling, the alliance will crumble. Ingvild nodded, but when Valerie asked if she felt sad for the students, Ingvild replied, not anymore. They hurt Lord Issei, and I see no reason to be sad. Some even beat him to near death, and nobody helped him due to the lies. He had to drag himself to the police station and the hospital. Valerie was taken aback, realizing she felt no sympathy for them either. The faction leaders watched in horror, understanding the loss of innocent lives. I really need to talk to Issei about this, Ingvild thought, contemplating how many more had tormented him. Gabriel, observing Issei, felt little sorrow for those who had hurt him, just like some others in the party. The final act was complete. Issei had taken down another architect of his pain. Scene change. 1.5 hours later, in the party hall of the Grand Party in Lucifer territory, Underworld, Issei sat in a chair, looking bored. Behind him were Miyuki, Gondal, Quinella, and Charlotte. The girls who had recently joined were asked to go home, leaving him surrounded by all the faction leaders, including Latia and Sikvera. They wondered why they had called Issei, especially since he had made it clear he had no interest in dealing with them. So will you tell us how to combat him? Ajuka asked coldly. Issei responded with a snarl, not my monkeys, not my circus. This earned him glares from the leaders, especially Surzek, Ajuka, and Zeus, who were growing increasingly frustrated with him. Shiva sighed and asked calmly, what will it take for you to help us? I don't know. You had to release Nyx, that's all. But now, your pride and hubris show that you didn't want to release her, Issei replied mockingly. He continued seriously, we wouldn't be in this situation had you accepted my deal before and not tried to control me with your own faction girls, stripping her of what made her who she is. Issei's cold words struck a nerve, and both Zeus and Ajuka gritted their teeth in fury, recalling the trauma they had endured when Issei released Nyx. Shiva couldn't deny Issei's words. Indra was thinking of goading him into helping, but he decided against it. This was their mistake, and they needed to stand down. I see. I guess you are just a coward, like your brother. Ajuka spoke, trying to provoke him. Indra could only think, Moran. Ajuka looked at Issei, wondering what his response would be, only to shrug as he said, I was expecting more from the supposed smartest devil. Issei shot back. Your insults are even worse than I was expecting. Ajuka gritted his teeth in frustration. You should do as we say. Ajuka insisted, as Issei narrowed his eyes. His words confirmed what Malik had said about the leaders. You see, Malik is right about you. You are no different from the old Satan faction, afraid that humanity will see your true face, aren't you? That you are deluded with grandeur, Issei mocked, which annoyed Indra. You don't understand this. Humanity must not know about us, and Issei interrupted, oh, they will. The leaders were shocked. The path you are on, you will do it yourself, and even if you don't, Malik will take care of it. He continued, hardly caring about the supernatural factions. Before me, All I see is an arrogant brat. Issei vanished, a light blade aimed at Ajuka's throat. Latia gasped, hands over her mouth. She hated her uncle but didn't want to see him harmed. Make one move and he dies. The leaders reluctantly stood down. Ajuka tried to remove the blade but was shocked by holy lightning, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Don't move. You know what happens when you don't listen to me, Issei warned. Ajuka clenched his fists in anger, surprising Issei with his newfound durability. So you don't plan to help us? Are you doing this for revenge? Seorg asked, glaring at Issei. He looked down at the disgraced Baal and replied, No, I am not doing this for revenge. They made their choice to reject my help, and now they force me to assist him. Ajuka shouted, Then you should give us the book. Let it be used for something useful. He had reached his limit with Issei. Someone as selfish as you doesn't deserve it. The leaders were taken aback by Ajuka's boldness, fearing he might end up on Issei's hit list. Many believed Ajuka was wrong but stayed silent, knowing what Issei was capable of. Latia was horrified to see her uncle act this way. The Issei she knew had never done anything bad to her, and she began to lose respect for him. Sekiruuyetei shook her head in disappointment, while the other girls, especially Quinella and Charlotte, grew angry. Gondal intervened, stopping them from acting recklessly, convincing them that Issei could handle it. By what right do you demand my book? Issei screamed in fury, his tone draconic. Ajuka stepped back in fear. You think you own me just because I wield a sacred gear? It seems you haven't learned your lesson about provoking a dragon. I should make your punishment even worse. Issei was ready to strike, his eyes glowing green with rage, pupils becoming reptilian. Seorg instinctively backed away in fear. Gondal and Latia were frightened, both girls hesitating to stop Issei. They hugged him from behind, and feeling their presence, he realized it wasn't the time for violence and deactivated the light blade. As he prepared to leave, Gondal followed him. Gondal, where are you going? Odin asked. She replied, I am going with Lord Issei. Someone needs to calm him down. Odin narrowed his eyes. Do you realize he nearly killed Satan Beelzebub? Gondal glared at him. He disgusts me. He had the audacity to force Lord Issei to work for him, even after being warned not to. She began to walk away. And you didn't even try to stop him. You should be ashamed, she added, addressing all the leaders. Shiva and Indra looked down in shame at her words, while Shemhazai, Azazel, and a few others were furious, including Odin, while some remained neutral. Ha! Odin laughed, catching everyone off guard, including Issei. It seems your affection for the red dragon has blinded you, he declared seriously. Henceforth, you are banned from Asgard and may only return when I summon you. Odin's words horrified everyone, especially Gondal, who broke down in tears. She had served Odin diligently, even refusing to join Issei. Issei glared furiously at the Allfather, while Quinella, Charlotte, and Miyuki shared his anger. Latia and Sekiruuyetei also glared at Odin. Gondal declared, In that case, consider this my resignation. She walked away, flipping off the Norse god, which made him angry. Issei chuckled at her defiance before turning his glare back to Odin. You should be grateful that Gondal stopped me, otherwise, Ajuka would have been dead. You really are an idiot, Odin, Issei said, his words igniting fury in the Norse god. Odin gritted his teeth so hard that blood began to seep from the pressure. You truly are a pathetic hypocrite, Odin. As Issei walked away, Ajuka, blinded by rage, unleashed a blast aimed at him. Issei sensed it just in time, but the attack missed and struck Latia Astaroth instead. She was sent flying, leaving everyone horrified as she landed, twitching in pain, her face marked with scars. Latia! Sekiruuyetei screamed, rushing to her side. Latia managed to sit up, her eyes barely open as she spoke weakly. Sekiruuyetei knelt beside her, cradling her head. Latia, are you okay? Issei rushed over, concern etched on his face. Latia nodded, grunting in pain. Gaia! Issei clenched his fists, anger boiling within him, especially as he saw Sekiruuyetei's fury directed at Auka. Sekiruuyetei, take Latia back home. Gondal, use a teleportation circle immediately, that is an order. Gondal activated a magic circle without hesitation, teleporting the group away. Sekiruuyetei hesitated, worried about Issei's next move, but the coldness in his glare made her instinctively back down. Auka would face consequences. Once they teleported out, Issei, Miyuki, Quinella, and Charlotte remained. Auka? What is wrong with you? Serzex shouted at his friend, horrified that Auka had attacked his own niece. Auka stammered, I didn't mean to, but he couldn't finish as Issei dashed forward, grabbing Auka by the throat and slamming him to the ground. Auka coughed as everyone watched in shock. You bstd. You sell your niece and then hurt her. I will make you pay. Issei punched Auka in the chest, causing him to cough up blood. Before Auka could recover, Issei flung him against a nearby wall, where he coughed up even more. Issei was about to approach when he was surrounded by the power of destruction. He turned to see a furious Serzex ready to use Ruin of Extinction, prepared to stop Issei if necessary. I don't think so. Issei countered, breaking through the magic with Divine Dividing. He dashed toward Serzex and unleashed a concentrated blast of dark light. Serzex screamed in pain as he fell to the ground, groaning. The other leaders and Grafia rushed to his side. Issei then turned back to Auka, who tried to shield himself with barriers. Penetrate! Issei's boosted gear called out, shattering the barrier. His fists glowed with holy light as he struck Auka again. Issei didn't stop there. He grabbed Auka by the head and slammed him into the ground repeatedly. He understood Auka's powers, including his Kankara formula, which would give him control over magical and physical abilities. But Issei was relentless, kicking him down until Auka groaned in pain. Then, Issei held the true Longinus in one hand and the Rock of Jerusalem in the other. Balance Breaker, Gates of Babylon. Several portals opened at his command, and chains ensnared Auka. Your time has come, Astaroth. The chains pierced Auka's body, pulling his limbs away and causing him to scream in agony. Issei activated a concentrated light beam, ensuring it was enchanted to prevent Auka from countering. The beam inflicted severe damage, and Auka shouted in pain. Now you shall experience the full power of the juggernaut drive of my Rock of Jerusalem. Issei began to chant, I will tell you of the beginning. Heaven and earth split, nothingness congratulated creation, my sword of rupture cleaved the world. Mortar of the stars, heaven's hell is the eve of creation's celebration. Now you shall die and be silent. Enuma Elish. Issei connected the rock to his spear, generating a beam of orangish-red light aimed at Auka, who screamed as he disintegrated into nothingness. He couldn't fight back, having never truly understood the juggernaut drive's power. Issei took a deep breath, exhausted from the effort. The leaders watched in fear, even Shiva and Indra fell silent. Odin, too, felt a chill, worried that Issei might turn his wrath toward him next. He glanced at Grafia and Falbium, both trembling at what Issei might do next. Falbium was crying due to the loss of his friend. This is your only warning. If I ever see you in my house again, I will kill you. Let me make this clear. Issei declared, earning nods from many fearful leaders. He then teleported away, leaving the faction leaders to mourn their loss. Issei had the power to eliminate them all, but he preferred to let them suffer. He had killed Auka, and now he could take down anyone he desired. He had fulfilled his promise to eliminate the leaders should he choose to do so. Unbeknownst to him, Gabriel had followed him to his residence despite the warning. Scene change. Unknown location, 2 a.m. A blonde woman walked through the hallway, recalling the chaos caused by the Droid faction. She sighed, knowing her faction had refused to join the alliance, primarily due to her race's beliefs. She shared their sentiments, fueled by her hatred for the devil kind, a sentiment that dated back to the Great War. Though they had aided the angels, they withdrew from the conflict upon witnessing the death of the biblical god. We need to prepare ourselves, she murmured as she entered a room, determined to discuss with her peers how they would ready themselves for the impending war. They were on their own and might not survive for much longer. Scene break. Previously, Issei had entered a party alongside Gondal, both watching as the girls went inside, contemplating their dreams. Once inside the mansion, Issei and Gondal sought a moment alone, only to fake it as they prepared to deal with the girls. Issei took on the guise of Malik as he confronted them. Malik ambushed the group, leaving Charlotte with him for a moment together. The others moved to a castle to find a way to communicate with the rest. They soon discovered they were ambushed by Malik again, trapping Mio, Stella, and Iriuka, who learned that Charlotte and Quinella were traitors. They attempted to reason with Malik, revealing the truth about Mio and her family, but he remained indifferent, deciding to turn them into puppets despite their pleas. Eventually, Claire was brought in by Gondal and Miyuki, chained and unable to escape. Issei chose to reveal himself, mocking Claire for her helplessness. The last thing she saw was Issei turning her and his ally, commanding the rest of the girls to return to their positions. When the girls emerged, their personalities had been completely altered, and they expressed a longing to see the factions fall into despair. One by one, they shared their dreams with the elders, who dismissed Miyuki's dream, prompting Issei to intervene and remind them that crossing him was a mistake. As tensions escalated, Malik appeared, criticizing their failures and blaming Sona and Rias for the chaos. He then caused an explosion that led to the destruction of Kuo Academy, resulting in the deaths of anyone who had tormented Issei Hayato, including teachers and the director. This devastation struck fear into the leaders, with Valerie realizing that Issei had targeted Kuo as a symbol of the faction's power. Eventually, the faction leaders demanded Issei's assistance. Ajuka made the mistake of taunting him, nearly facing death at Issei's hands until Gondal intervened. Odin, angered, kicked her out, while Issei called the All-Father an idiot. Ajuka attempted to fight but was quickly overwhelmed, and Surzex also faced humiliation. The situation spiraled out of control when Latia was injured, and Ajuka was killed, leaving everyone horrified. Issei warned them they would meet the same fate as Ajuka before teleporting back home. Meanwhile, the blonde woman continued to discuss strategies with her peers regarding the Droid faction. In Kuo Academy, Malik watched the fireworks alongside Nyx, Mocha Yura, Mocha Omok, Artemis, Elizabeth, and Grievous. Malik then spoke with a smile. This is appealing. He earned nods from Grievous, who added, I was wrong to judge this plan of our Lord. The fireworks are more marvelous than going and slaying those humans personally. They all watched as a symbol fell from the sky. So the ones that hurt Ikuin are dead? Mocha Omok asked her sister, who nodded in response. They will never hurt him again, that is for sure. No human can survive that blast this close, and from what I have heard, the humans affiliated with the supernatural were also dealt with by suppressing their powers, Mocha Yura explained. Indeed, that Auka was part of that organization Lavinia was involved with, right? What was it called? Artemis wondered aloud. Grauzauberer, Malik replied, making Artemis grimace. And to think that a woman like her was part of such a prestigious organization. But they are now suffering, aren't they? Indeed. They first kicked her out when the video was circulated to the whole world, Malik continued. This would have been a big blow to Lavinia, but unfortunately, she is still asleep, in her coma that Issei induced. Malik then turned to Elizabeth, who was focused on destroying heaven. So when does the fall of heaven begin? Soon. Speaking of which, Gabriel was pretty close to you, right? Malik asked. Elizabeth nodded. Then I believe she would be influenced by the dark light inside of you. Since it was composed of the nails and the original dark light, she would be slowly and steadily corrupted, not knowing what was happening to her until it was too late. Even then, it wouldn't matter, since she would keep her mouth shut due to the hallucinations induced by Issei. Her helping us would actually benefit us, and she can't harm our operations even if she wanted to, Nyx added. As they watched the fireworks slow down, Kuo Academy became nothing but history. Meanwhile, Issei teleported back to the residence, greeted by Sekiruuyetei and Gondal, both happy to see him. Issei asked, How is she? Sekiruuyetei shook her head. Her injuries are recovering steadily. But she is crying. Her own uncle nearly killed her out of rage. The truth broke her completely. Issei nodded and headed inside. Sekiruuyetei called out, "Wait." He turned to see the despair on her face. "Please, help her." As Issei entered, the girls looked at him in awe. Gondal contemplated whether now was the right time to talk to him about her feelings. Inner Gondal was planning to join Issei and take revenge on Odin for what he had done to her. She was grateful that Issei stood up for her, despite her past as a spy for him during his assault on Asgard. She had served Odin diligently for decades, believing he was in the right, but now her feelings had changed. As Issei reached inside, he saw Latia looking at him in surprise. "Issei?" she asked, her eyes scanning his intentions. "What brings you here?" Issei sat beside her. "How are you doing?" "Fine," Latia replied, but Issei could see her heartache. "So is my uncle?" "Dead. I personally killed him," Issei said. Latia widened her eyes and looked away. "I see. Do you hate me, Latia?" Issei asked. Latia shook her head. "I do not. My uncle brought this on himself. You warned them multiple times, and yet they did not listen. They took you for granted." Issei understood her sadness. "Don't get me wrong, I am sad for his death. He loved me like his own, but recent events changed him. Malik's intentions aren't wrong, but his methods will just exterminate the supernatural, even innocence. I find it just wrong." Tears began to form in Latia's eyes. "But even then, no one came for me. When I was engaged to you, I hated that my uncle compromised me to you. He did not even come for me or Sekiruuyetei. When I first knew you, I feared what you would do to us, given your hatred for us. You might hurt or kill us." Issei shook his head in disbelief. "Latia, you know I am not that type of person, right?" "I know it. But back then, the only thing I knew was your hatred for us," she replied, sniffling. "We were afraid of what you would do to us, especially since we were told this just a day before the engagement." "Wait, so you two were unaware?" Issei asked. Latia nodded. "Neither me nor Sekiruuyetei knew about this. I was not an avid believer of the rumors, but your attitude scared me." Issei wanted to comfort her but decided to give her space, feeling anger that the girls had been kept in the dark about their engagement. Even Rias had a few years before she was officially engaged to Riser. Issei then spoke. "I see, so what will you do now?" Latia shook her head as she replied, "I am not going to lie, I would rather stay here than go to the underworld. However, I will visit my uncle one last time to pay my respects for what he has done for me. After that, I am never going back." "I see," Issei responded. He then stood up and said, "Take some rest, you have been through a lot recently. I will take my leave." Just as Issei was about to head for the door, Latia grabbed his hand, surprising him. He turned around to see a subtle blush on her face as she spoke softly, "Don't go. Please." Issei sat down next to her and asked, "What happened? Can you stay here with me for a while?" Issei smiled and replied, "Sure. If that's what you want." Issei was walking across the fields when he saw Malik surrounded by the burning remains of Grigori. He and Nyx stood side by side, looking at a screen. A book appeared, showing Issei in his strongest red dragon armor. Daiharu was seen with a sinister smirk, with Rias standing next to him. Asia and the other girls were fighting against Malik, using magic. Auka walked through a puddle, while the ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team Slashdog were shown, all under the glare of angry eyes. Issei looked at the book, remembering his past and envisioning the factions falling apart. Invild gazed at a figurine of Dai, crushing it with tears in her eyes and anger on her face. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal watched their factions with disdain. Invild closed her eyes, looking at Dai with determination. Miyuki gritted her teeth, remembering her sisters. Issei was on his knees, haunted by his past, as a family photo appeared, slashed through the middle, symbolizing his separation from them. He looked at Surzex, both radiating their aura. After leaving Latia, who had fallen asleep, Issei headed outside, where Sekiruuyetei asked, "How is she?" Issei replied, "She is sleeping well, Tomorrow will be a big day after all. Sekiruuyetei nodded. To her and most of the other girls, Issei being part of their lives was a blessing. She then asked, "Did you kill Lord Beelzebub?" Issei nodded, causing her to gulp in fear. "I can sense your fear." In a flash, Issei dashed toward her, stopping just a few millimeters away. Rather than blush, Sekiruuyetei felt fear as she closed her eyes, bracing herself. However, she felt a hand on her shoulder and opened her eyes to see Issei. "Hey, you don't have to fear me, Sekiruuyetei. I am not someone who will hurt you." Sekiruuyetei nodded, and Issei continued, "Well, let's relax tomorrow. Once Latia comes back from her funeral, we can do something." "Wait, Latia is visiting the underworld for his funeral, after everything that has happened?" Sekiruuyetei, surprised. Issei shrugged and responded, "Yep." Sekiruuyetei sighed, knowing how close Latia and Ajuka were. This crisis had revealed her uncle's true personality. "Well, I will probably accompany her." She then added, "But I think I should go for some rest. This has been a stressful day." Issei nodded as Sekiruuyetei walked away, turning back to say, "Thank you, Issei, for tolerating us." She spoke with a blush before leaving. "That's a first," Issei said, surprised, before sensing a familiar presence he did not like. "But before that, let me deal with her." Issei glared at the bush and commanded, "Come out, Gabriel. I know you are there." Gabriel sheepishly emerged, looking fearful. Issei approached her with dark light in hand, surprised by what he saw next. Her eye color was different, amethyst, just like dark light. "How can this be?" Issei thought, feeling a mix of surprise and anger. He realized he had not put dark light on her, unlike Elizabeth. This meant only one thing. I believe the dark light must be leaking. Since Elizabeth was close to Gabriel and given her current state, it makes sense that she would be affected. Issei widened his eyes in shock, not expecting this development. Does this mean? Everything makes sense now. Her finding the Mocha twins and even following me here when no leader dared. She is similar to Elizabeth. Issei thought to Droid, realizing she was now a sleeper agent, a potential puppet. "You should talk to Elizabeth about this. You may need to alter dark light's properties a little to prevent its leakage," Droid advised. Issei clenched his fist at Droid's words, not out of anger but concern for an ally in potential danger. "So what do you want, Gabriel?" Gabriel bowed and said, "I am your new ally in this war, and I want to destroy the Angel faction." Issei understood one thing. Unlike most of his usual sleeper agents, he doubted she had an inner version like many others did. "And why should I trust you?" Issei asked, generating a light blade. He was aware that angels could be as untrustworthy as devils. Scanning her, he noted that dark light seemed to warp minds, leading him to believe it had influenced her decisions. He aimed the dark light blade at her throat, prepared to eliminate another leader if necessary. Gabriel shivered in fear at the sight of the blade. Like many, she feared death, especially when it seemed meaningless. Please, Jay, just need to talk." Issei studied her, sensing no deception, and lowered his blade. He recalled her odd behavior since she had reunited him with the Mocha twins, the only people he truly cared for. "So what do you want?" he asked. "I longing to help you take down the Heaven faction, Lord Issei," Gabriel replied, bowing before him. Issei sighed and commanded, "Get up." She stood, and he continued coldly, "How do you plan on achieving that?" "I have upper-level clearance into the sacred gear system, along with detailed plans on the Heaven system, including a self-destruct feature that will completely destroy Heaven, leaving no trace," Gabriel explained seriously. Issei nodded, listening intently as she added, "My clearance is equivalent to that of Archangel Michael or any of the other seraphs. I can help you infiltrate Heaven without issue and assist with its downfall whenever you need." "Very well. Good grief. Today is quite a day." Issei muttered, loud enough for only Droid to hear. Droid asked, "So what do you think of her?" Issei sighed, "I'm really not in the mood to deal with her, so I'll probably ask Elizabeth to handle it." "You might need to do something to appease her. You know she doesn't like the Heaven faction, right?" Droid teased, causing Issei to groan internally. Either way, Go back to heaven, Gabriel. That is my order. Report everything to Elizabeth. I'll inform her of the situation, Issei commanded tiredly. Gabriel nodded and teleported away. Issei headed to his room thinking, I should probably sleep. Nyx should be in bed right now. Upon entering, he found Nyx, Charlotte, and Quinella asleep in their room. They were all comfortably dressed, and he noticed they had left a spot for him. As he lay down, the girls cuddled up to him, and he embraced them, feeling content. I will be by your side for all eternity, and I will love the three of you forever. That is my promise, he whispered, and the girls smiled, sensing his warmth. Scene change. The next day, in Astaroth territory at 9:30 a.m., a funeral had taken place for the fallen Satan. Some mourned his death, while others remained silent. Many believed Issei was an unstoppable force, a death god whose motives were unclear. Latia appeared to grieve, despite her complicated feelings toward him. Next to her stood Issei, cloaked in a black robe to conceal his presence. Sekiruuyetei was beside Latia, looking at her friend with concern. Hey! Latia said, turning to Sekiruuyetei and Issei. Sekiruuyetei asked, Is something wrong? Latia replied, Thank you for coming even when you didn't want to. It's all right, we girls need to stick together, right Latia? Sekiruuyetei smiled. Issei added, Besides, I don't trust Zeus. He was ready to kill me when I was just trying to keep my promise. Latia blushed and looked around as Ajuka's casket was closed, preparing for burial. Sniffling, she and the others were about to leave when a voice called out, Why are you even here, Latia? The trio turned to see a furious Zeus, grief-stricken yet enraged. You are with that monster, and you have the audacity to show up here, he exclaimed. Issei was ready to confront the prideful Satan, but Sekiruuyetei stopped him. We're here because Latia wanted to pay her respects to her uncle. Who are you to tell us whether we should visit or not? She retorted. Zeus clenched his fists in fury. If anything, he is responsible for us being engaged to that monster. You should know that, right, Lord Lucifer? Despite his anger, Zeus had not fully recovered from Issei's previous attack, evident in the wounds covering his body. Before he could act, Graphia pulled him away, and he reluctantly followed her. Sekiruuyetei sighed and asked, You okay? Latia nodded and Issei said, Let's head back. I believe the funeral is over, and with Zeus's attitude, I don't think you should be here. Latia agreed, and as Issei prepared to open a portal, a voice called out, Lady Astaroth. Lady Agars. The two girls turned to see a low-class devil approaching them. He didn't seem threatening. What do you want? Latia asked coldly. The devil gulped and replied, I request you to send a message to the Red Dragon Issei Haidu from the Honorable Council of Elders. Issei thought to himself, Honorable my butt. Prideful, arrogant individuals. Latia then asked, What is it? The devil continued, they longing a meeting with Lord Issei as soon as possible to prevent him from retaliating against the devils for what Lord Astaroth has done. Sekiruuyetei interjected, But isn't he Lord Beelzebub? The devil shook his head and said, He has been stripped of his title. He will henceforth be called Ajuka Astaroth. The devil spoke sadly, and Issei sighed, understanding why Zeus was so furious. The grief of losing his friend, combined with this situation, had made him unstable. We will let him know, but tell them it is uncertain whether he will accept. The devil nodded and left the room. Issei decided to head back home with Latia and Sekiruuyetei. Latia teleported them back, and they all chose to relax for the time being while Issei contemplated the invitation. Scene change. At Malik's base, 11 a.m., Issei and Elizabeth were conversing about the events of the previous day. Elizabeth exclaimed in surprise, Wait, Gabriel is a dark angel? Issei nodded. Indeed, the dark light that emanated from your body reached her, and combined with her current mental state, she was an easy target. He sighed, I'm just glad nothing happened to you. Elizabeth blushed, and Issei felt reassured that she was a valuable ally, unlike Yasaka or Asia. Elizabeth shook her head and asked, So I am now her babysitter? Issei chuckled, Yep. Elizabeth sighed. Either way, I should apologize. I just learned about this yesterday when I used dark light on her. It reacted with the dark light in her body. No need to apologize, you were unaware of this, right? Elizabeth smiled. Issei nodded. Then I don't mind, and besides, I'm glad that the one who was my superior will now be listening to my orders. Elizabeth looked at Issei and asked, but is there a way to prevent this from happening to anyone else? I don't want to turn any of those hypocrites to our cause. Issei approached her and said, I will alter the dark light in your body to ensure it does not leak. I will need to place my palm on your head, I hope you don't mind. Elizabeth nodded, and as Issei touched her head, she became flustered, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. As he altered her dark light, she let out a small sound of surprise. Issei felt a bit uncomfortable but focused on completing the task quickly. And done, he said, removing his hand. Elizabeth composed herself and said, Thank you, Lord Issei. She teleported back to heaven to give orders to Gabriel. Issei's expression turned serious. I'm going to need a much stronger attack force later on, he thought, considering the creation of a superior version of the B-2 super battle droids and perhaps a new general one day. Scene change. At the Hyadu residence, 12:30 p.m., Issei teleported back home and walked through the rooms. Suddenly, he was pulled into a room. He looked at the person who had dragged him in. Hello, Issei, Nix greeted cheerfully. He noticed a special cupcake beside him. Is this for me? Issei asked in surprise. Nix nodded, wrapping her arms around him. As the chapter concluded, Issei felt a sense of warmth and happiness from Nix's thoughtful gesture. He had the cake, and they both shared a moment together. Issei then headed to Athena's room and asked if she was free. They discussed their feelings for each other, and Issei noted how different she was from Zeus, which made Athena happy. She was relieved that Issei no longer looked down on or hated her. Meanwhile, Malik finished training La Folia and let her rest for the day. As he walked away, he encountered Artemis, who wondered if Issei would ever care for her or love her. Malik pressed her about her feelings and suggested she confess to Issei before it was too late. Artemis pondered when she could confess. Malik recalled Issei asking him for a new general, and he had an idea that Issei would surely like. The fall of the factions would be slow and steady. Issei and Athena then headed to Canada for some time together, where they learned more about each other. Issei discovered that Athena had always tried to please others, and she begged him not to leave her, which made him angry, not at her, but at Zeus for what he had done. Athena fell asleep on his lap for a while, and then they enjoyed some fun together. She asked to sing, and Issei happily joined her. They had a wonderful time before returning, as others began to wake up for the day. A few days later, at the Hyadu residence, a blonde girl with amethyst eyes was running away, desperately trying to escape. Morana Sharatova, a stunning beauty, was fleeing from 2BX series commando droids. She recalled Seraph Gabriel's words about causing the fall of heaven and felt betrayed that someone she admired had turned against her. I can't believe Lady Gabriel lied to us, she murmured, realizing she needed to escape before anyone else found out. As she searched for a way out, she heard clanging and hid behind the couch. You should have kept quiet, one of the droids mocked as they scanned the area. Morana spotted a window and decided she needed a distraction. She threw a nearby ball in the opposite direction, and the droids rushed after it. Seizing the opportunity, she jumped out of the window, successfully escaping. Morana knew she had to get away, still having enough strength to teleport back to heaven. Just as she prepared to teleport, she heard someone call her name. Hey, where are you going? Turning around, she saw Issei and Elizabeth. Issei wore a casual blue jacket and red shirt, while Elizabeth looked lovely in a pink frock. What? Gabriel? Morana started, but Issei and Elizabeth could tell something was wrong. Elizabeth feigned concern, asking, What happened to Lady Gabriel? Morana hesitated, not wanting to ruin their mood. Where did the two of you go? She asked. Oh, we just went out for a bit, Issei replied with a smile. Elizabeth blushed slightly, and Morana noted that they seemed to have enjoyed their outing. Gabriel is working with the droid faction. Morana finally revealed. Elizabeth feigned shock, while Issei narrowed his eyes, masking his true feelings about Gabriel's actions. Before Issei could respond, Elizabeth knocked Morana out with a swift chop to her neck. Morana slumped to the ground, shock on her face. "You should be happy that Lord Issei has a reason to keep you alive," Elizabeth said coldly. Issei approached her, looking serious. "Was knocking her out necessary?" Elizabeth replied, "I believe she could be a potential issue for our plans. She's still loyal to the angels." "I see." Issei nodded, just as Gabriel emerged with the two BX commando droids. "I was going to eliminate the plans before we had gotten Morana to our side." Issei shook his head when Gabriel spoke those words. He responded, "This was risky. The evidence you were holding should have been disposed of immediately. It was a good thing we just came back, otherwise, your actions would have jeopardized everything. And we would have had to deal with it immediately," Issei spoke coldly. Gabriel gritted her teeth in frustration. "I should have dealt with her and brought her to our side." Elizabeth shook her head and replied seriously, "This isn't a game. It's better that you don't make the same mistake twice." Gabriel nodded, determined not to repeat her error. One of the commando droids spoke up, "Supreme Leader, you should either bring her to our side, turn her into a sleeper agent, or eliminate her. She cannot remain alive, or the factions will learn about this." Issei responded seriously, "I will handle her accordingly." His tone shifted to a mocking one. "After all, she is one of the few I was engaged to." He summoned Alpheka Tyrant and threw a nail into her neck. Moments later, he entered Morana's consciousness to persuade her to join them, knowing she would be instrumental. In the fall of heaven alongside Gabriel and Elizabeth, Issei walked across the fields, with Malik surrounded by the burning remains of Grigori. Issei and Nix stood side by side, watching a screen. A book appeared, showing Issei in his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Hyudu smirked sinisterly, with Rias beside him. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik, using magic. Auka walked through a puddle looking up. The ORC, Student Council, Valid Team, and Team Slashdog were all present, their angry eyes glaring at them. Issei gazed at the book, recalling his past and envisioning the factions falling apart. Ingvild crushed a figurine of Dai, tears streaming down her face, anger etched on her features. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes and looked at Dai with determination. Miyuki gritted her teeth, remembering her sisters. Issei knelt, haunted by his past, as a family photo with a slash across it appeared. He felt the separation from his family and exchanged a look with Surzex, both radiating their auras. Inside Morana's mindscape, at 10 a.m., Issei reached the blonde girl's inner self and saw her chained to the ground, looking away. He lightly tapped her face. "Oh, I am here!" Issei exclaimed, gaining her attention. She was surprised to see him. What happened?" Morana asked, looking around. "Are we in?" Issei interrupted her. "Your mindscape, yes, we are here." Morana was astonished. She had never seen her mindscape before. Unlike many, she had never experienced this due to the overwhelming emotions from Issei's presence. "This is the first time I am seeing this," she said in awe. "Can I ask you something?" Issei inquired. "Go ahead. You are my fiancé, after all." Morana replied, her tone slightly sad. Issei shook his head. "No, I don't want to force anything on you. We never really talked before." Morana nodded, encouraging him to continue. "Why do you support the Angel faction so much? Why are you still loyal to them after what they did to you?" Issei asked. She looked down, and he took a seat opposite her, only a few inches apart. "They are the only thing I had. Both of my parents were exorcists, and they died defending Seraph Gabriel. All my life, I was taught that serving God was the most important thing. That was how I was raised." Issei Haidu. Morana spoke, her gaze lowered. Doubt began to creep in about the Heaven faction, especially after her engagement to Issei. Initially angry, she now felt happiness at being engaged to the supposed true hero of the factions. "I see. So aside from that, you never had any other dreams?" Issei asked. Morana looked down again. I always wanted to be a chemical scientist, someone who would help others in the future, but my parents never appreciated that dream, she said sadly. Well, I forgot about it a long time ago. Issei sighed, finding her story relatable to many children in the human world who faced similar pressures from their parents. So, tell me, will you work for those people who abandoned you? Michael never even came to visit you. Issei pressed. Morana agreed, guilt and fear evident in her expression. Issei sighed again. Look, Morana, I'll get to the point. Since you know what I went through, you have a choice. Are you going to serve the people who look down on humanity, or will you follow your dreams? Morana considered his words. She did not want to serve Michael or Gabriel after learning the truth about them. I'm not so sure. Gabriel betrayed me and decided to join the Droid faction. Tears fell from her eyes as she looked down. Issei spoke gently. Have you ever wondered why? Morana looked surprised, her eyes still teary. She shook her head, because she saw how far the supernatural had fallen. Many others have decided to join the Droid faction for that reason. Think, Morana. They have seen the supernatural for what it is. Humanity has often been used for their own ends or looked down upon and discarded. Worst of all, they don't even know that there are more supernatural beings around them than they realize. Many humans have fallen prey to their schemes, some have even died, myself included. Just imagine how many must have died for choosing to free themselves from the influence of the supernatural. How many have chosen or been forced to join them? Issei spoke coldly, a smirk on her face as Morana began to understand the truth. She realized that her life had no meaning. She was just a soldier bred to serve in a war that no one would ever truly know about, with all credit going to the angels. Ever wondered why I was looked down upon and hated? It was because I never had the power to serve them or solve their problems. Issei emphasized, there, and Morana felt a pang of sadness. Now, they expect me to help them, despite everything they have put me through. They believe I am entitled to help them just because I am the Red Dragon Emperor and a former human being. I see. But even then, what the Droid faction is doing is mass genocide. I can't let that happen, Issei. Issei sighed, knowing that most people clung to their humanity, which she felt held her back. Then tell me, the supernatural don't care about us. They live in the underworld, controlling most of the human world, while we humans work as their underdogs. They live a life of luxury and still look down upon us. Ask yourself this. Hypothetically, if a regular human asked a high-class devil out, what would their response be? Morana wondered what Issei meant and asked, will she turn him down? Issei chuckled. Oh no. He will insult him or her in the worst way possible, but will also admonish him to the point of no return. It is not because they hate him. For most of the supernatural, humanity is nothing but a toy they can manipulate when they see fit. They will use you and discard you when they no longer find you useful. This is why I hate the supernatural, Morana. They use humans like you as pawns and make you fight their battles. Issei continued, making Morana realize her true role. Even God and angels are no different. After all, Lucifer Morningstar started off as an angel, right? Morana clenched her fists in anger as Issei asked, so do you still wish to be part of the angels who will discard and eliminate you when they have no use for you? Or do you want to be part of a faction where you will fight for what you believe is right? Morana looked at Issei and replied, I am in. But how will I join the Droid faction? Issei smiled. What if I told you that the one you were talking to was the supreme leader of the Droid faction? No way. Morana gasped. You are the supreme leader, not Malik? Close, he is actually a clone of me, but to me, he is more family than my actual family. I am the one who calls the shots in the Droid faction. So what do you say, Morana? Think about it. Issei stood up, leaving Morana deep in thought. Even if you did tell the factions about us, think, Morana. Do you really think they will be able to stop us? As we speak, 2 factions have already fallen. Many more will fall soon. Issei continued. Even your friend is one of us. Elizabeth? Morana asked, and Issei nodded. She couldn't take the fact that she was nothing but a pawn and was devastated. Even as a spy, She hates being near Michael and his angel factions. I was able to convince her with the promise of causing the fall of heaven. Morana was almost convinced to join Issei. She has been doing this for months, and while it is slow, the fear on the factions is satisfying to me. Seeing them suffer is something I will always enjoy. So, Morana, make your choice. You can either join me willingly or become a sleeper agent. I accept this. If Elizabeth also thinks this is worth the effort, then I am joining you, Morana declared, but Issei shook his head. Look, Morana, you don't have to do this just because Elizabeth wants to. Morana interrupted, I am willing to do this for myself. Besides, I am engaged to you, and I shall follow you. It is how I was raised, to fight for what I believe is right. My parents were naive to follow and die for the angels. That is why I wish to join a faction that desires to show the reality of the world, to reveal what the supernatural truly is. I want to see a world where humanity is no longer looked down upon, not ever again. Issei nodded, turning around. Elizabeth will be really happy to work with you again. Morana beamed at this, and they exited the mindscape, the whole space whitening out. Scene change. Morana woke up to see Issei, Elizabeth, Gabriel, and the two BX commando droids looking at her. Issei announced, she is one of us. Elizabeth beamed and hugged Morana, rubbing her cheeks close to her. The Elizabeth. Please, this is embarrassing. Morana said, flustered. The moment lingered, filled with warmth and newfound resolve. Issei couldn't help but smile at the scene before him. As Elizabeth pouted and pushed away, he chuckled, but his expression quickly turned serious. Either way, you know the three of you will be in charge of infiltrating heaven. He looked at the three girls, who now wore serious expressions. You will pave the way for the droid faction to enter and dismantle every last location in heaven. Make sure nothing stands in the way when this happens. But what about the deceased souls? Gabriel asked, concern evident in her voice. They will all end up in purgatory, the true afterlife. It's a special dimension where souls that are seemingly destroyed go, Issei replied, his tone grave. Those human souls will be truly free from the influence of any supernatural forces. He was aware that there were two purgatories, but the one from which Chow Chow and Layden entered was not the same. The purgatory that nearly claimed Issei's life was considered the true one. I see. So the purgatory that my father created? Gabriel inquired. Issei shook his head. I doubt that is even the real purgatory. I call it purgatory because that's where souls are supposed to go. I don't know who made it, but I theorize that whoever did ensured it was inescapable. So, Father mimicked whoever created this? Gabriel asked neutrally. Issei nodded. I believe so. Does this answer your questions? He asked, and the girls nodded. I think you should leave. A prolonged absence could cause problems, and I don't want that. As you wish, Lord Issei. The three girls teleported away, leaving Issei alone in his room. He turned to his research on dismantling the crescent circle gauntlets when Crom spoke up. So, how much progress have you made? I believe soon you will be able to breathe free air. As long as you don't cause any problems in the human world, you should be all right. You can do whatever you want, Issei replied. I will roam the world. I always wanted to see what changes happened while I was trapped here. After that, I will join you. Issei smiled at the response as he continued to work. Moments later, a magic circle of Norse origin opened, and Issei tensed, surprised to see Gondal. Oh, Gondal, what brings you here? Issei asked. I believe she wants to speak to you. Gondal replied. Issei's eyes widened, then he sighed. So she has finally decided to join, huh? Gondal nodded, curious about Issei's next move as he approached her and entered her mindscape to talk. Scene change. In Gondal's mindscape, Issei found her face devoid of light, her cheeks stained with tears. She seemed lost, trapped in a catatonic state. Issei's anger surged at what Odin had done to her. He couldn't believe how she had been broken after serving him faithfully. I guess you are no better than Zeus, huh, Odin? Issei thought angrily, vowing to make the Norse Allfather pay. Hello, Gondal? Issei said softly. Her eyes flickered, and she managed a weak smile, tears streaming down her face. Lord Issei. Issei removed the chains binding her, but she fell to the ground, lacking the strength to move. He crouched beside her. Why didn't you come to me earlier? Like Artemis and Elizabeth did. He remembered how devastated they were, which motivated him to confront the Heaven faction sooner. But Gondal remained silent. Issei understood that Odin's betrayal had shattered her spirit. I see. So you have no purpose, huh? Gondal nodded, tears flowing. I served Odin with all my being, all my life. I entrusted Rosweiss to him, believing she would be safe. Even after joining you, I still had faith in him. And now he did this. I don't know what I will do now. Issei felt a deep empathy for her. She had been the most loyal of his allies, and now she felt lost. Sitting opposite her, he crossed his legs and pulled Gondal close. How about I give you a purpose? Her eyes widened, curiosity piqued. You can fight for me. And unlike Odin, I won't betray you when I see fit, Issei said, maintaining a neutral tone but with a genuine smile. But how can I trust you? She asked. I honestly don't know how you can gain my trust, Issei admitted, causing her to look down. But so far, I haven't betrayed you. I defended your honor when they insulted you, right? Gondal looked at him and nodded, a flicker of light returning to her eyes. You see, Odin abandoned you because you chose me. Issei spoke with a hint of sadness, blaming Odin for what had happened to her. He felt that Odin needed to answer for his actions, and he was determined to make him pay. Gondal nodded sadly as Issei continued, Then live for my sake. You can avenge your honor for what Odin did to you. Do you want to take him down? Gondal hesitated, unsure of her feelings. I honestly don't know. I would want to serve you, but I doubt Odin's death would change much, she replied, her tone heavy with sorrow. Issei understood that she was still deeply affected by Odin's betrayal, a scar on her heart that might never heal without help. He was ready to support her. She didn't deserve this. Unlike many from the Norse faction, Gondal had never looked down on him, but Issei feared that any interaction could be misinterpreted. With Rosweiss and Dai influencing her, she could easily turn against him like others had. Yet, Gondal was perceptive. She didn't immediately hate him as many did. Issei wondered what might have happened if he had chosen to interact with her sooner. I don't know much about your past, but you need a purpose to fight for, Gondal. How about I give you one? You can fight and live for me. You are a valuable member of the Droid faction, after all. I assure you, you will never be left behind, Issei said with a genuine smile. The light in Gondal's eyes began to brighten. I know how it feels to be betrayed. I've experienced it too, the one you look up to turns their back on you. It's happened to me repeatedly, and it shaped who I am today, Issei continued with a sigh. Gondal looked away, recalling his struggles. I once spoke with Rizavim Levon Lucifer during my final battle with him. He called me an idiot for serving factions that hated me. And he was right. I was an idiot to serve them. You talked to him? Gondal asked, surprised. Issei nodded. For once, he didn't try to manipulate me. I served them without expecting anything in return, but my brother stole everything I achieved, and they hated me for it. Rizavim was right, I should have listened to him. I still saved the factions, but all my accomplishments were taken from me. I was a fool to think things would improve if I kept helping them. I hoped the factions would respect me or at least stop looking down on me. But that will never happen. I fought for them and they did this to me. That's when I decided I was done fighting for them. They needed to be eliminated for what they are. They showed me their true selves. Issei continued, and Gondal listened intently. People may call me twisted or even a monster for letting innocents suffer, but none of the supernatural are innocent. They all contribute to the cesspool that is the supernatural world. This needs to change, and I will make them pay for their actions. They only see humanity as tools for their wars, and that's why I'm destroying them. They are weeds that have no place in my new world. Issei declared, and Gondal began to understand. He was the true savior of this world, just as Odin would betray her like Zeus betrayed Artemis. So, Gondal, what do you think of Odin now? You've seen his true face, haven't you? Gondal nodded, clenching her fists in fury. Odin would pay for what he had done to her after eons of service. She would never forgive him. I want to join you willingly. I want to show Odin his biggest mistake was abandoning me. You've opened my eyes to what I refused to see for so long. I wish to join the Droid faction and devote myself to you, Lord Issei Haidu. Gondal declared, bowing deeply. Issei smiled and welcomed her to the Droid faction. As he removed the holy nails from her body, she willingly joined him, just like others before her. The last thing Issei saw was Gondal smiling with gratitude, tears of joy in her eyes. She had found a new purpose in life. Thank you for this, Lord Issei. Scene change. Haidu residence, 1:30 p.m. Gondal groggily rubbed her eyes and looked around, spotting Issei. How are you feeling? He asked with a smile. Instead of answering, she hugged him tightly, surprising him. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a purpose. Please don't abandon me, she exclaimed, her eyes shining with hope as she looked up at him. Issei was left stunned but quickly recovered, speaking with a slightly flustered look. Well, you can release me now. Gondal released him with a smile, her tone shifting to one of determination. I won't disappoint you. Although I can't help you with getting information on Norse mythology. Oh, there are other ways you can help. Now that you are no longer part of Odin's Valkyries, you can train the sleeper agents in magic. They need to be battle-ready. Gondal nodded. Issei continued, so what do you think? I can do that. And I will be your weapon, Volander, remember? Gondal smiled. Of course, your power will come in handy during our future invasion and the fall of the Norse faction. I see. But Lord Issei, can I make a request? Issei seemed surprised. What? I want to personally make Rosweiss my sleeper agent instead of Quinella. She will be under me and don't deny it, all right? Issei considered her for a moment and replied, very well, I will talk to Quinella and Charlotte and get back to you. Now, I think you should head back to train the sleeper agents. Understood. Gondal teleported away, leaving Issei alone. He muttered, your grandmother is really a loyal person, Rosweiss. It's a shame she will now be your biggest enemy. Issei got up and left the room, entering his personal space where he found Quinella and Charlotte waiting for him. Their expressions were intense. So, can you tell us where you have been? Quinella asked, and Issei felt a knot in his stomach as Charlotte added, and why do I smell the scent of another woman? Issei was baffled. Does she have the nose of a bloodhound? Droid chuckled in his mind. I pray for your survival tonight. And if you can't make it, I will call a coffin service. Issei glared at his friend, mentally sighing as he prepared for the next few hours. The girls marched closer, and he flinched as they stood just inches away, a dark aura surrounding them. Hopefully, an explanation will fix things. Issei sighed and began, allow me to explain. He detailed the situation, mentioning Gondal's official joining and their conversation in her mindscape. And she hugged me out of gratitude, that's all. As he spoke, he noticed the dark aura among the girls begin to calm. Quinella sighed, look, we don't mind you attracting other girls. But at least let us know. Issei nodded. I know. How about this? Once this war with heaven is over, we should do something to commemorate our relationship. The girl's expressions softened in surprise. Issei leaned closer to Quinella, whispering something that made her blush immensely. Quinella exclaimed, momentarily lost in a daze before asking in a low tone, you mean it? Issei nodded and Charlotte asked, what did he say? Well, Quinella tried to suppress her blush as she whispered to Charlotte, who also turned red. She looked at Issei with a flustered expression as he grinned. Oh, and do tell Nix about it. This will be something you girls will enjoy, that is a promise. Issei walked away, leaving the girls in a flustered state, their mouths agape as steam seemed to rise from their ears. Once outside, he sighed in relief, feeling optimistic about the night ahead after the war with heaven. Scene change. Malik's base, 8:30 p.m. Issei finished his work and headed outside, knowing his new general would awaken soon. He was greeted by the rest of his allies. The only ones absent were Elizabeth, Gabriel, and Morana, who were spying on the angels in preparation for Issei's arrival, along with the sleeper agents in their respective positions. So, what is the plan? Malik asked as Issei activated a magic circle. Most of you will begin the attack on the Vatican. Artemis, Gondal, Quinella, Charlotte, and Miyuki will be under a disguised form. But how will we achieve a disguised form? There will be people guarding the Vatican. Miyuki questioned. Issei activated Innovate Clear. Once my sacred gear is activated, the Vatican soldiers will see most of you as a special kind of droid attacking them, so you needn't worry. Malik, you will be in charge of this. He handed the gauntlet to Malik, who replied, I won't disappoint you. Issei smiled. I know you won't. And speaking of which, where is the new general who will assist us in the attack? He should be coming out very soon. As Issei spoke, the door opened, revealing a figure emerging from the shadows. A blade ignited in front of them, accompanied by heavy breathing. The lights illuminated the figure, revealing a towering, black-clad armored man standing in the distance. He had the mask of a samurai, adorned with various facial expressions, and a silver chest plate with a striped appearance. Several buttons were positioned below his chest plate, and his boots were crafted from an unknown material. I believe it is time for my debut. The man spoke in a raspy, metallic voice, his presence sending shivers down the spines of Artemis, Charlotte, Ingvild, and Valerie. Gondal and Quinella appeared nervous, while Malik, Grievous, Miyuki, and several others remained on guard. Indeed it is Vader. Issei remarked with a smirk, seemingly unaffected by the imposing figure. Vader adjusted his suit to halt his heavy breathing, prompting a collective sigh of relief from those present. So what is your command, Lord Issei? Vader bowed coldly. Rise, Vader. Issei commanded. He then continued seriously, you will need to eliminate a few individuals for me. I don't want them posing a problem in the future. Issei provided Vader with details about their abilities. It will be done, my lord. Vader replied. Issei nodded, stating, you all have 2 days to prepare. Until then, this meeting is adjourned. Any questions? Kalani inquired about the arrival of a new battleship. Issei sighed. It will be operational in a day's time, Kalani. Kalani nodded, excitement evident on his face. Artemis then asked about potential changes to their army. La Folia also inquired, and Issei confirmed, yes, you will receive stronger battle droids for this battle. I want to ensure that Vatican falls. There are specific targets that need to be eliminated there. Vader has his list, and only a select few must survive the assault. You may now leave if there are no further questions. Everyone nodded and teleported away, except for Nix and Malik. Nix asked, what happens next? And why target the Vatican? Issei replied, 2 reasons. First, the humans in the Vatican and Catholics have misused their power in the name of God and committed crimes that even the worst criminals would hesitate to commit. Second, many factions, including angels, harbor a superiority complex towards humanity. They refuse to associate with humans, despite being similar to devils, angels, and fallen angels. As for the seraphs, they often turn a blind eye to many misdeeds, especially projects like the Holy Sword Project. By the time they realize the consequences, it's too late. They simply expel the wrongdoer while hypocritically using the research for their own purposes. Issei's voice was filled with anger. The Vatican also hides its past, like its involvement in the Cleria Belial incident, which sparked much of the conflict. They wanted to suppress a romance between a church member and a devil, and the council, along with Irina's father, decided to eliminate them. The angels and others at the time refused to believe such a relationship could exist. Worst of all, the 4 seraphs were unaware of this. Issei's frustration was palpable. Honestly, their peace and devotion to God seem like a facade. The biblical God wasn't perfect, yet they act as if they are above reproach. Nix nodded, understanding his perspective. She knew she would accompany Issei to the heaven system to confront the issues there. Speaking of which, do you have anything to take care of before dealing with the Vatican? Malik asked. Issei nodded. There's a man with ill intent towards Quinella and Charlotte that I need to eliminate, along with a few others. His tone was fierce, and Nix and Malik understood the gravity of the situation. Scene change. Hyadu residence, 10 p.m. Issei was heading home, preparing to confront the man threatening his future mates. Suddenly, a magic circle opened, revealing the Gremory peerage, catching him off guard. "Tell me, where is my grandmother, Hyadu?" Rossweiss demanded seriously. Issei retorted, "Like you have the right to demand anything from me, Rossweiss. I suggest you keep your composure." Rossweiss gulped, backing away nervously. Rias attempted to speak, but Issei interrupted. "And keep quiet, Gremory. Anything you say is pointless, so stay silent before I take action." Rias clenched her fists in anger, glaring at Issei, while Kaneko spoke in a stern voice, "You should show some respect to the president." Issei chuckled at her threat, responding, "And if I don't, she can't call her older brother, since I already defeated him and eliminated Satan Ajuka Beelzebub. You should be the one begging for mercy." His mocking tone nearly provoked Kaneko, but Zenobia intervened before things escalated. "Now if you'll excuse me, I have better things to do than listen to you," Issei spoke coldly, leaving the group in shock. He continued, "And if you're still concerned about your grandmother, she is in good hands. I'm looking after her, unlike you, who has been a terrible granddaughter. You should be ashamed of supporting Odin for the state he left her in. Goodbye." Issei entered his house, leaving everyone stunned and angry at his harsh words. He hardly considered Rossweiss's feelings, while she was devastated by the news about her grandmother. Issei clenched his fists in anger, wanting to confront them for their unchanged attitudes. Scene change. Kuo outskirts, 10:15 p.m. A man was thrown against a concrete wall. He recovered and attempted to use his sacred gear to immobilize his attacker, but Issei dodged with ease. The moonlight illuminated Issei's face as he confronted Genshiro Sajji. "You really are a piece of work, Sajji. Going after my friends is low." Issei exclaimed angrily, his boosted gear activated. Genshiro glared at Issei, who continued, "It wasn't enough for you to make my life miserable. Now you tried to hurt them. Tonight will be your last." Genshiro attempted to respond, but Issei punched him hard in the ribs, causing him to fall to his knees. Issei kicked him in the chin, knocking out a tooth. "Shut up. Scum like you won't listen to words, so torture is the only way you will learn." Issei shouted, grabbing Sajji by the hair and delivering a knee strike to his face, breaking his nose. "Even torturing you would be pointless, and because of you, Keiho and Jengo will be unsupported," Issei said sadly. Sajji glared furiously, trying to speak, but Issei stomped him down. "But don't worry, they won't have to live with the disgrace of a brother like you." Issei activated dark light within him, ready to end Sajji's life. "Goodbye, say hi to die for me in the afterlife," he said with a maniacal grin, unleashing a blast of dark light that left no trace of Sajji, except for his 4 evil pieces that fell to the ground. Issei approached the pieces and crushed them underfoot before teleporting back home to rest, another threat to his family eliminated. Scene break. Previously, Morana had been fleeing from 2BX Commando series droids when Issei and Elizabeth intervened. After a conversation revealed Gabriel's affiliation with the droid faction, Elizabeth knocked Morana out. Issei entered her mindscape for a formal discussion, learning that her parents had guided her to become an exorcist, which was not her true longing. She expressed her belief that genocide was wrong, and Issei showed her how little the angels cared for them, revealing that if she died, she would be forgotten. Realizing that fighting for the angels was misguided, Morana accepted Issei's offer to join him. She and Elizabeth reunited as they began planning the fall of heaven. Issei returned to his work on the Crescent Circle gauntlets when Gondal appeared, revealing that her inner self wanted to speak with him. Once Issei was inside, he saw a devastated Gondal, who felt lost and without purpose. Issei decided to give her a reason to fight, which she accepted after some convincing. She seemed genuinely happy to work for him. Once outside, she hugged Issei in gratitude, and he suggested she train the other sleeper agents. She nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Issei and the others headed to meet the rest of his generals to plan the fall of heaven. He explained that the girls would be on the front lines to confront the Vatican, who aimed to eliminate everyone from this world. Issei mentioned that Malik would disguise everyone when they entered the location, which garnered agreement from the group. Eventually, Issei introduced the third general, Vader, who bowed before him. Issei provided details about the targets that needed to be eliminated, and Vader graciously accepted the mission. Issei then announced that their army would be upgraded and that Kalani's ship would be revealed, exciting Kalani. After discussing their plans, Issei shared his true motivation for wanting to wipe out the Vatican and the Angel faction, explaining that they often acted in the name of God, sometimes without realizing the consequences. This revelation fostered understanding between Nyx and Malik as Issei returned home. At home, Issei dealt with the Gremory peerage, where Rosweiss demanded to see her grandmother. However, due to her attitude, Issei refused, leaving them feeling defeated. Later, Issei confronted Sajji, ultimately defeating him. Afterward, a magic circle opened, revealing Sona Sitri and her peerage. She gasped in horror at the sight of Sajji's remains. Despite her disdain for him, Sajji was the wielder of the prison dragon of Vitra and held crucial pieces of sacred gear. Sona clenched her fists in anger, feeling the weight of her clan's decline. Rias had cut off contact with her, and her own parents blamed her for recent misfortunes, including Seraphal's presumed death. The Sitri clan was desperate to persuade Miyuki to reclaim her position as heir, but she was nowhere to be found. Sona felt increasingly trapped, knowing she was the only option left for the clan's future. This realization only deepened her frustration and despair. Tsubaki snapped Sona out of her thoughts, asking, "Sona, what should we do?" Sona replied, I don't know that we need to report Sajji's death to the factions." Anger bubbled within her as she continued, "That idiot must have provoked someone stronger or I will be blamed for what he did." Tsubasa chimed in, "We should have never brought him into the Devil Society. He is absolute scum." Sona agreed but acknowledged Sajji's importance due to his Vitra pieces. Momo asked, "So what now?" Sona sighed, "There is nothing we can do. I have a feeling that Hyudu or someone from the Droid faction must have eliminated him." Fear spread among her peerage as they absorbed her words. "Let's head back. There is nothing that can be done." The peerage nodded reluctantly and returned home, unaware that Issei was responsible for Sajji's demise due to his actions against Issei's loved ones. 2 days later, on the day of the attack, Malik had already used Innovate Clear to set up a dimension, and with Issei's dimension lost, the human civilians remained oblivious to the unfolding events. This was to ensure that only those who understood the supernatural, along with the exorcists and priests, would be confronted. "The stage is set." Malik observed Issei, who looked down as he spoke. "Deploy everything, including the rocket troopers and spider droids." Issei's tone was cold as he continued, "Add the AAT-1s and Hailfire tanks. Show no mercy." "Understood." Malik responded through the communicator. "Grievous, Gondal, you two know what you need to do, right?" "We are aware." Grievous replied, disconnecting the communication. Another call came in from Elizabeth. "Heaven is on guard. Most of the angels are present, guarding its secrets. What do you ask us to do?" Issei replied seriously, "Wait for my signal. Once the angels leave, lower the barrier protecting them and send the souls to purgatory. They should rest permanently. We will be joining you soon. Leave it to us." Elizabeth exclaimed with determination before Issei cut off the connection. "I will join my apprentice in taking them down," Malik stated seriously before teleporting to the battlefield. Moments later, everyone in the Vatican outer grounds realized they were under attack due to the clanking of the battle droids. The priests and exorcists were caught off guard as a cloaked figure entered the room, revealing himself to be Grievous. "Get that intruder!" The Pope shouted as several exorcists readied their weapons and charged at the metalloid monstrosity. Grievous smirked sinisterly. "Come then, supernatural scum." He activated his 4 lightsabers, deflecting their holy light blades with ease and disarming them swiftly. Soon, B-1 battle droids, B-2 battle droids and BX Commando series droids swarmed the area, gunning down the disarmed exorcists without mercy. The BX Commando droids were particularly brutal, decapitating anyone in their path, while Grievous engaged in a sword clash with the Pope. The reinforcements will be coming soon, and you and the droid faction will fall. Your unjust killing ends here, the Pope shouted. Grievous chuckled in response. It's amusing how hypocritical the Catholic Church has always been, hiding your misdeeds and committing them in the name of God. From the Crusades to modern-day atrocities, you still fail to see your actions, don't you? Grievous deflected another strike from the Pope, who gritted his teeth in anger. Grievous glanced behind to see new mechs joining the fight. The first was a large vehicle, described as tank-like, with a white exterior and blue accents, equipped with cannons and turrets. These were AA-1s. The second tank was a dirty green color, with red eyes for sight, and missile launchers attached to its sides. These were Hailfire tanks. The Pope looked at them in fear, realizing their strength could easily devastate the Vatican. Grievous also noticed additional battle droids that resembled B-2 super battle droids but had shoulder appendages and jetpacks. These were B-2 super rocket troopers. The three new droids instilled terror in the hearts of many, including the Pope, whose chances of survival were dwindling. Another figure joined the fray, 5 massive spider droids that fired lasers, causing the church to crumble. Reinforcements arrived in the form of Dulio Gesualdo and Lint Selazan. Lint, a young woman with a mix of black and white hair and red eyes, bore a striking resemblance to Freed. Dulio was a handsome young man with blonde hair, green eyes, and dressed in priestly attire, adorned with 10 pure white wings symbolizing his powers. You droids will fall tonight, Dulio shouted, witnessing the chaos inflicted upon his fellow exorcists. In a moment of distraction, the Pope was decapitated by Grievous. Lint glared at Grievous, heartbroken by the loss and vowing to avenge her fallen comrades. They were joined by several angels, seraphs, and thousands of exorcists, all engaging the droid army. I would love to fight you, but your opponent will be coming soon. Dulio and Lint saw Grievous as a coward, unaware of the formidable adversary approaching. It seems like the angel is here. A voice sent chills down Dulio and Lint's spines as Vader appeared behind Grievous. Take care of the angels, I will handle these 2 targets. They will also be joining you soon. Grievous backed away to confront them as Dulio unfurled all 10 wings. You will fall tonight, monster, Dulio shouted, but Vader merely looked at him with annoyance. Dulio knew he stood no chance against Vader, whose power was stronger than Grievous and almost on par with Malik himself. Come and try then, Angel. Vader's heavy breathing made Dulio even more nervous, and Lint was ready to join him. Dulio took to the air, unleashing several light weapons at the Dark Lord. However, Vader deflected the attacks with ease. Lint charged him from behind, but her strike was blocked by Vader's light blade. So the sister of the infamous Freed Selzen has returned, Vader remarked, his voice cold and taunting. This angered Lint, who shouted, Don't you dare compare me to him. With renewed ferocity, Lint struck at Vader, but he blocked every attack effortlessly. Dulio joined in, creating 2 light blades, yet Vader continued to defend against them with ease. Is that all? He asked coldly. Moments later, the 3 great seraphs joined the fight, along with several high-class and ultimate-class angels. Michael spoke with authority. You are surrounded, General. It would be wise for you to surrender. Vader responded with a maniacal laugh. All I am surrounded by is fear and dead men, he said, his voice chilling. Uriel commanded, In that case, attack. Wipe him out. But this proved to be a grave mistake. As the angels charged, they suddenly began to choke, unable to utter a word. Dulio, Lint, and the 3 seraphs looked on in horror as Vader used the angels as shields. Anger surged through them, and Dulio shouted, You coward! Vader ignored them, pulling his light blade closer, ready for what was to come. The angels were decimated, causing Michael to feel a deep horror. Most of the fallen were pure angels, not the reincarnated ones. With a glare, Michael summoned several light-based weapons, only to be struck by multiple magic attacks from Vader. Dulio and Lint, fueled by rage over the deaths, continued their assault. They were soon joined by Artemis, Gondal, Miyuki, Charlotte, and Quinella, who all entered the fray. The angels, unaware they were in Malik's illusion, saw the girls as different types of super droids. Artemis unleashed a barrage of arrows, taking down many angels, while Gondal cast powerful elemental magic that surpassed even Rosweiss abilities. Charlotte used her King of Flies ability, which burrowed into the angels' bodies, causing chaos. Quinella and Miyuki added their own formidable magic to the mix, with Miyuki now strong enough to challenge even the most powerful opponents. Michael found himself locked in a duel with Malik, while the other two seraphs struggled against the girls. Uriel gritted his teeth in frustration, and Raphael, horrified by the situation, suggested retreat. As magic spells flew around them, Uriel and Raphael generated barriers to protect themselves. "I can't hold for much longer," Uriel gasped, nearly collapsing. Michael helped him up, urging, "Don't give in, brother. We can't let you lose." He quickly contacted the DXD team for assistance. The DXD team, consisting of Rias, Sona, Seorg, and their peerages, rushed to help, though some members were absent due to their own faction issues. Rias gasped in horror at the sight of the dead bodies, while Seorg snapped her out of her shock. "I know things are bad, but we have to fight. Hayadu won't help us. He even killed Lord Beastaroth." "But," Sona began, but Arthur interjected, "Look, Sona, we've lost so many. They refuse to help us because of what happened. You can either act like a spoiled brat or step up and stop them. You've already sabotaged us by keeping Miyuki hidden." Sona clenched her fists in fury as Arthur and Seorg rallied the others to join the fight. Meanwhile, La Folia watched from above, contacting Malik. "Mr. Can I deal with the Pendragons? I have a score to settle with Lufay." Malik responded while engaged in battle with Michael. "You may, but you will be in disguise. Do you wish for this?" La Folia responded coldly. "Nothing would make me happier than torturing Lufay, but there will be no killing. I want to see her suffer." La Folia's hatred for Lufay ran deep, stemming from the betrayal that had torn her family apart. "Well then you can join. And expect the invisible hand to join as well. Kalani will disrupt the gates of heaven and the sacred gear system," she continued. La Folia nodded, activating her two-bladed red light blade. As she entered the battlefield, she noticed another ship joining the fray. This was the Invisible Hand, a massive dark gray vessel, larger than the Malevolence, measuring 1,088 meters in length, 198 meters in width, and 347 meters in height. "It seems we are in position. The chances of success are 100%, a mechanical voice boomed from the Invisible Hand. This was Kalani. "Good, start the breach protocol and sabotage their communications so that no one else can join them," Malik instructed. Kalani nodded in response. Meanwhile, Issei, observing from the Invisible Hand, saw this as his opportunity to move. Accompanied by Mocha Yura, Mocha Omok, and Nyx, Issei picked up the communicator. "I will be heading to heaven. Make sure the souls are ready for transfer and activate self-destruct." Elizabeth's voice came through the communicator. "Gabriel and Morana are on it. The other angels suspect nothing." Issei smirked as he disconnected the call, and they all headed to the location. He decided to teleport them to the front gates of heaven, ready to show no mercy to the angels present. The angels and surviving exorcists watched the Invisible Hand in horror. One of them exclaimed, "Dear God! It is big!" Michael and the other seraphs were equally alarmed. Before they could react, an ion cannon blast was fired at the heaven gates, disrupting and jamming their magical communications. The ion cannons of the Invisible Hand were capable of disrupting both regular and magical communications. "No!" Michael shouted, realizing he could no longer communicate with heaven. It would take time to recover the connection, leaving Gabriel on her own. The DXD team was present only because Michael had been able to communicate outside. Now heaven was isolated from the rest of the supernatural world. "This is the perfect time for Issei to strike," Malik said mockingly. Michael's wings began to take on a slight gray hue as his fury grew. "You will fall, Malik," he declared, easily deflecting attacks and unleashing force lightning, causing the Archangel to scream in pain. Uriel and Raphael ignored their own battles, rushing to help their friend, only to be confronted by Artemis and Gondal for Uriel, and Quinella, Charlotte, and Miyuki for Raphael. Meanwhile, Vader had overwhelmed Lint, who was barely able to stand as he faced Dulio. Dulio attempted to use his balance breaker, but Vader repelled it with his telekinesis. "Why don't you repent and face the judgment of God?" Dulio shouted, now adorned with 12 golden wings and 4 halos. He created several bubbles to trap Vader, but Vader simply commanded, "Crush." The bubbles were destroyed instantly, shocking Dulio. "Your God is dead. The devils have seen to that. He died pitifully, just like his disciples will tonight." Vader unleashed a devastating attack, obliterating the terrain. Using telekinesis, he pulled Dulio closer, invoking visions of torment. Dulio fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the mental torture. "Please stop." Dulio gasped for air as Vader approached with his blade ready. "I have you now." Vader pulled Dulio closer and stabbed him in the heart. Dulio's eyes widened in horror as his halo and wings vanished. Vader then used Disintegrate, turning Dulio into ash. Lint watched in horror, muttering, "You monster. You killed him." She struggled to rise despite her injuries, her screams drawing the attention of the other angels. They were horrified to see Dulio dead, and Michael's rage intensified. Those who looked up to Dulio were devastated. The DXD team was equally horrified at the loss of their leader, as many members had already fallen to the relentless fire of the Invisible Hand and its droid army. Many had already fallen or were critically injured. Rias, Sona, Seorg, and Arthur watched in horror as La Folia faced Lefay, who was barely standing. Disappointing. La Folia channeled telekinesis, a power granted to her by Issei and Malik, and sent Lufay flying. Arthur shouted, "Lufay!" horrified at the sight of his sister. He charged at La Folia, but she easily blocked his strikes, her past training combined with Malik's rigorous methods making her formidable, even going toe-to-toe with him. "Don't interfere." La Folia commanded, unleashing force lightning that struck Arthur with devastating effect. He fell to his knees, dropping Caliban and groaning in pain, while La Folia turned her attention back to Lufay. "I will deal with my old friend myself," she declared, twirling her blade. Lufay looked on in horror, seeing a figure that appeared to be a droid, but it was primarily due to Innovate Clear's influence. "You seem more pathetic than the last time I saw you. But it's time to end this." La Folia rushed forward with her light blade. Lufay desperately tried to defend herself, blocking La Folia's attack but only managing to annoy her. La Folia used lightning to force Lufay back, wanting to instill despair in the Pendragons by bringing her into the fight. "Send her into the fight, General Kalani," she ordered. Kalani nodded, and a bright teleportation light appeared. The arrival horrified both Arthur and Lufay as a familiar maid emerged. "No." Arthur gasped in shock. It was Elaine, who had been captured and turned into a sleeper agent, now infected with dark light. "This is not you, Elaine." La Folia smiled at Lufay's distress. Elaine let out a blood-curdling screech that sent chills through the DXD team. Armed with 2 blades of dark light, she began to decimate the exorcists and angels in her path. Lufay attempted to assist her, but La Folia's telekinesis sent her crashing against the wall, causing her to scream in pain. "It's time to end this." La Folia prepared to strike, but a shout interrupted her. Lint appeared, horror in her eyes, as Vader plunged his light blade into her heart. She fell to the ground, lifeless. "You died braver than most, Lint Selzen," Vader remarked coldly. Lint's expression of terror lingered as she dropped her light blade. "My targets are dead," Vader stated, walking away as fear kept everyone from stopping him. Raphael and Uriel, witnessing the chaos, had to send Michael and Vasco away. Vasco fought valiantly against the Hailfire tanks and spider droids, trying to save any exorcist he could, while Michael struggled against Malik, who taunted, "It seems like tonight Vatican and heaven will fall." Michael glared at Malik with hatred. Arthur, desperate to stop Elaine, found himself too weak to intervene. Biko and Kuroko were critically injured from their attempts to battle the spider droids, while Fenrir lay on the ground, overwhelmed by rocket troopers. "This is not you, Elaine," Arthur pleaded, trying to reach her. He struggled to rise but fell again, horrified as Elaine continued her rampage. A voice interrupted his thoughts. "She won't remember her past, Knight of Pendragon, nor can she hear you." Arthur turned to see the Dark Lord looming over him. "Remove your mask, Issei," Vader commanded. Elaine complied, revealing a grotesque dark purple form with light purple lines across her body, her face disfigured. Multiple experimentations with dark light caused her to become like this, Vader explained, hiding his pride in Malik's creation. She fought against it, but it only led to more dark light being added, making her loyal to the droid faction. Arthur and Lu Fei were in tears, while the others looked on in horror. "What kind of monsters are you?" Rias shouted in fury. Grievous replied, "We are monsters that take down supernatural scum like you, Rias Gremory." Grievous engaged the remaining members of Team DXD, easily overpowering Kaneko in her Chiron mode, cutting her clothing and leaving her with several burns. Kiba attempted to intervene but was flicked away. Grievous continued his onslaught, taking down members of the Valley team and critically injuring Seorg Bale. "Ayahah!" Seorg shouted as he fell to the ground, struggling against the mechanical monstrosity. He held him for a while before succumbing to his wounds. "I will make you pay for this!" Regulus roared as he transformed into his lion form. Grievous spoke in a mocking tone, "Aroa." "It seems like the little kitty is angry." Grievous evaded his attacks and jumped on him. Regulus struggled to get the cyborg general off, only for Grievous to stab him in the neck, controlling Regulus like a puppet. "Come on, my little kitten." Under Grievous' control, Regulus attacked the defending members of Team DXD, especially the Bale peerage. They tried their best to stop him but were unable to do so, while Regulus hated being controlled. Meanwhile, Malik was overwhelming Michael, the Archangel of Heaven. Michael realized that communications with Heaven had been restored and felt a moment of happiness, but then he heard something that terrified him. "Brother, I am glad I could contact you in my final moments. The droids have made their way inside Heaven." Gabriel spoke with sadness, and Michael was horrified. "Gabriel, sister, please tell me what is going on," he exclaimed, watching as Heaven began to lose its glow. Gabriel, her voice trembling, said, "My brave saints and I will hold them off for as long as possible, but this is goodbye. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop them." Michael looked at Heaven, which was starting to fall. "This is goodbye, brother." Gabriel disconnected the call, leaving the angels and those affiliated with the church, along with the DXD team, horrified. Malik and the rest of the droid faction watched with satisfaction, knowing another faction would fall. Scene change. Heaven, 3 p.m. Gabriel wore a mocking expression, and Michael completely fell for her fake tears. Elizabeth and Morana joined in the mockery. "I never thought you were a good actress," Elizabeth said, and Morana added, "Indeed, you should try your luck in cinema." Gabriel blushed at the praise, saying, "Mao, you are embarrassing me." However, a tear-stained and angry voice interrupted. "I can't believe you three would stoop this low." Griselda Quarta revealed herself, devastated and furious at the betrayal. "Oh, don't be like that. You should have realized this sooner." Griselda turned to see Issei, accompanied by Nyx, Mocha Yura, and Mocha Omok, all smiling. Issei sat on the throne of Heaven, sipping a can of Diet Coke. "UBSRD. Don't you have empathy or regret for anything that you have done?" Griselda shouted. Issei replied thoughtfully, "Old me would have felt regret and sadness. But that man is gone, killed by the very same people he once defended. I am what remains of the hero of the factions. You and your adoptive daughter fell for lies and yet remained unchanged when you learned the truth. At this point, I am not angry, just disappointed in you. You will lose one day, Hayadu. You will make a mistake, and you and your droid faction will fall." Issei laughed maniacally as he approached Griselda, revealing a golden crown adorned with thorns. "This is the crown of thorns." Griselda gasped, horrified. Issei explained, just like the holy artifacts associated with Christ, this was forcefully evolved into a Longinus. Now it's called the crown of Future, allowing me to see the future and alter its projections by changing certain things in the past. This lets me play with time itself, perfecting my plans before executing them in the real world. That's why my plans won't fail. I can foresee any mistakes and rectify them before they happen. Griselda was horrified. "No, this can't be." Issei continued, "You know why I hate the Heaven faction? It's because of your hypocritical nature. Heaven and the angels show the worst of it." Griselda gritted her teeth in anger as Issei continued, "Your anger defines you. You ignore the actions of the Vatican and pretend to act in God's name, which is why you had to be eliminated. But that wasn't the only reason. When Gabriel, Morana, and Elizabeth informed me about your attempts to locate and evolve Christ's artifacts, I had to destroy all of them. I can't have you hypocrites using the power of Christ for your own deeds." Issei summoned his boosted gear and created a dragon shot in his palms. Griselda looked on in horror. The people she once trusted had betrayed her, and the former hero of the factions was now their greatest enemy. The chance of winning the war against the Droid faction was slipping away. Fear was evident on her face. Their greatest hope for help had become their greatest downfall. She saw Issei's expression, cold and heartless, devoid of remorse or guilt for his actions. To him, most of the supernatural were nothing but scum, and she was among them. Issei held no respect or empathy for her or the angels, viewing them as mere fighters serving God, no different from devils or fallen, merely in a different guise. Griselda gritted her teeth in fury, not at Issei, but at her own helplessness and regret for her past actions. She despised what Issei had become, a monster willing to eliminate anyone he deemed unfit for this world. As Issei spoke coldly, "Goodbye, Griselda Corda. Don't worry, your death will hurt her the most." Griselda glared at him, filled with anger and hatred. Issei continued with a mocking tone, "But you can be assured that your daughter was always in good hands." Griselda's eyes widened as she shouted, "No! Stay away from Zenobia!" Without hesitation, Issei unleashed a dragon shot, and in an instant, her head was gone, blood splattering the ground. Her headless remains slumped to the ground as Issei declared, "Let's end this. I'm bored anyway. Prepare the collision course towards the Vatican and destroy the relics. Tonight, another of the factions has fallen." His words prompted nods from the others, with the girls destroying the artifacts belonging to Christ. Mocha Omok's eyes were covered by her sister, who exclaimed in annoyance, "You know my sister is not ready for this, right?" Issei sighed, "Sorry." Mocha Yura replied, "Just give me a heads up before this happens." Mocha Omok insisted, "Sister, I can handle this, open my eyes." "Nope, you fell ill seeing fake gore, and I'm not taking that risk," Mocha Yura retorted, earning chuckles from Issei and Nyx. "Either way, Heaven is on a collision course. Once the artifacts are destroyed, we'll head back to the invisible hand." Issei said, receiving nods from everyone. He destroyed the body, leaving no trace, and Mocha Yura opened her sister's eyes as Gabriel initiated the self-destruct sequence designed to protect Heaven's secrets. "It's done. We can leave now, Lord Issei." He nodded, and they all teleported back to the invisible hand, leaving Heaven to its destruction. Scene change. Vatican, 3:30 p.m. "Gabriel, answer, please." Michael pleaded through the communication circle as Malik laughed sinisterly. "It seems the reckoning for you supernatural has come due." Michael gritted his teeth, but before he could respond, an explosion rocked the area as Heaven began to fall. Meanwhile, Vader seized Caliban from Arthur, who weakly protested, "That's mine. G, give it back." Vader ignored him, thinking it could be useful to Lord Issei. Arthur passed out from his injuries. On the other side, La Folia observed Heaven's collapse and the unconscious, weeping Lufay. Coldly, she remarked before teleporting, "I will enjoy your demise, but for now, I will let you suffer even more, old friend." La Folia returned to the invisible hand as Kalani teleported everyone back. The ship was large enough for all, and he prepared to end the fight with an orbital bombardment. "You two need to go, warn the factions about what happened," Uriel said, using the last of his strength to send Michael and Vasco to the underworld. "But brother," Michael began, but the two were teleported before he could finish. Raphael urged, "Avenge us, Michael, I know you will," as he watched the invisible hand above them. Kalani unleashed an orbital bombardment, wiping out the remaining angels and exorcists without mercy, while Team DXD watched in horror. Kalani cackled, "Goodbye, angels." Soon after, the invisible hand teleported away, leaving Team DXD clenched in anger, with Rias desperately trying to wake Seorg. "Come on, Serg, you can't die like this." Seorg groaned in pain. Team DXD had failed to stop the droid faction once again, feeling utterly helpless. Scene change. 5 days later, the droid faction took a break to recover and regroup, reveling in their success. In contrast, the factions were in turmoil. The fall of heaven had devastating consequences that rippled throughout the supernatural world. Fear gripped many hearts. The loss of Uriel, Raphael, Gabriel, and their brave saints was catastrophic. The Archangel was horrified as his faction lay in ruins, with even the other seraphs like Sandalphon and Metatron barely recognizable, now all dead. The only survivors of the angel faction were Irina's parents, Tuji Shidu and his wife, along with Vasco Strata and the Archangel himself. They had survived because they arrived after the droid faction had left, devastated by the destruction. Heaven was now nothing but rubble, and the news spread fear and despair throughout the realm. Everyone was afraid of another attack from the droid faction. They feared what might come next, worried they may not wake the next day to see their families and loved ones. The streets, once filled with the laughter of supernatural children playing outside, were now silent. The looming threat of Malik caused many to tremble with fear. Heaven could not be rebuilt, and in the human world, the destruction of the Vatican was blamed on an earthquake, a story that spread like wildfire. This enraged Michael even more, as the destruction of the artifacts and the system of heaven, responsible for miracles, left him feeling helpless. The only one seemingly unaffected by the chaos was Issei, who casually sipped from a can of Diet Coke while watching the news on the Supernatural News Network. Earlier, he had shared a confession with Artemis, and they had gone on a date, with Nyx's permission. He noticed Ingvild and Valerie working harder than usual, prompting Malik to suggest they take a break, as he wanted healthy allies in the droid faction. Issei was also contemplating how to please his girls, knowing they would eventually want to take their relationship to the next level. With a smile, he declared, "I am going to have lots of fun," as he prepared for his time with Nyx, Quinella, and Charlotte. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had drawn the attention of a faction not affiliated with the Kuo Treaty. 2 days later, the attack began, with Malik setting the stage. Grievous infiltrated the Vatican and swiftly defeated all the exorcists, confronting the Pope. Reinforcements from heaven, including Dulio and Lint, arrived, understanding that Grievous had to be eliminated. However, a new enemy appeared in the form of Vader, who challenged them to a duel. Dulio agreed to fight, managing to push Vader back, but when they attacked, Vader killed them without hesitation. As Dulio and Lint engaged Vader, the invisible hand, belonging to Kalani, joined the fight. Issei and his team decided it was the perfect time to join in as well. With Issei infiltrating heaven alongside Team DXD, Vader overwhelmed Dulio, eventually killing him through mental torture, before turning his attention to Lint. Meanwhile, Malik fought against Michael while the girls took on Uriel and Raphael. As the battle raged on, Lint was also killed, and La Folia entered the fray, determined to take down Lufay and Arthur. She easily dealt with Arthur and tormented Lufay, leaving her unable to fight back. Adding to the chaos, a corrupted Elaine joined the battle, shocking Arthur as she decapitated anyone in her path. Vader revealed that Elaine was nothing but a puppet of the droid faction, an asset meant to eliminate anyone who opposed them. Grievous then took down all members of Team DXD, using Regulus against them. Amidst the turmoil, a message from Gabriel shocked everyone. Heaven was on a collision course with Earth. Issei was present when Griselda called him a monster. Realizing the factions were collapsing and that Zenobia would face a terrible fate, she tried to intervene but was killed by Issei as they destroyed the holy relics and teleported back to the invisible hand. The war was coming to a close with Uriel and Raphael sending Michael and Vasco back to the underworld to warn the factions. They were all eventually killed with only members of Team DXD surviving, albeit with critical injuries. They all died horrible deaths. 5 days later, the news reached everyone that the Droid faction was inevitable, and Issei was happy seeing the despair in the factions. He was apathetic to their plight as he watched them suffer, as he decided to enjoy his day off. Opening start. Issei is walking across the fields. Malik is surrounded by the burning remains of Grigori. Issei and Nyx are seen side by side looking at the screen. A book shows up, as Issei comes in his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu is seen with a sinister smirk, with Rias standing next to him. Asia and the other girls are fighting against Malik, using magic. Auka looks above, walking through a puddle. The ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team/Dog are shown, all as a pair of angry eyes glare at them. Issei looks at the book, remembering his past well. He visions the factions falling apart. Ingvild looks at a figurine of Dai, as she crushes it, tears falling from her eyes, anger on her face. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal watch their factions with disdain. Ingvild closes her eyes and looks at Dai with a determined look. Miyuki grits her teeth remembering her sister's. Issei is on his knees, his past haunting him, as a family photo shows up, with a slash on it. Issei is separated from his family. He looks at Surzex as they both radiate their aura. Opening End Haidu residence, 9 p.m. Issei walked across the room. He entered his room, as it was dark. As he put the lights on, he looked at the girls, and almost had a nosebleed. He looked at Nyx. She was now wearing a red lingerie and had a blush on her face. Issei noted that she once again changed her appearance, with her eyes now being a fiery orange and her being even more mature in height. "Oh, I said, you remember what is today, right?" Nyx spoke with a stuck tone. He turned to the side and blushed. Quinella was now wearing a purple kimono with floral patterns. She had a china aster on her hair. He also saw Charlotte, who now wore a black bikini. The girls all went all out to prepare themselves for their night of pleasure. "I hope you are ready, my lord." Quinella's seducing voice brought shivers to Issei's spine. She crept closer and pushed him on the bed. There was only one thing for him to do. I am in danger." Issei spoke with a chuckle, as he was ready to do the deed with them. 3, and we are all here for you, my darling. Nyx spoke with a stuck smile, as she was ready to do it with her dragon lover. Issei mentally spoke to Draig. "Draig, turn off my morality inhibitors." Draig was surprised by this. He knew what he was trying to do. It would be taking away his morality. He was not going to hold back, not anymore. He was going to be the red dragon of domination. 8, are you sure? Draig asked his best friend, to which Issei responded with a sadistic smile, which even made Draig shiver slightly. "Just do it, Draig. I am going to f them so hard that they will be unable to move for a day, and I am going to give them all the pleasure that they longing." Issei spoke with a smile as Draig sighed. "The girls are going to have the time of their life. Lemon alert, A/N. Read it at your own risk." 4, alright then. Let's go with my first love. Sim muttered as he dashed towards Nyx. As he spoke, "Are you 3 sure of this?" Nyx smiled, giving him the answer he needed as he removed her bikini, leaving her BRSDS exposed. He started to bring it closer and started to SCK it. Nyx controlled herself. She was not going to give in so easily. Issei could see her clenching her teeth. A flustered look was seen on her face. Seeing this, Issei stopped. He removed his shirt and breathed, only leaving his undergarment on. Nyx understood this and made out with him, as their lips intertwined and they both started to French kiss. This went for a while. When Quinella pulled, Issei forcefully separated the kiss, as she spoke with a pout. "It's not fair," Quinella spoke as she tried to steal her kiss. With Charlotte watching in confusion, she was still new to this. She watched as Issei's breathes were eventually dropped down, revealing his 10-inch D-dash. "Oh dear, it's so big," Charlotte spoke in awe, as the girls wanted to SEK it right away. Nyx then spoke with a smirk. Era. Darling, I never knew you were so well endowed. Nyx had the urge to seek it right now. She did not hesitate as she got on all fours. She forgot herself to be the dignified primordial goddess of darkness. However, Issei did not let that happen. He pushed her to the ground, revealing her naked body in full glory. Now it's my turn. Nyx was going to be dominated. Her pride wouldn't let that happen, but Issei was the host of the Dragon of Domination. She looked in surprise as Issei started to approach her, as Nyx spoke with a bit of pride. I am the primordial goddess of darkness. I won't fall so easily. Nyx declared as Issei only smirked. He then spoke. Challenge accepted. Issei came closer to her, as he started liking her CLT, causing her to stifle her own The two other girls pouted in jealousy. As Issei continued liking her CLT, the pleasure was starting to overwhelm her. Hey, no fair. Charlotte pulled Issei towards her and started to make out with her as their tongues intertwined. The makeout session continued for a very long time, after which he separate as he was pulled by Nyx. Now let me show you girls how it is done. Nyx brings Issei's D and inserts it between her BRs as she starts to SCK on it. As this was going on, Quinella took this as an opportunity to make out with him, while Charlotte was watching, trying to learn as much as she could. This went on for 5 minutes until Issei separated from Quinella due to the lack of air. He then focused on Nyx's Vgna and started to SCK it, causing her to stop sking and start to make stifled ms. Eventually Issei ejaculated into her, which she SE his SMN down her throat. Issei removed his D and stopped liking her Vgna, as Nyx was close to breaking from pleasure. Wait, what are you doing? Issei had a sinister grin to Nyx's question. As he opened her legs, spreading it wide open, she had a look of worry as Issei spoke. Oh, don't worry, you wanted my seed, you shall have it all. The two girls watched in rapt attention, as they did not stop Issei. Nyx then spoke as she was not ready. No, wait, I am still direct. Nyx ummed in pleasure when Issei inserted his D into her CLT, which penetrated her completely. Nyx did not understand what was happening as she saw Issei's green slit eyes. He was ready to dominate, which caused her to gulp. Wait.oh. No, please.oh. Nyx was getting dominated by the immense pleasure Issei put her through. Issei kept penetrating her as he tried to push his D inside of her womb and ejaculated into her. Aha! Nyx made the loudest due to pleasure. This continued on for 60 minutes with Issei ejaculating into her and flipping her so that he was on top of her. He constantly put his semen inside of her womb. The whole time as she started to salivate, she was being overwhelmed by emotion. Her eyeballs went up due to the pleasure. She was on the ground once she was done. Gone was the dignified primordial goddess, but instead was a woman who was down with pleasure. Her tongue was out and she was in a doggy position. Dent rocket! Nyx exclaimed as she cried out for pleasure. She eventually passed out when she was overwhelmed by pleasure. She was breathing heavily as Issei smirked. He was not satisfied, however. He looked at his next target, that being Charlotte and Quinella, who shuddered seeing his smirk. I am not done yet, girls. Who is next? Both the girls gulped as Quinella was frank. She approached Issei with a stuck look as Issei spoke seductively. Oh, you're approaching me. Even when I managed to overwhelm Nyx over there, you still think you can satisfy me? Quinella responded with a gulp. I can't f the sheet out of you without getting any closer. 9. Ho, then come as close as you like. Quinella did so, as Issei undressed her as he witnessed her naked body in her full glory. As Quinella spoke, I am all yours. She then turned to Charlotte. Watch and learn, Charlie. Charlotte nodded. This was her boyfriend. Issei started to play with her beak. As she started to, he pushed her as she lied on the bed. Quinella then spoke with a taunt. Sorry, Issei, but we won't stop until you are in a wheelchair. Quinella decided to take charge, and she was in a cowgirl position. Issei was on the ground as he spoke one. So you want to play it that way, huh? Quinella smiled. However, it was a lustful smile as she sat on Issei's D-, which entered into her uterus and started to bounce off the hips of Issei. She continued this for 15 minutes, as then the semen entered her womb, causing her to with pleasure. Aha! Quinella exclaimed in pleasure. But Issei was not done yet. He reached to her level and started to make out with her, stifling her ems. She was trying to fight for domination. Issei then pushed her on the bed, as they continued to make out, while Issei was now penetrating her womb. Issei split up due to the lack of air, as he started to sek on Quinella's births, causing her to even more. While he decided to keep pushing his D into her, he constantly humped on her. This continued for a while, as she Eventually she exclaimed, "Don't push it in." Issei managed to enter the womb as he spoke, "Take it all, Quinella." "No. Wait." Quinella as she opened her mouth, salivating. When Issei's semen entered her womb, he kept ejaculating into her womb, causing her to have a look of pleasure on her face. She eventually passed out, as a look of perverted grin was on her face. As she was breathing heavily, she was also in a slumped-up position, as Issei had a predatory gaze, which he turned to Charlotte. "You are next, Charlie." Charlotte nodded. She was happy as she had to patiently wait for her turn. She then spoke, Please go easy on me." Charlotte spoke with a slight blush and nervousness. As Issei approached her, he stripped her of her clothes, revealing her naked body. She blushed, looking away. As Issei crawled towards her, he first made out with her, letting Issei take charge. As just like the other girls, their lips intertwined, Issei also grabbed her BRSDS and started to play with them. "P please." Charlotte while making out with Issei. As she tried to gain the upper hand, Charlotte decided to fidget with Issei's D-. As she put it in her mouth, she started to sek it dry just like Nyx did, as she was learning from them after all. Issei stifled as he and Charlotte shared an NTMT moment. He moved down her body, causing her to shiver with pleasure. As he focused on her, she softly, lost in the sensations. After a while, Issei took their connection further, and Charlotte gasped, overwhelmed by the intensity of their bond. Afterward, they both relaxed, and Issei felt a sense of satisfaction. Draig's voice echoed in his mind, relieved that the moment had passed. Issei chuckled, happy to be with the girls. Scene change. A few minutes later, Issei found himself surrounded by the girls, all cuddling him. Nyx was asleep on top of him, while the others nestled close. He felt their warmth and smiled, feeling content. When Nyx woke up, she blushed and asked, "Oh my, you woke up?" Issei smiled back and asked, "Why did you change yourself?" Nyx replied shyly, "I thought I seemed too childish for you, so I imagined myself looking more mature." Issei shook his head, "I don't care how you look, you will always be my Nyx. Just stay the way you are." Touched, Nyx's eyes glistened with tears, and Issei kissed her forehead gently. She whispered, "I love you." "Love you too, Nyx," he replied, smiling as the other girls hugged him tighter. Quinella and Charlotte expressed their affection, and Issei embraced them all, feeling their love surround him as sleep began to take over. Scene change. The next day at the Hyudu residence, Issei and the girls were having breakfast together. Charlotte sat on Issei's lap, blushing as he fed her noodles. Quinella pouted, wanting to join him as well. "All right, you can sit on my lap another day," Issei said, making her smile. Nyx, feeling a bit left out, pouted too. Issei noticed and teased, "Nyx, you're too big, but I don't mind." Nyx blushed, feeling more confident in her form. Meanwhile, Artemis and Athena watched with envy, wishing for their own moments with Issei. Ingvild felt a mix of jealousy and happiness, glad to see Issei so content. Ravel and Kaneko, however, were confused by the dynamics. Ravel voiced her thoughts, prompting Issei to ask what was wrong. "When Kaneko and I were with Dai, we always fought for his lap. Why aren't your girls doing the same?" Issei didn't respond, knowing their insecurities were holding them back. Quinella spoke up, gathering everyone's attention. "It's because we know Issei loves us unconditionally. We have faith in his love, and we return that love to him." Charlotte nodded in agreement, while Nyx teased Ravel about her insecurities. Ravel, feeling defensive, shot back, but a glare from Nyx made her quiet down. "Good, know your place." Nyx shook her head as she continued, "We are not insecure in our love because we know he will always love us. Your insecurity stems from the fear that you would lose Dai, that he would abandon you. Isn't that right?" Nyx's words made both Ravel and Kaneko look away. And he did betray you, didn't he? She added mockingly, a sadistic grin on her face. Issei chuckled at their discomfort. If it makes you uncomfortable, then don't seek his attention. And let me eat in peace, Ingvild interjected, her eyes narrowing at Ravel in annoyance. Ravel shot back. That's not true. Athena, surprisingly, spoke up. If anything, you don't love Issei. You've always loved his brother Dai for his looks. If you're feeling jealous, it's not jealousy, it's insecurity because you never loved Issei. Like the three girls next to him. Her cold tone caused Ravel to run off in tears, prompting some members of the Gremmery peerage to glare at Athena. That's gotta hurt. Ingvild remarked with a snarl, while Kaneko added, I don't recognize you anymore. It's almost as if living with them has changed you. Ingvild looked confused. Huh. Issei sighed. Don't bother with them, Ingvild. Just eat your food. They're jealous because I'm giving love and attention to girls other than these spoiled brats. Good, Ingvild replied, continuing to eat as disbelief washed over the others. Rias finally spoke up. You've changed, Ingvild. Issei wanted to respond, but Ingvild raised her hand, signaling him to let her handle it. The truth has opened my eyes, Gremmery. I was blind to my mistakes. Otherwise, I would be in Nyx, Quinella, or Charlotte's position. Rias clenched her fist, growing colder as she resumed eating. The other members of the Gremmery peerage exchanged glances, while the girls on Issei's side found the situation amusing. Just then, Sona entered the room commenting, living with him has made you even worse, Ingvild. Issei felt irritation rise at her presence. Thankfully, Miyuki was absent, training with Malik. Didn't I tell you that you're not welcome here anymore? Issei asked spitefully. I wasn't talking to you. Sona retorted. But you were talking about me. Do I need to prove what I can do to you, Sona? Sona gulped nervously as Issei approached her. You, Seraphal, and Dai are made for each other. You undermine your sibling's success and fail to admit it. Why are you even here? To spite me? Keep in mind that I can easily eliminate you and your family, and not even the factions will save you. Sona's fear was palpable, but she shot back, I am not like Dai. Bullshit. You are exactly like him. Issei shouted, his green eyes blazing. Sona backed away nervously. You will always be second-rate. You will never be like Seraphal or Miyuki, who will soon reach her superdevil level and wipe all of you out of revenge. Sona was sweating, tears in her eyes. If I see you even a foot near the Hyuder residence, I swear you will meet the same fate as Ajuka. Do I make myself clear? Sona nodded furiously, fear evident on her face as Issei sent her back into her magic circle, teleporting her away. Nyx, remind me to strengthen the barrier to prevent unwanted visitors from entering my place, Issei said. Nyx nodded in agreement as Rias interjected, but wait, this house is constructed by the Gremmery clan? You can't do this to us. Issei replied seriously, but it is under the Hyudu name. If you want, I can force Surzex and your family to give me this house. Rias clenched her fists in anger, realizing Issei was extorting her. The Rehavian family had begun providing him information about their companies in the human world, and he planned to train Miyuki in business, knowing she would soon be the richest girl around. The Gremmery wouldn't know what hit them. With unknown dictator and innovate clear, he could make them bend to his will, and if that didn't work, Alpheka Tyrant would assist him. Once he finished his meal, he left the room. Scene change. Issei was in a room playing video games during his break when Ingvild knocked on the door. Lord Issei, are you there? Just give me a minute, he replied, pausing his game. He opened the door and sighed. What happened? Ingvild entered and closed the door behind her. What now? With heaven falling, what should be our next plan? We stay still, take a break and relax. After all, the faction's demise is imminent. You've noticed the fear they have, right? Ingvild nodded. Indeed, with fear rising, no one dares to leave their homes. So, what do you need me to do? Just stick close to Rias and the others. They may not like your current attitude, but gather information from her. We've ruined the Citri clan, And our next focus will be the Phoenix and Gremory clans. You'll need to get closer to Revel for that. Can you do it? Ingvild nodded. I can, and I will do it. As she left, Issei returned to his game, almost ready to unpause when someone barged into his room. What do you want? Issei exclaimed in annoyance, comparing his sister Auka to Ingvild, who was at least somewhat tolerable. Brother, I beg you, please help us. Auka pleaded. Issei made a disgusted face as he replied, My answer remains unchanged, you are on your own. But the factions are really desperate, they need your help. Auka said, her voice filled with sadness. She reached out to Issei, who flicked her hand away, causing her to fall to the ground in tears. Not my monkeys, not my circus. If anything, I was the hero, but he is dead and gone. Now I only serve myself, that's it? Issei exclaimed coldly. Auka pondered for a moment before saying, But think about the children. They are suffering because of your lack of help. You're right. They are suffering. Issei's words made her smile briefly, but he continued, But now, I can play games since supernatural concerns are no longer mine. Auka lost her smile and quietly left the room as Issei resumed his gaming, indifferent to the supernatural troubles around him. Scene change. Malik's base, 6:30 p.m. Issei and the others entered Malik's base, summoned by Malik and Lucas Rahavian. What's the matter? Why have you called me here? Issei asked. Lucas pointed to some papers and explained, The Grigori asked me to find a way to infiltrate so they can build model homes for people like Odin and the faction leaders, along with the funds they requested for the devil companies. Hyadu residence, 9:30 p.m. Issei dodged a magical blast from Euphoria while shielding Ophis, who spoke in an emotionless tone, I would be fine, this goddess stands no chance against me. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm letting you get hurt, right? Issei replied, and Ophis smiled in response. Euphoria scanned her opponents, but before she could act, Issei spoke coldly, Let's take this somewhere else. He added a mocking grin, Goddess-sama. Euphoria gritted her teeth in anger. To her, Issei was just an insignificant human. However, he grabbed her by the throat, rendering her powerless. He transported them to a different dimension, with Ophis deciding to spectate. Once they arrived in the dimension created by Dimension Lost, they found themselves in the Hyadu residence, now rendered in black and white. Issei flung Euphoria aside as she looked around in surprise. This is Dimension Lost, she said, turning her attention to Issei, who cracked his neck and replied, Yeah, couldn't let you destroy the building I was in, right? The furniture is worth more than you, Euphoria. Issei's words only fueled Euphoria's anger. She and her faction were unaware of Issei's full strength, her pride and ego. Blinded her to the threat he posed. Issei knew he was facing a goddess who was not even stronger than Ajuka or Surzex, despite her god-class status. I will show you my worth. Euphoria shouted angrily as Issei equipped his lightning slayer gloves, crackling with god-slaying magic. Euphoria's instincts screamed at her to flee. You will regret coming here, Goddess-sama. Issei warned coldly. That's a promise. Issei evaded a critical blow from Euphoria. She was a capable hand-to-hand combatant, but Issei was also a her in that regard. Using his enhanced speed, he could easily hold his own against several god-class beings. He blocked her strikes with ease, deflecting them back while launching his own attacks. Euphoria had to evade Issei's blows, knowing that blocking them would only cause her damage due to the god-slaying properties. Ophis watched in excitement as she munched on her popcorn, waving Issei's flag and cheering him on. Euphoria was becoming increasingly agitated. She attempted to make him submit by radiating her aura, but Issei remained unaffected. When she followed up with time-altering magic, it was neutralized by Issei's Aeon Baler. Frustrated, she unleashed a divine blast, only for Issei to deflect it with his fist, shocking her. She knew of his strength but had underestimated him significantly. Just submit to your creators. Euphoria shouted in fury. Issei replied mockingly, I am pretty sure that you are not Ophis. He dashed toward her and delivered a powerful slap, sending the goddess flying. And you sure as hell aren't my creator, he added. Ephuria's body bounced on the ground, crashing into a concrete wall. Drifting closer, Issei charged electricity in his hands, enhanced by God-Slayer magic. He struck her with the electricity, causing her to scream in pain. The God-slaying properties were particularly effective against her, leaving her vulnerable. Once she was down, Issei stopped the lightning and looked at her coldly. "So where is your bravado now, Euphuria?" he asked. Her glare was fierce as he crouched to her level. "It's time to end this." He summoned Alpheka Tyrant and threw some nails, causing Euphuria to pass out. "Don't worry, you will soon be my SLV, whether you like it or not." Ophis floated beside him and asked emotionlessly, "So what will you do with her?" Issei sighed, responding, "She serves no purpose to us in terms of increasing our power. God magic can be performed by Artemis without a problem, so we can use her in that way. But aside from that, she won't increase our strength. The only way I see her being useful is as a spy to gather information about the God tribe." "I see. So are you going to talk to her when you are inside her?" Ophis inquired. Issei nodded and headed toward Ephuria's mindscape. Scene change. In Ephuria's mindscape, Issei observed her struggling against her chains. "Don't waste your energy, it's useless," he said. Euphuria glared at him with hatred, her eyes filled with fury. "You bastard! What do you intend to do with me? Do you wish to use my body for?" Issei cut her off. "Nah, I already have 3 girlfriends who are far more appealing than you, and besides, I have other purposes for you," he said with a sinister grin. Euphuria was angry at being compared unfavorably to his girlfriends but grew worried when he mentioned other purposes. "What purposes?" she asked, her voice tinged with fear. Issei smirked. "Simple. Your body will be used to gather information about the God tribe, their weaknesses and strengths, so we can take them down." Fear and anger filled Euphuria's eyes. "Why you? Who the hell do you think you are?" "Oh, I forgot to reintroduce myself." Issei's eyes glowed red. "My name is Issei Haidu, the de facto leader of the Droid faction, and I am its supreme leader." Euphuria paled, refusing to believe it. "No. I refuse to believe someone like you can be the supreme leader." Issei laughed maniacally. "Oh, believe me, Malik is only the face, I am the one pulling the strings." He crouched down, pulling her chin toward him. "And you shall help me achieve that." "Never. I will never help someone like you. You are a monster." Euphuria retorted angrily. Issei appeared amused. Many had said this to him before, and it always ended the same way. "Oh, Euphuria, do you think I said you have a choice? You are going to destroy your faction and your loved ones whether you like it or not," he said coldly. "Please, don't destroy them, they are the only people I have in my life." Euphuria pleaded. Issei ignored her, starting to walk away. "You should have never come here, Euphuria." He exited her mindscape, watching her cry. He felt apathetic to her pleas, caring only for those who had become dear to him. Scene change. In Dimension Lost, Kuo Town, Euphuria woke up, her eyes reflecting a change. Instead of admiration for Issei, she now felt only hatred. Falling to her knees, she begged for forgiveness. "I'm sorry, Lord Issei, I don't know what I was thinking." Euphuria pleaded for forgiveness, her new self contrasting with the regret she felt inside. Issei's commanding voice broke through her thoughts. "Get up. We have a job to do." She jolted to her feet as he continued, "You will report any and all information to me tomorrow morning. Head back to your faction and tell me what they are planning." Euphuria nodded, responding, "As you wish, Lord Issei." With that, Issei teleported back to the real dimension while she returned to the domain of the God tribe. Issei settled onto his couch, glancing at Ophis. "Well, I guess that went well, right, Ophis?" Ophis appeared lost in thought. "Issei," she finally responded, snapping out of her trance. "Can you teach me what love is?" Surprised by her question, Issei asked, "Which kind of love? Familial love or mate love?" Ophis approached him, her expression earnest. "Anything you believe is right." "I see," Issei replied. "What we have now is called familial love. As for mate love, I don't want to force that on you. You know what it means to be a dragon's mate, right? Ophis nodded, aware of the implications from her experiences as a dragon goddess. Issei understood her hesitation and hugged her, surprising her. Look, Ophis, I love you, not as a mate, but as my younger sister. You mean a lot to me, and you've believed in me from day one. You will always hold a special place in my heart. Remember, if you need me, I will always be there. Ophis melted into the hug, humming softly in response. They stayed that way until she pulled away to grab some chocolate. I can't believe Ophis wanted to make you her mate, buddy. Droid commented, his tone cheerful. Issei's response was tinged with sadness. I never saw Ophis as a mate. I don't want to manipulate her in any way. I would feel like I was if I became her mate, and that's something I can't do. Droid understood. He knew that dragon emotions ran deep. Tiamat's anger had once been directed at him, but over time, she had calmed down, though she remained hostile toward Droid's hosts. Presently, Droid had come to realize why Tiamat didn't attack Issei. While she showed hostility, she never officially engaged him. Issei had managed to conceal his boosted gear from many, revealing only the twice-critical version to the factions. Droid suspected that Tiamat had come to care for Auka, just as he cared for Issei, wanting to protect her from potential harm. Your fear is understandable, Droid reassured Issei. But you are not manipulating her. Ophis is naive, but she genuinely likes you. Her longing has shifted from wanting to return to the dimensional gap to wanting to be by your side, even as family. Issei nodded, contemplating Droid's words. I see. But I will always love her, and that won't change. Even Nyx and the other girls know this. That's fair, Droid replied. I understand you see her as a little sister rather than a lover, but your future may change, he said cryptically. Scene change. Issei settled into his room, where he was greeted by Nyx. Hey Issei. You free? She asked, her black nightgown contrasting with the dim light, her red eyes glowing in the darkness. Yeah, just a few things have happened recently, but it seems like we are under the God Tribe's radar. Nyx widened her eyes as she sighed, thinking that they would be a problem. Wait, how did you know? Issei responded. Well, one of the goddesses, a Furia, showed up. She tried to convert me into one of her heroes, by force, and it didn't go well. Nyx was worried as she came closer to him. Did they do something to you? If they did, not even Zeus will save them from what I will do to them. Nyx spoke with worry and anger in her voice. Issei shook his head. She tried her best. Even if her power is at a low god class level, she couldn't beat me. Now, we have direct information about the God Tribe as well as Hero Village. Issei smiled, causing Nyx to breathe a sigh of relief. So is she. Issei nodded. Yep, she is now a spy working for us. I wonder what gods we will encounter there. Information is key if a war needs to be won. Soon, just like the God Tribe, the devils and the supernatural will suffer, albeit the latter will suffer financially now. I believe their leader will show up relatively soon. He must not be happy with a Furia failing to get me to their side. With her personality, even willingly, I refuse to help her. All of the God Tribe are nothing more than prideful beings, and based on the information I have, their pride even puts the devils to shame. Issei spoke coldly, and Nyx nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, where are Quinella and the others? Well, they have been at the base training Miyuki. She is almost reaching super devil status. Her level is at least mid-god level. Issei nodded, happy with her progress. Nyx continued, furthermore, she often wants to take revenge against Sona Citri, and I believe she won't rest until Sona and the Citri clan fall. I see. I will go talk to her. Issei spoke with a sigh. I am concerned for her well-being. She shouldn't push herself to her limits. If she does, she might pass out due to exhaustion. Sensing his sad tone, Nyx smiled. I am aware. That is why I fell for you. Your care for those you cherish shows. She is fine. I have seen that she can handle herself when she pushes herself. Issei nodded at Nyx's words as they both settled down. They needed to rest after all. Scene change. The next day at Malik's base, 9:30 a.m., Issei, Malik, and Euphoria were reviewing the information about the God Tribe, which included details about Hero Village, where some members of the Hero faction were a part of. I see. So this Adagio is the leader of the God faction, and he is a prideful man. Issei spoke, understanding the dynamics within the God Tribe. Euphoria responded, I am aware. They were not happy when I failed to get you on their side, Lord Issei. As for Adagio, he is even stronger than I am. Euphoria spoke coldly, no longer feeling any connection to her former loved ones. Then we have Jin Tuju to deal with. His strength is on par with the gods themselves. He even managed to defeat an evil dragon with the ability to send attacks into a separate space. Issei continued, and yes, he even drank its blood and can transform into a dragon. He is someone we need to deal with. Fair enough, the dragon form can be dealt with. An ion cannon can disrupt the magic attack from the malevolence. Issei spoke seriously. His banishing shift could nullify an attack and send it into another dimension, so he had to ensure that attacks like these wouldn't affect him. Not to mention, from what I hear, Jin and the Hero Village wanted to join the alliance but were stopped when the God Tribe intervened. Not wanting to risk a battle with them, Jin reluctantly accepted the deal. But even he has limits. Indeed he does, he can be beaten. Malik spoke coldly, asking, should I eliminate him? No. Issei replied seriously. He is my prey, and his banishing shift could be potentially useful. I see. As you wish. Malik accepted with a grin, knowing that Issei could easily take on a super devil without a problem. He had been training almost every day, always trying to surpass his limits. He was close to being unstoppable at this point. Speaking of which, is the transfer to the account I created done? Issei asked. Soon it will be done. The companies under the supernatural that are being invested in will soon become bankrupt due to the lack of funds. They will suffer financially. I am aware. Make sure it is under Miyuki Shiba's account so that suspicion does not fall on us. Malik understood, as this account was created primarily by the unknown dictator, placing it directly under Issei and Miyuki's control. Furthermore, the investors who are human to these devil and supernatural created companies will ask about the product, thus having a chance to trigger even a lawsuit, since they may lose that money. This would be the beginning of the fall of their companies located in the human world. They would believe that they had stolen the investors' money, causing potential investors to back away, realizing they were losing money. While some of the devils were not concerned about finances, they would eventually run out of resources, especially after the attacks from the God Tribe and the Hero Village, which would be even more vicious, destroying their financial assets. Without their source of income, they would face bankruptcy, leading to the loss of their privileged lives. Eventually, they would have to lay off their workers and employees as their funds dwindled, resulting in the collapse of their companies. That would be the time for Issei to reveal himself. After finishing another attack, this one aimed at the Norse, he wanted to make Odin pay for his past actions, saving the devils for last. The devils had initiated this alliance, so it would be fitting to end it with them. He would kill Surzex last, as he was the one who envisioned a world of peace, which Issei saw as a lie. He despised this false peace and was determined to destroy its architects. He had witnessed their willingness to sacrifice others to save themselves, and he recognized their love for their factions as a facade. Issei had been blind to their longing for peace for a long time, but a brutal awakening had opened his eyes. Soon, he planned to reveal the supernatural to humanity as well. Well, I need to talk to Miyuki. Euphoria, keep spying on the God Tribe and let me know if there are any developments, Issei said seriously. The goddess nodded before teleporting away, and Issei headed inside to speak with Miyuki while Malik returned to his work. He recalled that his visits to Persephone and Hades had increased, as they enjoyed his company now that the factions no longer bothered him. Scene change. Miyuki was relentlessly training, almost perfecting her ice and water magic to the point that even a god-class being would struggle against her. Many would say she was overdoing it, but she was determined to destroy the Citri clan once and for all. Yo, Miyuki! Do you have a moment? Issei called out. Miyuki lost her concentration, her magic fading as she turned to see Issei and smiled. Sure, Is something the matter, Lord Issei? She asked, noticing his serious demeanor. I need to talk to you about something. Issei began. Miyuki nodded and took a seat, Issei joining her. I've heard you've been overworking. Miyuki looked down, surprised. Yeah, sorry if I was blinded by revenge. It motivates me. That's fine, but don't let it control you, Miyuki, Issei replied with a sigh. Right now, Sona is going through one of her worst phases. She feels hardly trusted and hates everything happening to her. Not to mention, the Citri clan wants to replace you with Sona as her heiress. They're doing this to preserve their reputation so you can watch them suffer, just like I am for the factions. They will all suffer. But if you kill them now, it would take away the fun, so don't do that. Take some rest, recover for a while, and watch as the dominoes crumble. Miyuki nodded in understanding. Maybe this was the right approach. She could recover and watch the Citri clan suffer. Issei, can you tell me something? Miyuki asked, looking at him. Did you have anyone in your life that you cherished? Before Nyx? Issei sighed, caught off guard by the question. Not expecting that question. You are free to answer whenever you can. It's fine, I guess it's fair to know, he said, taking a deep breath. I cherished my former family before I realized they didn't care for me. That was 1.5 years ago. What? But they treated you poorly, right? Miyuki asked. Indeed. I always tried to get on their good side by helping them and the factions, but I was never appreciated. Truth be told, I'm happy seeing them suffer now. Then I had feelings for Rias Gremory and Gabriel, but you know what happened when I told you about them, right? Issei continued, and Miyuki nodded, recalling his past. Well, another thing I wanted to discuss is that all the money from the devil companies will be deposited into your bank account, which will be shared with you. Miyuki nodded in agreement. So what should I do with all this money? I have no use for it anyway. You can do whatever you want with it. It's all yours, and the best part is that no one would suspect you have it. If things go south, just contact me through the communication circle, okay? Issei said. Miyuki smiled, starting to see Issei as more than just her savior. She owed him a lot for saving her from her prison and giving her a chance at justice. She couldn't deny that she was starting to fall for him. Knowing that she may not have another chance to express her feelings, she decided to do it anyway. Lord Issei, wait. Issei looked at Miyuki in surprise as she continued, I need to tell you something. He smiled at her, encouraging her to go on. Miyuki blushed as she exclaimed, I like you, Issei. Issei widened his eyes in shock. He began, but Miyuki cut him off, looking away. I know that you love Nyx, Quinella, and Charlotte the most, but you even care for Elizabeth, Gondal, and Artemis. What do you think of me? Issei sighed. I care for you, Miyuki. Although I am not sure if... He looked at her, but a voice interrupted their moment. Nyx wouldn't mind. She didn't when you chose to take Elizabeth and Artemis out for a date, so please accept my love. Miyuki exclaimed, bowing. Issei sighed again. I should have seen this coming. Miyuki seemed saddened as she asked, Do you not like me? What? No, Issei exclaimed, then sighed. I like you, Miyuki. I will see when I can take you on a date, but we need to wait to deal with the God tribe. I can't risk your life. I understand. Say, what do you see me as? Miyuki asked. Issei looked at her and replied, When I first heard about you, I presumed you were no better than your 2 older sisters, but getting to know you, I see you are hardworking and often push yourself to your limits. You are everything I expected one of my former sisters, Asia, to be. You have a personality that anyone can fall for, and I actually had a bit of an attraction towards you. Miyuki was surprised by his words. When? She asked. Issei smiled. During the party, when you dressed up, you, along with Quinella and Charlotte, looked so pretty. Miyuki blushed, stammering, I am glad you like it. Issei chuckled. This side of you is something I want to see more often. I want to see you happy, okay? Miyuki nodded with a smile. If Issei liked this side of her, she didn't mind showing it. I will take my leave. Just rest and be who you are, okay? Miyuki nodded as Issei headed out, recalling Claire informing him about the shipment of Phoenix tears sent to Seorg for his treatment. He smirked, remembering how distraught his peerage was when he showed barely any signs of waking up. He was pleased to see his rival suffer and thought about how it would affect Seorg's mother when she realized he might not wake up. With Seorg out of the picture, Issei's next focus would have been the Norse, had it not been for a Furia attacking him the previous night. Now, he needed to concentrate on the god tribe. It was time for their elimination. He knew a Furia had a cousin, Raphaeline, who was said to be stronger than her. A Furia was barely an inconvenience for the Red Dragon Emperor, but Raphaeline was uncertain. Issei theorized that Raphaeline was at least mid-god class level, while a Furia was at best low god class level. He believed Raphaeline was stronger than a Furia, and that was certain in his eyes. I wonder what the future holds for the god tribe. Issei spoke with a determined grin, anticipating what was to come. Scene change. God tribe, 11:30 a.m. A man with white hair and a strange symbol on his head was seen talking to a Furia. He had 2 claws on his shoulders and blue flowing wings, wearing a blue tunic adorned with rune symbols and shorts, with a gold coin at its center. He appeared more like a seraph to those who saw him. I am sorry, Adagio, I couldn't get the Red Dragon Emperor to our side. A Furia spoke with sadness. Adagio, hiding his anger, asked, What? Why? He is too strong, I couldn't beat him. Even without his gear. A Furia admitted. Adagio growled in frustration. I should have known he is stronger than I anticipated. Maybe this time I should deal with him myself. A Furia stopped him, asking, How can you say that? She recounted the entire fight, excluding the part where Issei turned her into his spy. Adagio listened intently, then asked, So he did not use his boosted gear? A Furia nodded, and Adagio responded, This might be a problem. Beings like him are considered abominations and need to be eliminated. We must find a way to either bring him to our side or eliminate him. Adagio spoke coldly, and a Furia nodded, hiding her internal smirk, knowing that his longing to provoke Issei could lead to dire consequences for the god tribe. Not to mention the Droid faction, of which Issei is the supreme leader, has already set their sights on him. Soon, they would have to confront the Droid faction completely. They knew they were outmatched, especially if all 3 generals, Malik, Grievous, and Vader, joined the fight. He can be a potential ally, but he can be a threat as well. We must keep that in mind. Adagio spoke seriously. A Furia then asked, So what do you want me to do? Adagio sighed and responded, After a few days, you, along with Raphaeline and some low-ranking gods, will storm the Hyudu residence. You must capture him alive, but if you can't, you must eliminate him. A Furia nodded, leaving his office with a sinister grin while muttering, You are falling to your demise. I am going to enjoy watching Lord Issei wipe your pride from the surface. Outside, she met her cousin Raphaeline, a appealing young woman with long hair and elf-like ears. A Furia. Raphaeline greeted her. On the outside, a Furia smiled, but internally, she was not happy to see her. Inner a Furia worried that the one controlling her body would do something harmful. Raphaeline, is something the matter? A Furia asked. Raphaeline responded, So, were you able to get the Sekiruuyetei to your side? A Furia shook her head. I'm sorry, big sister. I failed to get him to our side. Raphaeline was surprised. Her cousin was strong, so how did she fail? But how? Raphaeline asked in shock. A Furia replied, He is too strong, big sister. Worse, he didn't even use his boosted gear. I escaped with my life as he wanted me dead. A Furia lied about the last part. Raphaeline's expression shifted from happiness to concern and anger for her sister. She was relieved that a Furia managed to escape but furious about what this human had done to her. Don't worry, we shall get him next time. I believe Adagio was not happy with what happened. Raphaeline spoke seriously. A Furia nodded and explained, Indeed, he asked me to head there myself, along with you and a small army of gods, to subdue him or, worse, kill him. Raphaeline nodded in understanding. So when can we go? She asked eagerly. A Furia replied, We can go after a few days, when he is not expecting us to show up. That is what Adagio told us to do. Raffaline agreed, saying, "Very well, I don't mind going now, but we should take him by surprise. This might be our only hope against the Droid faction." Afuria wondered if she could enlist Jean Tuju's help to take this boy down, as his power surpassed even that of Satan-class beings. Unknown to them, attacking Issei would be their undoing, as the one they were trying to confront was their worst enemy. Simbreak. Hayadu Residence, 9:30 p.m. Issei walked through the residence, noting how much had changed. The house that once tormented him was now peaceful and quiet. His actions had created chaos and fear across the supernatural world, whether in heaven, hell, Olympus, or Kailash. He remembered that ever since the supernatural began to suffer, his life had improved. Those who once tormented him were either gone or afraid of him. It didn't matter, though, as the supernatural would soon be eliminated, paving the way for true unity, a world where peace would reign for a long time, where humanity wouldn't be toyed with or used ever again. Issei recognized the lack of care the supernatural had for humanity. They claimed not to look down on humans, but their actions told a very different story. "Reminiscing about the past, huh?" Droid asked. Issei responded, "Well, things have changed. The supernatural is in turmoil. There was a time I was cursed, no one believed or trusted me. They only trust and appease me because I am their only hope. The pillar they so desperately believed in was a complete fraud. And worse, he did not falter until the very end. No matter what I did, the supernatural will still be the same." Issei continued, shrugging off any concern for the factions. He knew one thing: things would soon go in his favor. He also noticed that even the girls had started to develop feelings for him. However, he wondered whether they would join him willingly. He contemplated whether both Latia and Sekiruuyetei would join him like Morana did. He was aware that Sekiruuyetei and Latia had loved ones in the underworld, specifically, their parents. He questioned whether they would have the strength to make difficult choices if the time came. "Well, speaking of which, how much time do you think it will take for me to achieve that form?" Issei asked. "Considering you are planning to combine the full power of the Great Red's flesh, Ophus's powers, my power, your power, and the book's integration, you are basically aiming for a form that surpasses the true Diabolo's dragon. It will require more training if you want to use it without any side effects," Droid explained. "Furthermore, this form is meant for the next threat, as you are preparing to deal with anything that could threaten peace in the future." "Indeed. From what I know, we don't really know if there are beings stronger than Great Red, so this form is a precautionary measure. Even with the factions gone, we can't rest, and you and I both agree on this, right?" Issei replied. "I do. I'm going to ask Hades why Rizavim wanted to unleash Trihexa and for what purpose. If he aimed to create chaos, he and his Cows Brigade were strong enough to do that," Drake said. As Issei prepared to teleport, he heard a sniffle. He looked around and noticed Artemis's room. Walking upstairs, he saw the door was open. He entered, but Artemis failed to sense his presence due to her emotional state. The door creaked, making the goddess of the hunt realize someone was there. She rubbed her tears and looked up, surprised to see Issei. "Lord Issei?" Artemis asked, her voice filled with surprise. It was clear she had been crying, judging by her tear-stained cheeks and sad expression. Issei felt a surge of worry and anger. "You are crying. Tell me, who did this? Was it Zeus?" Artemis shook her head. "No, it wasn't him." She leaned her head on his shoulder, her voice trembling. "I'm referring to my brother Apollo, my mother Leto, and my aunt Hestia. I'm sorry. I don't want to say this," she continued, her voice breaking. Understanding the situation, Issei pulled the goddess closer and hugged her, sensing what she was about to reveal. "Artemis, if you don't tell me, how can I help you?" Issei asked gently, causing her to melt into the hug. She started to tear up again. I, she stammered. Issei rubbed her back, trying to calm her down. "Take your time, I'm not in a rush to go anywhere." After a moment, Artemis spoke again, her voice still sad. "I'm sorry, but if I ask you this, you may have to change some plans." "Artemis, please tell me." You're making me worried now. Issei urged. Artemis looked away, her voice barely above a whisper. I can't watch my siblings Apollo and Hestia, and my mother die. As much as I don't mind Zeus suffering for what he did to me and Athena, I can't bear to see them die, especially not like this. I'm sorry. Tears streamed down her face as Issei wiped them away, trying to reassure her. Artie, it just shows how much you care for your loved ones. Bonds like these don't break easily. It took me months to get over my past love before I fell for Nyx. I understand you don't want to see them die. Artemis looked at him and he continued, but you know, aside from Hestia, no one else has been visiting you, right? She nodded. Then what should I do? I don't want to serve the Greek faction, but I can't watch my loved ones die. Please, tell me what you would do in my situation. Issei sighed. I'm not the best person to say this, but from what I know, the Olympic faction is in complete turmoil. Things are bad, and the chances of recovery are low. Artemis nodded, absorbing his words. I may consider Hestia, but Leto and Apollo. They're beyond hope. As much as I hate to say it, the Greeks did not change, no matter what happened. Issei spoke seriously, and Artemis understood his feelings toward her former faction. She shared that same disdain, especially for Zeus, who had abandoned her completely. Zeus still holds anger and hatred towards me, since he believes that I am the reason why the two of you hate me. Issei continued as Artemis nodded, knowing about this and feeling disgusted by Zeus's thoughts about her lover. She hated him and wished for his downfall. But you shouldn't worry, I will be there for you whenever you need me. Issei said with a cheeky grin. If I don't, what kind of boyfriend would I be? Artemis lost her sad tone and cracked a smile. Look at your smile. Your face looks so good when you smile, Artemis, Issei said, causing her to blush. See, look, you feel so much better now, don't you? Artemis wiped her tears and smiled. Yeah, she replied, resting her head on Issei's shoulder. He pulled her closer, making the goddess of the hunt feel safe and comfortable. Issei then asked, if it is all right, may I ask a question? Sure. Artemis replied. What was your reason for not hating men, but detesting them to the point of no return? I heard you even turned a random guy into a deer just because he peeped on you. Why? Artemis flinched at the memory. She recalled her actions when she had turned someone who was part of her followers into a bear for getting PRGNT. Later, she found out that it was Zeus who had wronged her, leading to despair for her follower. I had a fear I feared being powerless. My first love tried to harm me, she confessed. Issei widened his eyes in shock. What? Artemis moved from his shoulder and looked him in the eye, deciding to be open with him. It's true. Orion tried to harm me. He used a god-slaying necklace to make me powerless. If it wasn't for Apollo saving me, he would have succeeded. Issei's shock turned to anger. Where is that giant? He growled. I and Apollo dealt with him. He begged for mercy, but I showed him none. I see. That gives you a reason to hate men, but what about the concept of marriage itself? Issei asked. Artemis shook her head. You see, Issei, back in the day, marriage was not like it is today. Women in Greek marriages were often controlled by men, unable to go outdoors for fear of being treated as outcasts. She spoke with sadness, reflecting on how her views had changed. I understand, but I have to say, what you did was taking things too far. Artemis looked down, feeling the weight of his words. I know, but I am learning to tolerate them now. Issei nodded, pleased with her progress. I was also considering allowing marriages for my huntresses and followers, she added with a smile. I know. Issei replied. I'm not sure if my followers would accept it given their vows, but if things work out, I can see them truly happy. You showed me how love changes people, including myself, Artemis said, her smile genuine. I'm really proud of what you've become, Artie. If you met your past self, she would be surprised, Issei said. Artemis chuckled. She would probably call me a fool for falling for men. See, the man-hating goddess changed into the man-tolerating goddess, Issei teased. Artemis pouted before laughing. Mao, I am not that bad. Seeing her laugh made Issei smile. He wondered how he would get Hestia on his side, as she was one of the few Greek goddesses he tolerated. A few minutes later, Artemis fell asleep on the bed while Issei sat in a nearby chair. He could have joined her to comfort her but chose not to, feeling it would be taking advantage of her. "Sleep well, Artie. You need some rest." As he prepared to leave, he heard her murmur, "Please don't go." Surprised, he looked at her and thought, "What should I do?" Droid's voice echoed in his mind. "Don't hesitate, just sleep next to her." Issei retorted, "What? I am not hesitating." Droid was not affected as he responded, "Oh really? Then I dare you to sleep next to her and not chicken out." Issei growled in response, "Fine. I will sleep next to her." Droid nodded, pleased that his plan was a success. Issei carefully settled next to her without disturbing her. As he looked at her sleeping face, she instinctively hugged him closer. Issei blushed as Artemis snuggled against him, smiling as she subconsciously pulled herself toward him. He smiled back and hugged her, realizing she must have been very lonely. "You must have been really alone, huh?" he said softly, reflecting on how Zeus had abandoned her and Athena. He had only seen Artemis cry once, after which she never showed that side of herself again. "But worry not, I will be by your side until the very end, and I will love you till the very end." Issei continued, "I think a power nap won't sound bad. What's the worst that can happen?" Scene change. Artemis's room, 11 p.m. Issei was holding Artemis when she woke up, rubbing her eyes. She looked surprised and blushed, realizing she was hugging Issei like a teddy bear. She froze, and moments later, Issei woke up as well. "So how did you sleep?" he asked with a smile. Artemis stammered, looking away, "It was good." She then snapped out of her blush and smiled genuinely, "Thank you." Their moment was interrupted when Quinella, Charlotte, Nyx, and Elizabeth entered the room, all smiling sweetly. Issei felt a pang of fear at what might happen next. Nyx spoke teasingly, "You were here, darling." Issei sensed her jealousy and quickly said, It is not what it looks like." Artemis pulled him closer, pouting at the girls, which only worsened the situation. Quinella responded with a smile, "Then do tell us." The girls radiated jealousy as Issei explained, "Look, I was just here when she needed me the most. I mean, all I did was be by her side. I can assure you that nothing bad has happened." The girls seemed to calm down a little. Nyx said, "We should have known you would be like this. Your nature is to help others." Charlotte added, "We knew about the God faction and feared something bad might have happened to you. When we saw you were absent from your room, we feared the worst." Elizabeth spoke with sadness, "We feared losing you. We searched every room and were relieved to find you here, but then we saw you sleeping with her. Not that we are against it, but we were worried sick for you." Issei realized the gravity of the situation. These girls cared for him deeply. He understood that many of them had abandonment issues, like Nyx, whose brother Erebus was still missing, or Elizabeth, who had been abandoned by Michael. "I am sorry, I didn't know those gods scared you girls so much. I should have known." Issei sighed as the girls looked at him, wondering what he would do next. "I will prepare a barrier to prevent any intrusions. This needs to be dealt with as soon as possible," he said seriously, getting up from the bed and gently setting Artemis down. Nyx added, "I will also come with you." Issei nodded and addressed the other girls, "Hopefully, it shouldn't take long, so I think all of you should join." They all agreed and headed to the Hyudu rooftop to set up the barrier. Scene change. Rooftop, Hyudu residence, 12 a.m. Issei and the girls were on the rooftop, ready for what he would do next. He activated God-slaying and rune magic. The former would maintain the barrier to keep intruders out, while the latter would allow specified presences, like Athena, Nyx, and Artemis. "Alright, it's done," Issei said seriously. "I believe the only ones able to break this barrier are mostly Hindu gods like Indra and Trimurti, but aside from that, I doubt any other gods would want to come here, let alone break it." "I guess that is fair." Nyx responded with a smile, feeling a bit assured. Issei continued, "Either way, this is temporary since we will be leaving this place soon." Elizabeth asked, "Why?" Issei replied, When we reveal ourselves, we can't share the same place with our enemies, as they could attack us. We will either stay at Hades's domain or at Malik's base. I have already started designing living quarters there and planning for what comes next. Elizabeth then asked, "What will happen to Sekiruuyetei and Latia?" Issei responded, "They will have to make a choice, either me or the devils." He spoke coldly, not wanting to hurt them but knowing he had to give them a choice. He believed Athena would likely join him since her corruption was nearly complete, and he didn't want to hurt her either. "I see." Charlotte spoke as Issei continued, "They have families, which I doubt they would turn against them, but if they do, they will be more than welcome in this world." Issei's words earned nods from the girls. He then asked, "Quinella, can you give me the holy nail I had given for Rosweiss?" Quinella nodded and replied, "Sure. May I ask why though?" Issei explained, "Gondal wants to deal with Rosweiss herself. It was a request she wanted me to fulfill, and I believe she will join us." Quinella nodded and handed him the nails meant for the former Valkyrie. "I believe we all should rest. Artemis, you will sleep with me from now on, sounds good?" Artemis nodded with a blush as everyone retired to their rooms for the night. Scene change. The next day at the Hayadu residence, 10:30 a.m., Issei and the girls were sitting in his room having breakfast. It was peaceful here, away from distractions. "This was actually a good idea, thanks, Liz," Issei said, pointing to Elizabeth, who blushed in response. "I knew you hated those hypocrites, which is why I suggested this," she stammered. Nyx added, "Well, this may be small, but it will do for us, and I'm glad even Athena and Morana decided to join." Both Morana and Athena nodded in agreement. "I'm really annoyed with the Phoenix's whining, like, what do those teenagers call it nowadays?" "Oh yeah, like a little brat," Athena said in annoyance. "Language aside, I have to agree with the goddess of wisdom. They are really annoying, always wanting to ruin our day," Morana added. She then asked, "Speaking of which, where is Gabriel?" Issei responded, "Right now, she is settling in a hotel nearby. I managed to put a seal on her aura so that no supernatural beings can detect her presence, but she can still use her powers. Anyways, Nyx, girls, I wanted you to talk about." Nyx smiled. "We know about Miyuki, you promised her a date." Quinella chimed in with a smile. "It was us that encouraged her to confess her feelings to you," Issei exclaimed. "What? Why didn't you tell me this?" Charlotte answered, "It's simple. We thought it would be nice if she did it herself. And you better take good care of her, okay?" The girls, minus Morana and Athena, smiled sweetly, causing Issei to gulp and nod. I will," he said with a sigh, feeling happy that the girls shared a sisterhood. "Say, I wonder what Malik and the boys are doing?" Artemis asked, and the others wondered the same. "Probably playing some poker. They often aren't interested in anything but battling," Elizabeth sighed. "Well, let us eat our food. I believe we should get back to work as soon as possible since we have things to prepare against the God Tribe and the Hero Village," Issei said, earning nods from the girls as they finished their lunch to prepare for what was next. Scene change. In the Dimensional Lost training room at 11:30 a.m., Issei was training in his regular balance breaker, dodging and facing off against several copies with the power of ultimate class beings and beyond. The primary reason for this was to reach a power that no one could stop. "Alright, just a little more focus," Issei said seriously, scanning his surroundings. He spoke to Droid, "You know what you need to do, right buddy?" "Boost, boost, boost," Droid shouted as Issei's armor supercharged. He fired a concentrated reddish-green blast at the entities created by the Annihilation Maker, which were anti-monsters capable of fighting against Satan-class beings and even low-god-class beings. In just minutes, they were all annihilated without a trace. However, Issei was not done. Using the Annihilation Maker, he created beings that surpassed the strength of even superdevils like Ajuka or Surzex. Channeling the power of both Great Red and Ophis, he began to overload the book of conceptual records into his body. Feeling bloated, Issei started to cough. "Partner, you must get their power out of your body. It can't take it," Droid warned. But Issei was determined. "No, Droid. I will succeed, I won't give up here," he declared, seeing the anti-monsters charging attacks, their faces reminding him of those who had looked down on him. I hate them. I hate them with all my heart. I despise their existence. Issei shouted, growling as he recalled his deep-seated hatred. He was determined to show them no mercy. I will kill them. I will wipe their whole existence from this planet, he declared, channeling the power of infinity. The pressure was immense, and he fell to his knees, but his anger fueled him to rise again, surpassing even the intensity of when Shiva opened his third eye of destruction. His hatred was so potent that even the anti-monsters felt a twinge of fear. Die! Issei roared as the anti-monsters unleashed their blasts. The resulting explosions were overwhelming, but Issei remained in a separate dimension. As the dust settled, it revealed his new armor, reminiscent of a mechanical suit from a mecha anime, complete with green eyes and a hexagonal red helmet. The armor was adorned with triangular shoulder pieces and gems scattered across his limbs, a striking blend of red and silver, albeit in a miniature form. Wow! Issei marveled at the power coursing through him. This was a manifestation of the full potential he had achieved after years of relentless training, honing the power of infinity and the power of dreams. His determination intensified after realizing that the factions around him were indifferent to his struggles. He was resolute in surpassing them, focusing on String Diabolos Dragon DXD and True Diabolos Dragon DXD. This new form eclipsed both. Indeed, you've surpassed your limits, Droid exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. This armor could even take on Great Red and Ophis. However, he added with a hint of sadness, but you can only maintain this form for 10 minutes. Your body isn't fully adapted yet. Issei smiled beneath his armor. That's fine. Now let's end this. Scarlet Annihilation. Two cannons emerged from his shoulders, charging a dark crimson energy blast infused with the power of infinite and the power of dreams. The blast obliterated the anti-monsters, leaving no trace behind. Impressed by his own capabilities, Issei dispelled his armor and collapsed, breathing heavily. He knew the armor still needed refinement, but he was ready to put in the work. Returning to his dimension, he found the girls training vigorously. He watched as Artemis and Elizabeth clashed, both refusing to hold back. Artemis unleashed a flurry of arrows, which Elizabeth countered with light spears. Don't hold back, Liz. I want to see what you're capable of, Artemis urged, sensing Elizabeth's hesitation. But I don't want to hurt you, Artie. Elizabeth replied, conflicted. Artemis shook her head. No, I won't be injured. Show me your strongest. Move, I want to see you push your limits. Reluctantly, Elizabeth took a deep breath. All right, let there be light. Her eyes shifted to a deep purple as she summoned drill-shaped projectiles, each one appearing as if coated in diamond plating. Issei watched in awe as Elizabeth demonstrated her mastery of dark light. He worried for Artemis but trusted in her resilience. As the drills approached, Artemis readied her bow, skillfully destroying them with pinpoint accuracy. Using the ensuing smoke as cover, she vanished, relying on her stealth to gain the upper hand. Elizabeth searched the smokescreen, only to feel the weight of Artemis's presence behind her. Fear gripped her as she realized the disparity in their power levels. I guess that settles it. Elizabeth breathed heavily, feeling like prey in the presence of a predator. You did well, but I believe we should take a small break, right, Liz? Artemis suggested, lowering her bow. Elizabeth nodded, relieved, and Issei observed the scene with a smile as he turned to see Quinella, Charlotte, and the two Mochas training together. Mocha Yura was a close-quarter fighter, her punches and kicks aimed at Quinella, who struggled to block them. Using magic to fight is one thing, beneficial for us vampires, but hand-to-hand combat is essential when you run out of it, Mocha explained as Quinella attempted to defend herself. Eventually, Mocha's roundhouse kick took Quinella down. You have the strength and blood of a Satan descendant. You should be able to use it without restrictions. You need more training, Quinella replied, understanding the seriousness of Mocha's words. She realized that string hand-to-hand combat would be crucial for facing future enemies. Mocha Omok, unlike her sister, was gentler, focusing on helping Charlotte master the basics. Your fist should be at the right angle to impact your opponent effectively. Always remember, one of the weakest points of any humanoid body is the groin, she instructed. Charlotte nodded, concentrating on her punches. Issei turned to see Nyx training Miyuki in magic, strengthening her abilities. You need to focus your attack on one point. Water can be considered the most powerful weapon if you achieve the right speed and precision, Nyx explained. Miyuki nodded, asking, so if I get the correct speed, I can cut through anything, right? Nyx confirmed, indeed, and I know you can do it, Miyuki. Miyuki continued her training, and Issei started clapping to gather their attention. I hope you all have a moment, I need to talk about something important. His voice drew their focus, and Nyx encouraged him, go ahead. Issei sat down and announced, I did it. The girls were surprised and Artemis asked, did what? Issei smiled, I had a breakthrough in my current power. Nyx rushed to him and hugged him, exclaiming, congratulations, darling. The other girls joined in, expressing their happiness. Some wanted to see the armor, but Issei sighed, I'm sorry girls, the armor is extremely dangerous, and I can only maintain or use it after a while. Before they could respond, Issei sensed something. Something wrong? Quinella asked. It seems we have some unwanted visitors, Issei replied coldly, aware that someone had entered his barrier, which repelled only God and Buddha-class beings. Scene change. Outside the Haidu residence, 1 p.m., Issei and the girls saw a monkey yokai, about the height of a kindergarten child, covered in golden fur and wearing a monk's cassock. He had a wrinkled face and black skin, adorned with prayer beads and a golden headband. It was Sun Wukong. He rubbed his behind in pain and exclaimed, a barrier, but how? Issei noticed he was accompanied by Tobio Ikkyu and others. I will explain, Issei said, addressing the visitors. No god except the residents of this house are welcome. But why? Tobio asked, curious. Issei replied, I have my reasons. Reasons that you don't deserve to know. Sun Wukong responded sadly, boy, you have some really strong power. Tobio pressed, we only need to know who attacked you yesterday. The factions sensed it was a god, but it didn't belong to any other faction. Issei sighed, even if I told you, it would do you no good. Now goodbye. He and the girls turned to head inside, but Tobio and Sun Wukong tried to stop them. Let it be, Tobio. He doesn't want us near him, and you know what will happen if we provoke him, right? Tobio nodded, a mix of sadness and fear in his expression. After Issei defeated Ajuka, none of the faction leaders dared to visit him due to fear, except for Hestia, primarily because Artemis and Athena were staying with him. The leaders had tried to convince one of his fiancées to reach out, but none responded, unwilling to support those who would abandon them in their time of need. Defeated, Tobio and the others returned to the underworld. Scene change. Malik's base, 1 p.m. Malik, Vader, Grievous, La Folia, Gondal, and Kalani were observing the God Tribe's layout. They were deducing their next step on how to deal with this faction. Alright, Issei states we have to deal with not only the God Tribe, but those affiliated with the Hero Village as well, Malik spoke seriously. Vader responded, there are even those who have managed to infiltrate government positions, funding these unworthy beings. We must eliminate those weeds in the government. Grievous spoke with disdain as Vader continued, we must eliminate them. From what we heard from our spy of Furia, they are all in hiding due to our assault in the Vatican. This earned nods from most of the group as they recalled the information she had provided. Furia had shared their names, identities, and current locations, thanks to Issei converting her into one of his allies. Her role as a spy allowed them to gather significant information about the God Tribe and the Hero Village, along with the infiltrators. So, Emistu, should I eliminate these people myself? La Folia asked, ready to draw her blade against Issei's enemies. His enemies were her enemies as well. You may, but when the time comes, you will need to act swiftly. The deaths of many government officials will cause turmoil in the human world, Malik replied seriously. Once we are done, we must erase all memories of those who knew our targets. Fortunately, they are not as influential as a president or the leader of a political party, but they hold positions in the upper echelons of intelligence agencies and the military of the U.S. government. Malik continued as La Folia nodded in response. So what do you propose? How do we stop them from using humanity for their own purposes? Gondal asked earnestly. She had never liked the god tribe, especially after hearing about them from her former superior, Odin. Their recent actions against Lord Issei had angered her. She knew they wouldn't stop until they had Issei on their side. I suggest we orbital bombard the agency. Our chances of success are 75%, and if we ambush them, it would increase to 90%, Kalani suggested analytically. Vader added, not to mention, the heroes who infiltrated the European government and had insight into the church faction of the three factions have gone into hiding, as evidenced by missing posters. Malik responded, the gods have instructed them to remain hidden. It's unfortunate that we know exactly where they are. He recalled all the information the goddess of Furia had gathered for them. Vader confirmed, that is good. Once we receive Lord Issei's orders, we can begin our plan to decimate the god faction, right? Malik nodded. Indeed, Vader. He then looked at La Folia and instructed, La Folia, your task is to locate these infiltrators and eliminate them, leaving no trace. I will provide you with the necessary information, and we will begin the hunt tomorrow. As you wish, Mayar, La Folia replied as she prepared to leave, leaving the others in place. Gondal then asked, once we are done, what should we do with the Furia? Malik replied with a neutral expression, I believe her powers may be useful, and it would be better if she joins us willingly. Any firepower would be welcome. Gondal nodded, satisfied with the answer, as they prepared for their assault on the god tribe. The next day, at Malik's base, Issei and the others were preparing for their assault on the god tribe. They recalled how La Folia had successfully eliminated all the heroes who had infiltrated the governments. The mass deaths in one day would have terrified the world, primarily due to the heroes' presence in various governments. However, there was no fear or terror, as the memories of those individuals had been wiped clean. Nobody remembered them, and it would only be a matter of time before they were replaced by those loyal to the government and humanity, not to the gods who looked down upon them. Issei and Malik's actions were justified. Humans blinded by divinity had worked against humanity for gods who desired to remain hidden. They did not deserve to live, and thus they had to be eliminated. Thanks to La Folia, Vader, Gondal, and Grievous, all of them were killed precisely when they least expected it. Some fell to sniper shots, while others were taken down by the Four, which was relatively easy since most of them were of high to ultimate class. Now it was back to dealing with the main threat, the hero clan and the god tribe. They must be eliminated to ensure they no longer pose a threat to future plans or attempt to use humanity for their purposes again. Issei looked at the sleeper agents, Yasaka, Hija, Gasper, Penemu, Aquino, and Valerie. Valerie had been easily lured by Gasper and turned into a sleeper agent by Quinella. She had been captured with ease before, and now it was even more convenient, given that Quinella had used Gasper for her purposes. Issei commanded, your job will be to protect the generals. I don't care if you die, your whole purpose is to serve the Droid faction. Do I make myself clear? The sleeper agents responded in unison, yes. Lord Issei. Issei nodded as he walked out. The sleeper agents prepared themselves, while their inner selves had no choice but to accept their fate. Their position as Issei's subordinates was certain, and they would never be free. Issei reached out to Nyx and his other generals waiting for his orders. I will take a small portion of the army and head to the hero clan village in Japan. Right now, they must be at their weakest. I will deal with Jin Tuju personally. Issei spoke seriously, continuing, Malik, your job is to ensure Adagio and the rest of his 10 gods are eliminated. There will be no mercy, you must make sure of that. You will have full command of the rest of the army. Malik nodded, saying, as you wish. They had all been well briefed about the plan, knowing that today would spark the fall of the god tribe and the hero clan. There are a few things I need to deal with. The 4 spirits known to aid the heroes, Byako, Sairyu, Genbu, and Suzuku. Issei said seriously, Artemis asked. The 4 spirits? What of them? Issei replied. Once we defeat them, the strongest one will appear, Kuryu. He may pose an additional threat after we deal with Jin Tuju. Malik asked. Do you want any of us to accompany you? Issei shook his head. Not really. I can handle them, and if possible I can get them to my side, and you know how, right? Malik nodded in agreement. Kalani then said, Supreme Leader, please let me stay on standby above us. Issei looked at him and shrugged. Very well. I believe the rest of you should be able to handle the gods, right? Vader and the others nodded. Issei concluded the meeting. I believe you all should move out. We will ensure that they fall tonight. Issei walked across the fields. Malik was surrounded by the burning remains of Grigori. Issei and Nyx were seen side by side, looking at the screen. A book appeared, showing Issei in his strongest red dragon armor. Daihedu was seen with a sinister smirk, with Rias standing next to him. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik, using magic. Auka walked through a puddle, while the ORC, Student Council, Valid Team, and Team /Dog were shown, all under a pair of angry eyes. Issei looked at the book, remembering his past, envisioning the factions falling apart. Ingvild looked at a figurine of Dai, crushing it with tears in her eyes and anger on her face. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes, looking at Dai with determination. Miyuki gritted her teeth, remembering her sisters. Issei knelt, haunted by his past, as a family photo appeared with a slash across it. He felt the separation from his family and looked at Surzex, both radiating their auras. In the Hero Village, Hero Clan, at 10 p.m., Issei and a small portion of the Droid army prepared for their assault. One of the OOM commanders asked, Supreme Leader, what are our orders? Issei replied, We will begin our assault in 15 minutes. His voice was serious as he scanned the surroundings, wanting to strike when they were least alert. Where is Yasaka? He inquired. Right here, the OOM commander pointed to the Yukai leader. Yasaka's inner and outer selves were prisoners of the Red Dragon Emperor, slaves to follow his orders. Yasaka stepped forward as Issei approached her, grabbing her chin with coldness in his eyes. Her outer self wondered what commands her emissary had, while her inner self felt terror from his gaze. To Issei, she was merely a pawn, one he would not hesitate to discard. Yasaka, let me make one thing clear. You will attack the Hero Clan in your Vulpine form. If you die, it is not my problem, as you are no more than a pawn to me. Issei spoke coldly, venom dripping from his voice. Inner Yasaka was nearly in tears. But don't worry, your daughter will receive the news of your demise, and I can't wait to see the grief and despair on her face. Issei said with a sadistic grin, causing Yasaka to widen her eyes and shout, tears streaming down her face. Issei, no, please, don't bring Kunu into this. I beg you. Despite her desperate shouts, no one could hear her. Issei walked away, gazing at the Hero Village, and spoke to the commander. Commander, we begin our assault now. Prepare a barrier dome. No one will escape tonight. His tone was serious and cold, and the commander responded, Roger. Scene change. The Hero Clan was enjoying a peaceful night, with young aspiring heroes ready to say their goodnights. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the village. What the? One member exclaimed in shock. Moments later, they saw a giant vulpine fox beast terrorizing the Hero Village. Many were horrified by the sight. Atop her, a barrier dome formed. It was Yasaka, unleashing storms of fox fire that ignited the village buildings. The people, unprepared for this fight, scrambled to flee. They had not expected an attack from a nine-tailed fox, whose strength was said to be ultimate class. The children were particularly vulnerable and needed protection. Among the heroes was Yuki Nanaka, described as having light blue, shoulder-length hair with a braid on the left side of her face and yellow eyes. Beside her was her younger sister, Kurumi, a petite girl with blue-violet hair tied in a ponytail and yellow eyes. Nei-chun, what should we do? Kurumi asked, worry etched on her face. Aside from fighting, there is nothing we can do. We must confront the Yukai, Kurumi, Yuki replied in a calm yet serious tone. Kurumi looked on in concern, unsure of their chances against such a powerful foe. A male voice interrupted, belonging to a tall, well-built man with blonde hair and dull green eyes. We have to fight her, Yuki Kurumi. I have an idea of who she is. Who exactly is she? Yuki asked, surprised. She is Yasaka, who was captured by the Droid faction. You know what that means. Takashi's voice was grim. Yuki's fear was palpable. We are under attack by them. Kurumi, confused, exclaimed, but why? We are not affiliated with the three factions or the alliance. I believe I can explain that. A new voice emerged, belonging to Issei Hayu. Who are you? And what are you doing here? Kurumi shouted. Issei narrowed his eyes. It is unwise to threaten me, kid. Kurumi's anger flared, but Yuki stopped her. You're Issei Hayudu, the current Sekiruuyetei. You know it, Issei replied. The trio was taken aback by his presence, aware of his reputation for defeating powerful foes. Takashi's anger boiled over. He believed Issei should help the gods. You. Issei glared at him, causing Takashi to falter. Meanwhile, Yasaka continued to battle several heroes, incinerating anyone who stood in her way. Issei turned his attention to the droid army, which included various battle droids and tanks. This is appealing, don't you think? He remarked, provoking anger from the three. Don't you see? People are dying. Yuki said, her voice filled with sadness. Issei chuckled coldly. Nope, I have no empathy for those who blindly follow prideful beings. His words shocked them. Enough joking. I'm not playing this charade anymore. Issei vanished from sight, delivering a powerful punch to Takashi's stomach. Takashi coughed up blood, the blow devastating. Yuki and Kurumi charged at him in anger. Issei sidestepped, using his elbow to slam Yuki to the ground and kicking Kurumi, sending her crashing into a wall. Disappointing. These are what you call heroes, he said in a bored tone. Takashi, recovering, charged at Issei. You be sturdy, he shouted, summoning Byako, a white tiger spirit. They both attacked, but Issei easily dodged the wind blades. Drawing his mortis blade, Issei blitzed forward and stabbed Takashi in the heart. No! Kurumi and Yuki shouted in horror, tears welling in their eyes. As Takashi fell, Byako roared in fury. Issei, unfazed, drew Alpheka Tyrant, incapacitating Byako with a few thrown nails. Takashi's eyes closed as he lay still, and Issei felt no guilt as he captured Byako in a box. You be a sturdy. Yuki shouted, her anger palpable as she glared at Issei. Why did you do that? Is it not obvious? The one you are looking at is the supreme leader of the droid faction, Issei replied with a mocking smile, bowing slightly and shocking the two girls. You're kidding. You were once the hero. Kurumi exclaimed in horror. You are right, a hero that was always hated and desired to be used. Even now, your goddess of Furia and your foolish god tribe have decided to come after us, Issei said coldly. Believe me, the god tribe was not my problem, but you chose to come after me on your own accord. If anyone is responsible for your demise, it is them. You. Kurumi was ready to charge, but Yuki stopped her. Go and tell Jin-san about this. He is the only one that can stop him, Yuki urged. I will hold him off, save yourself. But, Kurumi protested, but Yuki's voice turned firm. Go. Save yourself, Kurumi. Do your duty as a hero. Tears fell from Kurumi's eyes as she reluctantly left. Yuki glared at Issei, her voice cold. Your fight is with me, monster. Yuki noticed Issei's eyes glowing bright red in the darkness. She knew she might not survive the night, but as long as her sister was alive, it would be worth it. Scene change. God Tribe Headquarters, 11 p.m. The droid faction was overrunning the place, leaving no survivors among the God Tribe. All gods not part of the 10 gods or higher rank gods were swiftly defeated. Generals like Malik, Grievous, and Vader took down most of them, while powerful allies like Artemis, Nyx, and Miyuki dealt significant damage, taking down 3 of the 10 gods. The attack's success was due to a Furia creating an opening, disabling barriers and allowing ships like Malevolence and Leviathan to infiltrate unexpectedly. Orbital bombardments caught the gods off guard, leading to their swift defeat. I can see why Issei hates these gods. Ingvild said angrily, recalling how one had attacked her for being a devil. You devils have some nerve attacking us gods. You should have been vanquished, one of the gods shouted as he charged at Ingvild, only to be crushed by Valerie Lucifer in her Imperio Juggernaut drive. That makes sense, Valerie said coldly. He was right about them being prideful and arrogant. They hate devils blindly. Valerie and Ingvild continued to fight, taking down the gods with Ingvild enhancing their abilities. Nyx observed, gaining respect for Ingvild's dedication to the Droid faction, while also admiring Valerie's prowess as she eliminated one of the 10 gods. Meanwhile, Vader faced Idris, one of the 10 gods, who wore a helmet and had striking blue eyes. You really think you can win against a god, Vader? Idris shouted angrily as Vader blocked his strike. Despite Idris's nimbleness, Vader deflected most of his attacks. Using space-time magic, he blended with Vader, but before he could react, Vader struck him, revealing his yellow eyes. What are you? Idris stammered, dread creeping into his voice. Your worst nightmare. Vader replied, enjoying the fight as he slashed at Idris, who struggled to defend himself. Scene change. Hero Village, 11:30 a.m. Issei brought Yuki to her knees in moments, his tone apathetic. Is that all you have got? As she realized Kurumi was nowhere to be seen, Yuki smirked defiantly. You will fall by Jin's hands, you monster. Very well then, goodbye hero. Issei said, stabbing her in the heart. She coughed up blood, her vision blurring as she closed her eyes, breathing her last. Yuki dropped her sword, Sakuya, lifeless on the ground. Issei crushed the sword beneath his feet, releasing its power, and walked away, leaving Yuki's lifeless body behind. He headed toward the vaults where the guardian beasts were kept, knowing he could use Alpheka Tyrant to control them, just as he had with Byakko. He watched as the droids and Yasaka were ravaging the hero village. Minutes later, he managed to gather Genbu, a black spirit baton, Sairyu, a blue spirit sword, and Suzaku, a vermilion spirit sword. The reason there were 2 of each was that one of each of the beasts had been created by the god tribe as a copy. Issei believed this was primarily a way to deal with the factions if they became a threat to the hero clan and the god tribe. He knew exactly what he needed to do. In an instant, he summoned all of the beasts and placed himself along with them in Dimension Lost, ensuring no one could find him. He saw an enormous vermilion bird, a giant water dragon, and a creature that was a combination of a turtle and a snake. The 3 beings were surprised to see Issei, never expecting that the Red Dragon Emperor would be the one to summon them. Taking a deep breath, Issei brought out a rock, known as the Rock of Jerusalem. 2 hours earlier, Leviathan, God Tribe, 10:30 p.m. Malik stood in the Leviathan, observing the God Tribe as they wrapped up their day and headed home. Behind him were the remaining generals and sleeper agents, all focused on one goal, the complete annihilation of the God Tribe. In a few minutes, we will begin the assault. Everyone prepare yourselves and make sure no one survives. Malik spoke coldly, his resolve unwavering. Euphuria, once we attack, activate the barrier. This will make it seem like you are on their side, but in reality, it will prevent them from escaping. As you wish, Lord Malik, Euphuria replied, her tone equally cold. Malik then turned to La Folia, his apprentice. Your job will be to disrupt any communications. You will stay on the ship for now, and once this is done, you will join Nyx and Artemis. But why do we need to disrupt their communications? La Folia asked. It's simple. Issei was able to see a situation where one of the gods, Raphaeline, contacted Michael and informed him about us, including Issei. This caused Issei a lot of trouble. We managed to wipe out the factions, but it was not as smooth as it should have been, Malik explained seriously. La Folia nodded in understanding. Grievous, Vader, Nyx, Artemis, Miyuki, and Gondal, your task is to take down the 10 gods, the higher-ranking ones. Any issues? Malik inquired, receiving no objections from the group. Quinella, Charlotte, Ingvild, Valerie, Morana, and Elizabeth, along with the rest of you, will provide support to those handling the 10 gods. Any objections? Once again, there were none. I will handle Adagio myself. Are you sure about this? Nyx asked, concern evident in her voice. I will be fine. If there is anyone stronger than me, it is Issei, Great Red, and Ophis, so you needn't worry about me, Malik assured her. Satisfied with his answer, Nyx nodded. Malik then commanded his droid to prepare for orbital bombardment and to set up a barrier field over the main city. Opening scene. Issei walked across the fields, while Malik stood amidst the burning remains of Grigori. Issei and Nyx were side by side, watching the screen. A book appeared, revealing Issei in his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu was seen with a sinister smirk, Rias standing next to him. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik, using magic. Aika walked through a puddle looking up. The ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team/Dog were shown, all under the glare of angry eyes. Issei looked at the book, remembering his past and envisioning the factions falling apart. Ingvild crushed a figurine of Dai, tears streaming down her face, anger etched on her features. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes, looking at Dai with determination. Miyuki gritted her teeth, recalling her sisters. Issei knelt, haunted by his past, as a family photo appeared, slashed across the middle, symbolizing his separation from them. He looked at Surzex, both radiating their auras. God Tribe, 10:45 p.m. The God Tribe was preparing to sign off for the day when suddenly, an orbital bombardment was unleashed upon them. Screams and cries echoed through the air. Adagio and some of the gods were shocked, but he knew he had to act quickly. The droid faction had already attacked, deemed a threat, and now their elimination was a priority. We must prepare to defend ourselves. I want Malik's head on a plate. He will not hurt my people. Adagio declared, his voice cold and filled with anger. The other gods nodded in agreement. Using his wings, he took a running start and flew toward the Leviathan, which had now revealed itself. Meanwhile, Malik deployed everyone onto the field as they began their attack. Civilians, vulnerable to the onslaught, ran in horror, terrified of what Malik and the droid faction were capable of. The god civilians were formidable, wielding various forms of magic to combat the battle droids, managing to take down several. However, the sheer numbers of the droids were overwhelming. The droidekas joined the fray, activating their deflector shields to deflect incoming magic. The B-2 rocket troopers bombarded the area with enchanted rockets that could penetrate barriers, resulting in significant casualties among the gods. Soon, mid-level gods from the god tribe entered the battle, led by a female commander with blonde hair tied in a bun. She was one of the 10 gods. "Commence the assault," she commanded. The gods charged their magical attacks and began to retaliate, destroying some droids. Artemis decided to join the fight, unleashing a barrage of arrows at the gods. Nyx, standing beside her, whispered, "Shadow expanse." Shadows enveloped the god battalion, pulling them in like quicksand. "What is this magic?" cried one of the gods. "Help me! Please save me!" echoed the desperate voices as they struggled against the encroaching darkness. This was the result of Nyx's training. Her shadows consumed the god soldiers while Roas watched helplessly. Nyx's shadow expanse was a manifestation of her darkness, an extension of her own consciousness. Driven by her longing to stand beside Issei and not be a burden, she recalled how he had defied everyone to keep her safe. He had grown strong for her sake, and she felt the need to repay him by becoming strong herself. She feared for Issei, knowing that his loved ones could be used against him, making him vulnerable. She refused to let that happen. She had finally found a family and would not lose it. Nyx smirked as she watched the gods suffer. Roas glared at her, radiating power as she shouted, "Nyx!" Nyx prepared for the confrontation, a confident smile on her face. She took to the air and instructed Artemis, "I will handle her. Find the other 10 gods and eliminate them." Artemis nodded and gathered her allies to search for the remaining gods. Facing Rois, one of the 10 gods with blonde hair and green eyes, Nyx noted her traditional medieval armor. Darkness emanated from Rois's hands as she launched a blast of magic. Rois easily blocked Nyx's attack, summoning circles of fire and wind, creating a massive fire whirl that threatened to consume everything in its path. Understanding the danger, Nyx used her primordial darkness to envelop the tornado, neutralizing it effortlessly. She then cast a blanket of darkness over the entire god tribe territory. Rois was taken aback by the depth of Nyx's power, realizing her opponent was capable of standing against the Red Dragon Emperor. Confident in her abilities, Rois prepared to attack. "Take this," she shouted, unleashing a barrage of light magic. Nyx remained calm, knowing she could withstand the assault. Quinella and Charlotte, worried for her safety, readied their barriers, but Nyx assured them with a smile that everything would be fine. With a cold gaze, Nyx smirked and invoked her ultimate move. "Shadow Void," she murmured. Shadows from around the battlefield converged into a dark, sun-like sphere in her hand. She hurled it onto the field, absorbing all nearby light magic. This attack, reminiscent of Rias's Extinguished Star, was uniquely effective against light-based magic. However, it required a field of darkness to be generated first, a limitation Nyx was determined to overcome in her quest for greater power. But for now, this would do. Rois was horrified. Her strongest attack had been dissolved into nothingness. Explained, "You did not realize, did you? You are in my domain. As long as there is darkness, I can recreate attacks without a problem, even if my mana runs out." Rois felt anger rise within her, seeing Nyx as just another arrogant member of the god tribe, who held a deep disdain for those they deemed composed of darkness, especially devils and others tempted by it. This hatred extended to gods and goddesses like Nyx and Erebus as well. "It is time to end this." Nyx unleashed the darkness surrounding her, sending several bullets of darkness toward Rois, who struggled to dodge them. Quinella and Charlotte watched as they defeated another god obstructing their path. "Mind if we join?" Quinella asked, generating ice magic, while Nyx smiled and replied, "The more, the merrier." Charlotte nodded, activating her King of Flies ability, and together they bombarded Rois with their attacks. Rois, unable to evade, was struck and glared at her new attackers, failing to notice the darkness bullets had not diminished. She shouted in pain, "Eh." Falling to her knees, Rois heard Nyx declare, "It is time to end this." Nyx began absorbing all the darkness into a massive sphere, shouting moments later when the attack was ready. The sky returned to its original color. Dark annihilation. Nyx flung the sphere at Rois, who was consumed by darkness. In a last-ditch effort, she attempted a light attack, but Nyx easily dodged it, watching in horror as her fate was sealed. Exhausted, Nyx fell to her knees as Quinella and Charlotte rushed to her side. "I am fine," Nyx said with a forced smile, sitting down for a moment. "Leave the rest to us, rest for a while," Quinella urged. Nyx managed to rise but struggled as Charlotte added, "Take it easy, Nyx. You should let us do the work." Nyx looked at her and replied, "Fine. But I will join soon." The girls nodded, and Nyx watched as they continued to fight against the gods and goddesses of the god tribe. Scene change. God tribe, 11:20 p.m. Artemis was engaged in battle with a god named Regenleaf, a man in his 30s with shoulder-length blood-red hair and medieval armor. She was joined by Elizabeth, who provided support. Despite being a high-level god capable of contending with a Satan-class being, Regenleaf struggled against Artemis, who easily overpowered him. "You traitors!" Regenleaf growled in anger before receiving a punch to the face from the goddess of hunting. She fired several arrows enhanced by the moon's power, which he attempted to block. Elizabeth supported them with light magic, enhanced by her dark light, making it difficult for Regenleaf to keep up. "Sorry, we can't let you live," Artemis said with a smirk, her frustration with his arrogance evident. The gods reminded her of her past self, a version she had worked hard to overcome. The trauma she experienced was not easy to forget, and she regretted how her anger had affected others. Issei had been her guiding light, helping her become a better person. She had learned to trust and love him, willing to give her life for him. Regenleaf unleashed several fireball spells at the two, but Artemis countered with a barrage of arrows that easily blocked the spells. She dashed forward and punched Regenleaf in the stomach. Regenleaf coughed, glaring at Artemis in fury. Before he could react, Elizabeth unleashed a light energy blast at him. Artemis flew up to dodge the attack and joined Elizabeth, who stood beside her. "You could have given me a heads up, Liz," Artemis said, a hint of annoyance in her tone. "Sorry, Artie, but I couldn't let him know about it," Elizabeth replied, causing Artemis to sigh, realizing she should have anticipated this. Regenleaf recovered and unleashed a torrent of lava at the two girls, a combination of fire and rock magic. They dodged the attack, but were forced to block whatever came next. Using his speed, he teleported right in front of Artemis, and before she could react, he struck her in the face, causing her to stagger momentarily. Seizing the opportunity to confront the goddess of hunting, he continued to strike her repeatedly. As his assault persisted, Artemis struggled to maintain her barrier, which began to deteriorate. She noticed the lava creeping closer and realized she had to act quickly. Although she was focused on the barrier, she was aware that Regenleaf had some immunity to lava, which meant she had to take a risk. Deciding to act, she kicked Regenleaf, causing him to screech in pain. With her hands occupied defending herself, she had to contend with Regenleaf, who was ready to attack again despite the blow to his vulnerable spot. He quickly recovered and continued his assault. Using one hand to maintain the barrier, Artemis fired a blast of Greek magic at him. Regenleaf struggled to block it at close range, resulting in an explosion. Artemis teleported away and joined Elizabeth, who had managed to block the lava enough for her to recover. Breathing heavily, Elizabeth asked, "You okay?" Artemis nodded as she saw the lava settle, revealing Regenleaf, who was now breathing heavily. "Let's end this and help the others," Elizabeth said coldly. Artemis agreed and charged her arrow, enchanted with Greek magic, while Elizabeth surrounded the field with light particles. Spirited shackle. Artemis unleashed the arrow, and Elizabeth commanded the light particles to close in, triggering a massive explosion. The attack engulfed Regenleaf before he could react, resulting in a tremendous burst of light energy. When the explosion subsided, Regenleaf was nowhere to be found. Exhausted, Artemis and Elizabeth sat down for a moment. "You okay?" Artemis asked. Elizabeth replied, "Just a little exhausted." "That attack, how strong was it?" "Strong enough to completely destroy a Satan-class being and even damage a high God-class being. For certain Satan-class beings, it will deal significant damage instead of destroying them," Artemis explained with a smile, causing Elizabeth to gulp. "But don't worry, Liz. You Issei and his true friends and family are like my own. I can't even think of hurting any of you," she reassured, prompting a sigh of relief from the Dark Angel. "Well, let's wait and join Nyx and the others after a while," Elizabeth suggested, earning a nod from the goddess. Scene change. In the god tribe, Vader was battling Idris, who was quick enough to dodge his strikes. Vader's shimmer strike had little effect, only damaging a part of his helmet. Angered, Vader used telekinesis to send the god flying. In response, Idris threw his chakram, easily deflected by Vader's dark blade. Joined by Asia and Gasper, Asia used fire magic against Idris, who deflected the flames with his spear. However, Gasper bound him with darkness, which Idris broke with his strength. Vader joined the fray, slamming his blade onto the ground and creating a tremor that Idris narrowly dodged. With Asia and Gasper supporting him, Vader pressed the attack. Realizing he needed to change tactics, Idris dashed forward, sending Asia flying with a single strike. He then focused on Gasper, using Shimmer Strike to make him intangible before striking him hard, sending him flying. Vader seized the opportunity, striking Idris with enough force to damage his helmet. Idris retaliated with his chakram, but Vader was determined not to let that happen. Using his telekinesis, he pinned Idris against the wall, immobilizing him. With a swift motion, Vader threw his blade, striking Idris's hands. "Ayahah!" Idris screamed in pain as Vader maintained pressure with one hand, while retrieving his blade, a technique known as culling blade. He continued to slash at the defenseless Idris until he finally delivered a fatal blow to his head. "Too easy," Vader remarked, walking away. These gods were weak compared to others he had faced. He turned his attention to Gasper and Asia, who were regaining consciousness. "This is your first and last warning. It would be wise for you to catch up, otherwise, you will be left behind," he warned coldly. "Weiss, Lord Vader," they stammered. Vader moved ahead, ready to deal with any remaining gods in his path. Scene change. In the god tribe, Gondal and Miyuki faced off against Ornis, a man with glowing blue eyes clad in god armor. He struggled against their combined assault, gritting his teeth in fury as they bombarded him with magical attacks. "Demon you all!" Ornis shouted in anger as Gondal responded coldly, "What's the matter? Can't keep up with non-gods." Onris gritted his teeth and retaliated with a magical blast, while Miyuki unleashed a freezing spell that disintegrated his attack. Onris attempted to strike Miyuki again, but she sensed it and blocked it effortlessly. Gondal noticed this and used gravity magic to severely disrupt his movement, targeting his limbs to cut his speed. Penemu and Aquino joined the fray, using their light magic, with Aquino employing holy lightning to damage Onris. He struggled to defend himself, and Miyuki seized the moment to ambush him from behind with high-speed water bullets. This caused him to lower his guard, allowing the holy light attacks to hit him, and he screamed in pain. Seeing an opportunity, Gondal unleashed a barrage of elemental magic spells: fire, lightning, ice, water, electric, light, and dark. Despite her advanced age, she was considered an archvalkyrie and a demigod of Odin, inheriting immense power from him. Her base reserves were Satan class, and she possessed skills like precognition and anger manipulation. Scene change. Flashback starts. "Lord Issei, may I ask you a question?" Gondal inquired with a smile while Issei worked on the final touches of Nereid Kyrie. "Go ahead, is something wrong, Gondal?" he replied. "How were you able to bypass my precognition and counter my anger manipulation?" she asked, recalling their previous encounter. "It's simple," Issei explained. "I created a spell designed to deal with beings that can read minds or foresee the future. It's called Disruption, a telekinetic spell that distorts visions for those with precognition." He continued, "It can also cause severe headaches for anyone trying to read my intentions. Without it, I would have been exposed long ago." "But why do you hate gods like Shiva and the Hindu faction?" Gondal pressed. Issei's expression darkened. "Shiva believed I was a liar, blindly accepting that Dai was the hero. He didn't hate me, but he certainly didn't support me, and I could see that in his eyes. Despite what they did to me, they still see me as their naive hero, willing to save them unconditionally. That's their biggest mistake. I know they would discard me as a tool when it suited them, they only care about saving themselves." Gondal nodded, recalling how Odin had discarded her without a second thought. She realized that if Issei was right, Shiva and the Hindu faction might not be much different. "Thank you for your time, Lord Issei," she said, leaving him to his thoughts, understanding that his experiences were far worse than her own. Flashback ends. Scene change. Gondal looked at Ornis, who was breathing heavily, barely alive. "Why you really think you can win?" he stammered. Gondal smirked at his condition. "We just did." Miyuki asked, "May I end this?" Gondal nodded. Using heavy water pressure, Miyuki generated a blade of high-pressure water capable of destroying a building with ease and cut Ornis before he could react. He felt a deep cut near his heart as his body began to slide apart, realizing too late what had happened. His lifeless body fell to the ground, and Miyuki ensured the fight ended by cutting him in half. "That's done. Now we should clear the rest of these gods," Gondal stated coldly. Miyuki agreed and turned her attention to Aquino and Penemu. "Make sure no survivors remain," she commanded, and the two nodded, continuing their destruction. Scene change. At the god tribe, Grievous fought against Raphaeline, surrounded by several B1 and B2 super battle droids and droidicas, struggling to keep up with their relentless assault. Her magic was easily evaded by the droid general, who mocked her at every turn. "What's the matter, Goddess-sama? Can't keep up?" Grievous relentlessly attacked her with his light blades as she struggled to block them with her own. Dodging and attacking simultaneously would have been ideal, but the droids joined the fray, making it difficult for her to maneuver. Grievous expertly used the terrain to his advantage, leaping from buildings and utilizing his suction pads and gravity manipulators to move along walls and ceilings. "You really think you can stop me? Euphoria is coming with the light weapon to kill you." Grievous feigned anger, knowing that Euphoria had never been on her side. "Bring her here, show me what she has got," he said, continuing to swing his blade and inflicting injuries on the goddess, who gritted her teeth in pain. Raphaeline employed elemental and angelic magic to combat the metalloid monstrosity, but Grievous was quick, dodging her attacks and whittling away at her strength. As she fought, Raphaeline anxiously awaited her cousin's arrival. When Euphoria finally appeared with the weapon, Raphaeline's hope soared, but she quickly realized Euphoria's intentions were not to help. "Do it, Euphoria! Kill him!" she commanded. Euphoria glared at Grievous, but her expression shifted to a sinister smirk as she shot Raphaeline in the heart. Shocked and horrified by the betrayal, Raphaeline fell to the ground, clutching her wound. "Euphoria, why?" she gasped, tears streaming down her face. Grievous approached her, explaining, "When they attacked the Red Dragon Emperor to force him to join, we decided to turn her into one of our own. She is completely under our control now. After her fight, she was too weakened to resist our mind control." Raphaeline's heart sank. The cousin she had welcomed back was not herself at all. Anger surged within her, directed at Malik for his actions. "Why?" she growled, but Grievous coldly retorted, "Oh, don't be like that. You gods are no better than us. You use humanity for your selfish desires, just like we do." As her vision blurred, Grievous delivered a final blow, ending her suffering. Inner Euphoria cried relentlessly, while her outer self remained unaffected by the loss. "I guess that's done. Let's end this fight already." Grievous commanded his allies, who nodded in agreement as they continued their assault on the God Tribe. Scene change. In the God Tribe, Adagio was battling Malik with 2 light spears, while La Folia intercepted with her own attacks. Exhausted from fighting for nearly 2 hours, Adagio gritted his teeth. La Folia unleashed a bolt of electricity, which he deflected, but Malik seized the opportunity to pull Adagio to the ground with telekinesis. Adagio coughed as Malik unleashed a lightning attack, causing him to shout in pain. He cried out, while La Folia used her telekinesis to bind him in place. "It's over," she said coldly. Adagio, breathing, asked, "I thought the Rehavian family was allied with the biblical faction. Why are you working with them?" But Folia shook her head. "Is it not obvious? You see us humans for your own satisfaction, making us fight your wars and using us for your purposes. You look down upon us and let us die to satisfy your goals." Anger flared within Adagio as he began to channel his remaining magic for a last-ditch effort. Seraphic Flare. A magic circle appeared beneath Malik as he realized what he needed to do. If the power activated, it could harm La Folia. He crushed Adagio and created a barrier filled with telekinesis, shouting, "La Folia, get back. It's going to explode." La Folia nodded and stepped behind him. Malik focused on Adagio, using his telekinesis to crush the area. Once the flare finished, it triggered a massive explosion, but Malik managed to reduce the area of effect with his own power. The barrier exploded, revealing a heavily breathing Adagio as Malik emerged, his clothes dirty but himself unharmed. Adagio looked horrified as La Folia approached. Malik spoke, "It's over. You have no strength left, and soon the God Tribe you led will be nothing but rubble." Adagio wanted to retort, but Malik drove his blade into his heart. As Adagio fell, Malik began to drain his life force, leaving him a mere husk. Looking into Malik's eyes, Adagio felt fear as he took his last breath. The leader of the God Tribe was no more. Malik turned to La Folia and asked, "You okay?" She nodded and asked, "Is it over?" Malik confirmed, I believe all we need is a complete orbital bombardment. I will inform everyone that Adagio is dead so we can begin the annihilation of the god tribe. La Folia nodded, and they were soon teleported back to the Leviathan. Malik gave the command, and an orbital bombardment was unleashed, destroying any survivors of the god tribe and leaving only rubble in its wake. Scene change. Invisible Hand, 1:30 a.m. Supreme Leader, we have confirmation that the god tribe has fallen, one of the droid commanders reported. Issei smirked. Good. He then told Malik, let's head back. We can have a good night's sleep since the god tribe will no longer bother us. I agree. I wonder how the factions will react to this. Malik replied with a smirk. They all headed back, knowing the factions would be in despair, including those that had hidden for a long time. Scene break. Weeks passed after the droid faction wiped out the god tribe and hero clan. The extermination caused turmoil across all factions. Although humanity remained unaware, the assassination of numerous government officials in one night sparked panic. Fortunately, the supernatural erased all memories of the officials, leaving no trace behind. Despite this, the growing threat of the droid faction made other supernatural factions, like the Celtic, Mayan, and Aztec, avoid them completely, forcing many leaders to retreat to their own dimensional worlds. This hurt Dagda, Ereshkigal, Ishtar, and Quetzalcoatl the most, as they cherished humanity. The disunity among the Supernatural Alliance weakened their chances against Malik and his droid faction. Additionally, the Kuo Academy explosion raised questions about its survivors, primarily Issei, Auka, Rias and her peerage, Sona and her peerage, Ingvild, and Dai's former peerage. The Supernatural had to erase any traces of their existence at Kuo Academy from the town's memories. Overall, it was a time of trauma and terror across many locations. Amidst the chaos, a different form of happiness was growing. Issei sat in his room, working on the final touches of releasing Crumb. Crumb spoke, "Hey, take it easy. I'm in no hurry to be released." He worried that the biblical factions might come for the gear. "You mustn't worry, old friend. Soon you will breathe fresh air and roam the skies. I just need to work on a few more seals and that's it." Issei reassured him. Crumb nodded and said, "Hey Issei." Issei looked at the gear, trying to find the passcode of the seal. "Yeah," he responded. Crumb continued, "I am sorry." Issei was surprised and asked, "What for?" Crumb replied, "For not having the power to stop Dai, for not having the right wisdom to prevent him from becoming who he is. A part of me wishes to destroy his soul and take his place as your brother. You wouldn't have had such a difficult life for so long." Issei shook his head and replied, "No, Crumb, you are not responsible for his choices. You couldn't have controlled his life even if you wanted to. That old man made sure of that, and he even gave you that curse, didn't he?" Crumb nodded and responded, "Many of my hosts were destined to be evil people. He wanted me to suffer even in death." Issei replied, "I won't lie, I am glad he is no longer alive. For someone who was supposed to love all creatures, he really hated dragons, so much so that he created an abomination like Samel." Both Draig and Crumb shivered at the mention of Samel. Issei recalled how he managed to destroy Samel as an act of mercy. He remembered their encounter and Samel's last words, "Thank you, dragon." Samel was created through several curses from the biblical god, and Issei felt pity for him, seeing him as nothing but a scapegoat for all the evil intentions of God. The gratitude Samel expressed surprised Issei. He never expected such a sentiment from someone who had suffered so much. It seemed that Samel had always wanted to die, and Issei had fulfilled that wish. Regardless, it was one of the earliest good things that Hades did by revealing Samel to me. I was able to defeat him back then since my body was reconstructed by Great Red and Ophis. The good thing was that while Dai took credit for my actions, I was out there preparing for any threats that could harm me and the factions. Dealing with Samel was one of them. Issei's tone shifted to anger. Even after everything I did for them, I was insulted and humiliated. Seeing that they didn't care for me was the last straw. I refused to help them, and then I saw how corrupted they really were, using humanity for their own gain, often without their consent. That angered me beyond measure. Adding insult to injury, they think just because we are human, we are entitled to serve them. Issei sighed in frustration. I won't lie, genocide was my last option. I believed that over time they would change. But I was proven wrong. Crom replied, I know, and had Dai been a little more selfless, we might be seeing a different reality. Issei responded, I doubt the supernatural in my world would change at this point, Crom. Only a select few have become better people. For instance, Artemis, who went from a man-hating goddess to one who can tolerate men. He smiled at the thought, and Droid added, you also have faith in dragons, especially those you can trust, like me or Ophis. Issei nodded in agreement. Out of all the dragons, you, Droid, are the one I trust the most, regardless of what happens. Droid smiled in response. I appreciate that. From the day you unlocked your gear, you have been more like a best friend than someone who viewed me as a tool, even offering me release when you got the book. Issei nodded. I am aware, Droid. Now let's continue working on. He was interrupted when Nyx entered his room with a smile. Do you have a moment? Issei looked at her and replied, Sure, I do. You don't mind, do you, Crom? Crom grinned. I wasn't in a hurry anyway. Go spend some quality time with your girl. Issei felt a blush rise to his face, which Nyx mirrored as Crom added, I'm going to head to sleep. Wake me up when you continue working on the gear. Crom was soon snoring and Droid commented, Lazy dragon. Nyx retorted, You're one to talk. Droid twitched but kept his composure as Issei asked, Is something the matter, Nyx? Nyx looked at him with a serious expression. There is something that Ophis has found. Issei's demeanor shifted to seriousness. What's the matter? He asked. Ophis then spoke, Follow me. Issei nodded, taking the gauntlets with him as he followed Nyx, unaware that this secret would completely shock the Gremory family. Issei walked across the fields, where Malik was surrounded by the burning remains of Grigori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, looking at a screen. A book appeared, showing Issei in his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Hyadu was seen with a sinister smirk, standing next to Rias. Asia and the other girls were fighting against Malik, using magic. Auka walked through a puddle looking up. The ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team /Dog were shown, all under the glare of a pair of angry eyes. Issei looked at the book, remembering his past, envisioning the factions falling apart. Invild stared at a figurine of Dai, crushing it with tears in her eyes and anger on her face. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal watched their factions with disdain. Invild closed her eyes and looked at Dai with determination. Miyuki gritted her teeth, remembering her sisters. Issei knelt, haunted by his past, as a family photo appeared, slashed across the middle. Issei found himself separated from his family, standing before Surzex, both radiating their auras. At Lucifuge Mansion, 12:30 p.m., Issei and Nyx arrived at a location where Artemis, Quinella, Charlotte, Valerie, Invild, Elizabeth, and Gondal awaited him. Oh, I am glad you could make it. Artemis smiled. Issei, however, looked at her seriously and asked, What are we looking at? Valerie responded, There was a hidden passage found in this mansion. I was passing through, trying to learn some more magic to help our goals, when I discovered a hidden trapdoor. It led me to a secret room. Issei nodded, Lead me there. Valerie motioned for everyone to follow her, opening the trapdoor and leading them inside a dark corridor that soon lit up with flames, illuminating the path. In front of them stood a giant crystal with a woman inside, though she was not clearly visible due to the purple hue of the crystal. Issei approached, wanting to touch it, but was suddenly pushed back by a burning sensation in his hands. Are you all right? Nyx asked, concern evident in her voice. Issei shook his hand and reassured the group. I'm fine, ladies. I just wasn't expecting a magic barrier here. He raised his hand again, this time prepared. Every magic barrier is like a puzzle. You can either brute force your way through or analyze and deconstruct it. I have a feeling that breaking the barrier would ruin any chances of discovering who that woman is. Is he Dash? Invild started to ask, but Gondal interrupted. He is analyzing and deconstructing the barrier that burned him. He should be done soon enough. After a moment, Issei opened his eyes, dispelling the barrier. He turned to the crystal and muttered, "Who exactly are you?" He looked at Valerie and asked, "Do you know who this woman is?" Valerie shook her head. "I do not. If I did, I would have told you. I even mentioned this place." "Very well," Issei replied, studying the crystal. "I see. These are made from the crystals found in the Malbranche from the Agar's territory." Elizabeth interjected, "I don't understand." Issei explained, "The original 4 great Satans created their own version of the 12 Longinus. These are the statues found in the underworld. In fact, Valerie and Ingvild's ancestors warned them against unsealing the leader of the Malbranche, no matter what happens." Valerie and Ingvild were taken aback. "Why don't we have any knowledge about this then?" Valerie asked. "Because the great 4 Satans feared the power they created." Issei replied, his tone mocking. "They didn't want the underworld to know, believing that even if the devils won the Great War, it would lead to their destruction, as described in the documents as extremely crazed combatants." The others listened intently as Issei continued. "To put it simply, think of it as Valerie's personality on steroids." "Hey!" Valerie retorted angrily. Issei turned back to the crystal. "I'm not sure what to make of this, but I think it's a very strong seal that prevents anyone from breaking it. From what I know, I doubt Graphia is aware of this, since after her marriage to Lucifer, she wouldn't have detected this place due to her duties. Give me some time to analyze the seal. Until then, see if there are any interesting secrets the devils have hidden from the rest of the supernatural world." The girls nodded and set off to explore. Issei focused on the seal, whispering, "Who are you?" Scene change. The girls searched the Lucifuge mansion for anything of interest. They dealt with the servants without causing harm and found intriguing information. "Girls, take a look," Artemis called, drawing her sisters to her side. "What is this?" Quinella asked, examining the documents. "Are they the Dash?" Artemis smiled. "Indeed, this is information about the 12 Malbranche. They have their own mentality and intentions, like individual beings. Despite this, they are known to be unhinged battle maniacs. No offense, Valerie." Valerie shook her head as Artemis continued. "According to this, just a small part of their power could make them comparable to beings that even gods fear." Charlotte added, "That's why my ancestors wanted these beings sealed. They were never meant to see the light of day." Based on this information, their power even made Surzex transform into his true form, a being of pure destruction. Their names and abilities are akin to the 12 Longinus. Nyx asked, "What should we do? Should we use their powers?" Ingvild replied, "I don't think we should. We need to avoid unsealing them. Just a part of their power made a Beelzebub descendant go unhinged. We must prevent this from happening. I believe we should let Issei make that decision. If he can control these beings, we can gain more power," Nyx said seriously, and Ingvild nodded in agreement. "Regardless, you are right. We can't let them roam this world, and worse, we can't let the current underworld or the 3 Satans use their powers. They could potentially pose a problem." Ingvild and the others agreed as they went downstairs, where they found Issei working on the last of the seals on the crystals. "Hey, did you find anything?" Issei asked. The girls shared their findings and discussed what to do next. "Perhaps we could find a use for them. Regardless, we can't let them be free. I mean, we already have enough strength to deal with our enemies." Issei said thoughtfully. Elizabeth chimed in, "I guess you're right. Speaking of which, how do you plan on unsealing the woman?" "I have already analyzed the barrier magic made of the crystal, and now I am slowly unsealing it without harming the person inside," Issei explained. The girls nodded in understanding. Soon, he finished working on the crystal, and suddenly it exploded, creating a strong bright light. A woman was revealed, dropping from the skies. Ain was an appealing young woman with silver hair, red eyes, and a graceful figure. Issei caught her in a bridal manner and gently laid her on the floor. He checked her pulse and said, "She is alive." The girls sighed in relief. Ingvild suggested, We should take her to one of the bedrooms. In the castle. The girls nodded as Issei carried Ain to a room. She remained asleep, and Issei looked at the girls, asking, "Any idea who she is and why she was imprisoned in a crystal?" Valerie replied, "We assumed you would know about her. We have no clue." "I see." Issei continued, "From what I can tell, she looks awfully similar to Graphia, which means she must be related to her." Just then, Ain opened her eyes, scanning her surroundings with fear as she saw the group. "Hi," Issei said. "Angel. Goddess." Ain stammered, fear lacing her voice. Issei understood her fear and said, "Elizabeth, Artemis, please wait outside for now. She knows nothing of the current events." The two girls nodded, feeling sad but understanding her fear. Issei turned back to Ain, reassuring her, "I am not here to harm you. My name is Issei Haidu, and these are Nyx, Valerie Lucifer, Ingvild Leviathan, Charlotte Beelzebub, and Quinella Asmodeus." Ain's eyes widened at the sight of the 4 Satan descendants. "Forgive me for my condition, but I am not in a position to serve you, Lady Lucifer," she said, bowing her head. Valerie smiled and replied, "You mustn't worry, but first, I need to know who you are and why you were in a crystal. The one who rescued you is Issei Hayu, the current Red Dragon Emperor." Ain flinched at the mention of Issei's title. "You're the Red Dragon Emperor?" she asked, her voice trembling. Issei nodded and showed her the boosted gear. Ain gulped, realizing he could easily harm her if he wished. "My name is Ain Lucifuge, the youngest daughter of the Lucifuge family. It is nice to meet all of you," she said with a smile. Issei then asked, "Why were you in a crystal?" "The seals were pretty strong, even for me to break." Ain replied, "It is because of what happened in the Devil Civil War." Issei nodded, "I see. So you were trapped in that crystal for more than 500 years. Ain's eyes widened in surprise. "Has it been that long?" Issei explained the current situation of the underworld, and she nodded in understanding, still surprised that angels and fallen angels were working with him. "The truth is, my father suffered from an illness that tragically took his life. I had the same fate, but with a different illness. Fearing for my life, my brother crystallized me to slow and freeze the illness." Ain said sadly, "Graphia nor Euclid talked about you in any way." Issei noted. Ain shook her head. "It was because Euclid lied to others that I passed away. I asked him to do this. I did not want my sister to feel sad." Issei nodded in understanding. "I see." Ain continued, "The illness will take my life now that you have unsealed me. I guess dying would be better." Issei was taken aback. But... Ain shook her head. "I have no reason to continue living. My sister thinks I am gone, and my brother is in prison for being a terrorist." Tears filled her eyes, and Issei and the others felt a wave of sadness. Valerie spoke gently, "Then why not live for us, Ain?" Ain looked surprised as Issei smiled encouragingly. "I know how you feel, but you can live for us. You have the Lucifer descendants standing right in front of you, along with the 4 current satanic descendants. Why not join us?" Issei asked. Ain responded, "But even then, what use am I? I am bedridden just like my father was." "I will cure the illness, Ain," Issei assured her, holding her hand, causing her to blush slightly. He sensed the illness affecting her spinal cord, which had left her paralyzed. He knew what he had to do. As he began to remove the poison attacking her spine using his sacred gear, he watched as a blob of the poison collected in his palms. "I see. It is from the fly chimera. You know what you have to do, right, Charlie?" Charlotte nodded and neutralized the poison. Ain soon felt different. It was as if she could move her legs. "I can move," she exclaimed, jumping to Issei and embracing him. "Thank you, Red Dragon Emperor." Issei raised his hands as Nyx, Quinella, and Charlotte glared at him with jealousy. Ingvild pouted and Valerie looked amused. Gondal wore an expression of annoyance. "Fine." Ain suddenly realized and stepped back. "I apologize, I got too close." Issei nodded. "Try walking." Ain got up and started to walk, struggling at first, but with Issei's help, she managed to walk normally. Listen, go with Gondal. She should check your magic to see if there are any problems. Ain smiled and nodded as Gondal said, "Come with me, Ain." The two teleported away. Nyx remarked, "That was awfully kind of you." Issei sighed, "Yeah. I wonder how Graphia would react knowing her sister was alive this whole time." Speaking of sisters, how is our only survivor of the god tribe doing? Issei asked the girls. Quinella replied, "She wishes to erase her old self completely. She feels she has no purpose to live and hates herself for even attacking you." Issei pondered this. "Well, tell her that her wish will never be fulfilled. She made her choice, and this is the consequence. Now she will be nothing more than a pawn in this war." Nyx responded, "Some of those gods were even more annoying, prideful, and misogynistic than some of the Greek gods. It's no wonder you wanted them gone." Ingvild agreed. "They look down on me because I am a devil. Just because they can create life doesn't mean they are superior. Either way, let's head back. Things will get better as time passes. The factions are in greater turmoil with the complete annihilation of the god tribe, and they think twice before pestering me." The group nodded, and Issei teleported them away. Scene change. A few days later, at the Hayadu residence, 9:30 a.m. "If you think I'm going to fight your battles, you're wrong," Issei exclaimed as he looked at the leaders who had teleported outside his house. He reluctantly let them in, wanting to see their suffering firsthand. Malik and his Droid faction have wiped out the god tribe and the hero clan, leaving no survivors. "We beseech you, please help us," Serzek said, bowing. Issei found amusement in seeing the Crimson Satan on his knees. "You lost your chance. Seek it up and perish for all I care." "Not my monkey, not my circus," Issei replied, walking inside. Zeus, angered, said, "Malik is wiping us out, and here you are enjoying our plight. Do you really hate us that much, Lord Issei?" "I do not, but I hardly care for you people. Even if you die, I wouldn't bother." "Father-in-law," Issei added mockingly, which infuriated Zeus. "I told you this was a bad idea. Convincing someone like him is a waste of time," Shiva said seriously. "We lost our chance at listening to the right person." "Please, Shivadano, do not speak his name. I know what he said, and his words will always haunt us," Serzek replied sadly. Issei just wanted to see them suffer. Azazel suggested, "Let's head back and prepare for what's to come. All we can do is go down fighting. Him helping us would be a miracle." The leaders nodded and headed back, hoping that Issei would help them in the future. Meanwhile, Issei was inside his room taking a breather as Nyx spoke. "You know they won't stop until you either wipe them out or reveal yourself as the traitor." Issei looked at her and nodded. "But even then, they just keep asking, demanding for my help. It's so frustrating that even now Nyx immediately embraced him, saying, 'Don't let your anger get the better of you. You and I both know that their time will come. You must keep your anger in check.'" Issei looked at her and nodded, asking, "Can we stay like this for a while?" Nyx sighed and replied, "You needn't ask me for this. You don't have to ask for permission for matters like this. Just know that we are together until the very end." Issei nodded and said, "Thanks, Nyx." He then pondered, "I wonder what would have happened if I had said, 'Screw the rules,' and just released you right then and there 1.5 years ago." Nyx widened her eyes and responded, "I'd say you should have bided your time and released me when nobody would dare to oppose you. Regardless, I knew you would one day free me from prison, and truth be told, you are the reason for my living." Issei nodded, separating from her. "I wonder what my life would have been had I not met you and the other girls. It would have been dull and lonely. You are my biggest blessing, and the others are also special to me, but no matter what, you will always be my most prized." Nyx blushed and playfully smacked Issei. "Stop being so corny." Issei laughed it off and replied, "I guess." Nyx smiled and said, "Well, regardless, we should probably lay low for a while, settle for a moment, and you must spend time with the other girls. You should know that Artemis, Elizabeth, Miyuki, and even Athena have feelings for you." Issei was surprised by the last part. "The first three I can understand, but Athena? You're kidding, right?" Nyx shook her head, smiling. She does have feelings for you. She may not show it, but I have seen how she often acts around you. You should have a talk with her sometime when she is free. Confront her about her feelings. Artemis doesn't mind if she knows, and the other girls will understand that Athena has feelings for you. Issei sighed, saying, I understand. I will talk to her. He got up from his seat and headed to Athena's room. Nyx smiled and said, All the best, Mai. As Issei approached Athena's room, he noticed her door was slightly open. Inside, she was trying on something and wore a green bikini adorned with gold jewelry that had emeralds. Her skin glowed, indicating the corruption was at its last stages. Athena. Athena widened her eyes and turned around, flustered to see Issei. Please don't look at me like this. Issei nodded, his face flushed. Why did you dress like this then? Athena hesitated before answering. I have no answer to this. She spoke truthfully. She had simply felt like trying on the dress, though she had a feeling it was for Issei. She had developed feelings for him ever since he had accepted her into his home, giving her space and patience, even allowing Hestia to visit her, which was surprising given his feelings toward the Greek faction. I see. Can you please sit down, Athena? She nodded and took a seat, asking, Is something the matter? Issei then asked, Is it true? Are you really in love with me? Athena's blush deepened as she settled down and looked away. Yes. I have fallen for you. She placed her hand on her chest, adding, I fell for you when you gave me a home after Zeus abandoned me to save his own skin. You gave me a place to live and tolerated Hestia's presence, even though you detest Zeus. Even Artemis has started to fall for you. Athena spoke sincerely, her emotions genuine. Partner, her feelings are genuine, Drake said with a smile, and Issei mentally nodded in agreement. Hey, Athena. What are your thoughts on Malik and his droid faction? Athena widened her eyes. A small part of me hates him. I won't lie, he is one of the reasons my life is like this. I hate myself for saying this. But I would still be an Olympian goddess. Regardless, I don't blame him. Zeus used me and Artemis as pawns to save himself and the Olympians. Tears started to form in her eyes, and Issei embraced her, smiling. It's okay. You are here. He won't come near you. Athena sniffled, speaking with a tearful tone. Please. Let me be by your side, Lord Issei. Her eyes glowed purple for a split second when she said his name. Issei rubbed Athena's back gently. I'm here. No worries, he said with a reassuring smile. He could see the pain she had endured, even more than Zeus. Athena, it's all right. You mustn't hide your feelings from me. Your suffering is something I can't ignore. I told you that before, didn't I? Yeah. Athena replied, looking down. Issei continued, Either way, you look amazing in that outfit. Not gonna lie. She glanced at her attire and blushed, but this time a smile crept onto her face. Needless to say, if you had the chance, would you join the droid faction? Issei asked. Athena hesitated. I'm not sure. Zeus could die, but I don't know about the rest of Olympus. Issei took a moment before revealing, What if I told you that the person you're talking to is the de facto leader of the droid faction? Athena's eyes widened in disbelief. No, please tell me this is a bad joke. Issei shook his head. I created Malik and made sure he remains the face of the faction, but in reality, I'm the one calling the shots. Tears welled in Athena's eyes as she felt a sense of betrayal. Why? You know why, Issei replied. My past was the first wake-up call I had. Athena nodded, understanding. Then I saw how humanity was treated by the supernatural. Their relationship with us hasn't changed. They still look down on us and treat us as pawns in their wars. They wanted my alliance despite what they did to me, still wanting to use me for their goals. I understand if you hate me for this, but... Athena interrupted, I understand your reasoning. Your anger is justified. What they did to you was unforgivable. But even then, how can one harbor this much hatred for someone? Issei looked at her, his expression serious. Because I never had a happy moment in almost 15 years. I was filled with humiliation and anger every single day. My presence was hated by everyone due to lies spread by my ex-brother. My own parents refused to love me, ignored me, and even abused me when the lies reached them. I tried defending myself, but they wouldn't believe me. It's hard to feel love for someone if you've never had a proper relationship with them. Lies broke my family apart, and the supernatural made a bad situation worse. Athena felt a wave of pity and sadness for Issei as he continued. I hate them, Athena. I hate them all for ruining my life. Despite what I did for them, they never cared for me. I broke my bones and bled for them, yet no one came for me. They were celebrating their victories, laughing at my suffering, and I will make sure to laugh when they suffer. Feeling guilt for bringing up his trauma, Athena said softly, I'm sorry. Issei looked surprised. What for? For asking you a question that reminded you of your pain. And he cut her off with a smile. No, it's time I told you the truth. Even Artemis has joined me willingly after seeing what her father has done. Athena was taken aback. I never knew. Is that why she started to fall for you? From what I remember, she hated men. Issei nodded. Yes. I told her to change her mindset about the other gender, and this is what happened. She became a better person. Athena smiled. Thank you for helping my sister become a better person. I wouldn't mind joining you. But first, there's something I need to do. What? Issei asked. Athena stepped closer and kissed him, catching Issei off guard. After a moment, she pulled away and said, This was my first kiss. Now I'm fully yours. She blushed, and Issei's face turned red in surprise. And I'll let my pantheon know about this. Could care less what they think. I want to spend the rest of my life with the one I love. As she prepared to teleport to the Greek pantheon, Issei called out, Athena, your clothing. She realized and replied, Oh right. Sorry. Embarrassed, she returned to her attire from the ancient Greek era. With that, Athena teleported away, leaving Issei blushing. He never expected her to fall for him so completely. He walked out of the room to share the news with Nyx. Scene change. At Malik's base, Issei arrived at noon. I see. So another one has joined us. Malik said with a smile, and Issei nodded. He turned to Gondal. Speaking of which, what happened to Rosweiss and Ain? Gondal's tone turned serious. I've been keeping tabs on my granddaughter. She is still loyal to Norse mythology and Rias's peerage. I will soon begin my efforts to bring her to your side. Issei nodded as Gondal continued. As for Ain, she is fine. The virus may weaken her for a while, but she should be able to use magic again in a day or two at most. Regardless, how have you been doing, Gondal? Issei asked. Gondal was surprised by the question. I am fine, Lord Issei. Why do you ask? Considering what you went through, I'm just happy you're all right and on board with us. Gondal shook her head, a genuine smile on her face. I would have been purposeless had it not been for you being there when I needed you the most, Gondal said sadly. I should have listened to the other Gondal when she warned me about Artemis and Elizabeth completely breaking down. Given how loyal they once were and how they were treated, and now Athena. The factions have really fallen too far. It's a hard truth that I should have accepted a long time ago. Issei nodded. It took time for me to see the truth as well. Humanity blindly follows these gods and other supernatural beings, pretending to be human. It's appalling to see that no matter what I did, they would never change. He sighed, and Gondal and Malik nodded in agreement. Either way, how is their financial situation? Malik asked with a smile. The stock market of the supernatural companies is at an all-time low. Share prices are declining, and soon enough, many investors will be filing lawsuits against these companies, making them even more in debt. They will soon lay off workers, and the companies will collapse, Gondal replied. That is good. Very good. Tell Lucas to gather more information about them and their situation. When he has it, ask him to send it to us, Issei instructed. Malik nodded. So when do we begin our next attack? We will lay low for a while and gather even more forces. After that, I want to attack the Norse due to what they did to Gondal. Gondal was ready for her revenge against Odin and the Norse. However, I have a better plan. I want to cripple their sacred gear users. You know who our next targets are, right? Issei asked. Malik understood. You intend to go after Team/Dog and the hero faction? Issei nodded. We can go after them since some of their users will pose a problem to our goals. Or we can go after the Norse first, then I will reveal who the real enemy is. I want to see the look on Suzaku's face when she realizes I am responsible for Lavinia's condition if we attack the Norse. He grinned, and Malik nodded in understanding. So we are at the beginning of the endgame. Indeed. The faction's endgame has begun, Issei replied with a grin. The two nodded in agreement, knowing this would mark the start of the fall of the factions in the coming weeks. Issei looked at the factions gathered before him with a bored expression. He knew why they were there. It was because he had committed several cardinal sins and broken faction laws. But in reality, they just wanted an excuse to bring him back to their side. The factions present included the biblical factions: Devil, Angel, Fallen Angel, Norse, Yukai, Shinto, Greek, and Vampire faction. How did this happen? Let's backtrack. Issei Hayato, upon discovering the book, managed to seal Trihexa, but his brother took the credit. After that, he decided to free Nyx with Hades and Persephone's help, spending the night with the primordial goddess, which broke many laws set by the factions. Apparently, one could not be with a goddess. Additionally, Issei had removed the boosted gear from the sacred gear system by stealthily entering heaven and subduing Gabriel. He used Unknown Dictator to modify the sacred gear system without anyone realizing it. This was at the request of his best friend Drake. But he did not stop there. He created chaos in the factions by revealing Dai's truth, forcing his brother to confess his deeds. Crom helped expose Dai by revealing his memories, causing even more turmoil between the factions. The girls who had fallen for Dai were devastated and horrified by the truth. Many cried endlessly upon hearing it. The faction leaders were furious at being deceived by the false pillar and wanted him dead. The warriors and the people who looked up to Dai were horrified by the reality of their faction pillar. Issei then killed Dai in front of everyone, including his own parents and younger sister, before walking away to live his life with Nyx. However, the factions wanted him back and charged him with several crimes. Now we find ourselves in the present, where Issei stands before the faction leaders and their armies. Surzex declared seriously, Issei Hayato, you have broken several laws of the factions and committed unlawful acts against us. For that, you will be punished. Issei scoffed at the Crimson Satan's attitude, fully aware of the real reason he was there. He cared little for the faction's opinions of him at this point. You're only here because I chose Nyx, the primordial goddess of darkness, as my mate instead of your sister, Rias, Issei said mockingly, causing Surzex to grit his teeth in fury. As several of the gods stepped in, Issei continued to taunt them. Oh, and don't get me started on you great gods. You were fooled by a mere boy with delusions of grandeur. The fact that he managed to deceive any of you shows how far divinity has fallen. The gods present were enraged by this accusation, especially those who looked down upon humanity. Goddesses like Artemis, who despised men, now loathed Issei even more. You demed human. First, you break our rules and then you associate with Nyx. You will pay for this. Artemis shouted. Issei raised an eyebrow, barely intimidated by her words, and grinned, further angering her. Is that the best you can come up with? Just mind your business. No wonder they only like you for your looks. Your personality leaves much to be desired, he replied with a shrug. Just surrender yourself, brat. You are surrounded. Zeus said haughtily. Issei shook his head in response. And here I thought Riser was arrogant. You supernaturals really exceed my expectations, he mocked, causing Zeus to clench his lightning bolts in anger. I heard that. Riser exclaimed, confused by whether it was an insult or a compliment, but no one responded. Issei then mocked Zeus further. Ooh, I am so scared. Zeus and Artemis were furious, and as Issei finally spoke again, he said, maybe try checking that pride of yours. You have a womanizer and a man-hating goddess. No wonder you have so few followers left compared to other pantheons. That's it. The gods snapped, and Zeus fired his lightning blasts while Artemis shot her light arrows, creating a massive explosion that engulfed Issei's position. Artemis smirked, believing he was gone. Artemis, Lord Zeus, we needed him alive. Who knows where the boosted gear is? Serzex responded angrily, while Artemis scoffed, indifferent to Issei's fate. As the smoke cleared, someone tapped Artemis on the shoulder. She turned to see Issei standing there, greeting her with a simple, hello. Before she could react, Issei struck her in the jaw, sending her crashing to the ground. Everyone prepared to attack him, but Issei only wore a small smirk. He leaped into the air, cloaked in a blinding light, transforming into a different armor that resembled a combination of the juggernaut drives of both the boosted gear and the divine dividing. The aura radiating from him made even the gods uneasy. Without hesitation, Issei dashed towards Zeus, grabbing him by the leg and slamming him to the ground. Zeus groaned in pain, looking up to see a blur approaching him. Issei then summoned a familiar Longinus, one that would terrify them. Balance breaker, polar night Longinus Chakravartin, he chanted. Several orbs surrounded Issei, and he commanded one to trigger an explosion. The gods reacted by creating a barrier, but that wasn't Issei's intention. Wait, my powers? Gabriel spoke with worry, realizing the implications of Issei's actions. Mine too. I feel like it's gone. Seraphal commented, overwhelmed by the turmoil her faction had caused. One by one, several present began to voice their concerns about losing their powers. Ajuka and Azazel noticed that the affected were all female, including those known for their intelligence like Athena and Elmenhild. The realization dawned on them. That was Ithratana. Ajuka spoke in horror. The female leaders and members of the armies understood what this meant. They were now powerless, just like regular humans. Fear began to rise among the goddesses and female Satan-class beings, leaving them vulnerable and exposed. The girls who had harassed Issei the most were now filled with fear, terrified of someone who could have loved them. Issei, however, wore a sinister grin. So you figured it out, huh? Shame you failed to do so when Dai fooled you, he mocked, his tone dripping with disdain. Ajuka looked at Issei, his expression a mix of anger and shame. Issei continued, while you all were trying to take me down for breaking your so-called laws. The onlookers felt helpless as Issei taunted them, their anger directed at the gods who believed they were superior to dragons, unaware that Issei was a dragon god capable of defeating them in countless ways. Seeing their expressions only fueled Issei's delight. Now, getting back to what happened, I sensed your forces. You had at least a portion of them as female, and many lack hand-to-hand combat experience. While you may think that's useless due to magic, it makes you nothing short of sitting ducks, he said, his grin widening as their fear intensified. In the worst-case scenario, I've only taken down a portion of your army. In the optimal case, I've taken out 50% of your fighting force, and in the best case, I could take down the majority. Now let the real fight begin. Issei's body glowed with red and white energy as he blitzed toward Rias, declaring, and I just know who to start with. He grabbed the Gremory princess by the throat and slammed her to the ground. Her eyes reflected sheer terror as her loved ones shouted her name. But Issei was quicker. With his spear, he stabbed her in the heart. Horror filled her face as Issei removed the true Longinus, ending her life. No! Serzex cried out in despair, witnessing his sister's demise. The Lucifer peerage and her family clenched their fists in anger, but before they could act, Issei turned his attention to the rest of her peerage and Dai's former allies, who were paralyzed with fear. It's time to repay you for every action you've taken against me, Issei declared, the true spear generating a concentrated beam of holy energy powerful enough to take down even a Satan-class being. The factions looked on in horror as Issei wiped out an entire peerage without mercy, leaving only ash in his wake. Griselda and others who cared for the Gremory peerage wept at the sight of their fallen friends. Griselda's fists tightened in anger when she saw Issei kill her ward, Zenobia. He showed no mercy even to Ingvild, who had once been part of his peerage. She regretted her past treatment of him, but Issei remained indifferent. Twirling his spear, he coldly asked, "Who's next?" Many looked at him with a mix of anger, fear, and hatred. Issei continued to boost his abilities as Griselda shouted, "You monster! You dare use," but she couldn't finish her sentence before Issei blitzed toward her, slicing her in half before anyone could react. The horror of his mercilessness left Irina in tears, witnessing her childhood friend become so cruel and vindictive. Before she could process the scene, Issei commanded one of the orbs, Paranikaratana, which disintegrated the angel without mercy. Issei smiled at the destruction around him, watching as multiple magic circles aimed at him. A barrage of energy beams from various factions, including Serzex and his family, Kuroka and her team, and Baraquil, all channeled their strongest attacks at him, intent on killing Issei. However, he used another orb, Manaratana, targeting the Greek and Norse gods. The combined attacks annihilated many of them, leaving only a few survivors. "Nu!" Odin shouted, witnessing the deaths of his wife, Frigg, and his son Vidar. Zeus glared at Issei, anger and hatred in his eyes, knowing that Hera was among the casualties. "Don't look at me like that," Issei retorted. "I didn't harm the factions until this fight. You caused this mess. Just leave me alone. You do your business and I do mine." "But no, you couldn't do that, could you?" His words ignited further anger among the onlookers. Issei had already killed many of his tormentors, showing no empathy or mercy. Serzex shouted back, "You should have surrendered, you monster." Issei shook his head, mocking him. "Looks like the grief of losing your sister is affecting your mental state good." He ignored the anger on Serzex's face and continued coldly, "But regardless, you won't listen, will you? You blindly followed Dai, becoming his pawns, and now look what has happened." His tone shifted to one of genuine sadness as he spoke. "Truth be told, I never wanted this level of death and destruction. I wanted a peaceful life with my mate Nyx and my true family. To live happily and have a normal family life." Issei's anger surged as memories of his past suffering flooded back. A small smile crept onto his face. "But that is too much to ask, isn't it?" He remembered how the people before him had made his life miserable. In a swift motion, he dashed towards Zeus and seized him by the head before he could react. Issei slammed him down onto his knee, causing severe damage to his face. Zeus staggered back as Issei followed up with a powerful punch, breaking his ribcage. Blood spilled from Zeus's mouth as Issei summoned flames that belonged to Drake, engulfing him in fire. "Ayaha! Please, mercy!" Zeus screamed in agony, but Issei walked away, ignoring his pleas. He approached Athena and Artemis, the last remnants of Olympus. "Aren't you going to do something to save your father?" he taunted, noticing the water and ice magic users attempting to weaken the flames. Tears filled the girls' eyes as they realized the extent of Issei's wrath. "You scum! Why do you hate us so much?" Artemis shouted, her voice laced with anger. Athena responded, her tone a mix of sadness and fury. "Is it not obvious? He wants revenge for our treatment towards him." Issei shook his head. "You're close, Athena, but I never wanted revenge. All you had to do was leave me alone. This is a consequence of your actions. If anything, I am defending myself." He dashed towards Athena, who blocked with her staff. Issei used one of his orbs, Kakratana, to destroy her weapon, leaving her defenseless. "No," she gasped as Issei grabbed her by the hair, dragging her across the field. Artemis watched helplessly, aware that any magic attacks from the devils could backfire. Issei lifted Athena into the air and used compression divide, crushing her into nothingness. She desperately tried to escape but failed. Artemis trembled in fear, realizing that everyone she cared for was gone. Tears streamed down her face. Such an appealing face, yet such a rotten heart. Issei remarked, walking towards her. Several aimed their magic circles at him, but he simply responded with Manaratana, redirecting their magic towards Artemis, who screamed in pain. "Ah!" she cried out as Issei advanced. "Please kill me. I beg you, I have no reason to live." Issei approached her, showing no mercy. "With pleasure," he said, creating god-slaying magic that disintegrated Artemis, engulfing her in light as she accepted her fate, wondering what awaited her in the afterlife. Turning towards the survivors, Issei found Odin, Thor, and Freya watching him with a mix of hatred, anger, and fear. Thor swung Mjolnir at Issei, who blocked it effortlessly. How can this be possible? Gods should be superior to dragons. This is impossible. Thor exclaimed in shock. Really, Thor? Didn't you forget I defeated Loki? I destroyed an entire pantheon of your so-called gods. You're an idiot if you think you're stronger, Issei replied, crushing Mjolnir into rubble as he approached Thor. Thor, fueled by rage, flew into the air, electricity crackling around him. Hyou! He shouted. Issei laughed, dividing his strength multiple times, rendering Thor helpless. He generated 2 blasters and unleashed a powerful energy blast, disintegrating Thor as he screamed in pain. Freya and Odin watched with tears in their eyes, realizing the end of their faction was near. Odin clenched his fists, using Gungnir to charge at Issei, but the Red Dragon Emperor was too fast. He drew the Mortis blade, capable of killing gods and immortals, and stabbed Odin in the heart. I hope you are. Odin began, but he fell silent as he collapsed. Issei then turned to Freya, who was filled with fear. With a swift throw of the Mortis blade, he decapitated the goddess, her head hitting the ground with a thud. Issei had wiped out 2 pantheons without mercy, the blade teleporting back to his hand. This is madness. Amaterasu spoke with dread in her voice, her power taken away by Issei during the first explosion. We must stop him. Now. Susanoo declared, ready to charge at Issei. He looked at the 3 faction leaders, all of whom nodded. Issei was only growing more powerful as the fight continued. This has gone on long enough. Michael said, filled with dread as Serzex commanded with anger, attack, show him no mercy. Issei shook his head, smiling as he watched the armies charge at him, unleashing their magic attacks. You know, it's interesting that 3 races share one common weakness. He raised his spear and released a beam of light into the air. Susanoo spoke with a cocky tone, you are a fool to do that. Issei replied, guess again. Before Susanoo could react, several magic circles appeared, unleashing holy light magic aimed at the armies, specifically targeting yokai, devils, and vampires. It is uncanny that devils, yokai, and vampires share a weakness to light. Yet there was so much indifference, so much hatred. It's disappointing. The leaders commanded their troops to retreat, but it was too late. Issei unleashed a bombardment of holy magic, and the troops watched in horror as the attack struck. The weakest among them were annihilated, leaving only dread and fear on the faces of the surviving leaders. Issei noticed some survivors and quickly dealt with them, destroying them with holy magic from his spear. Shall we end this, leaders? He asked, looking at the remaining elders, who were filled with fear and anger. Serzex spoke up, why you destroyed everything we worked so hard to build, Hydu? You killed my sister and you continue to slaughter us. Why won't you join us? Issei's anger flared. No matter what he said, he couldn't get his point across. You know what? Enough of this. He dashed towards Seorg and his peerage, quickly sealing Regulus's sacred gear inside his book to eliminate the threat. Seorg rushed to stop Issei, but Issei grabbed his hand and ripped it away. Ahes! Seorg screamed in pain as Coriana and Keisha rushed to save him. However, Issei dashed toward the 2 girls, grabbing them by their necks and ending their lives. Keisha! Coriana! Seorg shouted in despair, having lost 3 of his peerage members in a single day while everyone else helplessly watched. He used one of his orbs, Gahapateratana, to attack the leaders and the rest of his peerage. With 10,000 Satan-class devils, Serzex and some others fought them off, buying time for Issei to deal with Seorg and the others. The leaders battled against Issei's forces along with the survivors. Issei focused on the remaining members of Seorg's peerage, grabbing Mistita by the neck and stabbing him with the true Longinus, killing him instantly. He then turned his attention to Liban and the rest, blitzing through them, leaving their heads to fall. Seorg, the only survivor, gritted his teeth in rage, desperately trying to hold back tears. Issei approached him and said, I still remember saving your mother. It's a shame what will happen to her once everyone here dies. Seorg's eyes widened in horror as he tried to speak, but Issei generated a powerful holy light, disintegrating him completely. Surzex, destroying another soldier, saw Issei rushing toward Graphia and shouted for her to get to safety. Graphia, teleport back home, save yourself. Graphia nodded, knowing she had to protect Milikas, but she couldn't escape. Issei caught her easily, grabbing her by the throat and sending her flying. Surzex begged Issei to spare her, but Issei dismissed his pleas. Graphia, the maid who treated me well, while you did not insult me like that red-haired girl, you certainly didn't help either. Graphia looked at Issei with fear as he continued, worry not, your son will be well taken care of. Her eyes widened in shock, but before she could react, Issei flung her into the air and dashed toward her, his chest cavity opening as energy surged. He fired a greenish-white beam at Graphia, disintegrating her without a trace. Surzex watched in horror, while Azazel observed in disbelief. This was nothing short of Armageddon. He looked at Vala's team and began to forcefully teleport them away. Azazel, what the hell? His foster daughter exclaimed. This is a losing battle, Azazel replied. He has already wiped out 2 pantheons, and I can't risk your lives. Warn the others to prepare, we will hold him off. Valerie's eyes widened in horror at Azazel's words, filled with sadness. No, Azazel. Azazel gave a sad smile, knowing his fate was sealed. Valley had been teleported away with her team, and Seraphal was about to do the same with Sona and her peerage when Issei shouted, I won't let that happen. He unleashed a powerful beam of holy light aimed at Sona and her peerage, evaporating them in an instant. Seraphal's heart shattered as she cried out, S.O.T. She watched helplessly as her sister was lost before her eyes. Fury ignited within her as she glared at Issei, ready to unleash her strongest ice magic spell. You bastard! Issei merely watched in amusement, taunting her, did you forget that you have your powers sealed? Seraphal's anger faltered, replaced by horror as she realized she had fallen into Issei's trap. Fear gripped her as he approached, now wearing the Lightning Slayer gloves. In a flash, he seized her by the throat and unleashed a devastating shock, causing her to scream in pain. She struggled, but soon fell silent, her body severely damaged. With a final, merciless grip, he crushed her neck. Surzex gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face as he witnessed Issei turn his focus on the remaining devil peerages, brave saints, and members of Team Slashdog. In an instant, Issei breathed flames that consumed every member present. The female members, powerless against him, could do nothing but watch in despair. Floating next to the last remnants of the army, Issei grinned. Ah, just like I planned, just the 15 of us. Elmenhild spoke, fear evident in her voice. You mean, you wanted us 15 to fight in the end? Issei nodded, then turned to Azazel with curiosity. Speaking of which, where did you send Valley and her team? Azazel's voice was filled with anger. To warn the others, so they can gather enough strength to defeat you. Issei laughed, infuriating the leaders. Baraquil shouted, What's so funny? Issei's sinister grin returned. Nothing much, you just proved my point. After I deal with you, I will hunt down every last supernatural being on this planet. No one will survive my onslaught. His words made the leaders clench their fists in anger. You all caused this mess. You failed to understand 3 simple words, leave me alone. This is all your fault. Baraquil, consumed by rage, shouted, You are the reason we are in this situation. Issei shook his head in disappointment. Ah, seems like the crow misses his wife and girl. Baraquil prepared to attack, electricity crackling in his hands as he unleashed a bolt of holy lightning. Issei dodged, seizing Baraquil's arms and crushing them. Aha! Issei anticipated their intervention and generated more dragon warriors to keep them distracted. Before killing Baraquil, he said, Say hi to Aquino and Shuri, K? He fired a dragon shot, ending Baraquil's life in an instant. Azazel and Shemhazai watched in horror as Issei turned his attention to Amaterasu, firing 2 dragon shots that killed her as well. Susanoo and Tsukuyomi were horrified, and Yasaka was devastated. Before they could react, Issei punched them, sending the two gods flying. He dashed toward them, slamming them to the ground. As they groaned in pain, he fired 2 more dragon shots, leaving no trace of them behind. Turning his attention to Yasaka and Elmenhild, he declared, "Now it's time for the 2 of you." He lunged at Yasaka, removing her heart with a swift motion. Tears filled her eyes as she whispered, "Issei, goodbye forever." Issei crushed her heart beneath his foot, and her body slumped lifelessly. He then turned to Elmenhild, firing a concentrated beam of holy light that disintegrated her. With only a few remaining, Issei focused on those who had formed the alliance: Azazel, Michael, and Surzex. He grabbed Gabriel by the face, looking into her eyes. "Look at this face, a beauty so charming, yet so rotten." Gabriel pleaded, "Issei, please listen to reason." Issei shook his head, anger boiling over. "I am done listening to your reasons. I am ending this, permanently." He slammed her to his knee, cracking her face and breaking her nose, repeating the action until her features were unrecognizable, and she was left in tears. The Red Dragon Emperor threw her into the air and unleashed a powerful attack, leaving no trace of her behind. He soon turned to Michael, Uriel, and Raphael, focusing on the 2 angels. Grabbing the seraphs by the head, he dragged them along the ground, causing them to scream in pain. With a powerful leap, he crushed their heads, feathers exploding in the aftermath. Michael was left devastated, realizing he was the only surviving angel. He watched as Issei approached Shemhazai, grabbing the fallen angel by the neck. "Shemhazai!" Azazel shouted in shock as Issei began to crush his throat, leaving him gasping for breath. The current Governor-General looked on in horror as Issei ended his life, causing him to burst into feathers. "You know, I'm not interested in torturing you. I just want to end it quickly so I can be with my loved ones," Issei said, dashing towards Ajuka with his spear in hand. Ajuka attempted to create barriers for protection, but Issei activated his ability, stabbing him in the heart. He withdrew the spear, and Ajuka's lifeless body slumped to the ground. Turning his attention to Falbium, Issei swiftly decapitated him, and Falbium's body fell, leaving Surzex in tears as he witnessed his friend's demise. Now only 3 remained: Michael, Surzex, and Azazel. Issei charged at Azazel, ramming his hand into his spine and crushing it. The fallen angel slumped, paralyzed, as Issei kicked Azazel's skull, sending it flying before it exploded into feathers. Issei then faced Michael and Surzex, who unleashed their magic attacks, but he easily deflected them. Realizing he needed to end this, Issei was determined to finish the battle. 1 hour later, Michael was gone, leaving only Surzex, who was on his last breath. "You have doomed us all," he said coldly. Issei shook his head in disappointment. "You have yourself to blame, Siskinzex. Goodbye forever." With that, Issei crushed Surzek's skull, ensuring there was no trace left. Surzek stopped breathing, and Issei kicked his leg to remove the blood. "My legs and armor got dirty," he muttered, depowering himself and sitting down for a moment. "So partner, it's over," an unknown voice spoke to him. Issei looked at the gem that had spoken. "Yes, Drake, but the war is far from over. There are still those lingering back in their worlds. But for now, let's head back to Nyx. She must be waiting." Scene change. Elysian Fields, Realm of Hades, 6:30 p.m. Issei arrived in the Elysian Fields, where only the souls of the prestigious resided. He was greeted by many souls as he often conversed with them. Soon, he spotted a black-haired woman with blue eyes waiting for him. "Nyx." Nyx turned around, rushing to him and embracing him tightly. "I thought you'd never come. That you'd get killed and leave me like the others," she said, tears welling in her eyes. Issei gently wiped her tears away. "I told you once, and I'll tell you again. I'm not leaving you. You know I keep my word, right?" Nyx smiled at him, comforted by his words. Issei had asked Hades to keep her safe in the Elysian Fields, where no one would think to look for her. He kissed her on the forehead, making her blush. "So, Issei-chan? It is over, right?" As they separated, they noticed they were surrounded by Hades, Persephone, and their children, Melano and Macaria. Indeed, but the other races and those who were not present in the war are still out there. They will want vengeance. Until then, it is not done yet. I will do everything in my power to stop them, no matter the cost. Persephone looked worried. All this because they refused to let you live in peace. Issei nodded. Yeah. Regardless, I'm happy you chose not to fight me. I wouldn't want to hurt you in any way. Hades, I'm sorry for what happened to Olympus. Hades shook his head. Don't blame yourself. My brothers brought this on themselves, along with the rest of Olympus who followed their lead. But what will you do now? Issei replied. First, I will deal with the remnants of those supernatural beings, ensuring no one survives. But I think I will settle down, maybe have a life away from everything and start anew. The five seemed pleased with this decision. Looking ahead, Issei knew that while his new life was beginning, he would face challenges in the early stages, but those could be managed. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei going to Nevada. 5 years later. Mount Kailash, India, 5:30 p.m. Issei sat among the remaining representatives of the supernatural, those who had not participated in the war or were part of the alliance. He looked at the representatives. Dagda from the Celtic pantheon, Ereshkigal from the Sumerian pantheon, Quetzalcoatl from the Aztec pantheon, and Shiva from Hindu mythology. The others had chosen not to show up out of fear. Look, if you want to know my answer, just don't bother me and we will be fine. You handle your stuff, and I'll handle mine, is that understood? The gods and goddesses present understood this. Shiva spoke up, I had a bad feeling about Dai. It was a good thing that I backed away from this alliance when you exposed his truth 5 years ago. His voice carried gratitude. He sensed that Issei was someone he shouldn't fear but should avoid provoking. Yeah, he is gone and I could care less what happens next. Anyway, what are your thoughts? Issei looked at the two goddesses and one god. Dagda then spoke with a serious tone, I never considered showing myself or my pantheon to begin with. The Celtic pantheon has and will have no quarrel with you, Hai. That's good, keep it among yourselves. I have heard that you live in a separate dimension, right? Dagda nodded. Very well, Issei replied. Speaking of which, I was wondering, should we go out sometime? Get to know each other? Quetzalcoatl attempted to ask him out, hoping that Issei would consider settling down with her. However, Issei shook his head. Are you asking me out? Then I am sorry, I must decline. I am already married. He showed her his wedding ring, making her understand, and she looked down. Finally, Ereshkigal spoke with a neutral tone. Anyway, the Sumerian pantheon also does not have a problem. You can live peacefully without any issues. Plus, we have no intention of angering you in any way. Issei nodded in understanding and soon got up. In that case, this meeting is done. We can all head back to our homes. Issei teleported back to his place in New York. He had already dealt with every last supernatural being that opposed him and destroyed all their landmarks, leaving no survivors. He made sure to hunt them down so they couldn't pose a problem in the future. That boy. He really does want to be left alone, right? Ereshkigal asked Quetzalcoatl, who responded, yeah, those fools forced him to be imprisoned on the accusation of sleeping with his mate, who happened to be a goddess. It's just dumb, there are so many demigods running around in this world. I agree, and we shouldn't be calling him a boy, he is too mature for that. He did not intend to harm any of us, even when he had good reason to do so, especially in your case, right, Shiva? Shiva looked at Dagda and nodded. Indeed, although I nor my fellow gods and goddesses looked down upon the boy, we were still once part of the alliance. I was a fool to consider them as allies. Had I worked with them, Hai Udu would have attacked me in self-defense. Shiva spoke with a frown as the other gods and goddesses agreed. They all decided to head back to their own worlds, considering forming a new alliance that would be better than the ones the three factions created. Back with Issei, he soon reached his apartment in the United States, a decent house with several windows and rooms. He also dealt with the remaining Hyudas to ensure they wouldn't become a problem for him. Issei walked to the porch and rang the bell. Someone came to the door and greeted him. Papa! Issei crouched to his son's level and lifted the boy in his arms. The boy had brown hair and green eyes, smiling as he spoke. Hey Basara. Where is your mother? The now identified Basara, who was Issei's son, looked at him with a smile. He was 4 years old when his mother emerged from the shadows, Nyx herself. She had red eyes instead of blue and wore a red full-sleeved shirt with a black collar, her hair left open. Additionally, she wore brown leggings and had a calming aura, a stark contrast to the tremendous dark aura she usually projected. Nyx did not want her son to fear her, and Basara was still unaware of his parents' true identities. Hey honey. Nyx walked toward them, and Basara, wanting to be lifted by his mother, asked, Mama, can we go to get some pizza? Nyx's face changed into a slight frown as she spoke sternly, No Basara, we have food at home. Her words made Basara pout in sadness. Issei added, Come on Nyx, we don't have outside food often. Can we go out just this once? Nyx looked sad, and Basara gave his puppy eyes and pleaded, Mama, I will even eat my greens tomorrow please. Nyx sighed at her son's request and gave a sad smile. All right, but you gotta eat your greens tomorrow, okay? Basara agreed with a smile, and Nyx responded with a smile of her own. Let's head to the car. We should get there before rush hour at the restaurant. Basara cheered at the prospect of pizza, one of his favorites, as the family headed to the nearby restaurant to enjoy their meal. There was no one who could ruin their peaceful life, and those who tried were no longer a threat. Wait, sister, is it true? Artemis asked with a smile, happy to see that her sister was now part of the Droid faction. Yeah. I confessed to Issei and told Zeus about my love for him. Athena replied, recalling how angry Zeus and Hera had been when she revealed her relationship with Issei. Either way, I am happy for you. Artemis said, embracing her sister. Well, I was considering taking my relationship with him to the next level. She added, blushing. Athena widened her eyes in surprise. Are you sure about this? Artemis nodded, and Athena responded with a smile. I never thought that the goddess who hated men and is known as the goddess of virginity would lose that to a man. Artemis nodded, feeling content in her love for Issei. However, Athena looked down, and Artemis noticed her sister's change in demeanor. Sis, is everything all right? Artemis asked. Athena replied, I wish to take my relationship to the next level after some time. I believe it wouldn't be right for me to rush into things with Issei. Artemis nodded in understanding. I see. Well, sis, take your time. There's no need to rush, Issei understands this. Athena nodded, but then wondered aloud, what if Orion comes back? Artemis flinched at the mention of his name. Realizing her mistake, Athena quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up past trauma. It's all right, Artemis reassured her with a smile. But now I know that if he comes back, I can protect myself. And if I can't, Issei and the Droid faction will be there for me. Athena smiled, feeling reassured by the support of her friends. I see. Regardless, I wonder what Issei plans to do now. Athena mused. Artemis responded, I think he wants to lay low for a while since he knows the factions have a habit of not leaving him alone. He'll probably want to either speed up his plans or deal with the others, or he might just want to let things settle down for a bit. Athena nodded, I see. The sisters soon went outside, where they saw Elizabeth waiting for them. Hey girls. Elizabeth greeted cheerfully. Hey Liz, what are you here for? Artemis asked. Elizabeth looked at Artemis and hesitated. I was wondering if it would be right to, she began, but Artemis noticed her uncertainty. Is something wrong, Liz? Artemis asked with concern. Well, I also wish to take my relationship to the next level with Issei. Elizabeth admitted. Artemis was surprised but quickly smiled. Of course it is. Let's go tonight, and we can do it together. Quinella, Charlotte, and Nyx have already taken that step, and I don't think Issei would mind. Elizabeth nodded, then asked, Speaking of which, where is Miyuki? She is with Ain, helping her with magic alongside Gondal. She's still getting used to her new situation. I have a feeling she might also be developing feelings for Issei since he helped her with the curse. Artemis replied. Athena and Artemis exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of jealousy over Issei's growing connections, but they sighed, knowing that his kind nature was what attracted others to him. I see. Anyway, Athena, would you mind staying back for a while? Elizabeth asked. Athena nodded. All the best, you two, she said with a smile, watching as they teleported away, leaving her alone to ponder her own feelings. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the shadows. Do you have a moment, Athena? She turned to see Malik, a figure she had only seen on screen before. Relax, I am only here to talk, Malik said with a smile, and Athena felt a mix of intimidation and curiosity. He was a man that even the gods feared, and she was intrigued by his presence. As she stood there, Issei walked across the fields, surrounded by the remnants of Grigori. He and Nyx were side by side, watching a screen that displayed a book. Issei appeared in his strongest red dragon armor, while Dai Hayadu smirked sinisterly beside Rias. Asia and the other girls were engaged in a fierce battle against Malik, using magic to defend themselves. Auka walked through a puddle, and the ORC, Student Council, Valid Team, and Team/Dog were shown, all under the gaze of angry eyes. Issei looks at the book, recalling his past and the factions that fell apart. Invioled gazes at a figurine of Dai, crushing it in her hand, tears streaming down her face, anger etched on her features. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal observe their factions with disdain. Invioled closes her eyes, focusing on Dai with determination. Miyuki grits her teeth, remembering her sisters. Issei kneels, haunted by his past, a family photo appearing before him with a slash across it, symbolizing his separation from them. He looks at Surzex, and they both radiate their auras. Say, why didn't you go with Artemis if you clearly love Issei? Athena asks, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. It's not that I didn't want to go, it's just that I don't think Issei is ready for me yet. I have no intention of rushing things if he's not interested. Artemis and Elizabeth have been with him for a while, and I think it's best to wait, she explains. Malik, understanding, replies in a deadpan tone, I see, so you want to be with him alone? Athena blushes deeper. No, I didn't mean it like that. I confessed to him today, and I'm not sure if it's right for us to take that step yet. Malik nods. It's your choice, Athena. No one is forcing you. He walks away as Athena agrees silently. Meanwhile, Malik prepares to attack the underworld, targeting Team/Dog. Let's see how you handle the power of the sacred gear. He grins, readying himself to leave. Scene change. Underworld Council, 3 p.m. So, are you ready for this, Nyx? Issei asks, dressed in a black suit and white shirt, looking almost office-ready. Nyx wears an appealing red sleeveless dress, stockings, and heels. It seems the elders want to speak with us, Issei says mockingly, but Nyx calms him. You promised to meet them sooner or later, she reminds him gently. They enter the room, where the devil messenger greets them. Red Dragon Emperor, Lady Nyx, I'm glad you could make it. Issei recognizes him as the messenger who sent the invitation. You brought us here to talk. I hope this isn't a waste of my time, otherwise, you'll regret it, he replies coldly, causing the messenger to nod nervously. Nyx comments, today, the elders will likely discuss trivial matters, and Malik and his droid faction will surely come up. Issei agrees. They want to save themselves while leaving the underworld to its doom. It's a shame they're making deals with him. He grins while Nyx thinks, and that demon is you. The messenger returns, trembling. They are here to see you. The couple nods and enters. The room falls silent, fear evident on the council members' faces. Council leader Wilbert speaks nervously, so can we begin, Lord Issei? Issei smirks at their fear. I have one question. Why should I negotiate with you? If you want my attention, make it worth my time. One elder asks, are you serious? Nyx interjects angrily, you dare doubt him? She releases some of her aura, causing the council to flinch. Issei pulls Nyx closer, ready to address the council. Issei opens his eyes, waking to find Artemis and Elizabeth cuddling beside him. They had shared an unforgettable night together. I love you too. More than anyone else, he says, kissing their foreheads, earning smiles from both. Artemis stirs, rubbing her eyes and smiling at Issei. Morning, honey. Morning to you too, Artie. I never thought you'd call me honey, he replies. Artemis blushes. Well, we did share a special moment. But if you want, I can call you. Issei kisses her gently. I don't mind when we're alone, okay? Artemis smiles back, snuggling against Issei's chest. She may no longer be the goddess of virginity, but none of that mattered as long as she was by Issei's side. She cared little for what Zeus or the other Olympians thought. They hadn't been there when she needed support, but Issei and Athena had. Hestia had come later, but she had come nonetheless. Hey, I see. Artemis looked at Issei with a smile. He responded, Say, what child do you think I should give Bardh to? Like, what is your call? I am not so sure that I don't have a preference in my opinion. Artemis turned her gaze elsewhere, recalling her past memories. She knew she had hurt many due to her past trauma. In her eyes, she was far from redeemed. She needed to make amends. Artemis? Is everything all right? Issei asked with concern. Yet if I were to tell you that I want a boy, would you be mad at me? Issei shook his head and smiled. No, why would I be mad at you? A little male version of you would be nice. Although, I would love if our child, if it's a girl, is a little version of you. On second thought, a boy would be nice for our first child. I would love to raise a boy of my own. Artemis said with a cheeky grin, but her tone shifted to sadness. Plus, raising him with love would help me atone for my past. Issei's smile faded slightly as he saw the guilt in her eyes. I have ruined lives, sometimes, I wonder if I can even atone for what I did. Yes, some have breached my privacy, but I did things I shouldn't have. That maybe, this way, I can make things better not only for myself but also for my future children. I was blinded by hatred, and I no longer want to feel that way. Seeing her cry, Issei gently wiped her tears away. Don't cry, Artie. You've done so much to change yourself. You changed your huntresses, allowing them to have their own families. That was the first step. You are not the same Artemis that Malik fought months ago. You have changed and I am proud of you. Artemis started to tear up again but quickly wiped her eyes and smiled. I guess you are right. Issei smiled back and kissed her forehead, causing her to blush. You still have work to do, but remember, it doesn't matter what child you have, as long as you love them unconditionally. Gender doesn't matter, your child is your child, and no one can love them more than their parents. Artemis nodded, knowing she would love her future child no matter what. Issei felt happy seeing how much she had changed. Just then, a yawn broke the moment. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Elizabeth asked, stretching and covering her mouth. Nothing much, just a short conversation, Issei replied with a smile. Morning, Liz, how did you sleep? Artemis asked, rubbing her eyes. I slept well, Elizabeth said, looking down, a blush creeping onto her face as she recalled the previous night. Seems like our angel is having some thoughts, Artemis teased, causing Elizabeth to turn beet red and avoid eye contact. No need to be embarrassed, we're on the same side, Artemis chuckled. Elizabeth nodded and Issei added, and I love you too, Liz, no matter what happens. He kissed her forehead, making her blush deepen. Well, let's get dressed and head downstairs for breakfast. The others will be waiting, Issei said with a smile, earning nods from both Artemis and Elizabeth as they prepared for the day ahead. As Issei walked across the fields, he saw Malik surrounded by the remnants of Grigori. Issei and Nick stood side by side, looking at the screen. A book appeared as Issei donned his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Hyudu smirked sinisterly, with Rias by his side. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik using magic, while Auka walked through a puddle. The ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team Slashdog were all present, their eyes filled with determination. Issei looks at the book, remembering his past well, envisioning the factions falling apart. Invioled gazes at a figurine of Dai, crushing it as tears fall from her eyes, anger etched on her face. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal watch their factions with disdain. Ingvild closes her eyes, looking at Dai with a determined expression. Miyuki grits her teeth, recalling her sisters. Issei is on his knees, haunted by memories, a family photo appearing with a slash across it. He is separated from his family. He looks at Surzex, and they both radiate their auras. Artemis and the rest of the girls, along with Issei, are seated at the table. Thankfully, Rias and her peerage, as well as Issei's mother Miki and Auka, are absent, having gone to visit Goru in the hospital. "Stop, Issei, this is embarrassing," Artemis says with a blush as she sits on Issei's lap. "It seems like it is her turn to do so." Issei replies, No, you are my mate, there's no way I can ignore that." Artemis looks away, her cheeks reddening. She never thought she would be treated as a child. Soon, Nyx asks, "So how was your night with Issei?" Artemis and Elizabeth glance away, both blushing, while some girls, including Miyuki and Athena, pout in jealousy. Ingvild and Valerie sigh, knowing Issei has feelings for Artemis. They hope for their own chances, but even if they don't, they feel it's worthwhile to fight for something meaningful. It was breathtaking. Artemis mutters, her face flushed as she acknowledges her bond with the strongest Red Dragon Emperor. Elizabeth shares a similar expression. Quinella adds, "I knew you girls enjoyed your time, just like me, Nyx, and Charlie did. We all had a good time." Charlotte becomes a blushing mess, and Nyx also has a red tint on her face. The group soon shifts to other topics. Issei then asks, "Speaking of which, how is Ain doing?" Miyuki responds, "She is feeling better. Should we tell her about what her sister did?" "Not yet. She needs to get accustomed to the droid army. She was a bit worried seeing Malik and Vader, remember?" Miyuki nods, recalling Ain's anxiety, even though the duo didn't intend to scare her. They hope she will get along with them in the future. Very well. Athena has been getting along with the others, which is a plus. From what I hear, La Folia is doing an amazing job getting things in order. I think she will become a general soon. And Gondal managed to recruit Rosweiss as a sleeper agent. The ex-Valkyrie fought back, but she was no match for her grandmother and eventually became a sleeper agent. That's good. Very good. Maybe now we can focus on the territories we gained thanks to the deal we made with the council, Issei replies with a smile. What deal? Ingvild asks, surprised. Issei explains, in return for our protection, they have decided to give us territories of the Nibiros clan. I think you know them, right? Yes, I do. Valerie speaks seriously as everyone turns to her. The clan was infamous for siding with Ingvild's ancestors and the satanic descendants in the Devil Civil War. After they went into hiding, they experimented on the Malbranche, trying to create artificial super devils, like Ajuka, Surzex, and my grandfather. Ingvild knows about the Devil Civil War and the Nibiros clan, but she is unaware of the experiments. Artemis asks, how did you know about this? Valerie responds, Kuroka told me. Her father was a human researcher who worked with the Nibiros clan to create artificial super devils. However, when the researcher and his Nekasha wife died, the research heavily slowed down. Kuroka and Kaneko, back then she was Chiron, were the two left behind. Kuroka was experimented on, but when the Nibiros had decided to do the same to Chiron, she ended up killing him and ran away. I see. So that was why she was astray. Valerie nods in agreement. The research details are in Kuroka's memory and diary, which you need to obtain, along with Chiron's hair clip. Issei smiles and responds, I see. Well, good job, Valerie. Valerie smiles back and Ingvild asks, so what is the plan? I will talk with Malik and the others. I think we have found some leads to something that could surpass the destructive potential of the strongest Longinus, Issei says with a dark grin, and the girls sense that something significant is about to happen. Scene change. At Malik's base, Issei discusses plans with his generals. Malik reviews the files Issei has displayed. I see. So you want us to capture her? Yes, I do. You must capture them alive. We need hosts for the Malbranche, Issei says with a sinister grin. Vader asks, but will we get enough hosts? We need 12 to wield these things. I know. We already have a few candidates in mind. Aquino, Asia, Gasper, Penemu, Valerie, and Yasaka. That should be 6 of the 12 hosts. We can also use Kaneko and Kuroka once we turn them into sleeper agents. The generals nod, having identified 8 of the 12 hosts. Issei continues, we can use Penemu and Yasaka, who would take 2 of the Malebranche each, given their power and abilities. I see, but how will we get the last 2 hosts? Kalani asks, understanding the tactical prowess of his supreme leader and the powers of Yasaka and Penemu. However, there are still 2 remaining hosts to consider. Additionally, what concerned him was the Malebranche's personality. He had read documents found by Issei and given to him for analysis, which described them as extremely crazed combatants. This alone worried the tactical and genius general of the droid army. How would Issei manage to control them and get them on their side? And how will we control their abilities? The documents even stated that the original Satans explicitly warned against unsealing them, especially their leader, Malakoda. How do you plan on dealing with them? Issei looked at Kalani as he responded, that is why I want the research. It will act as a base to start with. The research contained in Kaneko's hairclip and Kuroka's mind is crucial. The information left behind by the Nibirius clan is not enough. The foolish new 4 Satans did not even try to find this research or investigate anything back then. Otherwise, Kuroka wouldn't have become a stray. Issei ended with a frustrated sigh, frowning at the lackadaisical examination the investigation team had conducted. Will you 2 be able to capture the 2 girls? Issei asked Malik, who responded with a smile, leave that to us. Vader nodded in agreement, and the 2 teleported away, leaving Grievous and Kalani alone. Issei spoke, Grievous, gather these materials. This will help with a project I will be working on soon. Make sure to collect a lot of them. Issei sent some information to Grievous, who replied, leave it to me. Grievous soon teleported out, leaving Issei and Kalani alone. Kalani, we will be heading to the Nibiru's territory soon for our research. Let us go. As you wish, Lord Issei. Scene change. Nibiru's territory, 1:15 p.m. Issei and Kalani were reading several reports belonging to the Nibiru's research. Issei focused on the Super Devil research, which was hidden behind an invisible seal, explaining why the investigation team had failed to uncover it. This is really something, Supreme Leader. Kalani remarked. Even if the information was limited, it could significantly boost the strength of their droids, making them more resistant to magic and potentially increasing their firepower. I told you the Nibiru's clan had some interesting secrets. They managed to work in secrecy for a long time, and even now, they remain undetected. The only reason we learned of this was because of the information Valerie stumbled upon in the Lucifuge castle. Let's continue our research. Issei and Kalani kept reading the reports left behind by Nibiru's. A particular report caught Issei's eye, and he began to read it aloud. November 12, 1517, Research of Malebranche. The Malebranche, each of the Malebranche were living weapons created by our great Satans and leaders, Lucifer, Leviathan, Asmodeus, and Beelzebub. They are direct counterparts to the 12 Longinus, each depicting their own powers and abilities. They were Alicino, Barbaricia, Cagnazzo, Calcabrina, Siriato, Dragignazzo, Farfarello, Graffiacane, Libicaco, Malacoda, Rubicant, and Scarmiglione. Each of these Longinus is a direct yet evil counterpart. For instance, Dragignazzo is a counterpart to the boosted gear, while Calcabrina corresponds to absolute demise. They possess similar powers, but due to their personalities, we decided to seal them away. Issei continued reading the report. Recently, we managed to make contact with the Malebranche, specifically Barbaricia and Scarmiglione. However, they were not interested in our new era. Despite this, we sought to convince them to work with us. Scarmiglione was easy to bring to our side and granted some power to Dimdos's Oracle Asmodeus, transforming him into the Fly Chimera. Sadly, he was defeated when Surzex transformed into his true form. In the aftermath, we decided to reseal them. Issei paused and looked at Kalani. That is really something. If I am correct, Surzex was a natural-born super devil, right? Yeah, he was. Records state that he destroyed his own room with his power of destruction as a baby, disintegrating surrounding furniture without a trace. There's a reason he is in the top 10 strongest beings in the world. Kalani noted. So how do we locate them? I will search for more records. It wasn't present in the castles of the Four Satans when I asked you to check it out. Kalani recalled how easy it was to infiltrate the underworld since he was not known for stepping out for war, unlike the other three generals. Issei and Kalani continued searching for more records, amazed by the abilities of the Malbranche. Kalani nodded in agreement as he looked for any report that would provide a detailed location of the Malbranche. Eventually he found something. Supreme Leader, look. Issei turned to see an additional report. He read it aloud. December 23, 1590, Malbranche location. We lost the war. Those false Satans have taken our place in the underworld government, but hope is not lost yet. I, Zearama Nibiros, shall seek revenge for our fallen comrades. I shall not betray the Malbranche, like Graphia Lucifuge has done. I will take vengeance. Issei and Kalani exchanged glances as he continued to read. The Malbranche were being secretly transported to my research facility. What happened to Lord de Medosu was something I could salvage. His transformation is something I could research upon. There is still hope for fighting back. We can still defeat those false Satans. The Malbranche are hidden in the lower chamber of my personal bedroom. To my descendant or anyone who wishes to destroy the current Four Satans, the hatch is present in the center of the bedroom, beneath my bed. Once you move the bed, you will find it concealed by low-level magic. Remove that and you will find it. Open the hatch and enter. Keep traveling in one direction straight, and you will find several statues. Those are the sealed versions of the Malbranche. The report concluded with a message. Good luck to whoever is reading this message. The Malbranche are beings of strength. They won't work with you, but if you can somehow convince them, they could be a powerful asset. Please honor my final wish. Destroy those false Satans. Issei wore a sinister smile, understanding what he had to do. Kalani looked at him and asked, Supreme Leader? Yeah. Nothing much. I just know what I need to do. You do too, right, Kalani? Kalani nodded in agreement. Indeed, all we have to do is head to the bedroom and remove the concealment magic, right? That's it. It is so easy. Shall we begin, Supreme Leader? Issei nodded. Indeed, there is no time to waste. Follow me, Kalani. With a sinister grin, Issei added, Well, Zearama, you are in luck, because I am going to fulfill your last longing. Regardless of what you think of me, I have already destroyed 2 of the 4 Satans, Ajuka Beelzebub and Seraphal Leviathan. However, when I am done, the last 2 will fall as well. I hope you are watching me. Scene change. Issei and Kalani entered the bedroom that the Nibirio's leader used to occupy. It was as royally designed as most devil bedrooms, and Issei wondered why such a large bed was needed for just 1 or 2 people. Perhaps his middle-class upbringing made it hard for him to understand. Extravagant as always, why am I not surprised? Issei shook his head, trying to forget some unpleasant memories from his time with the Gremory family. He focused on the task at hand, using magic to move the bed aside. He removed the rug underneath it and found nothing there. No wonder the investigation was on hold. Nobody would even know it was right in front of us. Issei dispelled the concealment magic, revealing a hatch. He opened it and entered, motioning for Kalani to follow, which he did. They both saw the corridor ahead and knew this was where they would find the Malbranche. Interesting. It feels like years since anyone has visited this place. Kalani remarked, and Issei nodded in agreement. The area was hardly maintained, and they knew it would be a long walk to get what they wanted. They traversed the uneven terrain, following the report left by Zearama. Approaching a door at the center, Issei sensed immense demonic magic emanating from the other side. My calculations indicate there is great power beyond this door. I believe this is where the Malbranche are located. Well, Issei smiled and replied, let's not keep them waiting. Let's see what they have to say. Kalani nodded as Issei pushed the doors open, revealing 12 statues. They recognized these as the Malebranche. Some were animal-based, while others were male or female. Suddenly, a voice startled them. Red Dragon Emperor. The voice was feminine, and both Kalani and Issei were taken aback. They turned their attention to one of the sealed statues, which resembled a Valkyrie. So you managed to find me? That's impressive. I sense great power in you. Issei regarded the statue seriously. You must be Malikota, the leader of the Malebranche. I never expected you to be a woman. You figured it out, huh? You're not the first to say that, Red Dragon Emperor. So, what brings you here? Do you wish for a fight, or are you here for something else? My allies have been sealed away by our creators fearing our power. If you're wondering how I can speak, my power cannot be completely sealed, allowing me to converse but not move. Malikota sighed, and Issei nodded in understanding. So why are you here? Simple. I want you and the rest of the Malebranche to work for me. I wish to destroy the factions and their leaders. I know most of your brothers and sisters love to fight, so what do you say? Are you in? Malikota laughed, a taunting sound. Tempting offer, but even I know the limitations of a Longinus wielder. You couldn't possibly take down the gods, so I will have to pass on this offer. This is hardly a challenge. Vader spoke with a mocking grin as Malik responded, Don't get cocky, we need the two alive, not dead. I am aware. Vader replied, understanding that his MSTR would not let go of a crucial piece of information to use against their enemies. As Vader approached them, he used telekinesis to start choking them. They felt as if their lives were slipping away. Malik approached, his jet yellow eyes matching the cat-like eyes of both Chiron and Kuroka, who looked at him with fear. You will make handy hosts for that as well as tell us all about the Nibiru's experiments. That is what he demands. Kuroka struggled to respond with the last of her strength. I will never tell anything monsters, she declared before passing out. Kaneko, filled with fear and worry, called out, Enema, before she too lost consciousness. As the two girls were rendered unconscious, Vader walked toward them, and Malik took the hair clip from Kaneko's hair. Let's take them back to base. Lord Issei would love his new sleeper agents. Indeed, let's take them back to Nibiru's territory. Both Malik and Vader lifted the girls and teleported to Nibiru's territory, knowing what was to come next. Scene change. Nibiru's territory, 8:30 p.m. Issei and Malikota placed the bodies of Coriana and Keisha on the ground. Their plan had succeeded. They were soon joined by Grievous and Kalani. Grievous asked, So this is the place where you managed to find the Malebranche? Issei nodded with a smile. Meet Malikota, everyone. Malikota walked forward and bowed with a smile. So you are my working co-partners. It is a pleasure to meet you, Grievous. Grievous chuckled in response, Oh, I like her. It is nice to meet you too, Malikota. The droid general extended his hand, and Malikota returned the handshake, her respect for him evident. After a while, Malik and Vader teleported into their base, bringing in the unconscious bodies of Kuroka and Kaneko. Mission successful. Malik stated, My lord, why did you bring these two Nikomadas with you? Issei asked, looking at Malikota with a smile. You see, one of them took two evil pieces, while the other is a Senjutsu user. Their power will be perfectly suited for the Malebranche. Are you sure? They don't seem to be powerful that I am not judging your decision in any way. Issei replied. Appearances can be deceiving, Malikota, he added. Malikota nodded, starting to have a bit of faith in Issei. Malik looked at her and asked, So you must be Malikota, the leader of the Malebranche? Issei introduced her. Meet Malik, my right-hand man, and Vader, a general similar to Grievous and Kalani. Malikota nodded as Vader asked, It is nice to meet you too, Malikota. So you have decided to join Emissary Issei in his war against the factions. Malikota smirked. Indeed, my Malebranche crave battle, and I believe following my lord will satisfy that urge for war. I see. Or maybe you wish to add her to your HRM, Issei. Malik teased, causing Issei to turn beet red. No, he stammered. I have seen him having an interest in Malakoda. Kalani chimed in, further reddening Issei's face. Grievous added, I can see why Lord Issei likes her. Her charm can captivate even the strongest of men. Issei became even more flustered, while Vader remained silent yet amused. Malakoda then tapped Issei's shirt, looking away with a small smile. My lord, if you don't mind. Issei looked at her as she continued, her tone turning shy. If you wish to use my body for those purposes, then I don't mind. Issei's face turned completely red as he exclaimed, not helping Malakoda. Malakoda smiled, her own cheeks flushed. I can also have your children if you want. This caught everyone off guard, and Kalani asked in surprise, you can have children? I thought you were an artificial creation. I can. My body composition in human form is similar to that of an angel or devil. I can have children, but I am still a woman, despite being a living weapon. The four nodded in agreement. Yeah, that makes sense. Issei cleared his throat, gathering their attention. I'd say we should probably wake those two up. He pointed towards Kaneko and Kuroka. Someone from Malakoda's Malbranche spoke up, allow this jester to entertain you. The voice was male and had a squeaky tone. Malakoda recognized him as Farfarello, the prankster. So you have decided to speak, Farfarello? She asked with a smile. Indeed, my leader. Farfarello then addressed Issei. My lord, I like this white cat as my host. Can I please take her, pretty please? I can make her do some party tricks. Issei shrugged. Sure, why not? Hee, I won't disappoint you. Farfarello summoned a demonic magic circle and splashed cold fish water onto the two girls. Worry not, neither of you will get the scent, and the water will go away in a second. The girls woke up, sniffing around for fish, oblivious to their surroundings. They started to lick each other's arms. Malik asked, what did you do, Farfarello? Let's just say they think their hands are fish. The water I put on them was enchanted. Don't worry, the effects should wear off later, hee. As the girls snapped out of it, they began to cough when they realized what they had been doing, looking around their new location. Kuroka went pale as she recognized the place. This was the Nibairo's territory where she had been experimented on. Am I here? Kaneko asked, surprised, sensing a familiarity in the air. They turned to Malik, failing to notice the other four people present due to the darkness in the mansion. Issei looked at Kalani and muttered, put a barrier that prevents teleportation. We don't want our guests to escape. As you wish, Kalani replied, activating the barrier. Malik chuckled. Seems like our guests have woken up? Why did you bring me here? Kuroka asked, her voice trembling with anger and fear. Kaneko felt nervous. Malik only laughed in response. I will let him tell you about it. Suddenly, Issei emerged from the shadows, causing their eyes to widen in disbelief. He was now part of the Droid faction, a realization that terrified them. Issei smiled, hello Kuroka, Chiron. Issei looked at the two Nekashis, who were horrified by his presence. Kuroka asked, are you really Issei? Or is that someone else? No, I am the real Issei, he said, summoning the boosted gear in his left hand. Does this prove who I really am? Kuroka gulped, her fear shifting to anger as she realized Issei was a traitor. Even Kaneko felt the same anger, but Issei's words made her hesitate. And besides, Kuroka, remember this place? This is where you and your sister were experimented on. Issei's smile faded into a sinister grin, and Kuroka shivered at the malevolence in his demeanor. Kaneko, too young to grasp the full weight of the situation, looked on in confusion. Kuroka, however, recalled the horrifying experiments her former MSTR had conducted. The same place where your former MSR, the now deceased head of Nibairo's, experimented on you to test your powers. The result of that experimentation was you, Kuroka. Kuroka shivered at the memories of her past, her screams echoing in her mind. She looked at Issei in horror, unable to comprehend how he knew this. Kaneko turned to her sister, asking, Ne-sama, what is Issei talking about? Kuroka croaked, nothing, son. Oh, you don't know, Kaneko? Issei asked with a smile, prompting Kuroka to wonder what his intentions were with Nibairo's plans. Can you tell me why Kuroka was considered a stray? Issei continued. It was because she killed her former emir. Kuroka looked down, sadness washing over her. Issei acknowledged the public narrative but clarified, that was only half the truth. Kaneko looked at Issei, curious about what he knew. Yes, Kuroka did kill her MSTR, but the reason was misrepresented. The former head wanted to experiment on you, Chiron. Kuroka couldn't let that happen, so she killed him and those who supported him. She knew she would be hunted as a stray devil and ran away, leaving you to deal with the aftermath. Issei sighed. I think you know what happened after that, right? Kaneko nodded, seeing her sister cry as memories resurfaced. Eiichi is right. Eiichi knows everything. Kuroka admitted. I am sorry, Chiron. It was my only option. No, Nesama, don't be. I shouldn't have treated you like a criminal. Kaneko said, wiping her tears. Issei interjected, wow, so much love. Where was that love for so long, Kaneko? Answer me. Kuroka's voice was filled with anger. You shouldn't be talking about love. A traitorous psychopath has no love in his heart. Issei shook his head at her outburst. Malakoda and Grievous were ready to intervene, but Issei stopped them. You made me into this psychopath, Kuroka. Kaneko, don't you forget that. Kuroka's anger faded as she realized the weight of her words. Fear and guilt overtook her. She hated herself for being similar to her mother, for choosing someone and loving them unconditionally, even when that person only saw her as an object of longing. Kaneko felt a similar pain for hurting Issei, having been misled by Dai's lies. Issei continued, and if I am a psychopath, what does that make Kaneko or you? I'm pretty sure you, Kuroka, must have killed many for survival, and Kaneko used to hurt me daily when she was with Dai, manipulated by my foolish little brother's lies. So if I am a psychopath, what makes the two of you? Please enlighten me with your knowledge. The girls felt even guiltier as Malik approached. We are wasting time with these fools, we have better things to do. Malik said, and Malakoda stepped forward. You may not have seen me in person, but my name is Malakoda. You may remember me as the leader of the Malbranche. Kuroka turned pale at the mention of Malakoda, familiar with the leader's ruthless reputation. Her former emissary had plans for the Malbranche, and meeting the leader in person filled her with dread. Kaneko looked at Malakoda in confusion and asked, How did you know of this? Kuroka had a sinking feeling. There was no way Malakoda could know unless someone had informed her. The only team that knew her past was the Vala team, and she hoped none of them were traitors. Simple, you can thank Valerie for this. She has been quite a good spy ever since she joined us. Kuroka and Kaneko's faces drained of color. Their own leader was a spy, which meant others could be as well. Kuroka felt the sting of betrayal most acutely, as she had trusted Valerie the most. Anger and sadness welled up inside her. All this turmoil stemmed from trusting the wrong brother while tormenting the right one. Malakoda, please come forward. Issei commanded. She stepped forward, nodding. Once I am done converting them into sleeper agents, I will let you choose which of the sleeper agents you want to make the Malbranche. Sounds good. I will be honored, my lord. Issei summoned Alpheka Tyrant and said, Don't worry, it will all be over soon. He threw some nails at the girls before they could react. They were easily corrupted and soon passed out, tears in their eyes. Issei turned to Malakoda. The other sleeper agents should be delivered to you back at base. You know what you have to do, right? Malakoda smiled. I won't disappoint you, my lord. I will lead you there. Malakoda nodded, and she, Malik, and Vader teleported away, leaving Issei, Grievous, and Kalani in the room. Issei sent the 4 newly made sleeper agents back to their base. Grievous spoke up, I brought the materials you asked for. Quadanium alloy. Issei examined the material. This needs work, but it'll do. Artemis had a tough time bringing this in, but we managed to collect enough, Grievous continued. Kalani added, this would be enough for the inner regions of the Death Star. For the outer part, we can use Durasteel. That would work, Kalani. Grievous showed Issei one of the Durasteel pieces, and Issei nodded in approval. Good, very good. Let us begin construction. Kalani and Grievous nodded. The droids would handle the construction work, and it should be completed in a few weeks. Kalani, take the hair clip and extract all the data present. Do the same for Kuroka's memories as well, alright? Kalani nodded, determined not to disappoint his MSTR. Scene change. Hayadu Residence, 10:30 p.m. Issei was back in his room, designing the blueprint for the Death Star. He had already identified the power source, the Malbranche. He considered letting Malakota lead and power the Death Star, which would be useful for completely annihilating the forces of the factions. His primary target was the Norse faction, specifically the Norse Armada. They were still a formidable army, alongside the Greeks, Shinto, and devils who had yet to be eliminated. The Yukai, angels, and fallen angels had all fallen, leaving only a few survivors. The vampires were still recovering from the Vampire Civil War, which would soon end when this super Longinus was used against them. Just then, someone entered his room. Hey, I see. Issei turned to see Nyx, wearing a nightgown that accentuated her figure. She smiled and asked, You free? Right now? Yes. Where are Charlie and Quinn? Issei asked Nyx, who replied, They are with Malakota and Malik, preparing the sleeper agents. The good thing is that you teleported the new sleepers back to their base. Indeed, and Kalani has been working hard to uncover the information hidden in Kuroka and Kaniko's hair clip. It was hidden in plain sight. No wonder things have been acting up, Issei said with a smile, pleased with the recent developments regarding the superdevil research that Kaniko and Kuroka's parents had kept secret from the world. Nyx nodded and then asked, I never knew Malakota was a woman. Did you know? No, I had no idea. But I'd be surprised. She was designed to appease Lucifer, Issei replied. Nyx understood that Malakota might have feelings for Issei, but she was determined to prevent that from happening. She moved closer to Issei, climbing onto his chair, sitting near him. Issei felt a flush on his cheeks while Nyx smirked, pretending to read the Death Star blueprints. So this is the faction-destroying superweapon? She asked. Issei nodded in response. In Nibiru's territory, at 9:30 p.m., Issei observed the final creation of the Death Star, smiling at his masterpiece. He knew that once it was ready, it would signal the end of the Norse faction and the supernatural world. When the Norse began to fall, Issei would reveal himself as the mastermind behind it all, showing the world what they were capable of. Soon, Malakota appeared alongside Malik and Vader, bowing before Issei, with Malakota speaking, The Death Star is ready ahead of schedule, my lord. The Malbranche are prepared for the final release. When will we begin our first assault against the Norse gods? In a day or two at most, Issei replied. I want our army to prepare for war until we wipe out the Norse. We have some challenges ahead. What do you mean, my lord? Malakota asked, concern evident in her voice. We have Thor and Vidar to deal with. They are quite strong. Thor is among the top 10 strongest beings, Issei explained. Vader, bowing, offered, My lord, allow me and Grievous to handle Vidar. Issei nodded. I was actually going to ask you to deal with Thor, but I like that plan. Thor is not someone to underestimate. Malik then said, Then I will confront that Asgardian. Malakota inquired, What do you ask of me and my Malbranche? Issei approached her with a smile, catching her off guard. I wish for you to pilot the Death Star. You will command the Super Longinus, with the Malbranche acting as a power source. Malakota's eyes widened in surprise. Issei placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I trust you with this power. You will wield the Super Longinus. I hope you won't let me down. With a confident tone, Malakota replied, I won't let you down, my lord. Issei smiled and lowered his hand. It's time to begin the final war against the supernatural. I'm done playing this game of hide and seek. The supernatural have been getting on my nerves. Malik narrowed his eyes. So it is time, isn't it? Indeed, Issei confirmed. It's time to reveal who is truly behind this. We have remained in the shadows long enough, and it's time to end this war once and for all. Malik smiled, having waited for this moment. No longer will we stay in the shadows. At last, we will reveal ourselves to the world. Indeed, we must prepare. Tomorrow and the day after will be crucial. They will pave the way for the fall of the supernatural, Issei stated. The others nodded in agreement and returned to their tasks, leaving Issei alone with Droid. So, it's about time, right? Droid asked. Indeed, the end of the supernatural has begun. The Norse will be the first to fall, and the devils will be the last, with Surzex being the final devil I will confront personally, Issei declared. Droid nodded. I was hoping you'd say that. This charade has gone on long enough. I was wondering when you would show them your true self. Yeah, I was expecting it soon enough. Let's head home. I have another appointment to attend to, Issei replied. Droid nodded, and Issei teleported away, leaving the others to continue their work on the Death Star. He had promised to reveal the truth to both Sekiruuyetei Agars and Latia Astaroth after checking on the Death Star. Issei was walking across the fields when he saw Malik surrounded by the burning remains of Grigori. He stood side by side with Nyx, both gazing at a screen. A book appeared as Issei donned his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Hyudu smirked sinisterly, with Rias by his side. Asia and the other girls were engaged in a fierce battle against Malik, using their magic. Auka walked through a puddle looking up. The ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team/Dog were all present, under the watchful glare of a pair of angry eyes. Issei glanced at the book, memories of the factions falling apart flooding his mind. Ingvild stared at a figurine of Dai, crushing it in her hand as tears streamed down her face, anger etched on her features. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal observed their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes, determination replacing her sorrow as she looked at Dai. Miyuki gritted her teeth, haunted by thoughts of her sisters. Issei knelt, tormented by his past, a family photo appearing in his mind, marred by a slash. He felt the weight of separation from his family as he exchanged a meaningful look with Surzex, both radiating their auras. At the Hyudu residence, Issei sat in front of Latia and Sekiruuyetei, who remained silent, waiting for him to speak. Latia broke the silence with a smile. So Issei, what is it that you wanted to talk about? Taking a deep breath, Issei asked, what are your thoughts on the Droid faction? I'm thankful for them, Latia replied, surprising Sekiruuyetei, who muttered in disbelief, Latia. No, Seek-chan, I'm done pretending I want to be part of the Astaroth family. They never came for me, and neither did your parents for you, right? Latia's tone was cold. Sekiruuyetei's expression shifted to one of anger. You're right. They chose to leave me here while they stayed in the underworld. Latia continued, while I'm unsure about their methods, they revealed the harsh reality of the supernatural. My parents never visited, driven by their own fears. They left me to fend for myself. I don't even know if I can hate them since they never attacked me or the other girls. Issei felt a surge of anger at how the devils treated their own families. He thought back to how they had refused his simple request to release Nyx, a decision that had led to this dire situation. What would you do if the Droid faction wanted you to fight against your own family? He asked. The girls fell silent, contemplating his question. Sekiruuyetei finally spoke. I'm not sure, Issei. We may wish to distance ourselves from our parents, but joining a faction that hates all supernatural beings is a different matter. They want to eradicate us, and we don't even know their reasons. She sighed, her smile tinged with sadness. I doubt they would even tolerate us. I agree, Latia added. They have a strong hatred for the supernatural. We wouldn't stand a chance if we tried to approach them. Issei chuckled internally, knowing they were unaware that he was the de facto leader of the Droid faction. He decided it was time to reveal the truth. Well, ladies, what if I told you that the leader of the Droid faction is standing right beside you? The girls' eyes widened in disbelief. The mastermind behind the attacks on their factions was right in front of them, living among them without their knowledge. They began to understand why he had refused to help the factions despite their pleas for aid. So all this time, you were the one masterminding the attacks? Latia croaked, struggling to comprehend the revelation. Sekiruuyetei looked equally devastated but couldn't blame Issei for his feelings toward the factions. Yes, I was behind everything. Every attack Malik executed was orchestrated by me. I destroyed Grigori, heaven, and the territories of the Ukai. It's time to end this war once and for all. I refuse to tolerate these supernatural beings who think they can control humanity just because of their origins. Their treatment of me was the reason I created the Droid faction, but when I saw humanity being treated similarly to how I was, I realized the supernatural was losing its way. They never learned or changed despite the chances I gave them. The girls were silent, understanding that Issei knew things they might not. The supernatural factions were too far gone. They were all guilty of making Issei's life miserable by believing the wrong people. Worse, they thought I would forgive and forget what they did to me. They invaded my home and privacy without caring about my feelings. They never loved me. Their kindness was rooted in fear of my power. They wanted to be on my good side, but they clearly failed. Issei shook his head. This situation escalated because these so-called gods assume the world revolves around them, thinking all mortals are beneath them. If they had released Nyx without strings attached, we wouldn't be in this mess. Their actions were the catalyst for everything. The girls processed Issei's words, realizing how hopeless the situation was for the supernatural factions. Sekiruuyetei spoke after deep thought. I can't blame Issei's hatred towards them. I will make my choice right now. I will not support the factions, no matter what happens. Issei nodded, asking, so, would you join the Droid faction? The war is nearing its end, and the fall of the supernatural is inevitable. I'm Issei. My parents never wanted to visit or comfort me, they only called a couple of times to ask me to return. Why should I, when they can't even come here, especially when you meant no harm? Sekiruuyetei said, recalling her own experiences. She took a deep breath and continued, I want to fight for you and the factions. I'm committed to this war. Latia chimed in with a genuine smile. You took care of me when my uncle attacked. You showed real concern for me. She sighed sadly. They wanted me away, even though it wasn't my fault. Looking Issei in the eye, she declared, that's why I want to join you. I have no one who cares for me. Their fear guides their actions and overrides their love for me. If they can't love me, they have no right to call me family. Issei smiled at the two girls. It seems like you both have decided to join. They were surprised by this revelation. What do you mean by, you both? You were the last to join us from the girls sold to me by the factions, he explained. Elizabeth, Morana, Artemis, and Athena have all joined me long ago. Now you two are part of this as well. The girls understood, realizing it was inevitable for them to join Issei. It was no secret that they all had feelings for him. What should we do now? They asked, content with their acceptance. You should rest for now. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. You will witness the fall of one of the factions firsthand. The girls nodded, understanding that the final war was just beginning. Scene change. Athena walked around the Hyudu residence, searching for her sister Artemis. She knew the next day was important and wanted to have a small talk with her. Reaching Artemis's room, she knocked and called out, Artie, you there? After a moment, she heard strange noises that worried her. Rushing inside, she found Artemis in the bathroom, feeling unwell. Artemis! Athena rushed to her side, rubbing her back to calm her down. It's okay, it's okay. After Artemis cleaned herself up, she looked at Athena in surprise. Athena? Easy, Artie. Come sit on the bed and don't put pressure on yourself. Athena helped her settle down, concern etched on her face. Artemis, we goddesses don't get sick easily. Why were you feeling this way? Artemis was quiet, unsure of why she felt so unwell. Additionally, just these last 2 days, Artemis's body had been acting strangely. As she spoke to Athena, she said, I don't know. Artie, please tell me, what is going on in the past few days? If you won't tell me, then how can I help? Athena asked with an assuring tone. I don't know, Athena. Just a day or two ago, I started having food cravings, and I've been feeling unwell often. I just don't know, sister. Athena thought for a moment. The first thing that came to her mind was morning sickness. Artie, You should head to the doctor. Maybe he can understand your sudden changes in behavior. Artemis looked at her and nodded. So who should I go to? Usually, I head to my brother if I ever get ill, but I'm not sure who I should see. Maybe you are right, but if you ask me, I would not only head to the doctor but also tell Issei about your situation. Artemis stopped her. No, not now. Issei is very busy, and I don't think it would be wise to disturb him. At least not yet. Athena understood what she was thinking but replied, I believe you should tell him. He cares for you a lot, and it's important not to leave him in the dark about something like this. But I won't force you, it's your choice. I know, Athena, but I don't want to bother him right now. Once the speech is done, I will let him know, okay? Artemis's words made Athena nod in understanding. They soon left the room to head to the nearest doctor, knowing they had to be quick since Issei would be making his move soon. Scene change. The next day at the Droid faction base, 6:30 p.m., Issei stood in front of the newly completed Death Star, which had been transported back to the base to avoid detection by the Devils. He didn't want to deal with any unexpected problems, especially with the last two Satans. He was joined by Mocha Yura, Mocha Omok, Elizabeth, and Morana. Morana spoke. So this is the Death Star, the super Longinus that took days to make? Using all the knowledge you possessed. Indeed, Morana. This is the same Death Star. Not only does it have destructive capabilities, but it can also create spaceships like hyena bombers and vulture droids. Additionally, it has several abilities that will be showcased during the destruction of the Norse pantheon. Issei turned to Mocha Yura and asked, How are the vampires? Simple, they don't even know we are watching them. Elmenhild is trying her best to calm things down, along with Lord Teeps and Lady Carmilla, but soon enough, they will lose faith in them. Mocha Yura replied. Issei smiled and rubbed her head. Good job, Yura. Mocha Yura blushed while Mocha Omok chimed in, Hey, what about me? Issei looked at her and smiled. Thank you. Things wouldn't have gone this smoothly without your actions. The girls nodded with smiles, but Morana looked at the scene with a slight pout. She soon removed it and asked, So what is the next plan? You've already made the weapon. Issei responded, It's time we begin the final fall of the factions. Morana, are Gabriel and Elizabeth ready with their roles? They are. The armies and ships are all ready, we are prepared for battle against the Asgardians. All we need is your command. Issei nodded and asked, Is Nyx, Quinella, and the others ready for their part? This will be a fight they will never forget. Yes, we are all waiting for you. We just need your input. I hope you are ready for your speech. Issei nodded, and the trio soon left to meet his generals, Kalani, Vader, Malik, and Grievous. Malik asked, So are you ready for the finale? Indeed, I have been waiting for this moment for the past 2 years, ever since I promised to free Nyx and deal with the factions once and for all. Today is the day we will achieve true peace. Indeed, the girls, Hades and Persephone, along with their daughters, are waiting for you. Issei was surprised by this news. Why are they here? I thought they would. They were persistent, and I didn't have the heart to deny them, Malik replied with a sigh. Issei, feeling a bit worried, said, Fine, I will go greet them. As he headed inside, he was ambushed by a hug from someone who exclaimed, Issei-chan. I missed you. Turning around, Issei saw Persephone, and he returned the hug. I missed you too, Persephone. Soon, the rest of the family joined in, including Hades and their daughters, Macaria and Melano. Macaria was a fair-skinned beauty, adorned with a flower in her hair and dressed in a blue gown complemented by a purple stomach plate and matching bracelets. Her hair flowed in smooth waves. In contrast, her sister Melano had a tan complexion and curly hair. She wore a similar outfit in red, with blue bracelets positioned near her upper arm. So, how was college? Melano asked with a sigh. Aside from the constant confessions, it went smoothly. Yeah, those boys had genuine feelings, but they were mostly short-lived. I'm not sure if they can handle a relationship with us, Macaria replied. Issei, who had been listening, interjected, You should give them a chance. Among all those fish, there might be a pearl. Issei has a point, but no future boyfriend of yours is getting my approval without going through me first, Hades said protectively, causing Persephone to sweat drop. She wanted the best for her daughters, especially after what happened to Issei. Neither she nor Hades wanted their daughters to experience heartbreak like his. Anyway, I should get ready, they're waiting for me, Issei said, stepping away from Persephone's hug. As he moved forward with his allies, Persephone and her family watched him prepare for his speech. The stage was set with a microphone at the center, and Issei looked at the droids and his allies, including generals, Nyx, and Hades' family, all gathered to support him. As Issei began his speech, he took a deep breath. Today marks the beginning of the final war against the factions, a fight against regimes that breed disorder. Hidden from the world, the supernatural factions support injustices against humanity and other innocent races. This fierce machine we've built will bring an end to the faction leaders and those who commit crimes against humanity. They will no longer manipulate us for their selfish goals. Today, our final war against the supernatural factions has begun. All remaining factions will fall to the Droid faction, and this will be remembered as the war that ended the tyranny upon humanity and other races. The army raised their hands and cheered, "All hail the supreme leader." Everyone on stage smiled, knowing this was the beginning of the end for the factions. After the speech, Nyx approached Issei with a smile. "That was an amazing speech. Let's get ready and prepare the Death Star. Malakoda, take your Malbranche and head there," Issei commanded. Malakoda nodded, teleporting away with her hosts to prepare the Death Star. "Malakoda, keep a significant distance from Asgard so they don't find you," Issei instructed. She affirmed, "Indeed, my lord." "Now, let's prepare for war against Asgard. Are you too sure about fighting for me? I don't want to involve your family in this mess," Issei asked Hades and Persephone. "We are gods. Odin needs to pay for how he treated you. We will help in any way we can," Hades replied. "Prepare for war, leave the fighting to us. When we deal with the underworld, we'll need every force we have," Issei said with a smile. Hades nodded, and Persephone added, "Leave it to us. Make sure to give that old hypocrite hell for what he has done." Hades and his family teleported away to prepare for the final war. Issei then turned to Artemis and Athena. "Your task is to set up televisions in various locations around the supernatural world." Artemis and Athena nodded. "Additionally, Athena, look after my parents. Upon my signal, capture them and teleport them to me. I have a personal score to settle," Issei instructed. "Leave it to me, Issei," Athena replied before they teleported away. Turning to the rest of the girls, Issei continued, "Your job is to confront the Norse gods. You'll have assistance from the droids and ships, so don't worry. You can teleport to the Death Star or the base if you run out of magic. I want all of you to survive this war. I care less about the sleeper agents, but I want you all to live." Many of the girls blushed, and Quinella spoke for them. "You needn't worry for us. We will survive this war, that is our promise to you." Issei then addressed Malik and his generals. "Let us begin. What do the Norse fear the most?" "Oh yes, let Ragnarok commence and the Norse fall tonight." "Indeed," Malik declared, preparing to teleport directly to Odin's location. Just before he did, someone called out to him. "Lord Issei." Issei turned to Gondal, recalling a promise he had made. "Come with me, Gondal. You and I will be fighting against Odin." Gondal beamed at him. "Yes, thank you, Lord Issei." Scene change. Odin's chamber, Asgard, 8 p.m. Odin was ready for the meeting, accompanied by Thor and Vidar, a tall, handsome man with white golden hair and golden eyes, dressed in a fitting white suit. Vidar looked at his father, surprised. "Father, are you sure about this?" Odin sighed. "Yes, we need to plan without Hyudu at this point. That lad has nothing but hatred for us, so we have no other choice." "You are right about that, Odin." Malik's voice cut through the tension. The gods tensed, recognizing him alongside Grievous and Vader. Despite their presence, the portal remained open for the main guests. "What do you want, Malik? Haven't you done enough damage? People are afraid, living in fear of your factions." Odin's voice was filled with anger. Malik regarded him coldly. So? Your point? Odin opened his mouth to respond, but Malik continued, Why should I care for your children? I told you my reasons for destroying the factions months ago. Regardless, I am here to bring about the end of the Norse faction. He smiled gleefully, inciting anger among the gods. But before that, is everything set up, Vader? Vader stepped forward. Yes, she has given the confirmation. The stage has already been set. What are you talking about? Odin began, but Vidar interrupted. All-Father. Vidar, I don't think now is the time to. Malik interjected. He has news. Listen to your son, All-Father. Vidar continued. Televisions have been set up in various locations of the factions. Huge screens have appeared across the supernatural world, displaying the insignia of the Droid faction and recording everything happening. Odin's eyes widened as Malik snapped his fingers, generating a barrier around Asgard and the Death Star. What is the meaning of this, Malik? Odin demanded. Malik laughed. Let the show begin. He turned to the portal. You can come out, Supreme Leader. The Norse gods were taken aback as two figures stepped through the portal, Issei and the former Valkyrie of Asgard, Gondal. Hyudu. Gondal? Odin's voice trembled with horror. The two nodded, and Issei smirked. Hello, All-Father. It's been a while, hasn't it? Odin was stunned. Vidar muttered. That means everything was. You're doing? Exactly, Vidar. Malik was merely the face of the Droid faction. I was the one pulling the strings from the shadows, orchestrating every attack, every death. I am the mastermind behind it all, the Red Dragon Emperor Issei. The revelation left Odin and the other Norse gods horrified. They realized they had been doomed from the start, but they were determined to fight back. Thor, glowing with electricity, charged at Issei, shouting, Hyo! Before Thor could strike, Malik intervened, sending him flying. I will be your opponent, God of Thunder. Vidar attempted to assist Thor but was halted by Grievous and Vader. You will deal with us, God of Vengeance, they said, pushing Vidar away while Malik did the same with Thor, leaving Issei, Gondal, and Odin alone. Odin glared at Gondal, his anger palpable. I never thought you would fall this low, Gondal. What would your children and granddaughter Rosweiss think of you? Don't you have any shame or regret for what you have done? Gondal felt anger rise within her at Odin's words. She had already seen his true colors. Issei spoke up, You should be the one to regret. You left her to die when she chose to do something right, even if it was against you. For someone who seeks more knowledge, you should have seen this coming. You abandoned her in such a state, yet you show no shame. You disgust me. Odin gritted his teeth in anger, while Gondal felt a flush of emotion. She couldn't forget how much Issei had done for her. Despite being enslaved, she still cared for him. With equal anger, Gondal replied, I served you for so long, for years, if not centuries. No, I served you for more than that, and you abandoned me without a second thought. Issei was right about you. You aren't worth keeping alive at this point. You really are pathetic. Odin's anger intensified as he looked at her. You. Issei met his gaze firmly and said, There's no point in telling this god anything. If he abandoned you without a second thought, then there is nothing that can be done. Let's end this once and for all, Gondal. She nodded, glaring at Odin as they prepared to confront the All-Father, who was ready to defend himself at any cost. The stage was set for the final war of the Droid faction against the faction leaders. The underworld was in chaos after the revelation that Issei was working with the Droid faction. Panic and fear spread everywhere, as people worried that Issei would come after them next for vengeance. They could only watch as another faction fell by Issei's hand, or more accurately, by the hands of him and his Droid faction. The leaders watched in horror, seeing Gondal working alongside Issei. Shiva and Indra were horrified by this revelation. They knew Issei hated the factions, but they never realized he wanted to wipe them out. They had never outright hated him like many of the other leaders, but now they feared he might come for them next. They exchanged glances, understanding that they had to find a way for their faction to survive. Meanwhile, Michael and Azazel looked at Issei with hatred. They blamed him for manipulating them and for the suffering of their factions. Michael, in particular, was filled with rage, having witnessed his entire faction reduced to rubble. Azazel detested Issei for the chaos he had caused, knowing they had enabled Dai and fallen for their lies. Elmenhild felt a deep fear for what was happening, terrified of what would occur when Issei came for her next. She was already distressed from the assaults on the vampires during the Chaos Brigade's attacks, haunted by her actions against Issei's friends. But one individual was beyond livid, Surzek's Lucifer. He hated that Issei was responsible for the miseries faced by him and his family. Ever since Issei had killed Ajuka in cold blood, Surzek had harbored a deep resentment. He had been making their lives miserable, and Surzek detested Issei's nature and attitude from the very beginning, especially after their first encounter months ago at the conference where Issei had demanded the release of Nyx. He gritted his teeth, knowing what he had to do next. There was only one way to defeat Issei at this point, and that was to use Samuel's poison. Like Surzek, Zeus was furious. He had hated Issei from the very first day, especially after his daughters had turned against him. Athena had outright stated that she would be with Issei, and neither he nor his faction could separate them now. Zeus was determined to make Issei pay, no matter what, and he knew he had to contact his brother Hades for help. Meanwhile, the Shinto gods and Magari were livid at this level of betrayal, especially since it came from their homeland. They hated Issei even more, with Magari vowing to destroy him at all costs for being the reason the Nekisha sisters had gone missing, along with his actions against the West and East Yukai factions. Kunu was devastated by the betrayal, knowing Issei was responsible for her mother's disappearance. She realized her mother had not been killed but taken, meaning she had been his prisoner for months. Haraheim tried to calm Kunu down while glaring at Issei with anger. "We need to get to Odin as soon as possible to stop Issei's madness against them." Surzek spoke angrily. Grafia responded, "We can't." "What do you mean we can't?" Surzek asked, frustration evident in his voice. Grafia explained, "Malik has generated a magic barrier that disables teleportation. For now, we can only watch. Demen him." Surzek cursed angrily towards Issei and Malik, realizing they had planned this from the beginning. Shiva looked at Surzek's anger and said, "For now, we need to find a way to breach the barrier. There's no point in getting angry." "I have to agree with Shiva. We need to find a way to breach the barrier that the Droid faction has set up." Azazel added with a sigh. He noticed how different Surzek was, sensing he was about to do something reckless, letting his emotions dictate his actions. The others present were fearful of what was happening, especially those who had tormented Issei, Rias and her remaining peerage, Sona and her peerage minus Genshiro, and the other peerages. Team Slashdog was furious that Issei had hurt both Tobio and Lavinia, and they wanted to make him pay, especially Suzo, who hated Issei with all her might. However, they were also fearful of what Issei planned to do with all of them. For now, they could only watch in horror as another faction fell. Issei walked across the fields, surrounded by the burning remains of Grigori. He and Nyx stood side by side, looking at a screen. A book appeared as Issei donned his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Hayadu smirked sinisterly, with Rias standing next to him. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik, using magic. Auka walked through a puddle, while the ORC, Student Council, Valid Team, and Team Slashdog were shown, all glaring with anger. Issei looked at the book, remembering his past and envisioning the factions falling apart. Invild crushed a figurine of Dai, tears falling from her eyes, anger on her face. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal watched their factions with disdain. Invild closed her eyes, looking at Dai with determination. Miyuki gritted her teeth, remembering her sisters. Issei knelt, haunted by his past, as a family photo appeared, slashed apart. He looked at Surzek, and they both radiated their auras. In Asgard, Odin looked at Gondal, the Valkyrie who had abandoned him and the Red Dragon Emperor. The chances of defeating Issei seemed slim, but he was not going down without a fight. Gungnir. Odin commanded, summoning a water-like dragon around him as he pointed his spear at his opponents. "Come at me, boy." "Gondal, remember the promise you made when I first brought you in?" he asked. She recalled her ability to transform into a weapon. "I can transform into the exosuit you wanted," she said, hesitating. "But will Issei accept it?" "Do it, Gondal." "I trust you," he replied. "Yes, I shall," she responded happily, glowing as she transformed into an exosuit that covered Issei's body. Issei activated his boosted gear, with Droid and Gondal announcing, "Balance Breaker Alternative, Super Automaton Beta." Issei's armor changed significantly, turning from crimson to mechanical golden and blue. This armor was designed with the help of Gondal and Malik. He summoned the Mortis blade in his right hand, the blade emanating with god-slaying magic. With a grin, his helmet came down over his face. "Let's go!" Issei's armor glowed with blue light as Odin took his stance and dashed towards him, aiming his staff at Issei's heart, intending to finish the fight quickly. Issei blocked the strike with ease, cackling, "Predictable." Odin was sent flying by an energy blast from the suit, followed by Issei charging headfirst into the Norse god of knowledge. Odin tried to analyze Issei's new balance breaker, sensing it held the power of the Welsh dragon along with Gondal's own abilities, which could utilize all forms of Norse magic she knew. Then he scanned the blade as he blocked Issei's strike with his staff. He sensed that the blade had immense supernatural slaying magic, which meant it could be used against anyone he fought, and a hit could be fatal. He had to be careful. He had to applaud Issei for his intuition and initiative. He had planned and prepared his attacks for days, if not weeks. Issei was fighting against him, using everything that could harm or defeat Odin. Odin barely evaded a swing aimed at his throat and responded by generating several magical circles of Norse origin, depicting elemental magic. "Let's end this, traitor," he declared. "Whatever you say." Issei shot back as the elemental magic was aimed at him. He jumped into the air to avoid the strikes and countered with two missile-like punches towards Odin, shouting, "Plasma twin punches." The punches were faster than a regular strike, aimed straight at Odin's gut, causing him to cough up blood. Issei's speed was impressive, and Odin gritted his teeth in pain, realizing the damage he had sustained. Pushed back, Odin responded with more magic circles that targeted Issei. "He is using homing magic spells," Gondal warned. Issei activated his plasma generator shield to block the attacks, easily dispelling them. Odin dashed toward him with his staff aimed at his stomach. For an old god, he was remarkably fast. Odin slammed his spear into Issei's gut, but Issei blocked it with his mortis blade. The blade's corrosive nature against gods made Odin back away in fear. He knew that a stab from it would be fatal. Odin slammed his staff into the ground, causing several magic circles to appear underneath Issei. "This is curse magic, one of the more advanced Norse spells. Be careful, Issei," Gondal warned. Issei nodded and used more boosts to significantly increase his speed. The magic circles erupted as he came into close contact with Odin, but he narrowly escaped the curse magic and landed a blow to Odin's face. "Plasma punch barrage," he exclaimed, following up with a rapid series of punches aimed at Odin's cheeks. The punches were enhanced by Gondal's power and Droid's boosts, making Odin struggle to comprehend what was happening. He tried to recover but found he had only one option. "Enough!" Odin shouted, releasing a tremendous amount of aura as he glared at Issei, his expression livid from the punches he had taken. Issei looked at him and responded, "So you are taking this seriously, huh?" He recognized the aura emanating from Odin as a limit break, indicating that Odin's natural strength had significantly increased. Odin roared in anger and slammed his staff toward Issei, who effortlessly blocked it with the mortis blade, slashing Odin's upper chest and causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Odin could feel a dark aura emanating from the cut. "What is this? God-slaying magic?" He spoke in disbelief, looking at his wound. Normally, such a wound would not hurt him much, but this one felt different. "Indeed, since you decided to not hold back," Issei replied. "Then I shall also do the same." He generated plasma from his hands, forming a cage that surrounded both himself and Odin. The cage crackled with electricity as Odin looked around, surprised by the trap Issei had created. This was Gematria Zone, also called the Prison of the Gods. When the electricity touched his body, he screamed in pain. Issei shook his head. Idiot. Odin had not used his eye to identify the cage. Had he done so, he would have realized it was god-slaying lightning from the infamous lightning-slaying gloves. Gondal and Droid frowned at Odin's foolishness. He is going to lose big time if he keeps looking down on Issei, Droid remarked. Issei was quick and elusive, knowing that Odin was not as strong as Thor, since he was not at his prime, but he was still one of the strongest Norse gods. He blitzed through Odin, and before he could recover from the previous attack, Issei slammed him in the gut, making him cough up blood. So tell me, All-Father, how does it feel? How does it feel to be looked down upon by a man you once underestimated? Issei taunted. Odin coughed up blood as he kicked Issei in the chin, almost cracking it. Despite his vast knowledge, he had failed to see Dai's deception. Tell me, All-Father, how do you feel about what happened? Issei followed up with another kick to Odin's stomach, causing him to cough up even more blood. He commanded the cage to unleash more god-slaying lightning, making Odin scream in pain. Ahah! Odin's screams echoed throughout Asgard, causing warriors on Asgard's side to look on in horror. Even Thor and Vidar had to pause their battles, but they were forced to continue against their relentless enemies. Issei, filled with anger and determination, relentlessly confronted Odin, causing the Norse god to scream in pain with each strike. Eventually, Odin fell to the ground, dropping his staff and looking up at Issei with fear. Issei muttered, "It's over," to which Gondal replied, "Indeed." Issei's body glowed as his balance breaker returned to his familiar red armor. Gondal glared at Odin, harboring resentment for how he had treated her, while Odin reflected on his guilt for abandoning her. Scene change. Meanwhile, Malik faced off against Thor, blocking another strike from Mjolnir with his red blade. It was a battle that seemed almost effortless for Malik, the right-hand man of the Droid faction. Thor, frustrated by his inability to harm Malik, shouted, "Do you have any idea how many innocent lives Issei and his faction have taken?" Malik responded with a mocking laugh, "I know, Thor, but the better question is, should I care?" Thor, enraged, summoned thunder in his palms and unleashed it at Malik, who effortlessly deflected the attack. Malik was on a different level, capable of matching even the likes of Shiva, rendering Thor insignificant in comparison. Nevertheless, Thor was determined to fight back. He twirled Mjolnir to create a thundercloud, commanding it to strike Malik, who easily dodged the flames. Malik, a clone of Issei, possessed similar powers, making him formidable. "I'm getting really bored," he said, raising his hands and pulling Mjolnir towards him. Thor, surprised and furious, tried to resist. "You dare defy a god?" Malik grinned mockingly as he overwhelmed Thor's pull with his telekinesis, seizing the hammer and twirling it effortlessly. "This is impossible. How can someone like you wield Mjolnir? The only ones who have were that traitor and myself," Thor exclaimed in disbelief. Malik cackled in response, "You answered your own question." Realization dawned on Thor as he recognized the connection to Issei, fear creeping into his eyes. Malik flung the hammer at Thor, sending him flying. As Thor struggled to regain control, Malik reclaimed the hammer and struck him repeatedly, blood splattering from Thor's mouth as his teeth loosened. Thor generated electricity to push Malik back, but Malik redirected the lightning towards himself, using it against Thor. He then aimed Mjolnir at Thor's chest, causing him to cough up blood. Malik summoned lightning, creating tremors that staggered Thor. Pulling Thor closer, Malik stabbed him in the heart with his light blade. "No way!" Thor gasped, blood spilling from his wound. Malik pulled the blade free, and Thor slumped to the ground, weakly asking, "Why do all this? Is it not obvious? You are one of the few who still look down upon and manipulate my race for your own selfish goals. You abused my brother figure until he turned against you, and the worst part is, neither of you ever learn," Malik replied angrily. Zeus didn't want to release Nyx until Issei instilled fear in him. "If anyone is to blame for your actions, It is you gods who are responsible for your own undoing. Thor knelt, accepting his fate, wishing to make amends, but it was too late. Goodbye, Thunderer, Malik declared, raising his blade and decapitating Thor. As Thor's head fell to the ground, Malik looked down in disappointment. He teleported back to Issei, taking Mjolnir with him as a trophy, pondering whether Issei would allow him to keep it. Scene change. Vidar was on his last breath, overwhelmed by the combined forces of Grievous and Vader, proving too much even for a god of vengeance. Well, would you look at that, Grievous? It seems like even with one of us alone, we'd still be able to beat this god. Vader spoke with a mocking tone. Grievous replied, Indeed, it seems like the Norse is at its end. It's time to put this vengeance god 6 feet under. Vidar gritted his teeth in anger, about to shout, You demed, but was cut short as Vader used telekinesis to choke him, making him struggle to speak. Vader soon crushed his windpipe, and before Vidar could react, Grievous decapitated him with his 4 blades, effectively killing another god. Well, there is nothing we can do here now, Vader said, kicking Vidar's corpse with disdain. Grievous suggested, Let's head back. I'm pretty sure Supreme Leader and Gondal must have dealt with Odin. The duo teleported back to Issei, knowing that the battle was over. Scene change. Issei and Gondal heard a teleportation sound and turned to see Malik, Grievous, and Vader appear. Malik looked at them and spoke, I take it that they are dead. Odin, surprised and shocked, had the mortis blade stabbed in his stomach, a result of Issei's earlier actions to ensure Odin's demise was excruciating. Indeed, they stood no chance against our combined might. Malik said, glancing at Mjolnir, intending to give it to Issei, who shook his head. Keep it, it's yours. Thank you. Malik replied gratefully as Odin looked on in horror, realizing his faction was coming to an end. Issei then stabbed him with the god-slaying mortis blade, causing Odin to shout in pain. Issei turned to Gondal and asked, Would you like to do the honors? Gondal stepped forward, responding, It would be my pleasure. She generated several magic circles, looking at Odin with disdain. All these years, I served you without distinction, even when Issei-sama took me as a sleeper agent. I hoped you would see through me and find a way to help me and possibly Issei. But you did not. You abandoned me for a foolish reason, and now this is your punishment. Die! Gondal yelled, unleashing a barrage of magic circles. Odin pleaded, Gondal, wait! But she ignored him, continuing her assault. When the dust settled, Odin was severely wounded, groaning in pain. Again! Gondal repeated, unleashing her magic until Odin was barely alive, his clothes tattered and his eye monocle broken, revealing the emptiness where his eye once was. Taking deep breaths to calm herself, Gondal prepared for the final blow. Issei removed the blade and spoke, You see, there is a venom in the mortis blade made of god-slaying magic. You will die a slow, painful death. Odin's eyes widened as Issei continued, Don't worry, you will die along with the rest of Asgard, now Odin. Issei's eyes glowed a jet green as he spoke maniacally, Witness Ragnarok. He generated a screen, and Odin looked up weakly to see a massive space station outside Asgard, with the underworld screens changing to the Death Star itself. Issei turned to the screen, announcing with increasing intensity, Now supernatural worlds, devil, angel, fallen angel, yokai, Hindu, vampire, Greek factions and others, witness the full power of the Malbranche. Witness the fall of the Norse factions. The beginning of the end of a regime known for lying and deceiving humanity to support their own selfish goals and interests. This fierce machine we have built will bring an end to the supernatural and their cherished ones. All supernatural factions will fall to the might of the Droid faction. And tonight, Norse will be the first to witness the beginning of the fall of the supernatural factions and the Keyuch Treaty. Malakota, fire the Death Star. Issei commanded. Malakota replied, As you wish, my lord. Issei took one final look at Odin, seeing the fear in his eyes. Goodbye, he said before teleporting everyone from the Droid faction out of Asgard, leaving only some surviving Asgardians and Odin. With his all-seeing eye, Odin saw the infamous Death Star. Lasers were being generated onto a singular point as Malikoda announced, "It is ready, my lord." Inside the Death Star, Issei commanded, "Fire." Odin looked up to see the Asgardian skies lit up by a giant green energy, illuminating the whole sky. It was horrifying. The last thought he had was of his wife, who may not have survived the onslaught. Odin closed his eyes, cursing, "Dinyu Hairu." His fate was sealed as the entirety of Asgard was blown into oblivion, leaving no trace of Asgard. Or its gods. They were gone, silenced into nothingness. Issei looked at the scene with a serious expression, satisfied that one of their tasks was complete. Some remained to be dealt with, and he looked at Malik, Grievous, and Vader as they nodded, knowing what they had to do. He looked at the screen and spoke, "Oh, and if you are wondering, faction leaders, I will be coming to you. I hope you are ready." Issei snapped his fingers, and the four were teleported as the girls decided to recover for a while, knowing that Issei could handle his 3 targets. Scene change. Underworld, 11:30 p.m. Secure the underworld. Now. Serzex commanded the troops to form a perimeter, aware that Issei would be coming soon. The entire Norse pantheon had been wiped out from the surface of the planet. Suddenly, the door opened, startling the leaders as a soldier revealed himself. "Please, run," the devil soldier pleaded before his life force was drained, leaving him a husk. The leaders grew worried, which quickly turned to anger as they saw who stood before them, except for Shiva and Indra, who were trying to assess the dragon's intentions. Talk about a bad welcome. Issei turned to the leaders. "Good evening, gentlemen and ladies." He bowed, observing the room filled with stares of anger, disbelief, fear, or sadness. Turning to Serzex, he asked, "Say, how is Ajuka doing?" "Oh wait, he is dead." "You." Serzex growled, his voice filled with rage. "It was not enough for you to kill so many innocents, but now you dare show your face here." Issei shook his head in disappointment. "You still don't see your faults. I should have expected that. Anyways, I am only here since there is one small thing I have left to do, Malik, Vader." Issei commanded, and they nodded. Raising his hand, the leaders tried to fight back but found themselves frozen solid, unable to move or speak, though they could still move their eyes. The combined telekinetic force was enough to subdue all the leaders and their associates entirely. They were helpless as they watched Issei walk around. "You know, I may have told you my intentions via Malik or even through the recent viewing I displayed. I always thought that maybe my life would be better, but no, it was always die. But I am not here to dwell on the past. I mean, why did I reveal myself now? You must have a lot of questions, right? Well, fret not, I am here to answer all of that." Issei walked toward a helpless Graphia, who struggled to break free. Serzex and Rias watched helplessly as Issei approached her. "Oh, worry not, I am not here for her in any way." "Malik, Vader, release her mouth, so that she can speak." Issei looked at his allies, who nodded. He turned to Graphia, who had tears in her eyes. "Remember the first day when all of this began, when you came to my rooftop and threatened me, thinking I was a weakling? So Graphia, what is your opinion of me now?" Graphia could only sob in response. Issei, annoyed, grabbed her chin. "Look, I ain't here for a sob story, Lucifuge. I want to know what is your opinion of me." I am sorry." Her remorse only frustrated Issei further. "Are you going to tell me your opinion of me now, or should I rip your tongue out?" Graphia shivered at his outburst. Serzex gritted his teeth angrily, helpless to intervene. With tears falling, she finally spoke, "Why, you're a monster. But you've become a monster, and it was our fault that things are like this." "Much better," Issei said, slightly relieved. He wasn't going to kill her just yet, but he intended to hurt her in a different way. "Seal her mouth, I don't want to deal with her sobbing." Malik and Vader nodded and complied. Issei scanned the room and spoke, "But I assure you, I will only be taking the life of one person in this room today. You have my word, and I don't break my word." He looked around and focused on the one person he hated the most in the room. Today was their day to face the consequences. Issei dashed toward the person while the leaders remained helpless to stop him, all watching in horror as he grabbed Rias Gremory by the neck. So Rias Gremory, do you know what death tastes like? Rias tried to speak but couldn't, thanks to Malik and Vader's telekinesis. Surzex and Grafia watched helplessly, Surzex crying in sadness. Rias was not the only one who spread rumors about me in Kuo Academy and the underworld. She had a hand in my misery, acting as Dai's assistant. She thinks she can get away with pinning the blame on my brother and act as if I owe her my life. Issei spoke angrily as Rias shivered in fear, her body completely frozen. Threatening to attack me several times along with the rest of your crappy peerage? Your actions make Dai look like a saint at this point. You want to know why you did the same things Dai did, but you took it one step further and for that, you will pay. Issei threw Rias to the ground and started to breathe fire, which belonged to Drake. Issei spoke. Release her mouth, I want to hear her scream. Malik and Vader happily accepted this, as Issei sent the flames towards Rias, who kept screaming due to being burnt fire. He sent a message to Athena, to be prepared. Ayaha! Please mercy. I am sorry, Issei. Rias screamed in pain as she was being burnt alive. She was unable to move while screaming in pain. He looked at Surzex, who was crying tears of helplessness, as Issei spoke. In just a few seconds she will be done for. Say your final prayers to release the Siskin's mouth. I would love to hear some of his despair-ridden words. Malik and Vader nodded as Surzex shouted angrily. 2. By Lucifer, I swear to you, Issei, I will hunt you down and make you pay with your life. You Dmed Dragon. Surzex shouted at the top of his lungs as Issei only gave a wry smile and responded. 2. Man, I am so scared. Issei responded with a mocking tone, making him grit his teeth with hatred. As Issei spoke, I would love to play with you, but not now. Right now, I have some other issues to attend. 1. Issei and the others teleported to the hospital where Goru and Miyuki were present. As soon as they left, everyone was released. Once they left, Surzex and Grafia rushed to Rias, but she was long gone. This included even her peerage or what remained of it. Surzex gritted his teeth in pure anger. He looked at Grafia as they vowed to make Issei pay for his actions at all costs. However, just as the scene was being played, Auka had a look of horror as she muttered, Lord Lucifer. Surzex angrily looked at her. He was ready to kill her for being related to Issei, but saw a look of horror on Auka's face as he and everyone else looked at the screen. 1. It was the hospital, but not just any hospital. It was the same hospital where his parents were staying. No way, don't tell me that traitor is going to. Azazel spoke with horror and disbelief as Shemhazai retorted, he wouldn't go this far. 3. We need to teleport there fast. Stopping him now is something we should do. Amaterasu spoke with a tone of desperation. She looked at her fellow gods and leaders as they all decided to do that but were unable to do so. No. Amaterasu spoke with fear as Susanoo clenched his fists with anger and spoke. They have isolated the hospital, we can't reach there. Scene change. Citri Hospital, 12:30 p.m. Athena and Issei were standing in the Citri Hospital. As he was surrounded by Malik and the others, he was present in the hospital bed, as he saw his now hostage parents. Issei had a smirk as he looked at his parents, who had a look of despair and fear, as Goru requested. Why? Issei clenched his fists in anger. How could he not see what had happened? His life had been so miserable, he wanted to end his life right now. However, Athena shook her head and Issei understood it. You of all people should know, you listened to Dai blindly for so long, abandoned and neglected me for so long, and you still ask why? I was never loved ever in my life, and Dai got away with doing so much to me, both physically and mentally, and what you did? You did nothing. Issei exclaimed angrily as Goru and Miyuki looked down in shame and sadness. As Miyuki spoke sadly, I am sorry. Issei retorted in an angered tone, You're sorry. You're sorry. No amount of sorry will fix the damage you have done to me. There is only one way to end this, mother, father. What are you going to do? Issei only chuckled in response as he brought out a rock, as suddenly chains started to wrap around his parents' limbs, as Issei brought out a simple gun, as he spoke, ending this once and for all. The parents had a look of horror as Issei immediately shot his father in the head, which killed him instantly. Miki tried to scream as Issei immediately shot her in the head. He did not want to deal with them screaming. She soon passed away right after that. Issei took a deep breath to calm himself as he spoke. All right, let's leave this place, there is nothing that can be done now. Issei looked at the screen as he spoke. Well, with that I declare that Ragnarok has ended with another successful victory for the Droid faction, and a loss for the faction leaders. But fret not, you will be seeing me, or I should say us, very soon. Be very afraid, faction leaders, cause. Issei points towards them and spoke with a massive grin. You're next. Issei snapped his fingers and all screens went off. He knew panic and chaos would ensue next. He then teleported everyone back to the Hyudu residence, as Malik, Grievous and Vader also returned to the residence. Well, good job everyone, and with what we have done, I doubt Surzex would even show his ugly face or any of the supernatural without an army, and if anything he is going to weep that spoiled Beach's death, which means Kuo town is now ours. The group minus Athena laughed maniacally at this. 13, I have to agree, this whole mansion is now ours. Additionally, the money we have embezzled from the companies should keep us surviving for millennia to come. These supernatural beings had hoarded so much money to live a life of luxury, now we have it in our hands. Malik added as the group started to laugh upon this as well. Issei then adopted a serious demeanor as he spoke. We should begin our attack again soon. We will start planning for our next faction, we won't let them recover or prepare. Malik and the other generals understood the gravity of his words. Vader asked, My lord, who should we attack then? Issei glanced at Athena, who nodded in agreement. We will attack the Greeks next. Once one of their strongest falls, the rest will follow. The faction's demise is inevitable at this point. Athena smiled brightly, eager to confront Zeus. However, there was another piece of good news that Issei was about to receive. Indeed, we will prepare. But is it all right if we wish to visit this place? Vader asked hopefully. Issei replied, Why ask? This is your home, you can visit anytime. Those fools were the ones paying for our expenditures before. Now we use their resources to do the same, with the only difference being that we are the ones paying for this house they built. Issei's tone was mocking as Vader nodded in response. Malik then said, Very well, we will take our leave. Until then, good night. Good night, everyone. Malik, Grievous, and Vader teleported away, leaving Issei and Athena alone. Can I speak to you? It's important. Yes, what is the matter? Athena looked away, unsure of how to tell Issei. I need you to come follow me. Okay. Issei followed Athena to Artemis's room. He looked at her and asked, You brought me here. Why? Come inside, I have some news to give you. Issei nodded as Athena knocked on the door. Artemis's voice came from the other side. Yes. I have brought Hihi with me, Artie. Are you free right now? After a brief pause, Artemis replied, Come in. The duo entered, and Issei noticed that Artemis seemed slightly weaker than usual. He approached her with concern, placing a hand on her shoulder. Artie, are you all right? Why? I am fine. Issei kept his hand on her shoulder, pulling her closer, making her flustered. She shook it off and said, I have something to tell you. Go ahead. Issei felt a sense of foreboding but trusted that Artemis wouldn't abandon him. This morning, I went to the doctor, and I've been having food cravings and feeling unwell. Artemis spoke, sadness in her voice. Issei's expression shifted to concern and anger. Why didn't you tell me? You were sick and I had no idea. I didn't want to trouble you. You were working so hard on the Death Star, and I thought it would pass. But Athena saw me and insisted I tell you. Issei shook his head. Artie, know this, I would delay my plans if I knew you were sick. You shouldn't hide things like this from me. Your life is more important than any plan, and you mean a lot to me. Artemis blushed and looked away. I'm sorry. You needn't apologize. What you did was selfless but reckless. Next time, please don't hesitate to tell me. Artemis nodded sadly. So what happened when you went to the doctor? He asked me to take a PRGN-CY test to be sure, since my symptoms matched. Issei's eyes widened. So what were the results? Artemis blushed and showed him the PRGN-CY test kit. Issei's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this true? Is that why you've been feeling weak? Yes. I never expected it, but I guess. I'm going to be a mother. Issei was taken aback. He had not anticipated becoming a father at such a young age. Artemis felt anxious, unsure of how he would react, but what happened next surprised her. I am going to be a father. I am so happy. Issei's exuberance caught Artemis off guard as he hugged her and lifted her into the air, spinning her around. Artemis was stunned, while Athena watched in disbelief. Issei was overwhelmed with joy. This was the best day of his life. He set her down and exclaimed, "Words can't describe how happy I am. You are going to be a mother, and I am going to be a father." Artemis, now teary-eyed, felt a wave of happiness wash over her. I am going to be a mother. See, Artie? I told you telling Issei would go well. Artemis looked at her sister and nodded, wiping her tears. Issei approached her and kissed her on the forehead, making her blush even more. So, any hopes on who the child will be? Artemis asked with a pout. I told you I'd love a boy, although I wouldn't mind if it were a girl. Regardless, I would love them unconditionally. She smiled and placed her hand on her stomach, filled with happiness at the thought of becoming a mother, a feeling she had never experienced before. Issei then spoke, Come, I will rest with you tonight. Artemis looked at him and nodded. Athena also decided to sleep next to Issei, and he helped her onto the bed. Despite her being a goddess, Issei felt protective. They took one side of the bed each, with Artemis in the center. Athena didn't mind Issei being next to her. She was excited to be an aunt or a second mother to Artemis's unborn child. Partner, congratulations. Droid said, congratulating Issei on becoming a father. Issei responded, Thanks, Droid. But partner, you should be careful. Given your current situation, you need to protect your child, especially now that both Artemis and Athena are targets of the factions. Issei nodded seriously. There was no way he would let his unborn child come to harm. If anything happened to the child, the factions would face his wrath. He would make them suffer so deeply that they would beg for mercy, but only if he willed it. Issei shook his head, trying to push away such dark thoughts. This was a moment of joy for him and everyone else. Break. The attack on Asgard had been devastating. The entire divine faction was wiped out in mere hours, with all the Asgardian gods dead, taken down by the Droid faction and their leader, Issei. He was now seen as a traitor in the eyes of the faction leaders, including those from the Shinto pantheon. His actions against their territories and the Yukai territories led to many Yukai, including Yasaka, being captured or killed. Chaos and fear spread through the factions. People rioted and destroyed structures, blaming their leaders for turning the faction pillar against them. They feared Issei would come after them next, and felt powerless to stop him. Many also blamed the DXD team, leading to the formation of subfactions within the remaining alliances. For the leaders, things were no better. Michael and the other leaders were in turmoil. Athena's betrayal shattered Zeus, as she was his daughter. The revelation that all four half-Satans were working with Issei and the Droid faction shocked the devils, including Sikvera Agars, Latia Astaroth, and Miyuki Citri. Sona and her peerage were particularly horrified by this revelation. With the deaths of Rias and the Hayadu couple, the situation became even more dire. Surzex and Falbium recognized Malakota, the leader of the Malbranche, and realized Issei had used Yasaka and others as hosts for their power. The other leaders were horrified by this revelation. Michael and Irina, the only survivors of the fall of heaven, were devastated by the betrayal of Gabriel, Elizabeth, and Morana. Michael gritted his teeth in anger, blaming Issei for turning them against him. The fallen angels, including Azazel and Shemhazai, saw Penemu and Aquino being used by Issei to control the superweapon, the Death Star. They despised him not only for his actions but also for the destruction of Grigori and their research. The Greek gods were both fearful and furious with Issei. Zeus, already hateful towards him, now blamed Issei for turning his daughters against him. He doubted Artemis would betray him like Athena had, but he was uncertain of her loyalties. Zeus had not had any contact with her, and he doubted whether she would care for him at all. The Shinto gods, Susan, Tsukuyomi, and Amaterasu, along with Magari and Haruhime, harbored deep resentment towards Issei for his actions. The Shinto trio viewed Issei as a traitor to their homeland for turning against their gods, while Magari and Haruhime despised him for leading the destruction of the Yukai lands. Kunu was devastated to see her mother used as a host for a devastating weapon. This sentiment was shared by the other Shinto gods and Yukai remnants. Almenhild felt fear. Unlike the others who hated Issei, she understood the weight of her actions. If Issei were to collect on her debt, she knew she couldn't stop him, and her demise seemed inevitable. The DXD team had varied reactions, mostly despair and fear, as they realized Issei would soon come for them. The remnants of the former Gremory peerage, Baal peerage, and Sona's peerage were filled with anger, while Sona herself felt fear. The most furious were the remnants of Team Dog. Only Shiva and Indra felt sadness. They never hated Issei, but he believed they were his enemies. They knew their chances of reaching out to him were slim, yet they felt compelled to try. Their only hope for survival was to contact Issei as soon as possible, and they began to understand his and Malik's perspectives. Issei walked across the fields, while Malik stood surrounded by the burning remains of Grigori. Issei and Nyx were seen side by side, looking at a screen. A book appeared, showing Issei in his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu wore a sinister smirk, with Rias standing beside him. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik, using magic. Auka walked through a puddle, looking above. The ORC, Student Council, Valid Team, and Team Dog were shown, all glaring with anger. Issei gazed at the book, recalling his past and the factions falling apart. Ingvild looked at a figurine of Dai, crushing it with tears in her eyes and anger on her face. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes, looking at Dai with determination. Miyuki gritted her teeth, remembering her sisters. Issei knelt, haunted by his past, as a family photo appeared, slashed in two. He looked at Surzex, and they both radiated their auras. The next day, at the Haidu residence, Issei woke up early and got dressed. Noticing Artemis was missing, he heard her in distress. Rushing inside, he found her unwell and gently patted her back. "It's okay that I am here," he reassured her. Once she calmed down, she muttered, "I am sorry." "Don't be. Just relax, and I'll get you some water," Issei replied. Artemis nodded, grateful for his support. Issei was eager to share exciting news with his friends as he helped her up. "I am a goddess of hunt. I'll be fine," she insisted. Issei shook his head. "Nothing is stopping me from helping you. Come on." He assisted her, knowing her reluctance stemmed from his stubborn nature. Athena joined them as they headed downstairs for breakfast. As they sat at the table, Issei asked, "What would you like to eat or drink?" "I would like a can of Diet Coke," Artemis replied. Issei and Athena exchanged wide-eyed glances. Athena glared at Issei, realizing his Diet Coke addiction had influenced Artemis's craving. "It is not my fault she is like that." Issei protested. "I know you are a goddess, but Diet Coke isn't good for children. How about some orange juice instead?" Issei suggested. "But..." Artemis sighed. "Fine." She went to get a glass of orange juice. Athena approached Issei, sighing. "Cravings often relate to a parent's favorites, but Diet Coke is unusual. I advise against letting her have it. It could cause complications." "I know. I was planning to cut back on it anyway," Issei replied. "Let's see what we can do. For now, I'll help her get the orange juice." "Speaking of which, where are the rest of the girls?" Athena asked. "They're resting. They should be up soon," Issei answered as he walked inside. He found Artemis struggling to reach the orange juice in the fridge. "Let me help," he offered. Issei don't. "I can handle this," she assured him, crouching down to pour her glass. Issei watched over her, his protective instincts kicking in, ensuring she was all right. Once they came out, they saw that all the girls had arrived, with Nyx greeting the two. "Morning, Artie Issei." "Morning, girls. How was your sleep?" Issei asked his fellow allies in the Droid faction. Nyx spoke for everyone. "It was pretty good." "Say, why didn't you sleep with us last night?" "Well, I got some surprising news from Artemis yesterday." Issei looked at Artemis as she stepped forward, a blush on her cheeks. I am Piardin, everyone." Silence fell at the table, but moments later, the girls started to cheer and congratulate Issei and Artemis. Nyx exclaimed with a cheerful smile, "Congratulations, Artie." Although she felt a twinge of jealousy for not being the first to have Issei's child, she was genuinely happy for them after all they had been through. "I am so happy for the two of you," Charlotte exclaimed, her joy evident. She couldn't be happier that her HRM sister and lover were going to be parents, and that Artemis would have the first child. Elizabeth wondered why she wasn't Piardin like Artemis since they had both been together at the same time. Artemis settled down next to Issei and Athena, and Nyx then asked, "So, Artie, do you expect your child to be a boy or a girl?" "Anyone, it matters not. I will love my child regardless of their gender." Many smiled at Artemis's words. She had changed a lot in the past months. The old Artemis would have rejected the idea of having a lover, but now she was completely different. "Well, let's have a party to celebrate. You are becoming parents, right?" Quinella suggested excitedly. "Yep, but why a party now?" "I think we should wait until the child is born," Issei replied. "Oh, come on, Issei. We've been fighting against the factions for too long. We need to have some fun, especially with you and Artie becoming parents." Nyx urged. Issei looked at her and smiled. "Fine, we will have a party." Finally, a party will happen. Quinella cheered, then asked, "I wonder who else we can invite?" "We can probably bring in Malik and the generals. They could use some rest and enjoyment." Invild suggested. "Yeah, that works. We can even invite La Folia and the Rehavian family," Nyx added. "And don't forget about Hades and Persephone, along with those from Hades's underworld," Valerie chimed in. Issei nodded. "Yep, those are the people we should primarily invite." "Great. Ladies, what do you say? Should we all go shopping?" Athena asked with a smile. The girls nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, we should. Miyuki has enough funds to buy us all clothes. And the best part is that all that money is coming from the supernatural races," Issei thought with relief, glad he wouldn't face a dent in his wallet like last time. Droid chuckled internally, but Issei had something on his mind. He wanted to ensure both the child and mother were all right. "Artemis, I want to hear your thoughts on this." "Go ahead." Artemis replied with a genuine smile, the girls looking at him curiously. "I was thinking about the child, Artie. I fear that some people might want to harm them, and you know who I mean, right?" Artemis realized what he was getting at. She clenched her fists in anger, knowing that Olympus wouldn't accept their child and might cause her to lose the baby. She was determined to protect her child at all costs. "Issei, let me tell you one thing. I am a goddess, and I will be a mother. If anyone even thinks about harming my child," Artemis said fiercely, placing her hand on her stomach, "they will experience the full wrath of the goddess of the moon. I will fight until the end to protect my child." Her words sent shivers through the group. The wrath of a goddess was fearsome, but the wrath of a mother was even more terrifying. Issei smiled at her. "In that case, I have something for you." He presented a ring, saying, "This is a specialized ring. Whenever you release your power or aura, or if you or your child are in danger, please take it." Artemis looked at the ring, which had a white opal attached to it. "Is this an engagement ring?" "Sort of. This ring was primarily designed for your protection." It was still in its prototype stage, and most of the girls would be receiving a ring each when the time was right. The girls who knew that Issei loved them felt a warm blush of happiness, knowing how much he cared for them. Invild and Valerie, however, seemed saddened, aware that they had lost their chance long ago. Regardless, they were content to be part of Issei's life, and that was enough for them. Artemis was the happiest. She was the first to receive her ring. She knew that Issei would protect them no matter what happened. As she put the ring on, she smiled, twirling her hand to admire how well it suited her. The girls began discussing how the party would be developed before heading out to shop. Scene change. In Hades's domain, the realm of the dead, Hades and Persephone were having breakfast with their daughters. Hades asked, "So how was college, girls?" Melano replied with a smile, "It has been good. Soon enough, we will graduate." "That is amazing. And from what Issei has told me, the war will soon be over," Persephone exclaimed happily. Macaria added, "You want him to visit Hades, right?" "Yes, I won't deny it. He is like a son to me, the son I never had," Persephone said with a genuine smile. Hades nodded in agreement, having started to see Issei as his own son. They were not related by blood, but their bond was more than enough for her. Hades then teased, "So, are you not going to talk about Adonis?" Persephone's expression changed at the mention of that name. She narrowed her eyes, a tick mark appearing on her forehead as she clenched her fists in anger. With an angry grin, she warned Hades, "We don't talk about Adonis, darling. Is that clear?" Hades quickly nodded, not wanting to provoke her further. Very few could intimidate the strongest of Greek gods, and Persephone was one of them, especially when she was upset. Melano and Macaria chuckled at their father's expression, knowing only their mother could easily scare him. Their light-hearted moment was interrupted when they sensed an unwelcome presence. "It seems we have some unwanted guests," Hades said, narrowing his gaze. He prepared to defend his family as Persephone grabbed his hand. "Stay safe, darling," she said, concern evident in her voice. "I will be fine. Only a few are a threat to my life," Hades reassured her. Persephone nodded, smiling as he stepped outside. "Mom, call Issei," Melano urged. "Don't worry, hun. If things go bad, I have Issei on speed dial. He will come in a jiffy," Persephone replied with an assuring smile. Scene change. Hades stepped outside to confront the faction leaders, or what remained of them. Shiva and Indra were notably absent, knowing fighting against Issei was futile. "What can I do for you, faction leaders?" Hades asked with a smile, though internally he was fuming. He did not want any of them at his home, especially after how they treated Issei. They had shown utter disregard for him, even after he had proven to be their savior. "I want your help, Hades Dano," Serzex said respectfully. Hades narrowed his eyes, already suspecting what Serzex wanted. "What do you wish, Serzex?" Azazel stepped forward, saying, "We longing access to Samel, Hades Dano." "And why do you want access to Samel?" Hades asked coldly. Azazel flinched, knowing the implications of his request. The mere fact they wanted to harm Issei filled Hades with rage. He had already witnessed Persephone's death and did not want to lose Issei too. "Brother, we want Issei gone, especially after his betrayal towards the factions. He is responsible for the deaths of many supernatural beings. My own daughters hate me for what he has done," Serzex added. Hades gritted his teeth, struggling to control his anger. He took a deep breath before asking, "Why?" The faction leaders were taken aback by his question. "Issei is slaughtering innocent people. He has destroyed heaven and turned Gabriel and some of her angels against us. He even wiped out Asgard and turned it into nothingness," Serzex continued. Hades scoffed internally at their hypocrisy. "Oh, fair reason but not good enough for me. To convince me to lend you Samel, you will need to try harder," he replied, pushing their buttons. Zeus, angered, spoke up, "Brother, are you going to defy the factions again? You have not been forgiven for your last actions. Please, we are asking for your help." "No, Zeus, I am not helping you in any way. Never again." Hades spoke coldly. "The fact that you are trying to kill someone who was forced to fight for you shows how little you cared for him. The truth is, none of you ever cared for him, even after the truth about his brother was revealed." Hades's words left the faction leaders stunned. They wanted to deny it, but Hades cut them off. "No, don't even deny it. This is a monster you created. I am sure if Issei and Crum had not exposed Dai, you would have still believed him like a bunch of puppets. Just think about all the actions you have taken against Issei. Consider what could have happened if you had just swallowed your pride and released Nyx without any consequences or strings attached. None of this would have happened. Hades directed a glare at Zeus, causing him to flinch while the other leaders fell silent. Hades was right. All of this could have been prevented from the start. And as for the girls, you literally gave them to Issei just to appease him. That included you too, Zeus. You gave your own daughters to him. How wrong is that? I can't even imagine doing that to my own daughters. The faction leaders gritted their teeth in anger, recalling that event. Zeus spoke angrily, "It is all his fault. Had he not demanded?" "Will you shut up?" "Goodness!" Hades exclaimed with a frustrated sigh, disapproving of Zeus's attitude. "Don't pin the blame on others, Zeus. Own up to what you did. You messed up, and that is why Artemis and Athena turned on you. They fell for him because of his kindness. He gave those girls a home, a place to stay, and a life to live. He even let them do what they wanted, giving them proper freedom. If many of them had stayed in their factions, they wouldn't have had that liberty. But none of you will realize that. You have blamed Dai for what you did and the pain you put Issei through. But nope, even now Issei is the bad guy, not you for what you did. But because we are superior to that former human. Isn't that right?" Hades spoke mockingly, causing several leaders to glare at him. "That is exactly why I am not helping any of you. In fact, I knew Issei was the leader of the Droid faction this whole time." The leaders turned pale at this revelation. Sekiruuyetei spoke. "That means why you knew?" "Indeed, but I did not help Issei in any way. Yes, I knew he caused all those deaths, but I chose not to stop him." Azazel then asked, dread and anger in his voice, "Why? Why did you not warn us about him?" "Why should I? Give me a good reason." Hades replied angrily. "He did so much for you, fought tooth and nail, and was treated so coldly. If anything, be glad I did not help him destroy you. But don't expect me to save or support you in any way. You have brought this on yourselves, faction leaders. You betrayed us again." Sekiruuyetei shouted angrily, releasing his power of destruction. Hades prepared to defend himself, and even those from the underworld, like Sharon and Thanatos, were ready to fight. Sekiruuyetei shouted, "I will make you pay, Hades." Just then, vines grabbed Sekiruuyetei's legs, making him trip. Regaining his focus, he heard a voice from the shadows. "Don't even think about trying anything funny here, Gremory. I have Issei on speed dial, and you know what will happen if he comes here, right?" The person who revealed herself from the shadows was a very angry Persephone, startling everyone. They were shocked to see the goddess of the underworld alive and well. Zeus asked in disbelief, "Persephone, is that you?" "Yes, Zeus, it's been a while, and it is not nice to meet any of you." Persephone spoke coldly, causing Zeus to flinch. In his eyes, both his brother and Persephone had turned against him. "If you attack my husband or the underworld, I will call Issei, and it will only take him a second to show up." Sharon added, "Lady Persephone is right. Lord Hades has already given him teleportation rights to this place. He can enter any time he wants. So I would advise you to leave. You are not welcome here. Indeed, if you want to pick a fight here, I will gladly call Issei. Soon enough, he and his droid faction will come here in an instant. Just imagine not only fighting against us but Issei, Malik, Vader, Grievous, and the others all at once. They already outnumber you, and they will demolish you." Persephone spoke coldly and angrily, causing the leaders to grit their teeth in frustration. Outside Hyudu residence, 11:30 p.m., the house guests were unaware of the people spying on them, for now at least. The reason they were sent here was to observe the people of this household. They wanted to find a weakness in the main resident, Issei Hyudu. This group, remnants of Team/Dog, included Issei, Shigyun Nanadu, Natsum Minagawa, and the Himejima clan leader, Suzuka Himejima. They were spying on Issei, and unfortunately, they believed they had found a weakness. Look at them, enjoying themselves while making everyone in the supernatural world miserable. They will pay for this. Suzuka spoke with a growl, her anger palpable. She wanted nothing more than to take revenge on Issei and his family, whom she held responsible for the deaths of Cookie and Tobio, and for Lavinia's critical condition. Suzaku, calm down, Shigyun urged, understanding Suzaku's hatred but fearing that her impulsiveness could jeopardize their mission. How can I calm down? That BSD is the reason why Tobikuin is dead. Suzaku exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as memories of happier times flooded her mind. She cursed the Hyudas for her misery, recalling how she had been deceived by Dai, leading to the beardage of the Droid faction and her own downfall. I know what we've lost can never be forgiven, Natsum said sadly, remembering Cookie and Tobio. She understood why Issei refused to help them. They were not his friends or loved ones. But we need to deal with Hyudu. He poses a threat and must be struck at his most vulnerable. Natsum's anger grew as she recalled Issei's past actions, including the death of Ajuka, one of the strongest beings in the world. She feared confronting someone of his power, especially with Nyx, the primordial goddess of darkness, by his side. Our goal is to find Issei's weakness. Without Samuel's poison, we can't eliminate him outright. We need to spy on his activities, Issei said seriously. Please, Suzaku, be patient. We will get through this. Fine, I will cool myself, Suzaku replied, though her determination remained. As she observed the scene, she noticed Artemis touching her stomach and overheard a conversation through her listening device. A grin spread across her face as she realized the potential opportunity. This is perfect. I will send this information to the factions. With Artemis being P-Arginanti, we can use this to take down Hyudu. Suzaku smirked, eager to exploit what she believed was Issei's only weakness. Think about this. We can't hurt an innocent child or a P-Arginanti mother, he said, horrified by the implications. We won't, even I won't go that far, Suzaku reassured, her intention to use them as hostages, not to harm. But if the factions can get a hold of Artemis, we could win this war. I don't know. This could end badly, Shigyun warned, sensing the danger of their plan. If Issei discovered their intentions, there would be no mercy. You are right, Shigyun. The four girls turned to see Issei and Persephone glaring at them, fury evident in their eyes. They were prepared to defend against any threats to their home. The girls felt a wave of fear wash over them. Issei and Persephone were furious that they had the audacity to spy on them and threaten Artemis's child. To think you would go so far as to harm my unborn child just to get back at me. Issei's voice was low and dangerous, signaling that they had crossed a line. To find a weakness inside of me, you will go after an innocent soul. You all are nothing but living disgraces that need to be wiped out from this world. Issei's words ignited anger in the four girls. He continued, this is exactly why I want to eliminate your factions. You would even go so far as to harm an unborn child or a P-Arginanti mother. You disgust me in every way. You have no shame or guilt for what you have done when you demanded my help. You tried everything in your power to control me, even after exposing Dai. Many of you did not respect me or care for me. Some invaded my privacy with my girls, and those who loved Dai tried to force me to be with them. You don't deserve mercy or compassion, you deserve punishment. Only a select few deserve mercy, but none of the factions, especially the Greek and biblical factions, do. I agree, Persephone spoke, her voice cold. I don't know if Shiva or any of the other Hindu gods are aware of this, but I am certain they are involved, as they did not come to the underworld earlier today. But if you dare lay a finger on my future grandchild, there will be no mercy. Her words sent shivers through the girls. They knew they had no choice but to fight. Issei walked across the fields, Malik surrounded by the burning remains of Grigori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, looking at a screen. A book appeared as Issei donned his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Hyudu smirked sinisterly, with Rias beside him. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik using magic. Auka walked through a puddle looking up. The ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team/Dog were shown, all under the glare of angry eyes. Issei looked at the book, recalling his past and envisioning the factions falling apart. Ingvild crushed a figurine of Dai, tears streaming down her face, anger evident. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes, determination in her gaze as she looked at Dai. Miyuki gritted her teeth, remembering her sisters. Issei knelt, haunted by his past, a family photo appearing with a slash across it, symbolizing his separation from them. He exchanged a meaningful look with Surzex, both radiating their auras. Suzaku and the remaining members of Team Dog felt cornered as Issei and Persephone surrounded them. There was no escape. Persephone chanted an ancient Greek spell, causing the dimensions to shift and creating an impenetrable barrier of vines. How much heat can the vine field sustain? Issei asked. Persephone smiled. It should withstand strong flames, though not Draig or God-class flames. It has enough durability. Good. Because I want to make their demises as painful as possible, Issei said with a sinister grin, producing 5 capsules. Byako, Genbu, Kuryu, Sairyu, Suze, come out. He threw the capsules, revealing the 5 sacred beasts he had captured during the war against the God Tribe and the Hero Clan. The revelation stunned Team Dog. Where did you get the 5 sacred beasts? Answer me. Suzaku asked, dread in her voice, realizing Issei's true power. Are you familiar with the God Tribe and the Hero Clan? Issei continued. Suzaku nodded, curious about the connection. It turns out these people cloned the 5 sacred beasts without anyone's knowledge, creating perfect copies that you wouldn't recognize until it was too late. And I think you know what happened to them after that, right? Issei's cold tone made the girls realize the gravity of his words. He had not only brought the beasts to his side but also dealt with an entire race of heroes. That means, were you the one that killed the famous Jin Tuju? Issei asked, fear evident. Issei nodded, a smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, he was a good fighter and gave me a tough time, but once I turned the 5 sacred beasts against him, all hope was lost. Their demise was inevitable, and I alone dealt with all of them. Issei's words ignited anger in Suzaku, while the other girls were horrified. Do you not have a heart? Doing this to a woman who only desired love and compassion? You've made her life miserable. Not in this life, my former friend, Issei replied with a shrug. When will this madness of yours stop? You have already wiped out billions of supernatural creatures with your deeds. Sae demanded. Madness? That is what they say to someone who has been fighting back against the injustices he has faced. All my life, it was either the Hyutis, the supernatural, or the Kuo Academy students that made my life miserable. Issei spoke coldly, making Sae flinch while Persephone looked at him with concern. So tell me, why should I stop this madness? I am only fighting back at this point. None of you chose to respect or love me. Instead, you scorned and humiliated me for his crimes. And I can guarantee that if Dai had asked you to harm me, you would have done it without exception or remorse. We would not. Shigyun retorted angrily. Issei's words only fueled the tension. Persephone interjected, Don't play coy, Shigyun. You would have done that, and those leaders would have happily listened to Dai. At this point, you are only in denial. She raised her aura, causing the humans present to feel fear. Though she may not be as strong as her husband or even Zeus, she was still a god-class being capable of serious damage if she wanted to. There is no point in talking to them. They are blind to what they have become. They fail to see their mistakes, and the only way to deal with them now is complete annihilation. Persephone nodded, recognizing the hypocrisy of the factions firsthand. She had seen it through Issei's experiences, but now she had no sympathy for them. Well, I will take on Shigyun and Suzaku. Will you be able to handle Issei and Natsum? She asked with a smile. Leave it to me, Issei replied, smiling back. He commanded the beasts to deal with Suzaku while he focused on Shigyun, knowing her sacred gear could be a potential problem. Meanwhile, Persephone was taken aback by Issei calling her mom. She shook her head, reminding herself that now was not the time to dwell on that. She needed to protect Issei's child. Persephone dashed toward Natsum and Tisiva, catching them off guard. Although she wasn't as powerful as her mother, Demeter, she was still strong enough to deal significant damage. Back with Issei, he wielded his mortis blade and slashed at Shigyun's stomach. This battle was proving easier than facing Odin. Shigyun attempted to summon her sacred gear, an entity she called Po, a four-horned beast wearing a mask. However, she was uncertain whether it could handle Issei's power. Issei was quick and elusive. He grabbed Shigyun by her hair and slammed her to the ground before she could react. As she groaned in pain, prevented her from activating her sacred gear by stepping on her ribcage, crushing it with ease. Before she could recover, he stabbed her in the heart with the mortis blade, and her expression shifted to one of horror. She tried to reach for Issei, but soon lost consciousness, a tear falling as a sign of her defeat. Meanwhile, Sajji, struggling against the clones of the 5 sacred beasts, muttered, "No." Before anyone could react, she was sent flying by a rock slide created by Koryu. Though she defended herself, she was slightly injured. She watched as Issei removed the blade from Shigyun's heart and approached her. "You be sturdy?" Suzaku shouted, anger and hatred lacing her voice. She summoned her vermilion bird to annihilate Issei, but he walked toward the flames, barely affected. Angered by what had happened to their emperor, the 5 beasts unleashed a barrage of attacks, sending Suzaku flying. Struggling to get up, she saw Issei walk through the flames, unaffected, smirking as he brushed dust off his coat. "Seriously, is that all your vermilion bird can do? Pathetic." Issei commanded the beasts to keep the vermilion bird from intervening. As he dashed toward the vermilion bird, he slammed it to the ground before it could react. The creature screeched in pain, and Issei thought, "If my hunch is correct, these beings are spirits, similar to Drake, alive yet sealed." "What are your thoughts, Drake?" "Technically, you can classify them as spirits since they act more like souls. However, unlike us, they are actual beasts with immense power. They are alive, but if you kill them, their souls will head to purgatory," Drake explained. Issei nodded in understanding and, with determination, brought out the mortis blade, stabbing it into the vermilion bird's head, causing it to yell in pain. "No!" Suzaku shouted, tears in her eyes. She felt the pact with the vermilion bird breaking, the creature screaming in pain as she helplessly watched Issei kill it. Soon she would be next on Issei's death list. She had already witnessed both Shigyun and her beast perish. Issei looked at the 5 beasts, ready to obliterate her. Overwhelmed with sadness and fear, Suzuka understood her demise was inevitable. Meanwhile, Persephone's control over plants kept the 2 girls at bay. Natsum, using her independent sacred gear, the griffin, spoke angrily, "For the goddess of springtime, you side with a monster who has wiped out many innocents. The same innocents who made Issei's life miserable?" Persephone taunted, recalling the scorn and hatred directed at him by many in the supernatural and human worlds. They blame Daiharu, yet fail to see their own actions. They beg for his help like pathetic whelps, while other factions distance themselves from you and go into hiding. With a mocking tone, she grabbed the griffin with her vines and slammed it against a plant wall, causing it to yelp. Issei attempted to assist using cowardly Leo, commanding it to breathe flames, but Persephone dodged and punched Leo in the stomach. The lion disappeared into the shadows, trying to ambush her from another angle, but Persephone cackled, "Did you really think you could ambush me from the ground?" She used the underground vegetation to pull Leo up and flung him into the air toward the vine wall. "They don't call me the goddess of Frly for nothing." Persephone sized up the vines and grabbed Issei by the throat, twirling her around until she felt dizzy. With a swift motion, she crushed Issei's neck, rendering her lifeless. Cowardly Leo screamed in pain before dissipating into his sacred gear, moving on to the next host. "You dash!" Natsum charged at Persephone, commanding the griffin to eliminate the goddess. She joined the onslaught, but Persephone easily dodged the attacks, yawning in boredom. This was barely a challenge for her. Persephone followed up with a punch aimed at Natsum's gut, strong enough to send the beast flying. Natsum gasped, "What?" "Don't act surprised," Persephone replied. "I am a god-class being. I may not be as strong as Zeus, but I can handle a strong Satan-class being." She blitzed toward Natsum, delivering a kick that caused her to cough up. Seizing the opportunity, Persephone snapped Natsum's arms and legs, making her scream in pain. Ahas! It's over! Persephone said coldly, wrapping a vine around Natsum's neck and snapping it, killing her instantly. The griffin screamed in pain as it returned to the sacred gear, ending its fight with the goddess of springtime. I wonder what Issei-chan is doing. Persephone looked at Issei, who was commanding the beasts to end the fight. She approached him, gaining his attention. I take it both Issei and Natsum are dead? Indeed, they were easy to deal with. Persephone replied, then looked at Suzu. So Shigyun is dead as well? Yes, both she and the vermilion bird have been dealt with. Are their bodies intact? Persephone nodded. Why? I'll explain later. Issei turned to Suzu, asking, any last words, Himejima? UBSDRD. Suzaku growled, tears in her eyes. Justice will one day come and destroy everything you hold dear. No, that is where you are wrong. Tonight is your downfall. Issei drew Mortis blade, pointing it at her neck. Although you are right about one thing, justice will one day come, and that day is today. With that, he decapitated her, her body falling as her head landed a few feet away. With that, Team Slashdog is defeated. Issei spoke coldly as the vines fell, signaling the battle's end. So what now? Do Zeus and the other leaders know about Artemis and her child? Issei shook his head. They won't think about harming them in any way. I won't let that happen. What are you planning to do? Issei smiled. I am sending a message. He continued, remember I asked why I needed the bodies intact. Persephone nodded as Issei responded, this message will be remembered by the faction leaders. He then contacted Ophis using a magic circle. Ophis, I need your help to send a message to the factions and their leaders. Persephone wondered what Issei was planning, noting the sinister grin on his face as he looked at the skies. Scene change. The underworld, 12:30 a.m. The faction leaders had gathered in the underworld after receiving word from Suzaku that Issei had a weakness. The only one absent was Shiva, who had chosen to withdraw from the alliance upon hearing that they planned to defeat Issei by any means necessary, even resorting to taking hostages. This decision forced the faction leaders to accept Shiva's departure, as the Hindu faction was one of the strongest and wanted no part in the unfolding conflict. The revelation of Issei's weakness shocked many present, but it horrified one guest in particular, Zeus. He detested Issei, especially after learning that the dragon had gotten his daughter, the Virgin goddess Artemis, Pardinanti. Zeus's fury erupted as he destroyed a nearby table, shouting, that demed dragon! I will make him pay for defiling my daughter. Understanding Zeus's anger, Cersex spoke calmly, Lord Zeus, your anger is understandable, but please calm down. Getting angry here won't solve anything. Cersex is right, Azazel added. We have found an opportunity to weaken and eliminate Hyudu. We can do that. Zeus took a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure. You're right. So how do we go about this? Cersex proposed, we can use Artemis as a hostage. She is his only weakness, and in her current state, she would be much more vulnerable. Michael suggested, we could capture her and demand Issei's surrender. How does that sound? Zeus retorted angrily, no. There is no way I am letting my daughter carry the child of that filthy dragon. Amaterasu chimed in, I agree with Zeus, but not for the same reasons. The child your daughter carries could be a threat to us and the entire supernatural faction. Zeus nodded, realizing the potential danger their future grandchild posed. The other leaders shared his dread about what Issei and Artemis's child could become. Then it is settled, Cersex declared. Once we deal with Hyudu, we will eliminate that child as well. We will take his girls as prisoners and then decide their fates. The room nodded in agreement, even Michael reluctantly. However, just as they were about to leave, a voice boomed in anger, I see. So you will try to go after my child as well? It seems you need to be put in your place. The doors exploded open, revealing a furious Issei, accompanied by Malik, Vader, Grievous, Persephone and Hades. Before the leaders could react, Malik and Vader restrained them, while Hades used a specialized magic circle to weaken them. The only one who could pose a challenge was Sersex, as none of them had noticed Shiva's absence. "It seems Shiva left you whelps to your deaths, huh?" Issei mocked, causing the leaders to grit their teeth in anger. Sersex demanded, "You have some nerve showing yourself here. What do you want?" Issei laughed, "Not yet. I want to savor your demise, Sersex. You will die when I want to. I am actually here for something else," Issei said, looking at Malik, who nodded and released Azazel. "Why did you?" Azazel exclaimed. Issei threw a bag in front of him. "Open it." Azazel gulped, fearing what could be inside. "What is it? A bomb to kill us all?" "No, a message." "Open it." Issei's cold voice made Azazel shiver. He nodded and opened the bag, gagging at the contents. Sersex asked, "What is in that bag?" "Take a look for yourself," Issei replied, passing the bag to each leader. Their expressions turned to horror as Amaterasu and Sersex gagged at the sight. Inside were the severed heads of the remnants of Team Slashdog, Shigen Nanadu, Esiju, Natsum Minagawa, and Suzuka Himejima. "This is a message to anyone who threatens my family and loved ones. If you even think about harming them, I will hunt you down and eliminate you," Issei warned, his words chilling the leaders. They realized he was in control of the situation. Chapter end. The next day, Gremory Mansion, 9:30 p.m. "How is he doing?" Azazel asked as he entered the mansion with Michael, both aware of Milikas's demise. Zeus, the father of Rias Gremory and Sersex Lucifer, entered, his disheveled hair and the bags under his eyes revealing his devastation over the news of Milika's and Rias's fate. "He is anything but well." Zeus spoke weakly, continuing, "All this continued because we believed the wrong brother. And now Issei wants our blood. For how we treated him." He sighed. "Additionally, the death of Rias and Milikas has taken a toll on my family. Venelina has refused to come out of her room, weeping in sadness. Grafia has been even worse. She hasn't spoken to anyone from the house in a while. And my son Sersex has been crying ever since Issei killed Milikas. With Rias gone and now Milikas also dead, I doubt he will be able to fight in this war." Azazel spoke with an understanding tone. "We understand, Zeus, but our days are numbered. We will have to fight sooner or later against him." "Azazel is right, Lord Gremory. We will give him time to recover. Although, after the stunt he pulled yesterday, I doubt he will try anything soon," Zeus replied, nodding in agreement. He was acutely aware of the troubles plaguing his megacorporation. Several locations had to be shut down, and there were legal lawsuits piling up. The worst part was that they didn't even know where the money had gone since Lucas Rahavian was handling the business sector of the supernatural. However, they were unaware that he had turned against them and joined the Droid faction, a revelation that would soon come to light during their final battle. "But how do we plan to stop him?" Zeus exclaimed, his voice filled with despair. Azazel shook his head, responding, "Honestly, I don't know. But there has to be a way we can use." Just then, Azazel received a call from the Greek faction. "Hello. Azazel, are you there?" a voice called out. They recognized the speaker on the magic circle. "Hermes," Azazel replied, surprised. Hermes continued urgently, "Yes, it's me. Now is not the time for pleasantries. We are under attack." "What do you mean you are under attack, Hermes?" Azazel exclaimed, horror creeping into his voice. He quickly realized, speaking angrily, that BSE, he is not giving us time to recover. Michael and Zeus turned pale. They knew Issei was their biggest threat, and now he wanted to eliminate them from existence. Azazel responded to Hermes, "We will be coming soon. Please hurry. He has already taken down 60% of Olympus. None of us can hold on against him." Azazel gritted his teeth in anger as the communication circle went silent. Michael then asked, "What should we do?" "We must contact Amaterasu, Elmenhild, and Falbium. We need to send aid to Olympus. We can't afford to lose any more manpower." Azazel spoke angrily, and Michael nodded in agreement. Zeus felt helpless. There was only one thing he could do: prepare for the inevitable. Issei was walking across the fields. Malik was surrounded by the burning remains of Grigori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, looking at a screen. A book appeared, revealing Issei in his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu wore a sinister smirk, with Rias standing next to him. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik, using magic. Auka walked through a puddle, glancing up. The ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team Slashdog were shown, all with a pair of angry eyes glaring at them. Issei looked at the book, remembering his past and envisioning the factions falling apart. Invild stared at a figurine of Dai, crushing it with tears in her eyes and anger on her face. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal watched their factions with disdain. Invild closed her eyes, looking at Dai with determination. Miyuki gritted her teeth, recalling her sisters. Issei knelt, haunted by his past as a family photo appeared, slashed across the middle. He looked at Surzex, and they both radiated their auras. 2 hours ago, outside Olympus, Issei and the armies of the Droid faction were gathered just a few miles away. They refused to give the gods a chance to recover or protect themselves. Once we commence the attack, we will start by positioning ourselves using the cloaking feature of the ships, Issei said seriously, earning nods from everyone as the droids cloaked the fleet, making them invisible. We have already ravaged them before with a much weaker army, and now we will finish them permanently. Issei explained the plan, knowing Zeus and the other gods would only cause problems in the future. Once the ships reach their position, we will strike at their center point. The gods of Olympus have been sheltering in the main building due to the constant war. Our goal is to wipe out everyone except for Zeus and Hestia. We will keep Hestia as a prisoner, but Zeus will be personally tortured until he begs for death. All right. The armies nodded, with Artemis and Athena the most eager for the battle ahead. They knew the time for Zeus had come. He and his allies would fall. The ships will be teleported right to the top. I've already tampered with the barrier shields with Gondal's help, so when we enter, they will think our command ship is on their side when it is not. Issei continued, a mocking tone creeping into his voice. Once our ships are in position, we will begin an all-out assault on their home base. Issei looked at Malik and asked, do you have a surveillance report on the defenses of the Greek faction? Yes, I do. Right now, they are preparing, but it will take them a few hours to be ready for an all-scale invasion from us, Malik replied. Excellent. Then we will strike them now, when they are least ready for us. With Hades against them, our only significant threat is Surzex. Not even the Greek gods, minus Hades, are on his level. I hope our ships and droids are ready for a full-scale assault. They are, Supreme Leader, Grievous added. They are now awaiting your orders. We should prepare to initiate the plan. Is there anything else that needs to be done? Yes, we need to determine the order in which we will deal with the gods and goddesses. Some, like Hermes and Aphrodite, could pose a problem, so taking them down should be a priority. I want you to handle those too, Issei instructed. Given your droid physiology, you should be immune to Aphrodite's charms and able to keep up with Hermes. Leave that to me, Malik replied confidently. As for the rest of you, everyone except Athena, Nyx, and Artemis will deal with the remaining Greek gods present, minus Hestia. This includes the minor deities and other beings that are around. It should be easy for you, right? Indeed, leave that to us, Malik spoke for everyone, and the others nodded in agreement. Issei continued, Athena, Artemis, Nyx, you will be with me. We will confront the king and queen of Olympus. Once we do, show no mercy. It would be my pleasure, Athena said with a smile. I would love to take them down personally, so count me in, Artemis added. Zeus has feared me for a long time. I don't mind reminding him of that fear again, Nyx said with a grin, her sadistic nature surfacing. Leave some for me too. I have to repay him for the disrespect and arrogance he has shown, Issei responded. Nyx nodded, understanding Issei's hatred for Zeus, who had opposed his decision to release her long ago. Mocha Yura, Mocha Omok, Morana, Vader, Invild, Miyuki, Valerie, La Folia, Malikota, and her Malbranche, you will handle the outside, dealing with any minor gods and goddesses, all right? The named individuals nodded in agreement, aware of the numerous minor deities present in the Greek faction. The rest will be with me, Nyx, Artemis, and Athena in dealing with the Greek gods, Issei concluded. The others understood that the fall of Olympus was near. Well, we should get started with the final preparations, Issei said, looking at Malikota. So, Malikota, are the Malbranche ready for battle? Quite the contrary. We have been eager for battle. I and my Malbranche have been excited for this. Malikota exclaimed, her tail wagging with enthusiasm. Issei found amusement in her battle-maniac attitude, which she usually kept hidden from outsiders. Very well then, we will commence the attack in a few minutes. I hope you all are ready for this. Everyone present on the ship nodded, ready for the impending confrontation. Issei turned to the droid commander. Take us into position. We will commence with an orbital bombardment. As you wish, Supreme Leader, the OOM droid commander responded, adjusting the controls as they approached the main building. Below, the Greek pantheon was preparing for war, with many soldiers outside readying for the assault. However, upon closer inspection, the number of troops was fewer than usual, indicating they were still preparing. Issei and the others could see the fear and dread in their eyes. They knew what was coming. The droid faction would come after them with brutal efficiency, and they blamed Zeus and the other leaders for their predicament. Minor gods and goddesses were commanding the troops, training them for the inevitable invasion that would occur soon. Yet, they had no idea that the invasion was just moments away. Issei could see the fear in the eyes of the minor deities, even with their army. They could still be dealt with if one had the right source of magic and acted quickly. Supernatural history has shown that humans are capable of defeating gods. Seeing the fear in their eyes makes me happy, I won't lie, Issei said with a hint of amusement, watching them shiver. Considering many look down upon me, it's satisfying to know their lives are at an expiry date that only we know about. They realize their time for reckoning has come, and we know they won't survive. Mocha Yura responded, I'm actually more excited about confronting Elmenhild and Valerie. From what I hear, Elmenhild managed to pull some strings to prevent Valerie from getting engaged to me. Otherwise, it would have been easier to turn her into a sleeper agent. Yeah, but I have some issues with the damper as well, Mocha added. Ingvild asked, why? What did she do? Like Elmenhild, she also didn't want me to meet Issei, and you can thank Rias for that. She used her friendship with the former Gremory bishop to ensure that neither my sister nor I met Ikuan for a long time. We even had to erase his memories because of this, Mocha explained, making Ingvild nod in understanding. She regretted listening to Rias when she was rescued from Nyx, feeling misled by her. Yeah, Rias ruined a lot of lives by blindly believing Dai's lies and made Issei's life miserable. Yet, she has the audacity to try to be with him after everything, Valerie said, anger evident in her voice. Miyuki added, don't forget Sona, she was no better. She didn't even research those rumors and made my life miserable too. I can't wait to confront Sona, she will pay for stripping my childhood away. Miyuki recalled the injustices she faced when she was confined due to her sisters lying to their parents about her being a threat. In truth, they were jealous of her power and wanted her away from society. Miyuki, calm down. Your time for vengeance is coming. You will destroy the Citri house, and I will help you, Issei reassured her. Miyuki took a deep breath. I accept this. Just then, a droid spoke, gathering everyone's attention. Supreme Leader, we are in position. Should we commence? Issei surveyed the ships positioned around Olympus and addressed his generals and the girls. It's time to prepare for war. Today, the Greek faction falls. The army nodded in agreement, knowing this was the day. Scene change. In Olympus, an hour and a half before the invasion, Zeus gathered the remaining Olympians. They needed to plan quickly against the rising threat of the Droid faction. The Olympians were aware of Issei's leadership of the Droid faction and his successful invasion of the Norse pantheon. The betrayal of two goddesses was a significant blow to their morale. Both Athena and Artemis held a strong grudge against Zeus for his actions, And the public revelation of Artemis's PRGNCY with Issei only heightened tensions among the gods. Apollo was particularly furious, vowing to make Issei pay for what he perceived as a violation of his sister. Hera, the goddess of marriage, despised Issei for his actions, though she had stopped interfering in others' matters long ago. The other Olympians, except for Hestia and Demeter, shared a common hatred for Issei, fueled by their anger and jealousy. Everyone, with war looming, we need to decide what to do. We must find a way to strike Issei Haidu before he acts against us. Zeus urged his fellow Olympians. Our past may have divided us, but we must unite against Issei, who seeks our annihilation. This includes not just gods but also devils, angels, fallen angels, yokai, and vampires. We must stop him at all costs. But how? We don't even know his current base of operations, brother. Poseidon exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Aphrodite interjected, maybe it is in his bedroom where he, but was cut off by an irritated Hephaestus. Now is not the time for jokes, Aphrodite. There is a literal Armageddon heading our way. Issei Haidu wants the complete destruction of the supernatural world, so please take this seriously. Aphrodite frowned at her husband, but Ares added, Hephaestus is right. We need to focus on the crisis at hand. Oh, don't you even start, Ares? Aphrodite shot back playfully, but was interrupted again, this time by a furious Zeus. Enough. Now is not the time to discuss your personal lives. Our entire existence is in danger, and this is what you are concerned about? Focus on the problem at hand. The Olympians reluctantly quieted down. Zeus took a deep breath. Now, any ideas on dealing with Issei? Hera responded, we could capture. No, we tried that. The ones who relayed the information had their heads severed and sent in a bag. He even killed Milica's right in front of his father, breaking Satan Lucifer's morale. He dared us to stop him. Zeus interrupted, leaving Hera horrified at the thought. Suddenly, a sound grew louder, catching their attention. What is that? Dionysus asked, his tone half-drunken. Zeus's eyes widened. He is already here. We need to. Before he could finish, the room was rocked by multiple explosions. The Olympians exchanged looks of fear and anger, realizing their time had come. Outside, chaos reigned as ships unleashed a barrage of missiles and weaponry at the Greek pantheon. Many were trying to flee the initial onslaught, while others attempted to stop the ships. This was the majority of the Droid faction's fleet, with only the Death Star and the Invisible Hand absent. The tactic employed was orbital bombardment, causing massive destruction. The Malevolence joined in, along with giant ships known as Star Destroyers. The droid army included B-1 battle droids, B-2 super battle droids, and new additions like B-3 ultra battle droids, which were larger and armed with flamethrowers and plasma cannons. Dark troopers, equipped with rocket boosters and armor capable of withstanding blaster fire, also joined the fray. They preferred close combat, rarely using weapons unless necessary. Hundreds of dark troopers bombarded the Greek faction members with blaster fire, forcing them to take cover. The B-2 rocket troopers targeted buildings, sending missiles that caused rubble to fall on fleeing citizens. The B-3s stepped in, using plasma cannons to incinerate any minor Greek gods and goddesses trying to defend their comrades. The chaos escalated as screams filled the air, and the droids continued their relentless assault. We need to take those ships down, one of the minor gods shouted, but as they prepared to retaliate, rocket troopers aimed their shots, forcing them to defend against the attacks. Assassin droids struck from behind, stabbing the rocket troopers, who retaliated with devastating force. The ammunition used by the droids contained god-slaying magic, making it effective against the Greek gods. Fear and dread settled over the Greek faction. They knew their day of reckoning was near, and they feared that no one would be able to stop it. Back at the main Olympian building, the Olympians had fortunately survived the devastating orbital bombardment, though they groaned in pain. The building was completely destroyed. That BSTRD. Zeus growled, looking up to see one of the fleet ships aiming its missiles at them. Upon closer inspection, it was the Leviathan, and he knew this was Issei's doing. The battle was on. says the one who tried to harm an unborn child. Issei announced as a giant magic circle opened, revealing himself and his allies. The Olympians, minus Hestia and Demeter, were furious to see both Artemis and Athena, whom they viewed as traitors. "How dare you turn on us, Athena and Artemis?" Zeus shouted, his anger palpable. "And what about living with the man who sold me to save his own skin?" Athena retorted, her voice filled with rage. "You were my father, and you had the nerve to sell me off to someone I didn't even know. Yet here you are, calling me a traitor. You abandoned and betrayed me, I'm only repaying you in kind." "Athena is right, Zeus," Artemis added, her anger evident as the other Olympians glared at them. Hestia looked at Issei, hoping he would notice her, which he did. He knew he had to find a way to get her out of there. Hestia was the only one who had visited Artemis and Athena, fully aware of the risks involved. Demeter, meanwhile, hoped to see her daughter in the future and wanted to talk to Issei before he decided her fate. Issei was aware that Demeter despised him for his actions, but he had spoken with Persephone earlier, who understood that Demeter was on his list. She couldn't bear the thought of her mother dying. Issei's thoughts were interrupted when Artemis spoke again. "Ever since you gave me to Issei, I despised you for your actions. You kept blaming him and tried to get back at him, even placing seals on Nyx as one of your petty actions. I followed you without exception, and this is how I was repaid. Yet you have the nerve to call us traitors when you did the same to us." Zeus glared at Artemis, lightning crackling in his hands, but Athena continued. "Your actions showed us that our own family has no care or love for us. Issei is the one who cared for us, who helped us change and become better people. The only reason you hate him is that he accomplished what you couldn't." Issei cut in, "Choose your next words very carefully, Zeus. And don't bother pinning the blame on me like you usually do." Zeus was furious, but he knew Issei's capabilities and felt cornered. Issei then turned his attention to Demeter and Hestia. "Demeter, Hestia." His commanding voice surprised Demeter, while Hestia was confused. "I am giving you one chance. You can surrender yourselves and come with us, or perish here. The choice is yours." Demeter was left speechless, while Hestia saw this as her chance to escape. Artemis and Athena smiled at Issei, knowing he cared for Hestia, which was why she was spared. Issei was only sparing Demeter because of Hades and Persephone, otherwise he would have taken her down as well. "Don't you dare betray Olympus!" Zeus shouted, causing both to flinch. Hestia wanted to leave even more, while Demeter looked away. Issei's voice turned serious. "Make your choice. You have my word, Zeus won't harm you. But if you choose otherwise, you will perish." He continued, "Hestia is spared because Artemis and Athena care for her. After all, she is the only one who had the courage to visit them." The other Olympians were saddened by Issei's words, and several of his allies scoffed at their guilt. "As for Demeter, I am only making this offer because of Persephone. She wanted her mother alive, and that is the only reason I want you alive. You can return to your daughter in the underworld, or one of my generals will eliminate you here tonight. Choice." Issei spoke coldly, leaving Demeter conflicted. She could reunite with her daughter or die alone, forgotten. The choice would be obvious to a normal person, but loyalty can force a person to make difficult decisions. Demeter was the only one who visited Hades when his wife passed away, but as Hades descended into madness, she stopped visiting him. However, when she heard from Zeus that Issei had revived her, she felt a flicker of gratitude toward the boy. At this point, though, Demeter was done following Zeus. She knew he would even harm Persephone for not being loyal to him and choosing Issei. Similarly, Hestia had also grown tired of Zeus, realizing that he failed to see his mistakes and continued to blame Issei. Both Demeter and Hestia made their choices clear. "I choose my daughter over Olympus. Can I visit her, Lord Issei?" Demeter asked, her voice filled with hope. Issei nodded, and her face lit up with joy. Hestia then added, "I accept your offer, I am in as well." The rest of the Olympians were left stunned by this level of betrayal, while Zeus was equally shocked. In just 2 days, 4 Olympians had turned against him. In a fit of anger, Zeus unleashed a bolt of lightning at them, but Issei quickly dashed forward, generating a barrier to protect the trio from the attack. I will be teleporting the two of you back to the Leviathan. You will wait there until we are done here, okay? Issei instructed, and the two goddesses nodded in understanding. Using the ring in his hand, he created a portal. Step inside. I have already informed the droids that you are on our side. Thank you, Lord Issei, Demeter said gratefully as they stepped through the portal. Issei then pushed the remaining gods back with his telekinesis, forcing Zeus to cancel his attack, albeit momentarily. Now then, let's end this. Zeus, Issei declared, looking at the furious god. He glanced at his team, who nodded in agreement. Those who were asked to head out left to confront any survivors of the Greek pantheon, leaving Issei, Malik, Grievous, Athena, Artemis, Elizabeth, Gabriel, Nyx, Quinella, Latia, Sikvera, Gondal, and Charlotte. Now each of you pick a god or goddess to fight, but Zeus and Hera are reserved for me, Artemis and Athena. The others understood the significance of this and agreed. Grievous took on Aphrodite and Hermes, catching them off guard, while Nyx faced Ares, who trembled in fear. This left Dionysus, Apollo, and Poseidon. Malik took on Poseidon, while the others confronted the remaining gods. Zeus glared at Issei, blaming him for the division among the gods. You are the reason my daughters and many others have turned against me, and now I will make sure you pay. Lightning crackled in Zeus's hands as Issei shook his head and charged at him, grabbing him by the neck and slamming him to the ground. Foolishness, Zeus. Haven't you forgotten how I humiliated you months ago when I released Nyx? Remember the nightmares I gave you? Zeus gritted his teeth, recalling those haunting experiences. He attempted to zap Issei with lightning, but Issei remained unfazed. He had grown much stronger since their last encounter. Odin had posed a greater challenge than Zeus, and now Issei summoned 3 sacred gears. To Zeus's surprise, he also brought forth Zenith Tempest, which he recognized as belonging to the late Dulio Gesualdo. Balance breaker! Issei commanded, and his sacred gears transformed into their enhanced states. His body radiated an immense aura, causing even his allies to pause in awe. This was the second time he had used 3 sacred gears simultaneously. The Greek gods watched in fear, except for those aligned with Issei. His appearance transformed, sprouting 12 dark red wings with black outlines, and his face took on a more draconic form. Armor began to form around him, bulkier and more draconic than before, while 7 orbs surrounded him, familiar to anyone who wielded the true Longinus. Let's take this somewhere else, cheater god. Issei challenged, lifting Zeus into the sky for an aerial battle. Zeus unleashed lightning, but Issei created a bubble around them, granting him control over the weather. Zeus attempted to summon thunderstorms, but Issei redirected them back at him, causing Zeus to scream in pain. Is that all? I am disappointed in you. Issei remarked coldly as he blitzed toward Zeus, landing a punch that made him cough up saliva. He then intensified the pressure using his lightning slayer gloves to shock Zeus with god slayer magic. Ayahah! Zeus shouted in agony, using his aura to push Issei back, but it only resulted in a slight retreat. He commanded the skies to unleash a massive hailstorm at Zeus, causing several hail shards to fall onto him at remarkable speeds, making the god stagger. In response, Zeus unleashed a storm of lightning towards Issei, who blocked it with his armor. He followed up by using 2 cannons that generated greenish-red energy blasts, which Zeus countered with a magic circle. Issei quickly responded by using Penetrate, rendering the barrier ineffective as the energy beams struck Zeus, making the god scream. Seeing this as an opportunity, Issei dashed towards Zeus, grabbing his head and slamming it against his knee. Zeus's nose began to bleed as he held it in pain. Issei, seemingly bored, raised the lightning slayer gloves towards the sky, releasing lightning into the clouds and transforming them into god-slaying thunderclouds. He combined the slayer properties of the dragon slayer gloves with Zenith Tempest to achieve this trick. It's time to end this. Yee! Issei shouted as he pulled his hand down, striking Zeus and making him scream in pain. The Slayer properties of the lightning were damaging Zeus's body, but Issei stopped after a while, not wanting to kill him just yet. I would love to kill you. Issei spoke coldly as the lightning ceased. Zeus was left weakened, his body smoking and twitching from the electricity. Normally, lightning would strengthen or not affect Zeus, but God's Slayer lightning magic was different. It harmed gods regardless of their elemental control. But Artemis and Athena would be the ones to love to torture you, Issei said with a dark grin, making Zeus shiver with fear. Meanwhile, Artemis and Athena were engaged in battle with Hera, the queen of Olympus. Artemis looked different, now wearing a black dress with green details and an eye visor, along with metal circular armor behind her, a gift from Issei. The combined assault from the two goddesses forced Hera to her knees. This lost belt terminal armor made Artemis as strong as Zeus. Issei had given her this power to protect her unborn child during the war. Ready to end this, sister? Athena asked with a smile, pleased that the power Issei had given her would allow her to fight and protect herself without worry. It would be my pleasure. Artemis replied, her visor glowing as she charged her bow, now a dark greenish beam. Shooting star Ortygia, she exclaimed, while Hera countered with a beam of her own. Athena joined the fray, unleashing her own beam blast. Take this, she shouted. Hera struggled to defend herself against their combined attacks, her anger boiling over. First you dare to betray me, and now you try to kill me. You too have fallen. You are no longer goddesses of Greek. We don't care what you think, Hera. Athena retorted angrily. You have made so many lives miserable and have not changed your ways. You should be ashamed. Not only did you harm my sister's child, but you also tried to harm someone I love. You are the disgrace, not us. I will never let anyone near my future child. I will end anyone who dares to harm my child in any way. Goodbye, Hera. Artemis and Athena shouted in unison as their beams overwhelmed Hera. She screamed in pain as her body began to break down, leaving no trace of her. Ayaha! Dimin you Athena! Dimin you Artemis! Dimin you I. Hera's cries echoed before she was completely gone. Artemis's clothes returned to normal, and she took a deep breath to calm herself. She glanced at her ring, which had a slightly darkened hue. Athena observed it and said, Artie, I think it needs to recharge for a while. I guess I should thank Issei for this. Artemis replied, a small blush creeping onto her cheeks. The ring had given her the power boost necessary to keep up with Hera. Athena smiled at the scene as Issei soon joined them. So, I take it Hera is dead? He asked. Artemis nodded, saying, she hardly stood a chance against us. Athena agreed, and Issei turned to see Malik and Nyx nearing the end of their fights. Malik looked apathetically at Poseidon, who bore lightning wounds and several lightsaber cuts. Finish me. Poseidon pleaded weakly, knowing his time was short. With pleasure. Malik replied, putting Mjolnir away. He began to siphon Poseidon's life energy, and soon Poseidon's corpse fell to the ground. Malik shook his head in disappointment, then noticed Nyx decapitate a fearful Ares, killing him as well. That's done. Nyx said, spotting Issei, Athena, and Artemis. Zeus and Hera? She asked. Zeus is imprisoned in the base. Once we are done here, we will deal with him. Issei answered. Malik and Nyx nodded. As for Hera, we made sure to kill her. There was no trace left. Artemis added. I see. Malik said with a smile. Issei looked around and heard a male scream, Leave me alone, you monster. I think that was Hermes, Artemis said, surprised, implying that even Grievous had finished his fights. They rushed to find Grievous having killed both Aphrodite and Hermes, the latter with both legs chopped off and Aphrodite's face riddled with lightsaber wounds. The shock on her face showed that she must have been horrified to see her reflection. I presume you guys are also done. Grievous added as Artemis responded, Geez, you could have toned down the violence, Grievous. Can't say I love the screams of these supernatural beings. Anyways, let's head to the others. Apollo and Dionysus will still be a problem. The others nodded and moved forward. Dionysus and Apollo were still holding their own against the group fighting for their lives. They were evenly matched, but when the two gods saw Issei and his group, they realized what must have happened. That means, no. Dionysus spoke with horror and fear in his voice. Gabriel and the other girls seized the opportunity to strike when the gods were at their weakest, landing a direct hit from their combined attacks, causing them to scream in pain. Apollo and Dionysus managed to recover as they saw Issei and his group approaching. Quinella spoke with a slightly apologetic tone. Sorry, Issei. We couldn't take them down. No worries, everyone's got limitations, but the fact that you two pushed them this far speaks volumes. Not many can achieve that. Issei tried to reassure them. Quinella, Charlotte, and Elizabeth looked at Issei with sad smiles. He soon turned to see Artemis aiming her bow at Apollo while the others prepared to confront Dionysus. So you wish to harm my lover and child? How dare you, Apollo? Apollo gritted his teeth in anger and shouted at Issei, You turned her against me. I will kill you, no matter what it takes. You. Artemis growled, slamming her foot onto Apollo's hand, making him squirm in pain. Issei approached her, speaking in an assuring tone, I got this, Artie. Artemis looked at him as Issei walked toward Apollo, grabbing him by the chin. Apollo glared at Issei with hatred as he spoke, Don't blame me for your sins, Apollo. Hestia visited Artemis. Why couldn't you? It's because you're a coward, just like your father, Zeus. In response, Apollo spat at Issei, who blocked it with his other hand and said mockingly, Never took the god of music for the god of projection nice. Many were ready to take down Apollo for his disrespect. Issei followed up with a staggering kick to Apollo's abdomen, completely incapacitating him. Apollo coughed hard, looking at Issei with fear and hatred. He turned to the girls, Finish him. I don't want to see him around me. It would be our pleasure. Nyx said with a smile as Issei stepped back. The girls channeled their strongest magic attack, and before Apollo could react, he was engulfed by immense beams. He screamed in pain, unable to curse Issei in his final moments, leaving no trace of him behind. Artemis watched the scene with slight sadness, but that feeling quickly faded as she turned to the last god remaining, Dionysus. What about you? Are you going to say something insulting? Dionysus shook his head. No, I have none. I knew Armageddon was coming due to what Zeus was doing, but I failed to oppose him. If you wish to finish me, please do. I have no reason to keep fighting anymore. Since Olympus is dead. Dionysus spoke sadly as Issei looked at him and sighed. Fine, I'll make this quick. Issei glanced at the girls, who nodded. They unleashed a quick magic circle, and Dionysus was obliterated without a trace, accepting his fate without resistance. Once he was gone, there was nothing left. All the Olympians were either dead or on Issei's side. So what now? Gabriel asked. I will contact the others from outside. I'm sure they are done with their cleanup. Once they are finished, we will wipe out Olympus from this planet. There will be no Olympus when we are done. Issei's words were met with agreement as they all decided to head outside to contact those clearing the remaining gods and goddesses. Once he confirmed that all were dead, they teleported away with minimal casualties, only a few droids destroyed and no major damage to the fleet. Issei then commenced the final bombardment of Olympus, which lasted several minutes before it stopped, leaving Olympus in ruins. With a smile, Issei declared, With that, the Greek faction has fallen. Scene break. Issei and his allies were in the ship. The Greek faction had just fallen to Issei's hand, and they were joined by both Demeter and Hestia. Hestia looked at Issei and asked, So, is everything over? Yeah. The Greek faction has fallen, and Olympus is now nothing but a ruined city. Issei spoke with a serious tone. No survivors remain. My faction has made sure of that. I see. Hestia sighed and continued, So is it true, Artemis? Are you really P-Argent and T? Hestia and Demeter had slight doubts. They knew about Artemis's virgin nature, and she was still uncertain. Artemis walked towards them, took their hands, and placed them on her abdomen. With a smile, she said, Can you feel it? It only took a moment for the two goddesses to realize it was true. Artemis was really P-Argent, and they couldn't be happier for her. Now they understood why Artemis despised the Greek faction so much. Her P-Argent, coupled with the things she endured because of them, fueled her hatred. She had a child to protect and would not let anyone harm her, no matter the cost. Hestia embraced her with joy and exclaimed, "I am so happy for you, Artemis." Surprised by the warmth, Artemis returned her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Hestia. I'm glad you didn't choose Zeus over us." Hestia pulled back and shook her head. "Truth be told, I had been trying to leave, but Zeus and the other Olympians have been keeping an eye on me and the others. We couldn't even visit you for fear of him harming us." Hestia spoke sadly, while Demeter remained quiet, wishing to see her daughter but feeling trapped by Zeus's declaration of treachery against her. "Hestia, Zeus will soon be gone from this world. You no longer need to fear him," Artemis said with a reassuring smile, having long stopped considering him her father. Hestia nodded, realizing her days with the Olympians were over, and she could start anew. Similar thoughts filled Demeter. They both felt grateful for the chance to be with their loved ones this time. "All right, Demeter, I will send you directly. You know where to go, right?" Demeter nodded with a smile. "Yes, I do, Lord Issei." Issei soon teleported Demeter to Hades's section of the underworld, sending a message to Persephone, knowing she would be overjoyed by Demeter's return. "Now then." Issei's tone shifted to seriousness. "We still have Zeus to deal with." He looked at the Droid commander, who responded, "As you wish, Supreme Leader." The ships soon departed, leaving only the fallen remains of what was once Olympus. Moments later, Azazel, Michael, Elmenhild, and Amaterasu arrived, horrified by the devastation. "We are too late." Elmenhild spoke with dread. Now, only the Shinto pantheon remained allied with them, as both the Greek and Norse factions had fallen, and the Hindu had refused contact. "Dim end that tyrant. He showed no mercy, no one survived his onslaught." Azazel exclaimed with fury. He hated that another faction had fallen before they could offer aid. Issei showed no mercy to anyone in his path. "He isn't giving us a chance to recover, he has the power to wipe us out, and there's nothing we can do," Michael said, fear evident in his voice. Amaterasu tried to instill hope, saying, "But there has to be something we can do. Issei needs to be stopped. His destruction will erase us all." Azazel pondered, searching for any weapon aside from Samuel's poison that could give them a fighting chance. Then he remembered something. "There is a way." What could possibly stop him?" Elmenhild asked, confused. "Come follow me to the underworld. I know exactly how we can halt his madness," Azazel replied with a determined smile. The leaders teleported away, leaving the fallen Greek faction behind, but they held on to hope that Issei and his allies could be stopped. Issei walked across the fields. Malik was surrounded by the burning remains of Grigori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, looking at a screen. A book appeared as Issei donned his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu was seen with a sinister smirk, Rias standing beside him. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik, using magic. Auka walked through a puddle, and the ORC, Student Council, Valateam, and Team/Dog were shown, all with angry eyes glaring at them. Issei looked at the book, remembering his past, envisioning the factions falling apart. Ingvild stared at a figurine of Dai, crushing it with tears in her eyes, anger on her face. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes, looking at Dai with determination. Miyuki gritted her teeth, remembering her sisters. Issei knelt, haunted by his past, as a family photo appeared, slashed across the middle. He looked at Surzex, and they both radiated their auras. In Hades's realm, underworld at 9:30 p.m., Persephone tended to the fields flourishing at her home. She saw Issei's message about a surprise and wondered what he would bring her. After finishing her work in the fields, she sighed, recalling their conversation before he confronted the Greek faction. She had hoped Issei would spare Demeter, not wanting to see her mother harmed. Zeus, however, was another matter entirely. She felt indifferent about his fate. She managed to persuade Issei to consider sparing Demeter, and even if he couldn't, she wouldn't hold it against him. Suddenly, Demeter teleported into their domain, catching Persephone off guard. Sensing the familiar magic of the Welsh dragon, she exclaimed, "Issei-chan. Wait, I just need to clean up." As she dusted off her clothes and turned around, her shock transformed into joy upon seeing Demeter instead of Issei. Tears welled in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Mother! Is that you?" Demeter, also tearful, replied, "Indeed, it is me, Persephone. I missed you, my girl." The two rushed into each other's arms, tears streaming down their faces. "I missed you so much, mother." Persephone cried, her voice filled with happiness. Demeter gently rubbed her daughter's back, saying, "I missed you too, Persephone." They held each other for a moment before Demeter asked, "How have you been?" "Better, mother. I'm glad you chose to come here instead of supporting Zeus." Demeter frowned at the mention of his name. "That man declared you a traitor. I was done with him but couldn't leave because I feared he would attack me. When Lord Issei offered me a choice, I accepted. I wasn't the only one. Hestia also left him and the Olympians. Olympus has fallen, Persephone." "I know, mother," Persephone replied coldly. He always held a grudge against Issei-chan, blaming him for ruining his relationships, even though he was the one responsible. It was only natural that Artemis and Athena turned against him, especially after he tried to harm Artemis's unborn child. "Let's not dwell on the past, what's done is done," Demeter sighed. "Let's head inside. I would love to meet Melano, Macaria, and Hades. The children would love to meet their grandmother, and Hades has changed a lot since my return." "It will be nice to have you back, mother," Persephone smiled as they headed inside to reunite with their family. Scene change. At the Droid faction base, Issei, Artemis, and Athena stood before a chained Zeus, who was broken and unconscious. His body bore the scars of his battle with Issei. "It's time," Issei said, and the girls nodded seriously. He approached Zeus and lightly tapped his face. "Wake up, cheater god." Zeus groaned in pain, but his expression shifted to fear and anger upon seeing Issei and his former daughters glaring at him. "And don't even think about escaping. I've used specialized sealing magic that prevents teleportation and powers, along with chains that restrict your abilities," Issei warned coldly. Zeus angrily retorted, "Who do you think you are, you demed?" But he was cut off by a hard slap from Artemis, breaking his jawline. "You have some nerve insulting the one in charge after everything you've done," she said coldly. Athena added, "Let it be, Artie. This idiot can't see beyond himself." Turning to Issei, she asked, "Can we be the ones to torture him? I want to see him beg for mercy." "Sure, he's all yours," Issei replied, preparing to leave. But Athena stopped him, asking, "Can you lend us the mortis blade temporarily?" "Sure, why not?" Issei shrugged, handing over the blade. Both goddesses felt the god-slaying magic emanating from it, causing them to flinch momentarily. Athena shook off her apprehension and turned her gaze to Zeus, who trembled in fear at the sight of the mortis blade. "Now then, Zeus, I hope you are ready." Zeus gulped in fear as both Athena and Artemis prepared to confront him about his past actions. The last thing heard was Zeus's anguished cries echoing through the castle, while two battle droids walked by, choosing to ignore the commotion. Meanwhile, Issei encountered Ain, who was training alongside the four satanic descendants. As Quinella approached him and kissed him on the cheek, Charlotte pouted, feeling jealous that she missed her chance. Invild and Valerie wished they had the same opportunity but knew they had to move on. "So, Issei, where are Athena and Artemis?" Issei asked with a smile. "Having fun with their prisoner," he replied. The four satanic descendants chuckled, understanding what was happening to Zeus. Issei looked at Ain, who was too focused on her training to notice him. Feeling a bit mischievous, he hid his presence and approached her, tapping her shoulder. "Yes, Quinella-sama, give me a moment to," Ain began, looking up to see it was Issei. She turned beet red and stumbled back, exclaiming, "I am sorry, I failed to notice you." Issei chuckled at her embarrassment. Meeting someone she admired was clearly overwhelming for her. He extended his hand and said, "Relax. There's no pressure. Just call me Issei. Let me help you." Ain shyly took his hand as he helped her up, her cheeks still flushed. "Come, let's sit down. Just address me like you would anyone else," he encouraged. "Weiss," she stuttered, taking a seat. Issei glanced at the four girls, who nodded in understanding, sensing he wanted to speak with Ain privately. They felt it was important for her to know everything, especially with the war nearing its end. "So, Ain, how have you been doing?" Issei asked with a genuine smile. "I have been doing fine, Sei," she replied, her blush deepening. This was the first time she was alone with a man outside her family, having only shared such moments with her father and brother. She had a close bond with her sister until she chose to side with Surzex, a decision Ain didn't hold against her. "Anyways, I will get to the point. What I told you before was about events that happened years later, but I didn't share the recent events that have shaped the current supernatural world." Issei explained. Ain looked surprised. "Why?" "It was because back then, the four Satans and I were uncertain about telling you. My past with them was not pretty," Issei said, his tone turning somber. Ain's curiosity was piqued. "What happened?" "Oh dear, it's a long story, and your sister is part of the reason my past was difficult." Issei recounted his struggles, detailing how he was often overshadowed by his younger brother, Daiharu, despite his efforts. He faced bullying and humiliation, leading to a breaking point where he turned against those who mistreated him. This resulted in the formation of the Droid faction, as others joined him in seeking justice. As the war approached its conclusion, Ain realized the choices that lay ahead: serve the factions that had abandoned them or join the Droid faction to ensure those factions could no longer mistreat anyone. Tears filled Ain's eyes as she processed the damage her sister had caused to someone so kind. She lamented the transformation of her sister into someone unrecognizable. "I am sorry for what my sister did to you, Thay," she said, her voice trembling. "Don't apologize for her actions, Ain. She is responsible for her deeds, and she will face the consequences." Not only did she betray the original Lucifer by siding with Surzex, but she also followed him blindly, committing those wrongs against me, Issei replied. Ain sniffled, understanding the depth of his pain. She realized she had already lost so much and feared she might soon be the last survivor of the Lucifuge family, especially with her brother's fate uncertain in the final battle. "It's true, Ain, what everything Issei said was true." Ain and Issei turned around to see the four half-breed satanic descendants with them, out of which Quinella and Charlotte had a serious look while Ingvild and Valerie had a sad look on their faces, as they were themselves taken in by lies of the four Satans via Dai and Rias Gremory. There is no exception to what Issei said. We all saw how they treated Issei. He was treated like the utmost scum on this planet, until the truth was revealed to everyone on live television. The mere fact that everyone was played like a DMN fiddle showed how easily they can be manipulated and how selfish they can be, only caring for themselves. Their testament of selling both Latia and Sikvera were prime examples of that. Charlotte added with anger in her voice, as Ingvild spoke sadly and angrily, "Both I and Valerie fell for their lies and deceit, and this is what caused us to harm Issei and do things that we can't even turn back on. They played us like fools, and Dai, he was the worst. He only saw both of us as toys, and the worst part is, they still fail to see their mistakes." Ingvild's words made Ain realize how far they have fallen, and Valerie's words were finally the nail in the coffin. Ain now hated Surzex and his family for being the reason for so much chaos along with the other leaders. 1. Ingvild is right, I hate myself for believing Kuroka and Rias, but I can't change the past no matter what I do. But I can change the future by working upon the present. I refuse to fight for the factions that will abandon us without a second thought. Think about it, Ain. Issei was only seen as someone worthwhile because he possessed power, that's it. They don't care about us, they don't care whether we live or die, because they are nothing but selfish idiots who only care about themselves, nothing more, nothing less. Valerie also had a similar tone to Ingvild, as Ain could only process everything. The people she loved were not the same people she knew. Time changed them for the worst, and she hated that she couldn't even call Graphia or Euclid her older siblings. This is what the factions have become, so tell me, Ain, do you want to join people like them? Issei asked as Ain shook her head in disgust. She was disgusted by what the factions have become and refused to join them at all costs. No, I will not join them at any costs. Ain spoke angrily, refusing to become like her older sister Graphia in any way as she continued, I will aid you in the final war against the other factions. It is about time we put a stop to them and their actions against not only us, but also against other beings as well. I had a feeling that you would make the right choice, Ain. The one who spoke was Valerie as she responded with a smile of her own as she spoke, Thank you, Valerissima. No, please call us Valerie, we are friends here, and I am not your superior. Valerie responded with a smile of her own, as the other 3 satanic descendants all nodded with agreement. Ain soon smiled as she now had several people that cared for her, as Issei looked at the scene with a genuine smile as he thought knowing that sooner or later Graphia will come to know about Ain and will be horrified. He became even more excited knowing what will happen next. Since Ain now hates her and Graphia will be forced to fight against her, he was certainly going to enjoy her downfall as well, alongside her husband who he will kill at the very end. His thoughts were diverted when he saw a text message come up on his device as he spoke. Well, it seems like Artemis and Athena are done with playing, I will go check up on them. The girls nodded as Issei soon walked out of the room. They all were soon discussing on what they will be needing to do next. With Issei, he was walking towards Zeus's prison chamber, with Artemis and Athena having satisfied smiles on their faces as Issei looked at them and spoke. I take it you are done with the torture? Issei asked as the 2 girls had a smile. Athena cleaned the mortis blade and gave it to Issei as he kept it back in his inventory, with Artemis speaking, I enjoyed every single moment of torturing that bastard. He even went so far as to insult our child. Issei turned to see Zeus and almost was surprised. He was not the same person the girls left him to be. His face was horribly disfigured, with bumps, bruises, scratches and scars all present on his face. His one eye was missing and his nose was bleeding, several of his teeth were broken and his ears were bleeding. His neck was completely gone, with his larynx being ripped from his stomach. His body was in a worse condition, his abdomen was bleeding with his stomach and intestines being ripped from inside out. His flesh and bones were exposed in the chest area, revealing his partially broken ribcage. His one arm was gone, ripped apart and dropped to the ground, while his other arm had the same fate as his face, with 3 of his fingers missing, and his arm had flesh and bones revealed. But his lower region, let's just say it was the worst amongst them. His pee-pee was ripped from its location, with it being near his left leg. It had several slashes aimed at it, almost being unrecognizable. He could see the location of his testes not present, being ripped from the testicle sac. They primarily focused on that area since Zeus was known to RPE and even assault women, causing their lives to be completely miserable. He was not shown mercy in that region. His one leg was completely destroyed, leaving only a mangled remnant, with flesh and bones exposed. The other leg had some toes ripped away, revealing more bones and flesh. His whole body twitched in agony, the result of the mortis blade, which was infused with Slayer magic, capable of inflicting severe damage even from a small cut. Athena and Artemis inflicted further harm on Zeus, making his last moments excruciating. Issei shuddered at the sight of what the girls had done, not out of pity for Zeus, but because he understood the consequences of crossing any of his companions. Even Droid felt a sense of caution around the women, recognizing that an angry partner could be more fearsome than any foe. Issei tried to maintain his composure and sighed, You know, I am a bit sad that you didn't save some for me. Athena and Artemis shook their heads, and Artemis replied, We wish for you to do the honors. She walked toward him, wrapping her arms around him, prompting Athena to shout in jealousy, No fair, Artie. You can't hog Issei all to yourself. Soon, Athena joined in, wrapping her arms around him as well, while Zeus watched in frustration, unable to intervene. Issei calmed the girls, assuring them they would both have their time. He turned to Zeus, who had lost his anger and was now filled with fear. You know, Zeus, your anger is unjustified. Your daughters love me for who I am, and one of them is even expecting my child. But you will never see your grandchild born into this world." He said this with a mocking tone, which only deepened Zeus's fear. "You might want to step back a little," Issei warned the girls, who nodded in response. He generated flames in his hands and continued, "You see, Zeus, I will make your final moments as painful as possible, as the girls requested. I will gladly honor their wish." He added, "These flames belong to Droid himself, and you know what will happen when they touch you, right?" As Zeus faced his final moments, Issei lamented, "I would love to torture you, Zeus, but what is the point of playing with a broken toy? Look at you, you can't even scream or cry. So it's time to put you out of commission. Permanently." Issei's words struck fear into Zeus, who could only brace for what was to come. Issei unleashed the flames, causing Zeus to scream in pain. No one felt empathy for the former king of Olympus. Even Athena and Artemis turned away. Once there was nothing left, the trio walked away, knowing that Olympus and Zeus were no more. Scene change. 3 days later, at the Hyadu residence, Issei was seated among members of the Droid faction, facing Shiva and Indra, the representatives of the Hindu faction. Issei smiled and asked, "So tell me, what brings the god of destruction and the heavenly king to my humble abode?" Shiva and Indra maintained neutral expressions, but internally, they were concerned. This meeting would determine whether their faction would survive or face destruction at the hands of Issei and his army. Shiva recognized that Issei was stronger than him, especially with Great Red and Ophis on his side, 3 dragons that eclipsed him in strength. "Is it fear for what I'll do? Is it concern for what I'm about to do? Tell me, Shiva, what is it?" Shiva took a deep breath and admitted, "I am not going to lie. Fear is one of the reasons we are here." "Okay," Issei prompted, encouraging him to continue. "Concern, and I wanted to know your thoughts about us Hindu gods. How do you view me compared to Odin or Zeus?" Issei pondered this for a moment before responding, "Honestly, among the gods, you were the only one who didn't give me the stink eye or harbor hatred like Zeus or Odin. They easily fell for Dai's lies and turned against me. What were your thoughts when you first heard and joined the alliance?" Indra spoke up, "Dai was someone I noticed. I sensed he was rotten. That's why I warned Azaboy to keep him in check. It seems he didn't listen." Shiva added, "When I was contacted by Azazel before the battle against Trihexa, he proposed that I join, but my visions warned me of Armageddon caused by Trihexa. I take it that it was you who stopped the beast, right?" "You're right about that. It was not easy. It took me months to unearth the seals that were initially used to contain the beast." Issei recalled the countless hours he spent working tirelessly, often losing sleep over it. In the end, it was worth it, as he managed to defeat Trihexa. Unfortunately, Dai took credit for his actions once again. And even in the shadows, I have been dealing with Raisvan Lucifer, who has been alive and taken down permanently along with the Neo-Cows Brigade, ensuring they never pose a problem for anyone in the future. Valerie was taken aback by this revelation. She had never been informed about it and planned to ask her later. Shiva considered all this information. He had always been the true hero, yet the factions remained blind to that fact. "Yet look at how I was treated. If you recall my very first meeting when Malik attacked the factions, you saw how many showed outright disdain or disgust, right?" Shiva sensed the hostility in the room when he first entered months ago. He understood that they hated him based on the lies Dai had spread. However, during their first meeting, neither Shiva nor his faction saw Issei behave that way. In fact, Issei was the polar opposite, which made Shiva question the truthfulness of the factions. His doubts were soon overshadowed when the Droid faction attacked, forcing him to focus on them instead of Issei. He knew Issei did not want to help him, and the factions had been trying to coerce him into assisting them, which nearly cost him his life. Regardless, why didn't you turn against the factions when you had the chance? You could have easily left, and none of them had the power to stop you. Issei shook his head. We weren't certain whether you would attack us or not. You made it clear you didn't want us around. That alone sent mixed signals, especially since some of your guests were still part of the factions, and you even let Team DXD members into your house back then. Issei understood what Shiva meant. He had to appear tolerant of their presence, especially with Team DXD members, while in reality he despised them, particularly Rias and her peerage, as well as Sona and her group. I had to keep myself under disguise, although in reality. Issei sighed deeply. I hated all those affiliated with the factions back then, especially since we lived under the same roof. Shiva nodded in understanding. It was no secret that Issei loathed Rias and Sona, along with those who followed them for making his life difficult. I see. And from what I know, they even tried to invade your privacy, right? Shiva asked sadly. The girls who had their private moments with Issei disrupted by Rias gritted their teeth in anger, remembering how spoiled and selfish Rias had been. They felt relieved that Rias was gone, never to return thanks to Drake's flames. Indeed, she did. The worst part was that she demanded things from me as if the world revolved around her. The good thing was that I always put her in her place whenever she tried, Issei said with a smile, making Shiva nod. So far, Issei had not done anything unjust in Shiva's eyes. While genocide was typically wrong, Issei's actions against the factions and their leaders were justified, especially since they kept demanding his help at all costs. This did not end well for anyone who tried, with Ajuka being one of the earlier victims. Indra was also analyzing Issei's words. Like Shiva, he had to respect the boy. Issei's actions were right, especially since the factions intended to harm his loved ones to gain an advantage, particularly after Issei had destroyed Samuel's poison months ago. Unlike Shiva, Indra usually assessed a person's true intentions through combat, identifying whether someone was a monster or a good person through their actions. However, with Issei, he chose to listen to Shiva instead of fighting. He knew the supernatural factions had their days numbered and still hadn't learned their lessons, continuing to seek ways to harm those Issei cared for. I see, Shiva said after a moment, then asked, but what made you kill Malik Gremry? He was just a child. Shiva had heard about this from the news, and Issei took a deep breath before responding. The faction leaders tried to use my unborn child and my Progeny mate, Artemis, as hostages. When that happened, I was beyond angry, and we made an example of what would happen if they went after my child. I wanted Surzex to see what would happen if he tried anything against my family. This was a message to the other leaders as well. If they harm my family, they are as good as dead. Issei's words horrified both the god of destruction and the heavenly king. The mere fact that they went after a child speaks volumes of their atrocities. Indra was furious at the factions, while Shiva felt disgusted by the actions of the faction leaders. This conversation made them back away from the alliance completely. Shiva spoke, although what you did was wrong, you had a good reason, and now. We also have no intention of working with the alliance. Wait, you are planning to dash? Issei was cut off by Indra as he responded, indeed, we are backing out from the alliance. The fact that they used Artemis and her unborn child to find a way to weaken you shows us they are not the people we wish to ally with. And we will not pose a problem to you as long as you don't harm us. We don't look down upon humanity like many gods and goddesses do, Shiva continued with a sigh. So what do you say, Issei Hayudu? We should mind our own paths, and we won't cross each other unless necessary. Issei thought for a moment. The Hindu faction was no longer a threat to him. He had a feeling that Shiva was not as bad as the other gods, he just did not want to believe it. Now he saw it firsthand, and not just Shiva, but even the rest of the Hindu gods were completely different and better compared to the Greek, Norse, or Shinto gods. I accept. I see no reason to reject this proposal. As long as we keep to our own paths and don't interfere with each other, we should be fine, Issei spoke, much to Shiva and Indra's relief. Their goal was to ensure Issei did not wipe out their faction. He continued, at first, I was surprised when Nyx contacted me, stating that you two wanted to talk. I expected a full-on battle here. Shiva and Indra agreed. If any of the other faction leaders had shown up, things would have escalated. Then again, when you came in peace, I was even more surprised and accepted the talk. You wish to leave me and my faction alone, and I shall do the same. I accept to not harm the Hindu faction, on two conditions. The first is to not intervene in each other's paths. And the second one? Shiva asked, curious and a bit concerned. The second is that you must not help the remaining factions of the Alliance in any way. Cut off all ties and abandon them completely. They will only be the cause of your downfall. Issei spoke seriously, causing them to nod in understanding. Shiva responded in acceptance. Those are conditions we accept completely. We were going to cut ties with them anyway. That is all then. If you wish, you can leave, Issei spoke with a serious tone. The two Hindu gods nodded and teleported away. Issei was left alone with the rest of the Droid faction members as he spoke to Malik. Are the stations ready for our next attack? Malik nodded, responding, Indeed they are. All they need is your signal, and new ships are also ready for our next attack. That is good. But we don't need that many droids or resources for our next attack. Many were surprised, wondering why Issei was not planning to use a huge fleet for their next move. But why? Did you not ask for more production? Kalani asked, surprised. Some, like Athena, understood why Issei did not want to use too many resources for the attack. Because our next attack won't be that intensive. Yes, we will be attacking a faction, but we won't need that much strength for the attack. We need to prepare for the upcoming final battle, which will happen sooner than you think. Issei explained, and they all understood what he was planning. After all, the next faction we will be attacking is the... Issei spoke with a grin on his face. The Vampire Faction. Scene break. Underworld, 9:30 a.m. Issei was having a conversation with Shiva about leaving the factions for good and not being a problem to him and his entire faction. The other faction leaders were discussing how to use their newfound power to deal with Issei Hayato. The only one absent was Serzex, who was still grieving the loss of his son and sister. So, Azazel? What's this idea you have? Falbium asked. Azazel nodded and brought out a chess piece, a striking red crystal that resembled a king piece. Is that the dash? Michael exclaimed, surprised. Indeed, it is the king piece, Azazel confirmed. It's a tournament piece that was banned from raiding games due to its potential for misuse by devils with malicious intentions. So how does it work? Amaterasu inquired, having heard rumors that the king piece could exponentially increase a devil's power. Simply put, it was used by devils like Bediz Abaddon and Roygun Belphegor to ascend in their ranks, Azazel explained. They were declared ultimate class due to the king piece, which can strengthen the user significantly, by a factor of 10, or even it can elevate a high-class devil to a level comparable to ultimate class and even grant some users Satan-class powers. All of its users were capable of becoming top players in raiding games. Now, keep this in mind, Azazel continued. If it can elevate a high-class devil, imagine how strong it could make Serzex, who is already a super devil. He could potentially reach the strength of Draig or Albion in their primes. The more king pieces we add, the stronger he becomes, eventually reaching dragon god levels potentially, Amaterasu completed. But how will we stack more than one king piece in his body? Azazel pondered. We could use multiple pieces, like how Auka was reincarnated as a devil, or develop a device to channel the power of multiple king pieces into one, which we could then insert into Serzex. The other leaders nodded in agreement. The only downside is that if someone too strong uses it, or if it's used by someone with a special ability, an overload may occur, potentially endangering their lives. We must ensure the king piece is upgraded to strengthen Serzex without causing an overload, Azazel cautioned. This was their only hope, and they couldn't afford to give up now. The risk to Serzex's safety was significant, but they felt they had no other choice. If this plan failed, they would face dire consequences from the Droid faction. Worries about Shiva's absence loomed over them. His strength, along with the Hindu faction, was crucial in their battle against Issei and the Droid faction. Speaking of Auka, how is she doing? Amaterasu asked with concern. Not well, Azazel replied. Her family is either dead or turned traitors. She is alone, with only her partner Dragon Tiamat and her friends for support. She needs to recover, just like Serzex. Poor girl, it's a pity her brothers have no care for her, Amaterasu said angrily, feeling sympathy for Auka. Regardless, we should start preparing ourselves. Issei could attack us at any moment. Azazel, you should prepare the device to utilize the enhancing properties of the king piece without harming Surzex, Elmenhild suggested. I will, Azazel replied seriously. He had found a way to defeat Issei and was determined not to let it slip away. The meeting concluded, and they all teleported away, with Falbium heading home to rest before informing Surzex of their plans. Issei was walking across the fields, with Malik surrounded by the burning remains of Grigori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, looking at a screen. A book appeared, showing Issei in his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Hyadu wore a sinister smirk, standing next to Rias. Asia and the other girls were fighting against Malik, using magic. Auka walked through a puddle, looking above. The ORC, Student Council, Valid Team, and Team/Dog were shown, all under the watchful gaze of angry eyes. Issei glanced at the book, haunted by memories of his past and the factions falling apart. Ingvild crushed a figurine of Dai, tears streaming down her face, anger etched on her features. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes, looking at Dai with determination. Miyuki gritted her teeth, remembering her sisters. Issei knelt, tormented by his past, a family photo with a slash across it symbolizing his separation from them. He looked at Surzex, both radiating their auras. In Romania, the vampire faction was divided by centuries of conflict between the male-led Teeps clan and the female-led Carmilla clan. The two clans had been at war for centuries, despite being from the same race. Their long-standing hostility was exploited by the Chaos Brigade, which further intensified the strife for the vampire faction. This conflict led to many vampires being wiped out from the surface of the planet, as they had long accepted the harsh treatment from their kin. Within the clans, the oppositous Issei often suffered injustices. For instance, the Carmilla clan discriminated against the males, while the Teeps clan did the same to the females. This mistreatment caused several to turn against their clans and accept becoming mass-produced dragons. Even pure-blooded vampires joined the Chaos Brigade, further diminishing their numbers. Now, due to the Droid faction's attacks, their already dwindling population faced even more losses. The Droid faction had full access to weaponry that exploited the vampires' weaknesses, even after they used the Holy Grail to shield themselves from sunlight and holy weapons. The droids employed strong ultraviolet radiation, a concentrated form of sunlight that disrupted the protection granted by the Holy Grail. Issei was present a few kilometers away from the main vampire territories of Romania, observing the generals who had arrived. The only ones absent were Artemis, Athena, Miyuki, Ain, Gabriel, and Elizabeth, who had chosen not to bring any significant forces, only a few squads. Okay everyone, here is the plan, Issei began, a smile on his face. Vampires, while they have immunity to sunlight, especially half-bloods and most purebloods due to the Holy Grail, we possess weaponry that can effectively deal with them. He continued, Artemis provided us with cloaking spells to hide our presence. Thanks to the intel from the Mocha sisters, we know that each mansion has ventilations that provide cold air to keep their environments cool. Since vampires thrive in dark and cool conditions, our first goal is to eliminate any vampires that could ambush us in the corridors. They can manipulate darkness to blend in and attack, making the part-human vampires particularly vulnerable. Issei's words resonated with Quinella, La Folia, and Charlotte, who understood the risks of ambushes. To counter the vampires, I've created small grenades for this mission that release strong, enchanted ultraviolet rays. They are equipped with the same stealth spells Artemis placed on us. These grenades will nullify the enchantments from the Holy Grail that Valerie applied to the vampires. We will deploy them through the ventilations to navigate them to various areas in the castle. Once positioned, we will detonate them, he explained, and his allies nodded in agreement. After the detonation, we will wait a few minutes since UV light can be harmful. The explosion will be silent, ensuring we take down the designated vampires before they can react. This way, we can clear the corridors, Issei continued. There are 6 vampire clans, 3 from the Carmilla faction and 3 from the Teeps faction, each with several mansions. We will split into pairs for each mansion, accompanied by an army. We will eliminate any stragglers and confront the nobles of each clan, while I go directly to face Elmenhild alongside Mocha Yura and Mocha Omok. Everyone nodded, understanding Issei's plan. The vampires are already in decline due to continuous wars, forcing them to turn innocent humans into vampires to replenish their numbers. However, these newly turned vampires are treated poorly, as the vampires are known for their pride and arrogance, Issei explained. Today, we will wipe out the vampire race. There will be no survivors. Thankfully, with their reduced numbers, we can deal with them swiftly. This war should be one of the easiest we face, so let's finish this quickly and return home. The group nodded in agreement, and Issei glared at Karnstein Castle, filled with anger and determination to confront Elmenhild. Scene change. The teams employed stealth tactics to approach the vampire territory, remaining undetected. Issei spotted 2 guards at the main area and turned to the Mocha sisters, who nodded in response. The sisters commanded the assassin droids, who swiftly eliminated the guards with holy blades, vaporizing them instantly. All clear, General, one of the droids reported. Mocha relayed the message to Issei, and the group moved toward the castle. Malik then asked, "So what now?" "This is where we will relay our first bomb," Issei said, pulling out a grenade and throwing it at the ventilation connected outside. He quickly retrieved a datapad. "Now we control it to our designated spot." Issei manipulated the grenade as it fell into a specific location, remaining hidden. The corridor was filled with vampires. That is how we will deal with them. By the time Elmenhild and Valerie realize anything, it will be too late. Malik nodded in understanding as Issei addressed everyone. "Your job will be simple. Take a few assassin droids equipped with holy blades and do the same thing I did. Send them to areas where vampires are most prevalent." The teams nodded, knowing their tasks. They split into groups of 2 generals and a few droids, with Issei and the Mocha sisters working together as a trio. They systematically eliminated the guards outside each mansion and planted bombs in various corridors. This continued for about 30 to 50 minutes until all bombs were placed. They then regrouped at the same spot. Ingvild reported, "The bombs have been planted." Issei smiled. "Good job, everyone. Did anyone find out about what happened?" "No, we made sure of that. Someone spotted us, but the assassin droid took care of him before he could cause any trouble," Gondal replied with a sigh. Issei nodded. "I see. Don't let that happen again. It could jeopardize the mission." Gondal nodded in understanding and apologized, but Issei reassured her, "Don't worry, nothing went wrong, so we should be fine." Vader then asked, gathering their attention, "So what now, my lord?" Issei looked at Vader with a mischievous grin. "Now we begin the legendary light show." He activated the datapad, anticipating the chaos to come. Meanwhile, Elmenhild and Valerie were deep in conversation. "I've spoken to the faction leaders. Hopefully, we can find a way to stop him," Elmenhild said. Valerie looked surprised. "But how? He defeated Ajuka, Odin, and many others. I doubt that's even his strongest form." She continued sadly, "The worst part is that Gasper has betrayed me." "No," Elmenhild shook her head. "That's not true." "How can you say that? Did you not see how happy he was when Asgard was destroyed?" "Hyadu has changed him for the worse," Valerie retorted. Elmenhild responded, "No, Gasper was not the same. That was a battle-crazed gaze, and Gasper was never a battle maniac. He is being controlled." She smiled reassuringly. "There is still hope for him and we can save him." "But how?" Valerie asked desperately. "Our hope is Surzex. He is the only one who can defeat Issei. It's our only option," Elmenhild explained. Valerie listened intently, knowing this would be their final hope. However, unbeknownst to them, they might not live to see their plan succeed. Back at the mansions, explosions of UV light erupted, disintegrating the first vampire. Others realized it was the work of the droid faction, but it was too late for them as well. Outside, the mansions were lit up with massive light shows, but due to their designs, the nobles remained unaware of the chaos. Issei looked at Vader and said, "Told you it would be a light show." As the lights faded, Vader asked, So now will we proceed with the next part of the plan? Indeed, Vader. Split into 2 groups, take the droids with you, and eliminate any stragglers before you confront the head of the house or the noble. I will personally deal with Elmenhild and Valerie. Issei turned to Malakoda. Mind if I borrow Graphiacane, also known as Gasper, for this mission? Malakoda glanced at Gasper, who nodded. Sure, but you needn't ask for my permission, my lord, she replied. Issei grinned at the vampire faction. All right, everyone, let's finish this mission and head home. I don't want to stay in this damp place any longer. Everyone nodded in agreement and split up to confront the vampires one by one. Scene change. Elmenhild and Valerie were discussing their plan to deal with Issei Hayato when the doors to the room suddenly exploded, startling them. They paled at the sight of the attackers. Issei Hayato, Mocha Omok, Mocha Yura, and Gasper Vladi, whose body was now under the influence of Graphiacane. Been a while, Elmen, Issei said coldly. Elmenhild and Valerie shivered, and Valerie's face went pale as she called out, Gasper, it's me, Valerie. Gasper remained silent, glaring at her. Valerie turned to Issei, anger rising. What have you done to him, you monster? Issei shook his head. Instead of telling you, how about I show you? He glanced at Gasper, who nodded. You see, your friend is just a walking corpse at this point. He is now taken over by the Malbranche Graphiacane. Gasper's body began to mutate, his skin turning a grayish-black, sprouting wings and taking on a monstrous appearance. Gasper's new body became even bulkier and stronger. Issei looked at him and noted he resembled a gargoyle. Gasper roared in the afternoon, making Valerie flinch. He looked at her scared face and spoke, So what do you think of your friend? Isn't he good-looking now? Valerie could only grit her teeth in anger and helplessness. You monster! How could you even do this? Elmenhild exclaimed, her voice filled with fury. Issei retorted, Oh, don't get me started on you, Elmenhild. You're no better than Rias. You tried to separate me from my only friends who actually cared for me. You blindly listened to my brother and made my life miserable. Mocha Omok added, Not to mention you threatened to harm our Ikuan for your own gain. You're no better than a monster, Elmenhild. All pure-blooded vampires are known to be selfish beings, aren't they? I totally agree, sister. You tormented Ikuan to please someone who only cared for your appearance. You made his life a nightmare while suppressing us and threatening to harm him if we ever contacted him. Don't you remember, Elmenhild? The trio angrily retorted, leaving Elmenhild taken aback, fear evident on her face. The 3 knew everything she had done. Issei spoke, Girls, we are wasting time with her. I need to take care of my P-Arginanti mate, and that is far more important than arguing with this hypocrite. Let's end this once and for all. The Mocha sisters nodded in agreement. Mocha Yura asked, Ikuan? Mind if we handle Elmenhild for you? Issei responded with a smile, Sure, make sure it is painful. You bet we will. Mocha Yura replied as the sisters approached Elmenhild, who felt fear wash over her. She had no choice but to confront the monstrous half-blood Dampiers. Issei turned to Gasper and asked, Graphiacane, can I just call you Gasper? It's much easier. Gasper replied, I am but your lowly servant, my lord. You shouldn't ask me such questions. Don't speak like that, Graphiacane. Issei began, but then noticed Valerie trying to escape. He created a teleportation block zone, keeping her in place. You are one of my generals, and I don't treat my allies as servants but as friends and partners. So raise your head and fight for me, Graphiacane. Gasper was surprised, but that quickly turned to happiness. He thought, You were right, lady. Malakoda. He is different and far better than those who once used us as weapons. Thank you, my lord. You can call me whatever is comfortable for you. Very well. Our job is to deal with Valerie. Let's finish her together. It would be an honor to fight alongside you, my lord, Gasper replied. Valerie was in shock, realizing Issei inspired loyalty in his troops by treating them as equals. She knew her chances of surviving this battle were slim, but she wouldn't go down without a fight. Being a damper had its advantages, such as immunity to traditional vampire weaknesses like sunlight. However, that didn't stop her from being overwhelmed by stronger opponents. Villainy tried to use her sacred gear to revive several evil dragons. Gasper recognized this as Sephiroth Graal's doing, while Issei scanned the evil dragons, noting their power was just above average, not enough to hinder his progress. You call these dragons? Pathetic, Issei mocked, angering Villainy. He decided to summon two very familiar evil dragons, Grendel and Layden. Balance breaker, Issei called as the book of conceptual records appeared before him. Villainy felt unnerved, wondering which sacred gears he would use. Issei noted several weaknesses he could exploit, one being her nature as a female damper. Despite their immunity to traditional vampire weaknesses, they still felt discomfort when faced with their vulnerabilities. The stronger the weakness, the more dangerous the side effects could be. Soon, Droid announced, Balance breaker, dragons of neutrality. Two giant dragons, identical to Grendel and Layden, appeared, wreathed in purple flames from the sacred gear Incinerate anthem. These flames were holy flames, powerful enough to kill a god. Issei looked at Gasper, who seemed to be sweating. He understood this was due to Gasper's demonic nature and damper body. Keep your distance, Gasper, and use ranged attacks. Your sacred gear, Forbidden Baler View, should work from a distance. Use it to immobilize Villainy and stay away from the flames. Gasper took to the skies, his eyes changing to maroon as he stopped Villainy in her tracks. Grendel! Layden! Layden spoke for the duo. Leave it to us, Issei. The two flame dragons unleashed their holy flames toward Villainy, causing her to take the full brunt of the attack. She managed to survive, but she was injured. In response, Villainy unleashed her dragons and commanded them to attack Grendel and Layden. She also sent a batch to deal with Issei Hayudu. As some of the dragons charged with claws, Issei closed his eyes, dismissing them as insignificant. Gasper intervened, unleashing a powerful laser beam that disintegrated the dragons instantly. My lord, are you all right? Gasper asked. Issei nodded. Yeah, you needn't worry about me. If they come closer, I can handle them. He glanced at Grendel and Layden, giving a nod to the dragons, who unleashed their holy flames, reducing the enemy dragons to mere remnants. Graphiacane, surprised by Issei's tenacity, noticed one dragon trying to sneak up on him. Issei swiftly decapitated the dragon with his sword. Worrying for nothing, Graphiacane decided to follow Issei's lead, unleashing another strong laser beam at the defending dragons, who were completely obliterated before they could react. Villainy tried to revive more dragons, but Issei was determined to stop her. With the mortis blade, he quickly slashed Vallari's chest, causing her to scream in pain. Ahes! Villainy clutched her chest, but Issei did not relent. He aimed his sword at her heart, but she managed to dodge. The poison from the mortis blade began to sizzle the wound on Vallari's chest, and she shouted in pain, trying to evade Issei's strikes. He approached her, coldly asking, Any last words? Villainy gritted her teeth in pain and anger. She was helpless, unable to inflict any damage on Issei. As the dragons continued to wipe out the remaining foes, Graphiacane flew beside Issei. Graphiacane, on my signal, annihilate her. Make sure there is no trace that remains, Issei commanded. Villainy pleaded, Gasper, please listen. You are not a monster. Remember the good times we had, how we used to play together. Monster? Villainy, remember how you admonished and humiliated me because of what Gasper told you? Look at what happened to your friend. He is gone, just a husk for one of my Malbranche, Graphiacane. You call me a monster, but I am just what you faction leaders have made me. Issei's apathetic gaze caused Villainy to weep, realizing her friend was lost. He prepared himself in case Gasper tried to overwhelm Graphiacane, ready to subdue and command Gasper's soul if needed. Finish this, Graphiacane. I can't stand her at all. You too, Layden, Grendel. As you wish, my lord, Graphiacane replied. Issei walked away as Villainy looked up to see the two dragons and one gargoyle charging their final attacks. With tears in her eyes, she whispered her final words, Gasper. The trio unleashed their final attacks, erasing her from existence. Grendel and Leighton departed, knowing their job was done, while Graphiacane reverted to his normal form. Good job, Graphiacane, Issei said. Thank you, my lord, Graphiacane replied. Meanwhile, Elmenhild was being overwhelmed by the Mocha sisters, who were determined to defeat her. Mocha Yura exclaimed, "You have no idea how long I've waited to destroy you, Elmenhild. Especially for what you've done to our Ikuan." She followed up with a powerful leg slam aimed at Elmenhild's head, sending her crashing to the ground. Elmenhild struggled to recover, but Mocha Omok was relentless, creating a puddle of flame magic with the intent to burn Elmenhild alive. She barely dodged the attack, transforming into a flock of bats. The bats fluttered around, but Mocha Yura slammed one to the ground with a punch, while Mocha Omok incinerated several others with fire magic. Mocha Yura focused on finding Elmenhild's main consciousness among the bats. Spotting one fleeing, she shouted, "There!" Mocha Omok nodded, charging up an electric magic circle. She unleashed bolts of electricity at the bats, disintegrating them. Seizing the opportunity, Mocha Yura dashed toward the fleeing bat, grabbing it and throwing it into the air, following up with a powerful kick aimed at its chest. This forced Elmenhild to revert to her human form, where she doubled over, retching. While Mocha Omok practiced magic, Mocha Yura focused on physical attacks, her blows capable of causing serious damage. "Ready to finish this, sister?" Mocha Omok asked. "Thought you'd never ask," Mocha Yura replied, slamming her fist into Elmenhild's lower back, causing her to scream in pain. She jumped into the air as Mocha Omok followed with a flame magic spell, causing Elmenhild to scream in pain. Once the spell subsided, Elmenhild groaned, looking towards the Mocha sisters in fear. They were soon joined by Issei and Gasper. Mocha Yura asked, "So is that damper dead?" Issei nodded, saying, "Yep, you can thank Graphiacane for that. He was the one to kill her." Elmenhild gritted her teeth in anger. Issei noticed and approached her, saying, "Oh, don't be angry. You knew your time would come soon, Demed vampire. Where is your arrogance now? Your superiority complex is gone, down the drain. Pure-blooded vampires have always been arrogant, but the fact that others have slain your kind before has never changed you. Your arrogance makes even devils look like saints." Issei stomped on Elmenhild, causing her to flinch. She closed her eyes as tears fell, realizing her race was about to be annihilated. "It's time to end this, ladies, if you may," Issei said as the Mocha sisters charged their magic attacks. Elmenhild shouted in anger, "Issei Hayu, you may have won this battle and may defeat our kind, but know this, you will lose this war. That is my promise to you." Issei scoffed, responding, "No matter what you do, Elmenhild, let me tell you a trade secret. Juggernaut Drive is not even my strongest level of strength. The faction leaders are nothing but ants to my true power." Elmenhild's anger faded into shock as Issei continued, "Even if you come at me with your strongest, you can't stand against the level of gods. Even if Surzex used them, he wouldn't be able to beat me." Issei walked away, and the Mocha sisters annihilated Elmenhild, leaving no trace behind. With her defeat marked the fall of the vampire faction. "Well, I guess that's it then," Mocha Omok said. The sisters nodded and she added, "Hey Issei, can you do us a favor?" "Sure girls, what is it?" Issei asked. The sisters wrapped their arms around him, saying, "It's been a while since we had our drink and we will have ours tonight." "Girls, wait." Issei started, but the vampires opened their mouths and nibbled his neck, making a playful noise. Gasper shook his head, watching the scene unfold. If her lady wanted to win his affection, there was still a lot of work to do. Scene change. Everyone was waiting for Issei and the two Mochas to come out. The girls had smiles, while Issei looked pale but soon composed himself. Gasper maintained a neutral expression. "So, are the vampires down?" Malik asked. Malik nodded, speaking for everyone. "Indeed that this includes Lord Vladi, Lord Manther, and Lady Carmilla, to name a few. They are all dead. They never even saw us coming. You should have seen the surprise on their faces," Grievous exclaimed happily. Malakota added, "The shock on their faces was palpable, and then the fear. Agic. She shuddered in delight. I love the fear and dread on their faces. I know, right? That was amazing. Grievous agreed, causing everyone to sweat drop. Vader asked, confused, do these two share one brain cell? Malik, amused yet annoyed, replied, well, they are kindred spirits in war. Issei nodded in agreement. Nix soon noticed 2 bite marks on Issei's neck and asked, "Se, what are those bite marks?" Issei paled, stammering, well. The Mocha sisters turned red, and the other girls understood what had happened. They glared at Issei, their body language saying, there is no escape. Malik, Grievous, and Vader nervously backed away, while Malakota showed a hint of jealousy. Ingvild and Valerie felt saddened by what they witnessed, wishing it were them but knowing Issei would never love them. Issei gulped, sensing that tonight would be eventful, as he could see the girls had plans for him. He could only hope to survive the night. Scene change. A day later, in the underworld, Azazel punched the wall in anger, nearly cracking it. Damn it. He even managed to get the vampires too. What should we do now? Falbium asked, fear evident in his voice. Azazel replied, we have no choice. I'll double time on the device to sustain his power. Amaterasu spoke sadly, my people have lost the will to continue this war. Many are awaiting the inevitable. He has instilled so much fear that we can't even defend ourselves. We can't give up just yet. Do you think we are lambs for slaughter? There is no way we can give in to what he wants. Michael retorted, knowing that all their efforts to stop the Droid faction would be in vain. Even worse, Shiva and the Hindu faction refused to cooperate or even communicate with them. Their last conversation had ended with Shiva completely backing away from the alliance, leaving them to face their fate. They had made it clear that they shouldn't have admonished or humiliated Issei, which had driven him to this point. Michael is right, we can't give up. Someone else spoke up in the room. The magic circle of Surzek's Lucifer appeared alongside Graphia Lucifuge. He had already grieved a lot, and now it was time for vengeance, his vengeance. So that means you have Dash? Surzex cut him off. Except the proposal is, if this is the only way to stop Issei's madness, then I will do it, despite the risks. Graphia, worried, kept her hand on Surzex's as he spoke. We will avenge Milikas and Rias. We will make Issei pay no matter what happens. But before that, we will make him grieve the same loss we did. We will take his child and allies first, then we will confront him at the end. Surzex turned to Azazel. How long until the device is ready? Azazel sighed and replied, 2 to 3 days at most. That is good enough. With the vampires down, there is no way he will attack so soon. That gives us enough time to prepare. Surzex spoke seriously and coldly, with the other leaders nodding in agreement. They had to stop Issei, or else the supernatural would be doomed. This device was their last hope to halt Issei's rampage. Scene break. Issei was heading to a location alongside Malik and Vader, making their way toward the lower branches of the underworld. He had heard from Elmenhild that Surzex would come to stop him. Thankfully, with Latia's help, he had found the hidden laboratory that Ajuka possessed, as she had sent him a map. Well, here we are. Issei said as he looked at what seemed to be Ajuka's laboratory, which appeared to be active rather than abandoned. So my visions were right. He surveyed the laboratory, recognizing the prototype devices. Oh my, they wanted me to disrupt my visions. Interesting. Issei decided to enhance his gear, easily crushing their devices. As he walked across a console, he used Unknown Dictator to hack into the system and destroy their data. Let's make their hope a little harder to achieve, he said with a mocking tone, glancing at Malik and Vader. You know what to do, right? Malik and Vader used Force Lightning and Telekinesis, respectively, to destroy every piece of lab equipment, ensuring that the factions would struggle to regain their hope. Issei planned to toy with his enemies before ultimately defeating them. Our next goal will be to head to a certain prison that there is someone I wish to free before we face the Shinto pantheon. Malik and Vader exchanged surprised glances, and Malik asked, who is this person you speak of? Issei turned to one of his trusted generals and simply said, Izanami. Scene transition. Issei walked across the fields, with Malik surrounded by the burning remains of Grigori. Issei and Nick stood side by side, looking at a screen. A book appeared, showing Issei in his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu smirked sinisterly, with Rias standing next to him. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik, using magic. Auka walked through a puddle, while the ORC, Student Council, Valet Team, and Team/Dog were shown, all with angry eyes glaring at them. Issei looked at the book, recalling his past and envisioning the factions falling apart. Ingvild crushed a figurine of Dai, tears streaming down her face, anger etched on her features. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes, determined as she looked at Dai. Miyuki gritted her teeth, remembering her sisters. Issei knelt, haunted by his past, as a family photo with a slash across it appeared, symbolizing his separation from them. He looked at Surzex, both radiating their auras. Scene transition. In the Shinto underworld. Issei, Malik, and Vader approached a specialized boulder. Malik and Vader stared at it, exclaiming, "That's it? They really imprisoned her in that rock." "That's no ordinary rock, Vader. It is said to be enchanted." Issei explained. According to myths, her husband was so horrified by her appearance that he sealed her away from the Shinto underworld just because her face resembled a rotting corpse. "But how could a goddess like her die?" Vader asked, surprised. Issei replied, "The Brh of the Shinto fire god left her with burns and deformities, causing her tragic demise. Her story reveals the consequences of meddling with the underworld, but the despair of being abandoned by her own husband remains. I see that as all this time, her husband only valued her looks and didn't truly love her? He couldn't find a way to restore her?" Issei shook his head in response. "Tragically no, he eventually left her to her own fate and abandoned her," Issei responded, using some command seals to break the enchantments on the rock before pushing it aside. As he entered, he was ambushed by several Shinto undead spirits trying to drive him and his companions away. However, upon seeing their strength, they avoided confrontation. Just a little further, and that is where Izanami will be. Both Malik and Vader nodded as they moved forward, eventually discovering a rotting corpse of a woman seated on what appeared to be a throne. She looked up and spoke with hope. "Izanagi, is that you?" The woman's gaze fell on Issei, who she did not recognize. "Who are you?" she asked softly. Noticing Issei's origins from the Shinto lands of Japan, she continued, "You come from the homeland of Shinto. What is your name, boy?" As she analyzed his heart, she was shocked to see how it had changed. He was once pure-hearted but had transformed into a being that declared judgment. She hated what had happened to him, but before she could express her thoughts, Issei introduced himself. "My name is Issei Haidu, and I am here to offer you a way out, Izanami. What do you say?" The woman shook her head. "No, I cannot leave. Why would I wish to come to the surface world? I know your intentions, young Issei. You wish to bring death and destruction to those who have caused your suffering, and you longing me to be part of that war. So you can read minds, huh?" Issei remarked, thinking, "Seems like Shiva isn't the only one with that ability." The woman replied, "Compliments won't change my mind, child." Issei shook his head. "I figured it wouldn't be that easy. You know the amount of suffering I endured. The problem is, if you have read my mind, then you know that the factions blame Dai for everything, expecting me to forgive and forget all they did to me and help me unconditionally." Izanami nodded in agreement, sensing the anger and hatred emanating from Issei's heart. "I understand your anger, child, but your hatred is what I fear. It may consume you, and I don't wish to see a pure-hearted soul like you fall into darkness." As much as she longed for vengeance and escape from her hellish existence, she hated to see someone like Issei turn to darkness. Pure-hearted soul? I once thought that way, Izanami. There was a time I would do anything for my loved ones, but look at how I was treated. Nothing but admonishment, hatred, and anger in their eyes. What's worse, they intend to harm my unborn child and refuse to give me any peace. Izanami's eyes widened in horror. She knew her husband and others had abandoned her, but to harm a child was too far. No way that he wouldn't go this far. Yes, they did, Izanami. Your husband is not the same person you knew, and this includes your children as well. Trust me, they have changed for the worse. Izanami looked down in sadness as Issei approached her without fear or restraint. Be careful. Vader muttered in concern. Issei gently lifted her chin and smiled. Izanami, you are not to blame for your husband's and children's sins. You are a different person. Even if you are technically a rotting corpse, you still have a good heart. And in some cases, that is what matters. Izanami smiled, revealing 2 missing teeth, but Issei was unfazed. He had seen worse. He released her face and continued, but Izanami, what I don't understand is why you don't longing release. I have the power to give it to you. I do longing release, she replied, but no matter what I tried, my own sons, daughter and husband wanted me imprisoned. Issei nodded in understanding, clenching his fists in anger. She continued, I stayed there because I was powerless to stop their combined assault. I gave up and now I am trapped here, young Issei. I see that well, what if I told you I can help you, Izanami? I promise you will be out of this place, and I can even restore your appearance, making you a lively goddess once again. Izanami's eyes widened. Can you really do it? Indeed I can. I possess the Sephiroth Graal, which can revive you at your prime. I have done this for the Greek goddess Persephone, so I can do it for you. Issei revealed the sacred gear and continued, in return, I want your assistance in this war. It is nearing its end, and I need your help to fight against the Shinto and the remnants of the other factions along with the devils. Izanami thought for a moment before speaking. Fine, but I want you to make a small promise to me. What promise? Aren't I giving you enough? Issei asked, confused about what else she wanted. I wish for you to not have a war once this one ends. Will you be able to do that? I don't wish to see someone as pure as you continue this war. I see. You truly are a noble goddess, Izanami. Issei said, his tone tinged with sadness. But I am afraid I can't make a promise like that. Not because I don't want to, but because I have no choice. I will fight to protect my loved ones and my family, even if it means going to war against the gods. I will do it, no matter the cost. Izanami looked at Issei, a tired sigh escaping her lips. He had made up his mind, and there was no changing it. I see. It seems you have made your choice. Well, I don't mind joining the faction. At least I know you are not a warmonger. Izanami rose from the throne. Despite her appearance, she was still a primordial goddess. Issei was surprised at first, but then he realized the power she held. The Sephiroth Graal glowed bright yellow, transforming Izanami into a slender, youthful woman with blue eyes and black hair. She emanated an aura of gentle death, reminiscent of Hades, which comforted Issei in these tumultuous times. She wore a black and white kimono, marked by a large scar above her chest. Issei had severed her connection with the realm, allowing her to travel freely outside of the world of Yomi. Izanami touched her face, a smirk forming as she spoke. Seems like it worked. I have been restored. Thank you, young Issei. It is the least I could do, Issei replied, extending his hand. Now come, we have a war to win. Izanami accepted his hand, and together they walked toward Malik and Vader. As she released his hand, Issei turned to Malik. Give Grievous and Nyx the signal. They are ready to unleash their attack. So that means you had planned for this? Malik asked. Issei smirked at Izanami. Let's head outside. I don't plan to stay here long. Izanami nodded, her curiosity piqued about the modern world outside, having only heard tales from the souls that entered Yomi. What does the modern world have in store for me? What are these mobile phones and laptops? Issei, Malik, and Vader exchanged surprised glances. You mean you haven't seen them? Issei asked. Izanami shook her head. No, I've only heard of the technological advancements. I've never seen them in person. Sorry if that is embarrassing. Issei shook his head. No, I will teach you everything you need to know once this is over, okay? Izanami looked at him, her genuine smile brightening the moment. Yes. The four approached the rock, which was once again in place. Issei noted, it seems they wish to trap us here. Oh well. He cast a powerful disabling spell, neutralizing the magic. Malik, Vader. An ambush is present on the other side, be ready. The two generals nodded as Issei pulled the rock aside, generating a barrier to protect their forces from an incoming barrage. Once the barrage ended, Issei lowered the barrier and surveyed the attackers. As the dust settled, he recognized several Shinto minor gods and goddesses, but his attention was drawn to Tsukuyomi and Susanoo. A third figure caught his eye, dressed in traditional Shinto clothing with long white hair. Issei recognized him as Izanagi, the former husband of Izanami. You have some nerve showing yourself in the personal grounds of Shinto territory after what you have done. Issei exclaimed. I go where I want, and it's not like you care for her, Issei retorted, mocking Izanagi's arrogance. Izanagi's fury was palpable, and Izanami was appalled by how much he had changed. And besides, who are you to decide whether she gets to live in the underworld? You are just an arrogant god who thinks the world revolves around him. Issei's words only fueled Izanagi's anger. Tsukuyomi, horrified, asked, Mother, how have you been released, and why are you with this traitor? Izanami glared at Tsukuyomi. I know what you three have been doing behind my back, attacking an innocent child and making their life miserable with lies and deceit. Is this what you have become in my absence? Cowardly like your father? He's been feeding you lies, mother. Susanoo shouted, but Izanami shook her head. I can read his mind, Susanoo. Or are you so blinded by your own lies? I saw the boy's mind and heart. It was pure, but it had been corrupted by those who allied themselves with the so-called biblical factions. Didn't you realize they only cared about themselves? Or were you so taken in by sweet talks of peace? You have all become like them. You disgust me. Susanoo and Tsukuyomi flinched at their mother's cold tone. She turned to Issei and said, This boy has fought tirelessly for you gods, while you sit comfortably in safe havens, only stepping in when your lands are in danger. You left him for dead several times, yet he continued to fight for you until he finally snapped and turned against you. Izanami looked at the three with a mix of anger and betrayal, horrified by what they had become. It was not enough for them to betray and disown her. They had committed heinous acts against an ordinary boy, a human. This was not how they should have treated him. The three flinched under her gaze as Izanami continued. The mere fact that you blame others for your sins shows that the Droid faction is right in dealing with you. You deserve to be punished for what you have done to this innocent child and many others. Issei, Izanami said, May I deal with Izanagi? Sure, but I will be joining you once I deal with these minor gods, Issei replied. He looked at Malik and Vader, who understood their task. They had to take down Susanoo and Tsukuyomi. Turning back to Izanami, he added, I don't mind you joining. Let's end this once and for all. I wish to explore the outside world, and no one will stop me. Izanagi's anger flared. I won't let you step into this world, Izanami. As the primordial god of creation and life, he unleashed several plant vines toward her. Izanami smiled slightly and in a split second, slashed through the vines as if they were nothing. Even Issei was surprised, only able to see the strikes due to his enhanced vision. Her hair flowed gracefully around her. Her sword skills are impressive, Issei thought, recognizing that only his generals could contend with such skill. Droid added, She is known as the primordial goddess of death for a reason, and she can match Izanagi in power. Even Malik and Vader were amazed by her prowess. Izanami placed her katana beside her, looking at her opponents with a mocking grin. Is that all you have? Have your skills been lacking? You. Izanagi growled, and Izanami turned to Issei. I take it you have good sword skills too? Indeed, and not just me. Malik and Vader have excellent weaponry and powers as well, Issei replied. Vader added, We do have some amazing skills. Shall we demonstrate them? This will be fun against two pillar gods. I'm certainly going to enjoy this, Malik said. Issei declared, Boys, let's end these gods and call it a day, shall we? Malik and Vader agreed. Issei drew the mortis blade and a newly developed weapon, the dark saber, which had a dark aura and was capable of penetrating any armor or magic barrier. Assuming a double-bladed stance, he said coldly, "Let's dance." Malik wielded his light blade and Mjolnir, while Vader readied his light blade. They prepared to fight the Shinto gods as Izanami dashed toward Izanagi, and Issei confronted the minor god and goddess soldiers surrounding him. Issei swiftly deflected their magic with one blade and delivered finishing blows with the mortis blade, decapitating anyone who stood in his way. He had complete resistance to ultimate, Satan, or even god-class spells. One god attempted to punch him, but Issei blocked it with the dark saber. "Not bad, an attack aimed at the head," he remarked before slashing back, causing the opponent to fall. Seeing this, the others tried to flee, but Issei would not allow it. He blitzed forward, decapitating every last one of them with a sadistic grin. After gathering himself, Issei rushed to assist Izanami, who was locked in a fierce clash with Izanagi. Their sword strikes created shockwaves across the battlefield. "Seems like you are growing weaker, dear husband," Izanami taunted, her grin widening as Izanagi gritted his teeth in frustration. He attempted to slash at her, but she gracefully evaded, reaching Issei's side. But no sooner had she spoken than she felt the energy radiating from the mortis blade. "That's some intense magic coming from the blade," she remarked. "Yep, specially designed to deal with some powerful beings. That now shall we end this?" Izanami smiled at her former husband. "We shall." Izanagi was horrified as he saw the remnants of once mighty beings, slain by Issei. Before he could react, the two charged at him. Izanagi struggled to block their strikes. He used his free hand to defend against a barrier, but Issei slashed through it with the dark saber. Izanami followed up with a strike to Izanagi's chest, causing him to scream in pain. Seizing the moment, Issei aimed a slash with the mortis blade, but Izanagi countered with vines. Izanami cleared the vines, smiling at Issei, allowing him to land a blow on Izanagi. Another slash left an X-shaped mark on Izanagi's body, and he gritted his teeth against the pain. "I know what you're doing and you know what I'm doing. Talk about synergy," Issei commented. "Let's hope our synergy is beneficial," Izanami replied with her own smile. The two glared at Izanagi, who generated a massive golem made of rocks. Issei was ready to take it down, but Izanami pointed her blade at the creature. "Allow me," she said confidently. Before anyone could react, the primordial goddess unleashed several slashes at the golem, causing it to crumble. Izanagi was shocked. He realized he stood no chance against their combined assault. With Issei joining her, his chances of victory were nearly non-existent. Fear gripped him as he saw them work together. Suddenly, a magic circle opened up. "Yes." Izanagi paled, glaring at Issei with anger. Issei smirked. "I take it you've received the news about your faction falling apart?" His words made the two Shinto gods stop in their tracks, horror etched on their faces, while Malik and Vader smirked in the background. "I'm surprised your faction was powerful enough to pull that off," Izanami exclaimed, her tone filled with surprise. "They've been awaiting my orders to unleash chaos and harass the factions," Issei replied with a smile. "I see that you never cease to surprise me, do you?" Izanami said as Issei nodded, glancing at Izanagi, who was on the verge of tears, knowing his faction would fall today. Scene change. Shinto Heaven, 4:30 p.m. The war that had raged for hours was nearing its end. One woman was seen heavily breathing, her body marked by cuts and wounds, her clothing nearly torn apart. Earlier, she had contacted her father and brothers, but it was too late for help. She gritted her teeth in pain as she faced her attackers, Grievous and Nyx, who had led the assault on the Shinto heavens. Even Artemis had joined the fight, taking out some minor gods and goddesses. "I believe the war is at its end, Amaterasu," Grievous stated, looking at her with disdain. Upon closer inspection, some of his metal was blackened, indicating that Amaterasu had inflicted some damage. However, with Nyx working alongside him, she couldn't hope to damage him seriously. "You will regret what you have done. Surzex will become stronger, and our deaths won't be in vain," Amaterasu declared, but Nyx interrupted. "That trick won't work. No matter what he does, he will never reach the level of Great Red or Ophis, and Issei has surpassed even their power. Amaterasu paled at this revelation, realizing their chances of victory had always been slim. Tears began to fall from her eyes as she regretted listening to the faction leaders, especially Dai. Grievous looked at her coldly. There's no point in crying over a lost cause. This is all your fault. You brought this on yourselves, failing to see the truth all along. You made Issei's life miserable while allowing a fraud to succeed. You should be ashamed. Amaterasu remained silent as Nyx continued, Grievous is right. Your failure to see his deceit and the pain you caused him makes you responsible for what is to come. While you celebrated your victories, he was only growing stronger, strong enough to one day overthrow you false gods and goddesses. Nyx declared, her anger evident, leaving Amaterasu teary-eyed. Let's end this and head home. We have already won this war. Nyx nodded in agreement. I agree. She grabbed Amaterasu by her arms, but before they could act further, Grievous approached and swiftly decapitated Amaterasu. Now with that done, let's ask Malakota to wipe everyone out with the Death Star, Grievous said coldly. Nyx nodded, and they both left the area. Scene change. Shinto Underworld entrance, 4:15 p.m. Izanagi wanted to leave to save his daughter from the Droid faction, but Issei and Izanami were determined to stop him. Izanami quickly chanted a spell, summoning several Shinigami from the underworld to ambush Izanagi. Despite taking down several of them, Izanami shouted, End him now, Issei. Issei nodded and dashed toward Izanagi, stabbing him in the heart with the mortis blade. Izanagi looked at him in horror as the poison from the blade seeped into him. Izanami approached, saying, So how does it feel, husband? Please, save me, Izanami. Izanagi pleaded. Why should I save you? You left me to rot as a corpse in the world of Yomi. You deserve to die. Now goodbye, and with that, your faction has fallen. I will live a normal life while you remain trapped in the afterlife, just like I was. Izanami turned away as Izanagi reached out, soon losing his vision and passing away. Susanoo and Tsukuyomi looked on in horror as Malik and Vader attacked the two gods. Out of anger, Susanoo unleashed a thunderstorm, but Malik countered with Mjolnir, creating his own storm. Tsukuyomi attempted a moon slash, but Vader deflected it effortlessly. They had been fighting for a while, pausing only to hear the news of the Shinto faction's fall and now Izanagi's death. Vader moved quickly, matching Tsukuyomi's strikes and managing to stab him in various places. Susanoo struggled to use his powers against Malik but couldn't inflict any significant damage. Is that all? Malik asked coldly, shaking his head. Susanoo, frustrated, couldn't finish his retort as Malik used telekinesis to slam him to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Malik unleashed a powerful hammer slam with Mjolnir, sending Susanoo flying into a nearby rock. Susanoo tried to rise, but Malik threw the hammer at him, immobilizing him. Fear filled Susanoo's eyes as Malik approached. Meanwhile, Tsukuyomi unleashed a barrage of moon attacks at Vader, who easily blocked them with his light blade. Vader leaped into the fray, using insanity to create immense hallucinations, causing Tsukuyomi to clutch his head in pain. The god of the moon begged Vader to stop, but the Dark Lord stabbed him in the heart. Tsukuyomi's expression turned to horror before he closed his eyes. Another god fallen to the power of the Droid faction. Vader turned to Malik, who was crouching down to Susanoo's level. Well, any last words? Susanoo turned away, having no words left. I have none. You monster. I see. Well, you know what they say, we all dread the monster you create. Now say your prayers because no one is going to help you. Malik raised his arm and began siphoning the life energy from Susanoo. The god struggled, sensing his life force being drained until he slumped down, completely drained. With his death marked the end of the Shinto faction. Malik was joined by Issei, Izanami, and Vader. So it's over? Izanami asked, to which Issei nodded. Yes, the battle is over, but the war is not yet over. He looked at Izanami. Come, let's get you integrated into our house. Yes. Izanami happily responded as the four teleported away, leaving nothing but corpses. Scene change. Underworld, 7:30 p.m. Kunu was running for her life. Earlier, she had overheard the Devil Council discussing Issei, realizing they were his spies, reporting everything to him. She was caught and nearly killed, but her kitsune abilities allowed her to deceive them and escape. However, she sensed her power dwindling and felt the Shinto pantheon's fall. She reached Serzex and Azazel, who were discussing plans to defeat Issei. They discovered that Issei had destroyed their laboratory, but Serzex knew of another hidden deep within the old one. The destroyed lab was merely a false front, and only Serzex was aware of the real one. He shared this with Azazel, revealing they were working on a device to disrupt Issei's visions and a container for the king pieces. Serzex-sama, Azazel-sama. Kunu called out, approaching them. I have some bad news to tell, she said, her voice filled with sadness. Azazel looked at her, concerned. But what is the matter? Azazel asked with worry as Serzex spoke. Kunu, tell us what exactly happened? Shinto pantheon has fallen. The Droid faction has slaughtered Amaterasu-sama. I can't sense the other gods anymore, Kunu said, tears in her eyes. Azazel and Serzex clenched their fists in anger, knowing they had to expedite their efforts on the container that would utilize the king pieces. I see. Serzex growled, determined to make Issei pay for every single death his actions had caused. Kunu, we will avenge what we have lost and find a way to release your mother from the control of the Malbranche. Azazel spoke, trying to reassure Kunu, but she felt the odds were against them. Something told her Issei was toying with them, hiding something that filled her with dread. There is something else I need to inform you about. Kunu continued. The Devil Council has been reporting to Issei about everything. They made a deal with him, giving up the territory of Nibirius in exchange for their lives. And sending some of their girls to him. That makes sense. I should have known they would be the first to turn on us, Serzex said with a frustrated sigh. Should we eliminate them? I see no reason to keep them alive, Azazel suggested. No, I have a plan for them, Serzex replied with a sinister grin. Let them hear us, but we will only let them hear what we want them to. That way, we can ambush Hayadu and his faction when he least expects it. Not a bad idea, Azazel agreed, smiling. We should expedite the device. Issei will attack us next, and we need to be prepared. Azazel nodded and headed to the secret laboratory, determined to confront Issei once and for all. Serzex followed him, while Kunu went to her personal room, still holding on to hope of saving her mother, despite her fears about Issei's hidden intentions. Issei was sitting in his room, aware that today was the day when the last of the supernatural would fall. He had come so far, and this moment was the culmination of years of planning. He looked at his final armor, the Orbalisk armor, crafted from a unique rock-like material with rune enchantments. It featured glowing orange eyes for sight and a full face covering. The helmet was a mix of brown and white, while the rest of the armor was red, designed for comfort. The armor was resistant to heavy magic attacks, almost on par with upper god-class beings. It also had a flowing red cape and a visor on the faceplate for vision. Despite its stiff appearance, the armor was quite flexible. Issei had also received the final upgrade of Dimension Lost, anticipating that the factions would throw everything they had at him. He knew the major threat to his final advance was none other than Serzex Lucifer, the monster many once feared. He shook his head. He had gone too far to turn back now. Approaching the armor, he touched it and spoke. This is it, one final fight to decide everything. The fate of humanity, our lives, everything. You know what is going to happen next, right, partner? Droid, his best friend and companion since the beginning, asked. When you entered this path almost 2 years ago, you knew this day would come. The day that would decide the fate of the supernatural, the day of judgment. Yeah, I'm aware of this. It's now or never. It's time we end this, Issei replied, donning the armor. He felt its coldness and comfort envelop him, as if it were a part of him. He summoned his book and noted the new dimension added to Dimension Lost, which he planned to use in his fight against Serzex Lucifer. He intended to eliminate the Gremory family. Soon, Nyx entered, and seeing her lover in armor signaled he was ready for war. "Issei," she called out. Issei turned to see her smiling. "It's time. The armies are waiting for your command." "I am on my way. Tell the others this is the final battle," Issei said from within his armor, walking forward with Nyx following closely behind. They knew today was the day the final battle would begin. And no matter what happened, they wouldn't be the ones to fall. Scene change. Ajuka's hidden laboratory, 10:30 a.m. Surzex was examining the equipment being worked on by Azazel and several brilliant minds from the remnants of the other factions and the devils. Surzex then asked, "How much longer until the device is ready?" Azazel looked at Surzex and smiled. "Just a few minutes. We're putting the final touches on the controls. We can't let him take the device from you, right? Don't worry, when it's done, you'll be able to stop him." Surzex smiled in response, but soon his expression darkened as he gritted his teeth in anger. "I am going to make your demise as painful as possible, Issei Hayato." Opening start. Issei was walking across the fields. Malik was surrounded by the burning remains of Grigori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, looking at a screen. A book appeared as Issei donned his strongest red dragon armor. Daiharu was seen with a sinister smirk, with Rias standing next to him. Asia and the other girls were fighting against Malik, using magic. Auka walked through a puddle, looking above. The ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team Slashdog were shown, all under the glare of a pair of angry eyes. Issei gazed at the book, recalling his past and the factions falling apart. Ingvild looked at a figurine of Dai, crushing it with tears in her eyes and anger on her face. Artemis, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Quinella, and Gondal watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes and looked at Dai with determination. Miyuki gritted her teeth, remembering her sisters. Issei knelt, haunted by his past, as a family photo with a slash across it appeared, symbolizing his separation from them. He looked at Surzex, and they both radiated their auras. Opening end. Droid Faction Headquarters, 11 a.m. Issei surveyed the droid army, all awaiting his orders, ready for their final fight against the remnants of the supernatural. Among his generals and sleeper agents like Rosweiss and Afuria, he took a deep breath and decided to give his final speech. "Welcome everyone," Issei announced to those present. "Today is the day you have all been waiting for, the day that will mark the fall of the supernatural factions. These factions have plagued this world for too long, ruining lives and causing suffering for their own motives. They will pay for their sins. Their actions that have cost millions will no longer be tolerated. They will not use humanity for their pleasure any longer. Today, the fall of the supernatural is inevitable." The droids cheered, exclaiming, "All hail! Supreme Leader Issei! All hail! I have seen how the supernatural has treated the very people they claim to protect. They manipulate humanity to increase their own power. A devil named Diodora Astaroth is one such devil who committed heinous acts against humanity to acquire his peerage. Rias Gremory and Sona Citri are also manipulative figures, using humans for their own purposes. Supernatural beings like these are not welcome in human society. They will only exploit humans for selfish gains and let them perish without a second thought. We will ensure they have no place in this world, no matter the cost." The droids' cheers grew louder. Issei noticed some of his generals, particularly Ingvild and Miyuki, clenching their fists in anger due to their past experiences with the devils. "We will split into two parts. The first part will consist of our aerial navy forces, alongside the Death Star and the generals. The second part will include the vehicles and the majority of the droids, with some droids in the first wave. Let us begin the final Armageddon," Issei announced coldly. The droids cheered again. "We'll leave in an hour or two. I want you all to be prepared." The droids stopped cheering and saluted Issei as he left the area, discussing plans with the rest of the generals. "We will all head in the Soulless One. Grievous, Malik, command your capital ships. Malakota, command the Death Star. It is time we end this war, once and for all." Everyone nodded in understanding, preparing for the final attack that would determine the fate of the supernatural factions. Scene change. Soulless 1, Underworld, 1 p.m. Issei and the Droid faction were present, having destroyed several houses and defeated numerous pure-blooded devils. However, they hadn't found Surzex and the other leaders. Issei felt frustrated, not just because of the devils they hadn't defeated, but because it was too quiet for his liking. He knew how much Surzex valued the devils, especially the pure-blooded ones. Why was he allowing them to perish? Issei? Is something wrong? Nix asked, noticing the serious tone in his voice. I have a bad feeling about this. This area is too quiet. I was expecting Surzex to come out. But I think something is off too. Athena added, glancing around. Sister? Artemis inquired. Issei is right. I don't see any traces of the devils or the leaders anywhere. Why haven't they shown themselves? Maybe they ran off, thinking that hiding would save their lives? Charlotte suggested. Issei shook his head. No, Charlie. That Siscon may be many things, but he will do anything to avenge his dear little Rias and his boy Milikas. He wouldn't just hide and wait for us to find him. He is planning something, and I know that because of the devices he has built. But you destroyed their lab, didn't you? Quinella asked. Issei nodded. Yes, I did, but I know for certain that Surzex is not going to be quiet. He will fight back till his last breath. Suddenly, someone teleported into the cockpit. Issei turned around to see Wilbert, critically damaged, his clothing torn and his body bleeding. Mio and Stella gasped in horror. Father! They rushed to help him. What happened, Wilbert? Issei asked, concern etched on his face. They are gonna? Wilbert began, but a message opened on the console, revealing Malakoda and Grievous, struggling to communicate. My lord, that Siscon has ambushed us with a massive attack. We are trying our best to defend, but we won't hold out much longer. Everyone was horrified. Issei gritted his teeth in fury and teleported into the field, much to the dismay of his companions. They screamed his name, fearing for his safety. Malik and Vader clenched their fists in anger. By the time Issei arrived, Grievous and Malakoda had managed to fend off the attack but were critically injured. Grievous' armor was tattered, and his heart was exposed. Kalani, who shared a similar design, was grateful her own heart was still beating. Grievous managed to escape the malevolence, which was badly damaged but reparable. Malakoda and the Malbranche were also injured, many of them unconscious with severe wounds. Issei clenched his fists in fury as he took them to his ship for medical attention. As they worked to heal the injured, Grievous and Malakoda spoke. My lord, Don't. Issei interrupted, his voice desperate. Don't blame yourselves for failing me. I'm just glad you two are alive. But what happened? How did Surzex get this far? While we were searching for him, we were ambushed by a massive attack. We were caught off guard, and many of our star destroyers were destroyed. By the time we tried to respond, it was too late. Aside from me, Malakoda, and her Malbranche, no one survived. Grievous explained. Kalani added, Grievous is right. That attack destroyed over 60% of our naval force, but thanks to them, we managed to reduce it to 40%. We still have some ships left. Issei gritted his teeth in anger. Lord Issei, I have been trying to reach you, but with him disabling teleportation, I couldn't warn you. He has slain all my council members, leaving no survivors. I barely escaped with my life. Please forgive me. Issei turned to see Wilbert crying, while Mio and Stella comforted him. Despite being sleeper agents, they had willingly joined Issei, along with Claire and Iryuka. Only a few had not fully joined him. Before Issei could take command, another message appeared. Issei Hayudu, how did you like my opening present? Issei recognized the voice and gritted his teeth in fury. Surzex appeared on the screen, looking different, more refined, clad in armor. His tone was mocking, intending to break Issei's morale. This is just a taste of what's to come. I will destroy everything you cherish. I will cripple every one of your generals, starting with that goddess of yours who is Piardinanti. If you value them, come outside and surrender. Issei's anger boiled over. He wanted to make Surzex pay for every torment he and his family had suffered. However, Nyx and Artemis, along with the other girls, kept their arms around him and calmed him down. Issei realized that his anger needed to be saved, not wasted. He looked at Surzex and spoke coldly, his tone making everyone, including Malik, shudder. "Oh, I will come outside, Gremory." Issei spat. "But not to surrender. I will show you what I am capable of tonight and why you have been fighting a losing battle." He pointed towards Surzex and declared, "I am coming for you, you prideful brat, and I will crush you tonight." Issei glanced at Kalani, who nodded, and then cut off his feed before a response could come. He contacted Malik and looked at Nyx. "Malik, I give the two of you full command of the armies. Make sure to lay waste to every single one of them." His command was serious and cold, prompting a growl from Malik. "I will, my lord." Nyx added, "We will avenge what we have lost." Issei nodded and said with a serious tone, "I will deal with that Gremory brat myself." He then addressed Malakoda and Grievous. "You will be sent back home to be healed, along with the Malbranche. You will sit this war out." Malakoda and Grievous looked horrified, but before they could speak, Issei continued with an understanding tone. "Please, don't get me wrong. If you can get healed early, you can join the fight, but until then, you must stay out." The two looked away helplessly as Issei added, "I would rather have you alive and well than dead. Stay alive for my sake, both of you." They reluctantly nodded, and Issei teleported them to the Hyudu residence, where he had stationed medical droids to heal the injured. He could only hope they would heal with time. Scene change. Underworld battlefield, 1:30 p.m. Issei soon came downstairs from the portal, looking at the surviving leaders. They were surprised at first, but soon grinned, recognizing the blades in his hands, the mortis blade being his signature weapon. They thought he was going to give up. They looked at Issei's armor, something they had never seen before. Well, if it isn't the helpless dragon here to beg for mercy." Azazel mocked, to which Issei narrowed his gaze. "You wish that was the case, but I am here to deliver my message." The armor made him almost invulnerable, radiating an aura that made the leaders shudder, though they maintained their confidence. He walked forward fearlessly. "It is simple. You leaders have been underestimating me, like you always do. You have never once tried to gauge my true power. You have been fighting a losing war." His tone shifted to one of mockery, angering the leaders. "While you pathetic beings were enjoying the fruits of my hard-earned LBR, I was fighting to get stronger. That is why you will never win. You have become arrogant, Hyudu." Michael growled. "No, I am not arrogant, just confident. And it's about time I let loose." Malik, commence the attack. Make sure no one survives." Malik confirmed, and soon the remaining naval fleets, comprised of 60 star destroyers, including the Soulless One and Leviathan, advanced, almost reaching the leaders in vertical distance. The leaders got on guard to deal with the army, but Issei dashed at blinding speeds towards Surzex. "If you'll excuse me, I will be borrowing this idiot." Surzex looked down to see Issei right in front of him, mere inches away. A wormhole opened behind Surzex as Issei grabbed him and threw him into it before he could react. "Surzex!" Grayfia shouted, trying to freeze Issei, but he dashed into the wormhole, which closed right after, leaving the faction leaders and others horrified, their only hope of defeating Issei gone. Moments later, the entire droid faction, led by Malik and Nyx, shouted, "Attack them, show them no mercy." The devils and the remnants of the supernatural factions glared at the attackers, some paling as they recognized their relatives among them. They hated Issei for turning their loved ones against them and knew they needed to stop him. Scene change. Unknown location? Surzex managed to recover himself, gritting his teeth for letting his guard down in front of Issei. He glared at Issei, who flicked his arm to release the energy before it could damage his armor. The wormhole closed behind them. Issei had lost his blades and hadn't brought them for this occasion. He would bring them later. "You really think that throwing me to whatever this place is?" Surzex looked around, realizing he was in an entirely different dimension composed of floating rocks and stones. It felt extraterrestrial, reminiscent of the dimensional gap. Welcome to Ultra Space, a special dimension personally created by me. It has the same properties as outer space and is almost limitless. It is also far away from Earth, and here, I can let loose. Surzex glared at Issei, knowing he was far from home, and the only way to return was to defeat Issei. Seems like you figured it out, huh? Well, it is time. Issei summoned his boosted gear and prepared to go all out. So you are willing to use that, huh? Droid spoke with excitement as Surzex gritted his teeth. Issei declared, "Indeed, it is time I show him his place. You should have stopped him and warned us about his treachery." Droid glared at Surzex and retorted angrily, "You better think twice before saying that. Issei has seen me as a friend, not as a tool like you lowly supernatural beings see us. You are pathetic for every humiliation you have put us through, and now you will pay for what you have done." As power emanated from Surzex, Issei knew what he had to do and began the chant of the true dragon god beyond armor. "I, who was awakened, used to be a red dragon emperor. I took the principle of domination from God, crushed him, and mocked his fleeing body. I laughed at his defeat while he failed to stop me. I fought the whole supernatural world and those who sought revenge against me. I will create a world where the supernatural and humanity live in harmony. I will be the strongest dragon emperor in history, and my name will be feared." Issei's body glowed with immense power. Surzex tried to stop him with his strongest attack, but as the dust settled, an immense surge of power radiated from Issei, making Surzex fearful. Issei stood transformed, resembling a mechanical suit from a mecha anime, with green eyes and a hexagonal red helmet. The armor was a mixture of red and silver, towering over Issei's original height. "What's the matter? Scared?" Issei grinned maniacally as Surzex growled, "Don't underestimate me." "How you do?" Surzex fired power of destruction bullets at Issei, who raised his arms to block the attack and commanded, "Revelation Barrier." A red barrier absorbed the attacks effortlessly. Once the attack subsided, Issei dashed toward Surzex, aiming a punch. They exchanged blows, creating clashes throughout the arena. Issei responded with 2 turret blasts aimed at Surzex, who easily countered with a power of destruction barrier. Issei then delivered a powerful punch to Surzex's gut, making him wish to vomit. "What's the matter? Your strength hasn't even excited me. Don't tell me you've been slacking off." Issei spoke coldly as Surzex retaliated with a kick, which Issei blocked easily. Grabbing Surzex by the leg, Issei swung him in a 360-degree motion and threw him into a rock, crashing him down. "I shall not be made a mockery of." Surzex shouted as he dashed toward Issei with a sword made of pure destruction. Issei drew the dark saber and twirled the blade, blocking Surzex's strikes. Surprised by Surzex's swordsmanship, Issei aimed another slash at his neck, which was blocked. Surzex countered with a concentrated power of destruction, but Issei responded with a dragon shot, causing a massive explosion. Standing on the rubble, Issei prepared for the next move as Surzex used a rock as a foothold and jumped toward him, ready to continue their fierce battle. The next day, Haiudu residence, 9:30 a.m. Issei felt completely drained from the previous night's activities. Malik rushed to him, saying, "Easy, brother," and helped him to the breakfast table. "Dear, those girls just don't know when to stop, do they?" Issei sighed tiredly as he took a seat. "It was one after the other. They made sure to give me as much pleasure as possible before they passed out. Despite that, none were able to bring me to complete exhaustion." "That means the girls won't join us?" Issei nodded. "They all seemed exhausted. None will be joining us until lunch, and if things go as they have, at least until evening." The scene shifted to the girls, all sleeping peacefully after their time with Issei, each wearing happy expressions. They all had blankets thankfully covering themselves, ensuring privacy. Issei was sitting at the table with Malik, Grievous, Vader, Kalani, Stella, and Iryuka. He looked around, noticing some people were missing. "Hey, where is Artemis and the other girls?" Issei asked with concern. Malik glanced towards the kitchen just as Artemis entered with plates of food, accompanied by Ingvild, Valerie, Latia, Gondal, Villainy, Gabriel, Morana, and Sekiruuyetei. Right here, darling, Artemis said with a smile. Breakfast is ready. As they settled down for breakfast, Malik asked, speaking of stuff, where is Crumcrutch? Issei replied, he has been traveling the world. After being trapped for so long, he deserves it. The devils in the room felt a sense of relief, as the fall of the heaven system meant there was no way to exorcise or punish devils anymore. The destruction of the sacred gear system also ensured that those who had received sacred gears remained undetectable by the factions. I see. So he will come back one day. He must be grateful, Malik added. Yep, and as a favor, he told me he would deal with any remnants of the supernatural he encounters. That's fair. Now we can rest for a while. Out of curiosity, where is the hero faction? We tried to locate them, but they seem to have vanished, Vader inquired. Issei responded, they have been in hiding, so we'll need to expand our search. Don't worry, they will be dealt with accordingly. Artemis then spoke up, Issei, do you mind if we shop? For baby clothes? Isn't it a bit early for that? We can buy clothes anytime. Issei replied. Artemis shook her head. I won't have time later. The doctor said my PRGNCY will become more challenging, and I need to take care of myself. I wouldn't be able to handle the crowds at the malls. Issei sighed. Fine, but make sure to buy clothes that would work for both a boy or a girl. Artemis nodded in understanding just as Issei received a call on his phone. Who is it? Ingvild asked. Issei looked at the caller ID, surprised. It's Persephone. He answered the call. Yeah? Wait right now? All right. I'll come after breakfast. After hanging up, Gondal asked, is something the matter, Issei? Hades wants to meet me now. He found something interesting about Lilith, the mother of devils, and asked me to check it out. Valerie and Ingvild exchanged wide-eyed glances. Seriously? She's been missing for a long time, Valerie said. I don't know, but he wants to see if he can restore her, Issei replied. Kalani asked, do you want me to come? Yes, in case she is too injured, I'll need your help. Valerie chimed in, let me come too. I want to see my ancestor, please, Issei. Issei shook his head. No, Valerie. Persephone and Hades aren't fans of you and Ingvild. They're still a bit wary. You can visit her later, once we bring her to the Droid faction base. Both Ingvild and Valerie looked saddened, but Issei reassured them, don't worry, things will get better. You two have helped a lot with the Droid faction's goals, right? They nodded, and Issei turned to Kalani. They decided to finish their breakfast quickly and head to Hades's domain. After saying goodbye to the rest, Issei teleported with Kalani to Hades's domain. Scene change. Hades's domain, 11 a.m. Issei and Kalani teleported to the domain, where they were greeted by Sharon with a smile. Come, Lord Hades and Lady Persephone have been expecting you. Issei nodded and followed Sharon alongside Kalani, soon meeting Persephone and Hades, who welcomed Issei warmly. I am glad you could make it on such short notice, Daikon. Persephone said happily. Issei responded, anything for you. Speaking of which, how did you find Lilith? I will explain while I lead you two to her, Hades replied as he guided them to the area. He began, while you were dealing with the factions, we decided to raid the final bases of the Neo-Cows Brigade. We discovered a laboratory and found her there. Hades opened the door, revealing Melano, Macaria, and Demeter, who were attending to machines keeping Lilith alive. The trio greeted them, and Issei noticed Demeter's concerned expression. Demeter? Issei said, looking at her. How have you been? Better. Thanks to you, she replied. Issei nodded as Hades spoke to get everyone's attention. All right, Issei, now I will explain what we found out about her. Issei nodded as Hades continued. When we found her, she was in a dire state. Her body was decaying. Upon inspection, we discovered something alarming. Right, Dad? Melano chimed in, bringing out a small magic pad. Issei-chan, look. Her body showed signs of maternal strain, indicating she was forced to give BRH repeatedly. I believe this was due to Lucifer making her bear devils non-stop, which I suspect. is the first generation of the 72 pillars and the extra demons, Melano concluded with a smile. I see. Persephone then added, according to my husband, Lucifer's cruelty extends to Lilith as he forced her to give Biardage to devils for his ambition, leading her to a state of coma and necrosis. No woman deserves what she has endured. She defied Adam and the God of the Bible, only to be subjected to this by Lucifer. She has not had a good life. Issei agreed with Persephone, who continued, we want to know if you can help restore her. I know you did for Quinella and Charlotte, so can you do the same for her? Issei smiled and replied, I will try. Kalani, can you assess her condition? I shall, my lord, Kalani said, moving closer to Lilith. Macaria, can you open the lid for a while? I can, but no more than 30 minutes, or there could be damage, Macaria warned. Kalani smiled confidently. I know what I am doing. Have faith in me, it will take less than 10 minutes to analyze her. Kalani brought out several portable analysis devices and scanned Lilith's body. After a few moments, he motioned to Macaria, who nodded and closed the lid. Kalani then spoke with a neutral tone. She can be restored. His words brought happiness, but he continued, however, it will take at least a few weeks to restore her body. Concern spread among the group as Issei asked, why? Her reproductive organs, abdomen, muscles, and bones are damaged beyond repair. It will require weeks of healing, and her mental state is also affected by the immense pain she endured. It will take time for her to recover, Kalani explained. Then I predict she will need therapy as well. It won't be easy and will take additional time, but if we can work it out, we can help her, Kalani added. Persephone stepped forward. As you see fit, Kalani, but please ensure she is all right. Kalani nodded. We can begin the transport as soon as possible, whenever you see fit. Persephone looked at Hades, who nodded. We will send her in a few minutes. Kalani nodded again. My lord, I will head to base to prepare the healing equipment. Let the others know. Kalani soon teleported away, leaving Issei and the others to discuss their plans for the future now that the war was over. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei being Issei into a multicolored portal to a different universe. 6 to 8 months later, Droid faction base, 11:30 p.m. Issei was in a desperate hurry, alongside Athena, both wearing looks of horror as she spoke to someone on a stretcher. Breathe, Artie. Breathe. On the stretcher was Artemis, who was in pain, her water having broken, indicating she was ready to give Biarch. Malik and Vader rushed to the wardroom, using their superior speed to open the door, where they found Kalani and several medical droids waiting for them. This way, Issei. Malik spoke as Issei and Athena nodded, followed by the rest of Issei's new family and friends. Another woman joined them, described as appealing with snow-white hair and blood-red eyes. She had horns on her head and wore a black long-sleeved shirt, a belt around her hips, and a red dress skirt, along with leggings and red heels. This was Lilith, Adam's ex-wife and the former wife of Lucifer Morningstar. Concern was evident on her face as she worried for Issei and Artemis, seeing them as her new family. The pain of childbirth was familiar to her, and she could only hope they would be all right. Will they be all right? Lilith asked, to which Valerie responded, Don't worry, ancestor. Artemis is strong, she can handle childbirth without a problem. Izanami added, Valerie is right. She will manage, and with Darling by her side, it should be all right. Lilith nodded, just as Persephone and her family arrived. Where are they? Persephone demanded, worry etched on her face for her adoptive son and future daughter-in-law. Inside the wardroom, Artemis is ready to give Biarch, Nyx explained, pointing to the room where the operation was in progress. Outside, Malik and Vader looked concerned, hoping for the best. Scene change. Kalani monitored the vitals as several machines tracked Artemis's heart rate and blood pressure. Athena and Issei used healing magic to ease her pain. Take deep breaths, Artie. Artemis followed the advice, though. She yelled in pain intermittently. Keep pushing, Artemis, Kalani urged. I am trying, you med droid. It is not easy. Artemis shouted, her frustration heightened by the pain. One of the medical droids announced, I can see the head. Athena felt a glimmer of hope. Just a little more, Artemis, the head can be seen. Issei held her left hand tightly, refusing to let go. Hang in there, Artie, he encouraged. Artemis struggled to smile through the pain, pushing as the upper torso and hands began to appear. The limbs are starting to show, the medical droids noted. Kalani encouraged, a final push, Artemis, and the pain will end. A herergag. Artemis screamed, pushing with all her might. The droid managed to grab the baby, giving it a gentle smack to encourage a cry. Yuawa. Issei and Artemis looked at their child, and Issei announced, it's a boy. Tears filled Artemis's eyes as the droid placed the baby next to her. Issei was also teary-eyed, finally a father. They were ecstatic to be parents. Athena, too, was filled with joy, her hand resting on her stomach, PRNT from her time with Issei. She wasn't alone. Nyx and Mokayura were also expecting. Scene change. 1 hour later. The doors opened to reveal Artemis holding a sleeping baby. Everyone was overjoyed, with Persephone and Hades eager to hold their grandchild. Oh, he is so cute. Persephone cooed, and Hades agreed. Indeed, this little one is adorable. May I hold him as well? Vader asked, and Persephone happily passed the child to him. Grievous remarked, such a little being, is that what all living creatures are when they come to this world? Issei replied, not all, most of us start as small babies and grow up. Many nodded in agreement, though Athena shook her head, recalling her own difficult past. She was determined that her child would not suffer the same fate. As she looked at her true family celebrating the birth of their firstborn, she felt secure. The remnants of the supernatural had been dealt with, and they could finally live in peace. She noted the budding relationships around her, particularly between Malik and Hestia, and felt hopeful for the happiness and peace that lay ahead. Scene break. The story has reached its conclusion. The child introduced in the narrative remains unnamed, inviting readers to suggest names. The journey was inspired by a Spanish fanfic titled Sekiruuyetei Ultimate, which I couldn't read without knowledge of Spanish. Special thanks to Shub030201 for their suggestions that shaped the story. Originally, characters like Artemis, Gondal, and Elizabeth were intended to have different roles, including potential love interests, but those ideas were ultimately scrapped. The concept of sleeper agents was also altered. They were initially meant to have their memories and personalities completely changed, but this direction was abandoned. Several characters were considered but ultimately excluded from the final narrative. For instance, Krull Teeps was meant to play an antagonistic role before becoming a sleeper agent and a love interest for Issei. Flair Arlgrandgyril was intended to be a sleeper agent among other pure-blooded devils, while Freya, her twin sister, was to be a love interest who would eventually distance herself from her twin's darker nature. Maria Nars, a succubus and friend of Mio, was also meant to play a role in uncovering the sleeper agents, but her storyline was not developed. The Sailor Scouts were initially planned to be captured and have their memories wiped, but this arc was replaced with a different storyline. Additionally, characters like Darth Revan and Darth Nihilus were considered as allies for the droid faction, each with unique abilities and roles, but they were ultimately excluded due to the complexity of the narrative. Plans for introducing other factions, such as the Celtic and Mayan pantheons, were also contemplated but deemed unnecessary at this stage of the story. There was even a crossover plan between Issei and John Nightwalker from RWBY, but this too was set aside. The fate of the Rahavian family was initially intended to be much darker, with both parents planned to meet their end at the hands of La Folia, but this was changed in the final version. Thank you for following this story, and I appreciate all the support along the way. A reference was mentioned when Issei wanted to wipe them all out. An additional arc that I had thought of doing was related to this character, Alyssa Lee's Lu Nebulous 9. She would have played a major role in the story as well. Shiva and Indra were going to have very different roles than in their original portrayals. Shiva was supposed to be aggressive and vindictive towards Issei, while Indra was meant to be arrogant and contradictory. He would have taken on a role similar to Ajuka during his fight against Issei at the party, where he would ultimately be defeated, instilling even greater fear of Issei among others than they had for Ajuka. This version of Issei was envisioned as a more somber counterpart to Lord Draken, eventually ruling the supernatural factions with an iron fist, especially given the nature of Shiva and Indra. If the other factions resisted change, he would have no choice but to assert his demise over them.